For 3 years, I serve as a mere substitute, and after donating blood 100 times for the beloved of 3 wives, I vanished from their lives. Upon learning of my departure, the 3 wives frantically inundated me with thousands of calls and tens of thousands of messages. Husband, I was wrong. I'm sorry to our mother. You can hit or scold me, but please don't leave me. Husband, I apologize. I bow before you. I promise I will never err again. Please come back. Husband, don't abandon me. I will go insane without you. I cannot live. Husband, where are you? Please tell me. Please pick up the phone. Upon returning to the capital, I changed my phone number and blocked all means of contact with the 3 wives. The world became tranquil. 3 months later, I learned that their companies had successively gone bankrupt, and they had been swindled by their beloved, leaving them destitute. Now they were desperately searching for me. I found it amusing. Had I known it would come to this, why endure it from the start? Why the urgency now? Chapter 1. The 100th blood donation. Miss Shun, stop. He's on the brink of death. Continue. Owen's surgery is critical. Keep drawing his blood. In Sioux City Hospital, an urgent blood transfusion was underway. 3 stunning women stood anxiously by, all confidants of Yi Yunshin, one of whom was his newlywed wife. Yet, they surrounded another man, their faces etched with concern and urgency, completely oblivious to the trembling figure from whom they were extracting blood. Yi Yunshin felt a chill. Yet, no coldness could surpass the frigidness in his heart. The 3 most important women in his life were drawing blood for another man, indifferent to his well-being. Qingqiu, please stop. If this continues, Shungo won't withstand it. I can hold on. Cough, cough. The one gazing at Yi Yunshin with concern suddenly broke into a severe coughing fit. This terrified the 3 stunning women, who immediately replied, "On, doesn't matter, you are the priority. Rest assured, we will save you." Turning away, Yi Yunshin locked eyes with Chengzun, whose gaze was taunting, as if to say, "Oh, you see? To save me, the 3 women you cherish are willing to drain your blood." For he was their beloved, while Yi Yunshin was merely a substitute. 3 years prior, Yi Yunshin had been framed, offending a powerful figure, abandoned by his family, and beaten to the brink of death until Shun Qingqiu, Lin Ruoshi, and Xiaoran appeared like angels to save him. They had their parents adopt him, renaming him Shun Yinzhen. In the following 3 years, he was cherished by the 3 heiresses, becoming a tale of romance in Sioux City. Yi Yunshin proved himself, managing the Shun family business, earning the approval of Shun Qingqiu's parents, and was promised to marry her. Lin Ruoshi and Xia Anren even agreed to wed him later on. However, shortly after their marriage, the long-lost Chengzun returned, with only half a year to live, sending the 3 heiresses into a frenzy. It was then that Yi Yunshin understood his role as a mere substitute. He bore a striking resemblance to Chengzun not only in appearance, but also in spirit, even sharing a rare blood type. That it was for this reason that he had been saved and adopted by the Shun family, marrying Shun Qingqiu. From that moment, the 3 heiresses devoted themselves entirely to Chengzun. With a single call, they would forsake Yi Yunshin's birthday. To seek him, a mere word from him could compel them to order Yi Yunshin to kneel and apologize. "Doctor, draw a little more, please. Do not let anything happen to An." The 3 heiresses pleaded together, their eyes reddening. Yet the side effects of excessive blood donation began to manifest in Yi Yunshin. His vision blurred, and his body started to convulse. Unbeknownst to them, the 3 heiresses believed Yi Yunshin was attempting to escape and rushed to pin down his limbs. "Trying to run away. You cannot escape until we have drawn enough blood for An's surgery." In that moment, Yi Yunshin felt utterly despondent. His body convulsed more violently, his eyes turning bloodshot. He longed to shout, but Shun Qingqiu, in her desperation, was choking him. 800 cubic centimeters. 1,000 cubic centimeters. 1,200 cubic centimeters. The blood volume soared rapidly, beep, 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 until the machine emitted a piercing alarm. "Stop. He has lost half his blood and is in shock." The doctor forcefully halted the procedure. All the nurses looked horrified at Yi Yunshin, whose once handsome visage was devoid of color, resembling a cold statue. The nurses in the blood donation room screamed in terror, and the 3 heiresses, who had been clutching him, hurriedly released him. Seeing his pale face, Shun Qingqiu and the others finally felt a wave of alarm wash over them. "Mr. Chengzuin's surgery can commence." But the next moment, the doctor's voice resounded. The 3 heiresses immediately turned and rushed to Chengzuin's side. Shun Qingqiu, without looking back, instructed her assistant Xiao Hong, "Take him away. Ensure you buy the best supplements to restore his vitality. He must continue donating blood for An." "Yes," the assistant nodded silently, her heart trembling. In the past, the 3 heiresses had limited the amount of blood they drew from Yi Yunshin. Yet this time, for the sake of their beloved surgery, they had pushed the limits, nearly causing a tragedy. After several days of unconsciousness, Yi Yunshin awoke in his hospital bed. He found Xiao Hong by his side. Struggling to sit up, he asked, "Where is Qingqiu?" "Miss is with Mr. Chung, and Miss Ruashi and Miss Anren are also there." After a pause, she continued, "Please do not blame the three heiresses due to the immense blood requirement for Mr. Cheng's surgery. They were anxious and lost track of the blood quantity. However, they have purchased many supplements for you. It's fine, this is what I owe them." He replied lightly, 99 times. Xiao Hong paused, asking, 99 times? After Cheng Zuin's return, Yi Yunshin realized his identity and expressed his desire for divorce to Shen Qingqiu. Yet, she refused, and in an attempt to dissuade him, she carelessly mentioned that if he donated blood 100 times for Cheng Zuin, she would grant him freedom. Little did Shen Qingqiu expect that her offhand remark would come to fruition. Yi Yunshin had indeed donated blood 99 times. However, she had no idea, consumed by thoughts of her beloved, that she believed Yi Yunshin had hardly donated even 10 times. Just one more donation, and the debt would be settled. He could finally divorce her. Taking a deep breath, Yi Yunshin rose to meet Shen Qingqiu and the others. Bang! The door burst open, revealing Lin Ruashi and Xia Anren. "Isn't everything fine? Sister Qingqiu, you worry too much," Xia Anren blurted. A self-deprecating smile graced Yi Yunshin's lips each time he fainted from anemia. Xia Anren would glare at him, convinced he was feigning weakness to elicit their sympathy. The obedient little girl who had once followed him everywhere had vanished after Cheng Zuin's return. "Yunshin, since you're fine now, could you buy a box of lotus seed paste cake for me? An wants to eat." In the next moment, Lin Ruashi looked at Yi Yunshin, making the request. Hearing this, he couldn't help but chuckle. Authentic lotus seed paste cakes could only be found after traversing half the city. Given his current physical state, he would likely perish on the way there. In the past, Yi Yunshin had bought them believing Lin Ruashi loved them, until he witnessed Lin Ruashi braving the rain, scouring the city to procure lotus seed paste cakes for Cheng Zuin. He realized it wasn't Lin Ruashi who adored them, but rather her. Beloved Cheng Zuin, Lin Ruashi is a staunch advocate of remaining unmarried, having once declared that the presence of Cheng Zuin in her life suffices an affection that transcends the bonds of matrimony, embodying both freedom and romance. Her eventual willingness to marry herself was a consequence of Cheng Zuin's departure. Each of the three prominent young ladies harbors distinct sentiments towards Cheng Zuin, while she has consistently remained a mere substitute. It is unclear whether her emotions stem from anger or a profound sense of despair, why Yi Yunshin's eyes reddened further as he managed to smile, gently declining, "Miss Lin, if your An desires lotus seed paste cake, he can procure it himself. Why seek me? What did you say?" At Yi Yunshin's utterance, an eerie silence enveloped the hospital room, their gazes locked. In Yi Yunshin's eyes, Lin Ruashi discerned not submission, but defiance. How could he resist them? Even Xia Anren, taken aback, widened her eyes in disbelief. Previously, Yi Yunshin had been entirely compliant with their every whim, even willing to sacrifice himself. In the next moment, Lin Ruashi's expression transformed into one of fury. "Shen Yunshin, what do you mean? Is it merely a matter of donating blood? An has just awakened and wishes for lotus seed paste cake, and you cannot fulfill this small request?" Yi Yunshin regarded her calmly, his disappointment deepening. The three young ladies were wholly invested in their An, oblivious to his well-being. "Ruashi, do not burden Xingge." At that moment, Cheng Zuin, supported by Shen Qingqiu, entered the room coughing slightly. He expressed remorse. "It is entirely my fault. I should not have mentioned my desire for lotus seed paste cake upon awakening. Shunge has already donated so much blood for me. How could I impose on him to fetch a delicacy?" In just a few words, he positioned himself as the victim, as if Yi Yunshin's refusal to procure the cake constituted an unforgivable transgression. "Shunge, I apologize." He even bowed in contrition. Upon witnessing this, the expressions of the three young ladies darkened. "An, what are you doing? Rise. Shen Yunshin exists solely for you." Lin Ruashi and Xia Anren hurried to assist him upright, earnestly stating, "Do not be deceived by his status as Shun family's foster son or Kinki's fiancé. His true purpose in life is you. Should you ever require anything, feel free to command him without regard for his feelings." That why Yi Yunshin remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Cheng Zuin. It was not the hurtful words of the three young ladies that troubled him, but rather the moment Cheng Zuin bowed, revealing a sinister smirk directed at Hema, stark contrast to his previously frail demeanor. Chapter 2. Shan Qingqiu, Lin Ruashi, And Xia Anren, I owe you nothing. Once again, he wore that expression. Every time the 3,000 golds reprimanded him, he would adopt such a provocative demeanor. He often ensnared himself, inciting the disdain of the three distinguished ladies, even punishing himself. Initially, he thought that Cheng Zuan wished for him to depart, but later realized that the intent was far more sinister. He desired his demise. He had attempted to clarify this, but it was to no avail. The three ladies simply did not believe him. To love someone is to see their every action as right, and, conversely, the opposite holds true. Suddenly, as Cheng Zuan stood, an ancient dragon-shaped jade pendant fell from him, instantly capturing everyone's gaze. Yi Yunshin's breath quickened. Is this not the engagement jade pendant I gifted to Qingqiu? How could it possibly be in your possession? This was the only and most precious item he owned, having been worn around his neck since he was found as a child. When he became engaged to Shun Qingqiu, Yi Yunshin had presented the jade pendant as a token of their bond. Cheng Zuan bent down to retrieve it, a mocking look in his eyes as he said, My apologies, Brother Shun. I had no idea this pendant belonged to you. Once I saw Qingqiu wearing it and thought it amusing to take a look. Unexpectedly, Qingqiu simply gifted it to me. Upon hearing Cheng Zuan's words, Yi Yunshin felt a sharp pang in his heart and turned to Shun Qingqiu. The ease with which he had given away his most significant engagement token revealed no trace of guilt or remorse on her face, only indifference. In that moment, Yi Yunshin comprehended that what he held dear was utterly inconsequential in Shun Qingqiu's eyes. His lips had already bled, the metallic taste mingling with the bitterness of his realization. He mournfully recognized that the three distinguished ladies had long bestowed all their tenderness and affection upon another, more accurately, upon the one who truly deserved it. He was merely an unforeseen circumstance. 3 years of companionship could not rival a single word from the person before him. At that instant, Yi Yunshin desperately wished to offer his final blood donation, so that he would owe Shun Qingqiu nothing further. Brother Shun, since this pendant is yours, it should return to its rightful owner, Cheng Zuan declared, extending the pendant back to Yi Yunshin. Just as Yi Yunshin was about to reach out, Cheng Zuan abruptly withdrew his hand, speaking in a tone audible only to the two of them. Yi Yunshin, I am aware of everything. At these words, Yi Yunshin's body trembled. In the drawer locked within your room lies a diary containing records of your blood donations. You wish to donate blood 100 times before leaving, do you not? Faced with Cheng Zuan's taunting grin, Yi Yunshin's complexion turned pale, his breath becoming increasingly erratic. I cannot allow you to leave. If you do, what will become of me? Thus, I secretly tore up your donation records. Only a few remain from the original 99. I have also deleted the hospital records. Cheng Zuan's voice was soft, yet Yi Yunshin felt a chilling dread spread through him. He clenched his fists tightly. Are you not afraid of being discovered by Qingqiu and the others? They will not find out. Their attention has always been on me, and they hardly notice you. Because of me, you have undeservedly basked in their affection for 3 years. Be grateful. Blood donation is the only means by which you may repay me. Cheng Zuan coldly chuckled. By the way, I forgot to mention, my health is not as fragile as you think. The previous instances of blood transfusion were merely orchestrated by me, pretending to faint, all to ensure that you would donate blood for me. You will never escape my grasp. Boom! Upon hearing this, Yi Yunshin could no longer contain himself. He violently seized Cheng Zuan by the collar, his eyes blazing red as he roared, Why are you doing this? Why do you want to harm me? Stop! Yi Yunshin, have you lost your mind? However, before he could take further action, the three young ladies' expressions shifted dramatically, and they hurriedly separated the two. Shun Yunshin, are you out of your mind? On merely played with your broken jade pendant for a moment, and you can't handle it? Besides, On knows nothing. I never told him that the pendant belonged to you. At this moment, Shun Qingqiu and Lin Ruoxi glared at Yi Yunshin with faces full of anger. Xia Anren even shouted at him, Shun Yunshin, mind your identity. Just because you are Qingqiu's husband does not give you the right to act recklessly. To put it bluntly, you are merely a pet. Without On, you would have long been dead. If it weren't for your resemblance to On, we wouldn't have spent $1 billion to save you. Everyone wore expressions of fury, save for Cheng Zuan, who stood coldly behind the three, observing Yi Yunshin with disdain. Witnessing the scene, Yi Yunshin ceased his shouting and fell silent. The next moment, a smile spread across his face as he nodded. Indeed, without you, I might have perished long ago. Therefore, from this moment forth, let us sever our ties. Including Miss Shun, we shall divorce. These two statements rendered everyone momentarily rigid. Lin Ruoshi and Xia Anren's eyes trembled, hardly believing what they had just heard. No, Shen Yinxiu. Xia Anren attempted to interject, but was coldly interrupted by Shun Qingqiu. Fine, I agree. In that instant, Shun Qingqiu's gaze transformed into an unyielding glacier, devoid of the warmth and affection she once held. Not a trace remained. Thus, Yi Yunshin's smile grew more pronounced yet paler. Yet it was not the time. However, Shun Qingqiu shifted her tone. Regarding the divorce, there will be a 1-month cooling-off period. If, after a month, you still wish to sever ties, I shall agree. A month of contemplation. Yi Yunshin laughed through his tears. You think this will deceive me? Previously, it was about letting myself undergo blood transfusions 100 times, and now it's a cooling-off period for divorce. The three young ladies have never even considered leaving. Not even now. They still think they are speaking in anger. Yet soon, they will realize it is not mere anger. Yi Yunshin picked up the jade pendant and turned to leave. When he arrived at the Shen residence, he possessed only this pendant, and now, as he departed, he still carried nothing but this jade. Observing Yi Yunshin's retreating figure, Cheng Zuan revealed a cruel smile. Yi Yunshin, do you still seek freedom? Unless you perish, you shall remain my mobile blood bank. After leaving, Yi Yunshin arrived at the blood transfusion room. Why are you here again? The nurse, taken aback, gazed at Yi Yunshin with furrowed brows. No, you have already donated a significant amount of blood in the past few days. You cannot afford to give more. It could endanger your life. Miss Shun and the others have made it clear that this is the last time. Yi Yunshin whispered in a voice only he could hear. His arm was already marred by 99 needle marks. This was the 100th time, and indeed the final time. Although Cheng Zuan had erased the blood donation records, Yi Yunshin felt no remorse. As the formidable needle pierced his vein, crimson blood flowed relentlessly through the conduit, causing him to tremble uncontrollably from the pain. He sensed something vital ebbing away from his body. It was life itself. Yet, instead of agony, Yi Yunshin found himself smiling, pale yet serene. Veins bulged beneath his skin as he shook even more violently. Shun Qingqiu, Lin Ruoshi, Xia Anren, the three esteemed ladies. This was my 100th blood donation for you. After this, I shall depart. Henceforth, life will not include Shun Yunshin. I hope you can keep this a secret. This donation is anonymous. Before leaving, Yi Yunshin instructed the nurse. He merely sought to repay his debts of gratitude. Whether the three young ladies were aware or not was inconsequential to him. Very well. You must leave Sioux City immediately. If you donate blood again, you will truly be risking your life. The nurse regarded Yi Yunshin with sympathy. When he exited the hospital, he was so weak he could scarcely walk. His complexion was devoid of color, and his eyes struggled to perceive the world around him. Suddenly, a torrential rain began to pour, drenching him completely. He felt cold, not merely physically, but an icy chill that penetrated to his very core. Memories of the past began to resonate in his mind. Life with the three young ladies was sweet, sorrowful, and despairing, yet ultimately, it all dissolved into emptiness. Yet Yi Yunshin smiled with joy. He realized that in this moment, he was no longer a mere substitute. Shun Qingqiu, Lin Ruoshi, Xia Anren, I owe you nothing anymore. After this burden was lifted, Yi Yunshin staggered forward, his battered body moving slowly. Gradually, his consciousness began to fade, and he lost awareness even while crossing the road, as a vehicle careened toward him through the downpour. Given his weakened state from the continuous blood donations, even normal man would have had no time to react. Bang! With a deafening crash, Yi Yunshin was thrown several meters away. Simultaneously, the half of a dragon-shaped jade pendant he clutched shattered, a dim golden light seeping into his being. A wave of excruciating pain engulfed him, and he promptly lost consciousness. In the final fleeting moment before darkness, he vaguely perceived a tall, stunning woman in a white dress rushing toward him, her expression one of alarm. Chapter 3. Are you not afraid that Shen Yunshin will truly divorce you in a month? Behind her, two men clad in black hurried over, holding an umbrella for her. Oh no, I hit someone. He won't be dead, will he? Panic-stricken, Xiao Yunrong looked at the unconscious Yi Yunshin, standing at 7 meters. She exuded an air of nobility. Even her furrowed brow in distress looked exquisite. Yet, my lady, we cannot concern ourselves with anyone else right now. The master is gravely ill and has but a short time left. One of the bodyguards exclaimed anxiously. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunrong fell silent, her expression betraying a heightened sense of panic. Her pale lips pressed into a thin line. Yet, Despite her distress, she could not shake her concern for Yi Yunshin, as she felt responsible for the accident. After all, it was her that had collided with him. It was an unavoidable circumstance. Who could have anticipated such a downpour? Indeed, Miss, the master's condition is critical. This individual is of little consequence and can be compensated. The two bodyguards chimed in unison. In their eyes, the injured man was insignificant, easily resolved with a monetary settlement. The cold rain lashed against Yi Yunshin's face like daggers, rendering him akin to a discarded toy, abandoned by the roadside. A flicker of compassion crossed Xiao Yunrong's gaze, and without hesitation, she scooped him up and hurried back to the car. "Miss you." The two bodyguards were taken aback, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. It was unfathomable that the cherished daughter of the Xiao family, one of the four prominent families of Longdu, would embrace a stranger. "Quick, to the hospital, to the best hospital," Xiao Yunrong commanded coldly. Yes, the vehicle immediately sped towards the first hospital of Sucheng. The three young ladies were blissfully unaware of Yi Yunshin's accident. They were still enveloped in the unsettling emotions he had exhibited, echoes of his declaration to sever ties with them resonating in their minds. Setting aside the mobile blood bank, they should have felt satisfied with his decision to cut them off. Yet, inexplicably, a sense of emptiness lingered within them. Finally, Lin Ruoshi could no longer contain herself. "Should I check on him in his room?" "No need," Shun Qingqiu replied nonchalantly. "This is merely a performance for our benefit. He cannot exist without us. Besides, have I not granted him a month to reflect? A month is ample time for him to come to a realization. Without us, Yi Yunshin would surely find it impossible to survive. Not only would he be homeless, but the formidable figure he had offended 3 years ago would not spare him. They had previously invested a staggering 10 billion to smooth over relations, ensuring that this individual would cease troubling Yi Yunshin. Yet, should he sever ties with the Shun family, that protection would no longer hold. Observing Shun Qingqiu's composed demeanor, Xia Anren could not help but inquire, "Sister Qingqiu, are you not afraid that a month from now, Yi Yunshin will truly divorce you?" Shun Qingqiu's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, but she did not respond immediately. "Qingqiu, are you going to see Brother Shin?" Just then, Cheng Zuin's voice broke in. He had straightened up, his gaze lowered. "You may go. After all, my life expectancy is less than 6 months. No matter how much blood Brother Shin donates, that fact will not change." At this proclamation, the faces of Shun Qingqiu and her companions paled in shock. They rushed to Cheng Zuin's side, voices filled with urgency. "That cannot be. Awing, you will not die. I will not allow it, no matter the cost. I will save you. Indeed, with Yi Yunshin providing blood, you will certainly survive. We will not go anywhere. We will stay by your side. Awing, your task is simply to strive to live." Lin Ruoshi and Xia Anren echoed in agreement. Amidst the emotional turmoil of the trio, their eyes shimmered with unshed tears. At that moment, a doctor entered, bearing several bags of blood. "Mr. Cheng Zuin, we have new blood bags." "New blood bags?" Lin Ruoshi was taken aback. "Wasn't it said that the blood bank had no matches for Awin's blood type? I just received news from the transfusion department that there seems to be another person with the same blood type as Mr. Cheng," the doctor clarified. Upon hearing this, Shun Qingqiu and the others brightened, eagerly inquiring, "Could you find out who that person is?" Despite the presence of Yi Yunshin, a mobile blood bank, what if he were unavailable one day? Wouldn't that delay Awin's treatment? The emergence of another individual with the same blood type was akin to having a safety net. Unfortunately, that individual has expressly requested to remain anonymous and insists on confidentiality, the doctor replied, shaking his head. The three young ladies exchanged glances, a frown knitting their brows. And finally, Shun Qingqiu implored, "Please, do your utmost to ascertain that person's information. We shall be eternally grateful." "I'll see what I can do," the doctor acquiesced. The three young ladies hurriedly relayed this promising news to Cheng Zuin, who was equally astonished. If there was a substitute for the mobile blood bank, could he not let Yi Yunshin perish? His very existence hinged on receiving blood from himself. This was precisely why he sought to control Yi Yunshin. Yet little did they know, Yi Yunshin was the very person providing the blood. Meanwhile, he lay in another hospital room, with Xiao Yunrong by his side. Engaged in a phone call, her delicate features hardened as she spoke. "Uncle, I am fully aware of my situation. I do not require your reminders. I will not succumb. I shall survive this year." With that, she hung up angrily, her chest heaving, struggling to regain her composure. A nearby bodyguard whispered, "Miss, Will we truly find a way for you to survive this year in Sioux City? I cannot say for certain. But my grandfather mentioned that a turning point would occur in my final year of life here. Xiao Yunrong replied, her brows furrowed. Yet we have barely arrived in Sioux City when the Dragon King suffers a grievous accident, teetering on the brink of death, and you inadvertently collided with someone. This is an inauspicious start. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunrong's frown deepened as she sighed. Let us proceed step by step. My grandfather's attack in Sioux City must have been orchestrated by someone with intent. Our immediate priority is to ensure his recovery. Who is the relative of the man involved in the accident? His report has just come through, the doctor announced as he entered. The bodyguard began to explain. We are not, but Xiao Yunrong interjected, reaching for the document. Allow me. As she scanned the report, her expression shifted to one of disbelief. What? A minor scalp abrasion? Could it be? Doubting her eyes, she scrutinized the text again and confirmed the words. Come look at this. She called her two bodyguards, who were twin brothers and seasoned martial artists, thus most qualified in this matter. Upon examining Yi Yunshin's injuries, they too were taken aback. This is impossible. There is no way someone could sustain merely a scalp abrasion from such a high-speed collision. Even with rigorous training, that would be unfeasible. The circumstances of that moment remain vividly etched in everyone's memory. The vehicle had reached a staggering speed of 180 kilometers per hour, hurling individuals several meters away, leaving a trail of blood. Yet, astonishingly, the outcome was merely superficial abrasions. How absurd is that? He is awakening. Suddenly, they exclaimed. Chapter 4. I am willing to marry Mr. Yi. At this moment, Yi Yunshin found himself enveloped in a vast expanse of white. Just moments ago, a mysterious elder had bequeathed his teachings to him. A torrent of information cascaded into Yi Yunshin's mind, ultimately coalescing into 4 elegantly inscribed characters: Ninefold Mysterious Arts. This ninefold mysterious arts encompassed a vast array of knowledge, including feng shui, martial arts, and medical techniques. Merely initiating its flow, Yi Yunshin felt his weakened body gradually regain vitality. It was truly effective. Yi Yunshin was overjoyed. He sensed a subtle energy swirling in his lower abdomen, and even his 6 senses became remarkably clear. It was that jade pendant, the very piece that Shun Qingxiu had carelessly discarded, had bestowed upon him an extraordinary opportunity. Was this divine intervention to spare his life? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Yi Yunshin slowly opened his eyes. Upon doing so, he was met with the gaze of a breathtakingly beautiful woman who was intently staring at him. Yi Yunshin promptly sat up and asked, Where am I? You're awake? This is the hospital. I was driving too fast and accidentally hit you. I'm so sorry, Xiao Yunrong said, her face filled with remorse as she looked at the startled Yi Yunshin. Only then did Yi Yunshin recall the events leading up to this moment. After feeling utterly disheartened by the 3,000 gold coins, he had decided to donate blood for the 100th time, only to be struck by a car. Yet, you truly are fortunate to be alive, Xiao Yunrong remarked, her expressive eyes wide with disbelief. At such a speed, you only suffered a few scrapes? Had I not witnessed it myself, I would have doubted my own eyesight. Yi Yunshin then noticed a small abrasion on his forehead and touched it lightly, reflecting, This isn't merely luck. Rather, it is a blessing in disguise, for I have gained a legacy. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through him, causing Yi Yunshin to gasp involuntarily. The aftereffects of excessive blood donation had yet to dissipate. He remained quite frail. Are you all right? Should I call a doctor for you? Xiao Yunrong inquired with genuine concern upon seeing him in distress. I'm fine, Yi Yunshin managed to reply through gritted teeth. Although he had received the legacy, he was still quite weak. Until his body fully recovered, he needed to tread carefully. What about your family and loved ones? You're in such a vulnerable state. Walking alone in the streets is far too dangerous. Had it not been for your extraordinary fortune, you could have easily met a fatal end. Yi Yunshin fell silent. His beloved was likely accompanying another man at that very moment. I have neither family nor lover, he replied. Xiao Yunrong was taken aback, momentarily a loss for words. At that moment, one of the bodyguards whispered something to her. Xiao Yunrong's expression shifted dramatically, a profound sadness enveloping her. Yet she endeavored to conceal her emotions, wiping away the traces of tears from her face. Turning to Yi Yunshin, she said, Mr. Yi, I have pressing matters to attend to and must take my leave for a moment. Please rest assured that I will cover any expenses incurred during your recovery. By the way, I am Xiao Yunrong. Yi Yunshin committed this name to memory. However, Just as Xiao Yunrong was about to depart, Yi Yunshin's expression shifted slightly, as if he had discovered something. Miss Xiao, wait a moment. Xiao Yunrong turned back, her brow furrowed in confusion. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Yunshin awkwardly spoke. I beg your pardon, Miss Xiao, but may I see your hand? His words were startling, causing everyone to freeze in surprise. What do you want to see my hand for? Xiao Yunrong instinctively took a couple of steps back. Isn't it obvious, miss? He must be captivated by your beauty. The two bodyguards glared at Yi Yunshin suspiciously. No, Yi Yunshin attempted to clarify, but held back the explanation at the last moment. Have you sensed something? Xiao Yunrong stared intently at him, suddenly speaking. She noted that Yi Yunshin's gaze held no ulterior motives, but rather a gravity and astonishment. Surprised by Xiao Yunrong's astuteness, Yi Yunshin hesitated but eventually nodded. Here, take it. Xiao Yunrong confidently extended her fair wrist. Miss you, the two bodyguards were taken aback, not expecting her to actually offer her hand. But if you hold my hand, you must tell me what you've seen. Otherwise, I might get angry. Xiao Yunrong swiftly shifted her tone. Gazing at the delicate hand so close before him, Yi Yunshin gritted his teeth and nodded. If I am mistaken, I will accept any consequences. With that, he grasped her hand firmly. Hiss! At the moment of contact, Yi Yunshin couldn't help but inhale sharply. So cold. Not merely cold in temperature, but a chill that penetrated to the very marrow, reaching the soul. It felt as if he had plunged into icy waters at sub-zero temperatures, a wave of frost enveloping him. This, indeed, confirmed his intuition. Cold poison had invaded, leading to heart failure and lung death. Yet Xiao Yunrong herself seemed oblivious to this chilling sensation. It turned out that after accepting the inheritance, he could hear every word spoken in the room, including the fact that Xiao Yunrong would not survive the year. Upon further confirmation, the situation was even worse than anticipated. Xiao Yunrong had only 6 months left to live, exactly the same time frame as Cheng Zuan. How much longer are you going to hold on? Seeing Yi Yunshin still grasping her hand, Xiao Yunrong's expression turned frosty. Only then did Yi Yunshin snap back to reality and quickly release her hand, apologizing. I'm sorry. I lost my focus for a moment. What do you mean lost your focus? You were trying to take advantage of the young lady. The two bodyguards were about to act, but Xiao Yunrong once again halted them. Can you speak now? She questioned Yi Yunshin, awaiting his reply. If you dare to speak nonsense, I will have your hand. The bodyguards threatened. Miss Xiao, your life may be numbered. Yi Yunshin's opening words were nothing short of astonishing. With an astonishing declaration, the air within the hospital room became instantly suffused with tension. The two bodyguards stood dumbfounded, hesitant to voice their thoughts. Miss, how does he know? A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Xiao Yunrong's eyes. Could it be that merely by gently clasping her own hands, he could discern the fragility of her life? Yet, she remained unable to provide any proof. Furthermore, Miss Xiao, you are afflicted by a chilling poison that has led to the failure of your internal organs, leaving you with merely 6 months to live. As Yi Yunshin concluded his statement, Xiao Yunrong and her companions were rendered motionless, while the bodyguards gasped in disbelief. Every word was accurate. While merely stating the impending end of her life was one thing, articulating the specifics of her ailment demonstrated a true mastery. Can you cure me? Before Yi Yunshin could respond, Xiao Yunrong posed the question to herself. Since you have halted me and wish to hold my hand, you must possess a method to restore my health. In that moment, she recalled her grandfather's words about the turning point that awaited her in Sioux City during the final year of her life. They had indeed arrived in Sioux City. Yet scarcely had they set foot there when her grandfather fell into a coma, and she herself encountered a misfortune. Despair overwhelmed her. Little did she anticipate that the person she had collided with could very well be the key to her salvation. Yi Yunshin appeared troubled. Xiao Yunrong had indeed surmised only half the truth. He possessed the means to heal her, yet he had only just begun to embrace his newfound abilities and lacked proficiency. Compounded by his own frail condition, he felt uncertain of his success. Mr. Yi, as long as you allow me to survive this year, I can offer you anything you desire. Money, power, status, none of these are beyond my reach. Xiao Yunrong spoke earnestly. This is not the matter at hand. I desire none of those, he replied. Yet Xiao Yunrong, undeterred, suddenly appeared to have an epiphany. Her cheeks flushed with boldness as she declared, Earlier, I heard, mister, you mentioned that you have no lover. If you are willing to save me, I shall marry you. The two bodyguards nearly choked on their disbelief. What did Miss just say? She is proposing herself as a condition for this nameless fellow to save her. If word of this spreads, it will cause a sensation. Yet, they could not help but empathize with her desperation. In the face of the hope for life, one would cast aside all else. What did the prospect of marital happiness matter in such dire circumstances? Yi Yunshin was equally taken aback and hastily clarified. Miss Xiao, you misunderstand. It is not that I do not wish to save you, but rather that I lack confidence in my abilities. This is my first time practicing medicine. Should I fail or make an error? It matters not. I shall not hold you accountable. Xiao Yunrong interjected passionately. I am already a dying person, having come to Sioux City merely to seek fortune. It is you, Mr. Yi, who has bestowed upon me the hope of survival, and I am profoundly grateful. Gazing into Xiao Yunrong's tear-streaked eyes, perhaps not wishing to witness her perish in the prime of her life, Yi Yunshin ultimately acquiesced. Very well, however. The fee for curing your affliction is substantial. I require 1 billion. 1 billion? Xiao Yunrong was taken aback. Indeed, I need this sum to accomplish something of great significance. As she beheld the resolute glimmer in Yi Yunshin's eyes, she briefly glimpsed a myriad of emotions. Coldness, determination, heart-wrenching sorrow, and anguish. How could one person's gaze encapsulate such a wealth of feelings? May I inquire about the purpose of such a substantial sum of money? To my surprise, Yi Yunshan responded quite candidly, stating to sever ties. Chapter 5. I have always been but a substitute. Upon hearing the phrase sever ties, Xiao Yunrong and the others were left astonished. The two bodyguards exchanged incredulous glances with Yi Yunshin, their expressions revealing their disbelief. Xiao Yunrong recalled having previously asked Yi Yunshin about his family, to which he had replied that he possessed neither kin nor lover. It was that night when the three prominent young ladies had pooled together 10 billion to secure his life, funds provided by Shun Qingqiu's parents. I had thought this matter would have been as ephemeral as sand slipping through fingers for the three illustrious heiresses, long lost to the winds. However, Yi Yunshin was taken aback to discover that Xia Anren remembered. Moreover, she had brought it up deliberately. This undoubtedly struck a chord within him. This 10 billion was not merely a lifeline. It was a debt of gratitude owed to his foster parents. It was also a promise to Xia Anren. Miss Xiao, this price may seem steep, yet I possess the ability to cure your ailment, Yi Yunshin asserted earnestly. The two bodyguards scoffed. Anyone can boast. But the proof lies in execution. Many renowned doctors have grappled with our young lady's illness. Who would believe a mere boy could succeed? Very well. I accept your proposition. I never anticipated that Xiao Yunrong would acquiesce. She produced a diamond-studded black card, declaring, there are 10 billion within, with a password of 6 zeros. If you truly manage to cure me, the money is yours. But miss, what if he is a fraud? The two bodyguards cautioned. Xiao Yunrong cast them a sidelong glance. Do you have a better solution? Indeed, given that the young lady's condition would not extend beyond this year. Time was of the essence. Even if they suspected Yi Yunshin was a charlatan, they had to give it a try. Yi Yunshin was poised to commence treatment for Xiao Yunrong when he hesitated, for her affliction required a technique known as the 9 mysterious needle. This method was reputed to be the bane of death, yet it would deplete one's lifespan. This meant that to heal Xiao Yunrong, he would have to sacrifice his own vitality. For a moment, Yi Yunshin was apprehensive, reflecting on the years he had devoted to the three heiresses, particularly the countless times he had donated blood, 100 times, only to receive not a shred of their genuine affection in return. He felt disheartened and deeply wounded. Was it truly worth it to expend oneself for another? Yet, such thoughts lingered only briefly before being cast aside by Yi Yunshin. Setting aside his reluctance to witness Xiao Yunrong's life wither away in her most radiant years. The matter of severing ties with Shun Qingqiu and the others hinged upon this 10 billion. Resolute in his decision, he plunged the needle into her. Throughout the entire procedure, he remained oblivious to how much of his own lifespan he was forfeiting, for Yi Yunshin was indifferent to it. Shun Qingqiu would undoubtedly be unaware that Yi Yunshin preferred to sacrifice years of his life rather than maintain ties with them. As the final needle was administered, Yi Yunshin retracted the silver needle, declaring, that should suffice. In a short while, Miss Xiao will awaken. The cold poison within her had been largely expelled, with only remnants that had already permeated her organs remaining. Yi Yunshin took the black card and departed, leaving the two bodyguards in a state of utter bewilderment. Was that truly all there was to it? The difficulty of treating the young lady's ailment is well understood by them. Yet, this fellow managed to administer a couple of casual treatments and achieved results. It can be confidently deduced that he is a charlatan. Perhaps the initial car accident was meticulously orchestrated by him. I shall bring him back at once. One of the bodyguards wore a grim expression, only to be halted by another. Let's not be hasty. Did he not say that the young lady would awaken shortly? We should assess the situation first. Before long, a transformation occurred. Xiao Yunrong's temperature rose, returning to normal, and even her cheeks blossomed with a healthy flush. Is this truly effective? The two bodyguards were left speechless in astonishment. What astonished them even further was yet to come. Xiao Yunrong was actually sweating. A fine sheen of perspiration appeared on her smooth forehead. This was something they had not dared to imagine in the past. Heavens, it is so hot. Just then, Xiao Yunrong stirred awake. Her eyes filled with confusion as she surveyed her surroundings. Miss, your condition shows improvement. You are sweating, and since your illness began, you have not perspired at all. The two bodyguards exclaimed excitedly. Xiao Yunrong quickly grasped the situation and inquired, "Where's Mr. Yi? He treated you and took his leave." Left. Xiao Yunrong raised an eyebrow. Why did you not stop him? He is the turning point my grandfather spoke of. The two bodyguards were taken aback. While it was true that Yi Yunshin could cure the young lady's ailment, to refer to him as the turning point mentioned by the old master seemed rather presumptuous. No mistake about it. He is indeed the turning point my grandfather referred to. I have many matters I wish to consult him on, yet you allowed him to leave. Xiao Yunrong's tone carried a hint of irritation. If he could cure her, surely he could also aid her grandfather. Furthermore, Yi Yunshin was an enigmatic figure to her, and she was eager to learn more about him. As if recalling something, Xiao Yunrong urged, he is likely to go to sever ties. You must hurry and find him. Within the next half hour, I require all of his information. She added with emphasis. She felt an overwhelming sense that Yi Yunshin was a man full of stories. At the Shun family mansion, a place he had called home for 3 years, Yi Yunshin stood at the doorway, his gaze profound, a maelstrom of emotions swirling within him. This place had once been regarded by him as the commencement of his second life. Mr. and Mrs. Shun had not shunned him due to his origins. Rather, they had embraced him as their adopted son, continually encouraging him and providing opportunities to showcase his talents. Here, too, was the woman who had once captivated his heart, who had never looked down upon him due to their vast differences in status, but had instead devoted herself to caring for him, showering him with affection. And he had succeeded in winning her heart. Miss Shun Qingqiu had become his bride. At times, Yi Yunshin felt a sense of unreality. Is this a dream? If so, may I never awaken. He was prepared to give everything for this place, even to change his surname. He once took pride in the Shun name. Without seeking anything in return, he was ready to dedicate his life to protecting this family. Yet, all of this was but an illusion. The beauty and dreamlike quality of dreams is merely a fade draped in hypocrisy and deceit. As one peels away the layers, the cruel truth hidden within chills the heart. In this world, there exists no love or hatred without reason. It is all over. The complexity in Yi Yunshin's eyes dissipated, replaced by a resolute coldness. He strode purposefully into the Shun family courtyard. Inside, Shun Qingqiu's parents, Shun Xuechong and Kong Fengyi, were tending to the flowers. Behind them, a middle-aged man resembling a steward was reporting something. Miss has taken young Master Yunshin for a blood transfusion again, and this time the dosage was rather excessive, causing young Master Yunshin to faint on the spot, reported Steward Liang. Upon hearing this, Shun Xuechong and Kong Fengyi's expressions changed drastically. This girl, is it not over yet? Is that wild man truly so important? Shun Xuechong seethed with rage. And Yunshin? How is he? Kong Fengyi expressed her concern for Yi Yunshin. Upon overhearing Shun's parents discussing him, Yi Yunshin paused in his steps. He had mastered the ninefold mystical arts, allowing him to control his presence at will. He listened quietly. Young Master Yunshin has awakened and is currently fine. Shun Xuechong and Kong Fengyi were just beginning to breathe a sigh of relief when Steward Liang continued. However, this time young Master Yunshin reacted quite violently, not only expressing his desire to sever ties with Miss Lin and Miss Xia, but also insisting on divorcing Miss Shun, leading to his dismissal. What? Boom! The couple nearly fainted at this revelation. This is terrible. The very thing I feared has come to pass. Shun Xuechong was as frantic as an ant on a hot stove. I have warned Qingqiu on numerous occasions that everything has its limits. yet she, in her foolishness, would risk lives for that man named Chung. The most pressing matter now is to provide Yunshin with an explanation. Kong Fengyi cut straight to the point. An explanation? How do we do that? Shun Shiwachong retorted. You know that child Qingqiu well. During these 3 years with Yunshin, she and the others have been secretly searching for Chung Zuin all over the world. It was only when they could not find him that she married Yunshin. Indeed, only Yunshin is unaware. They pampered Yunshin while simultaneously seeking another. Boom! In that moment, Yi Yunshin felt as if struck by lightning. So, they had never truly given up on finding Chung Zuin. The changes he observed were not a sudden emergence after Chung Zuin's appearance. He had always been a mere substitute. Yi Yunshan similit bitterly. Very well. If before entering the Shun family, there remained a flicker of hesitation and reluctance in my heart after hearing this news, my resolve to sever ties has only strengthened. Shun Qingqiu, Lin Ruoshi, Xia Anren, it is you who have unilaterally severed our relationship. 3 years ago, I should never have followed you. Chapter 6. The severance is successful. I shall no longer bear the surname Shun. Steward Liang silently listened to Shun Shiwechong and Kong Fengyi argue. Suddenly, his gaze caught sight of Yi Yunshin not far away, and he could not help but exclaim, Young Master Yunshin, Yunshin. This exclamation was akin to a thunderclap. Shun Shiwechong and Kong Fengyi turned in terror, as if they had seen a ghost. Staring at Yi Yunshin, You have returned? Godfather, godmother. Yi Yunshin approached with a gentle smile. Upon seeing the smile on his face, Kong Fengyi felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Did you hear everything that was just said? However, Yi Yunshin shook his head. It no longer matters. I have come to bid you farewell. Farewell. The mere utterance of this word sent shockwaves through Shun Shiwechong and Kong Fengyi, awakening a foreboding sense within them. Kong Fengyi forced a smile. Child, what nonsense are you speaking? Your godmother knows you have suffered injustices. She will advocate for you and ensure such occurrences never happen again. No need, godfather and godmother. This will be the last time I address you as such. Thereafter, we shall have no further ties. Yi Yunshin produced a sheet of paper and a black card, extending them towards them. Kong Fengyi took it, and upon glancing at it, the glaring words declaration of severance pierced her vision. A declaration of severance? Shun Shiwechong's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his hand trembling as he held the declaration. He forced a smile. Yunshin, why go to such lengths? We are family. Everything can be discussed. Moreover, this card contains 1 billion, intended to repay the life-saving money you provided when you rescued me years ago. From now on, I shall have no connection with the Shun family. Yet, Yi Yunshin seemed not to hear, continuing calmly. Yunshin, what are you doing? Let's discuss this inside. Shun Shiwechong attempted to invite Yi Yunshin into the house. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Yi Yunshin dropped to his knees. This act left Shun Shiwechong and the others in utter shock. With reddened eyes, Yi Yunshin declared, Godfather and godmother, you have bestowed 3 great favors upon me. This kneel was a tribute to the mercy shown 3 years prior when you rescued me from the refuse, saving my life. Thud! Yi Yunshin's forehead struck the ground with such force that the earth reverberated. Shun Shiwechong and Kong Fengyi were rendered speechless. This second kneel expressed gratitude for your nurturing. You have repeatedly overlooked past grievances, granting me opportunities to showcase my abilities. Thud! Yi Yunshin struck the ground once more. This time, his forehead bled, the crimson flowing forth. Liang Bo stared in shock, deeply moved by the scene unfolding before him. What was he witnessing? Young Master Yunshin, intent on severing ties with the Shin family? This third kneel honored your promise to betroth Miss Qingqiu to me, fulfilling a dream I harbored long ago. Thud! A third bow. Yi Yunshin's gaze had grown cold and indifferent. Looking upon Shun Shiwechong and Kong Fengyi felt akin to gazing at strangers. Shun Shiwechong's expression was complex. His lips parted several times as if to speak, yet he ultimately refrained. He sensed that Yi Yunshin had resolutely decided to sever their ties. Their daughter had wounded him too deeply. Perhaps this day was destined from the moment 3 years ago when she brought the injured Yi Yunshin back. Shun Shiwechong understood that for years, Yunshin had silently endured. He had suffered greatly. Perhaps their daughter was unworthy of him. It was time to grant him his freedom. Very well, I consent to the severance. Shun Shiwechong retrieved a pen, poised to sign his name on the declaration. Master, Liang Bo inquired softly, such a significant matter as severing ties surely requires the young lady's consent, does it not? Just as Shun Shiuchong was about to respond, the phone rang. It was Shun Qingqiu calling. Shun Shiuchong's face flushed with fury as he answered, ready to unleash his wrath. However, Shun Qingqiu's voice interrupted him. Dad, I won't be coming back for the next few days. Just wanted to let you know. Also, if Shun Yinshan asks where I am, please make sure to keep him from finding me. Before Shun Shiuchong could voice his anger, Shun Qingqiu ended the call. The mere thought of Yi Yunshan being present caused Shun Shiuchong's expression to shift dramatically. A hint of self-mocking amusement appeared on Yi Yunshan's face. Are you still wary of me? Rest assured, I shall not intrude upon you any longer. Bring me a pen. After this phone call, Shun Shiuchong's anxiety subsided, and he realized that Yi Yunshan could not be retained any longer. At such a crucial moment, this stubborn girl was still entirely devoted to that Chung fellow. Her own husband was severing ties with them. With a face ashen as a storm cloud, Shun Shiuchong signed his name, exclaiming, Yunshan, even if our relationship is severed, you shall forever remain my son, my dear son. Yet, Yi Yunshan merely smiled dismissively. I must trouble Uncle Shun to accompany me to the police station to erase my name from the Shun family registry. From now on, I shall no longer be Shun Yunshan. I am Yi Yunshan. As they made their way to the police station, Kong Fengyi was already in tears. Liang Bo, who was driving, trembled with unease. How would he survive if young Master Yunshan severed ties with the Shun family? If that eminent figure discovered his disassociation from Shun's, would he not find trouble with him? With a sigh of relief, Yi Yunshan watched his name being struck off the Shun family registry. Shun Shiuchong gazed at the new household registration, especially the page that returned to blankness, feeling an indescribable bitterness. Kong Fengyi continued to wipe her tears. What would their daughter say upon seeing this new household registration? Uncle Shun, Aunt Kong, I shall take my leave now. I will return in a month. Yi Yunshan waved goodbye. Oh, do not misunderstand. Miss Shun mentioned a month-long cooling-off period before our divorce becomes official. The flicker of hope that had briefly ignited in Shun Shiuchong and his wife plummeted to despair once more. So, the return in a month was merely a cooling-off period for the divorce. After leaving the police station, Yi Yunshan returned to the Shun residence to pack his belongings. He neatly folded all his clothes and placed them into a suitcase, while all his personal items were discarded into garbage bags. Suddenly, he caught sight of a photograph on the bedside table, featuring himself with Shun Qingqiu, Lin Ruoxi, and Xia Anren, all smiling joyfully. Alas, it was all but a memory now. With a bitter smile, Yi Yunshan laid the frame down on the table, leaving behind the keys to the Shun villa. Having completed these tasks, he departed alone. When Shun Shiuchong and his wife returned, they beheld the desolate emptiness of the room. Kong Fengyi burst into tears, and Shun Shiuchong struck the wall in frustration. Yin Shun has departed, and it is we who owe him an apology. Kong Fengyi's eyes were swollen with tears, her sobs rendering her breathless. What will happen to Yun Shin alone without us? Without delving into distant matters, simply consider the necessities of life. Where will he go? Where will he reside? What if he catches the attention of that powerful figure's subordinates? Such concerns are not unfounded, and Shun Shiuchong's expression gradually grew somber. 3 years ago, they had taken a significant risk to save Yi Yunshan from that influential individual, all for the sake of $1 billion. If they were to discover the severance of ties, Yunshan would be in grave danger. This is the chain reaction brought about by the disconnection of kinship. Indeed, he is free now, but with that freedom comes a threat to his life. For safety's sake, the matter of Yunshan's severance must remain a secret from everyone, including our daughter. There is no time for sorrow. Shun Shiuchong's face had become exceedingly grave. Not even a young lady can be informed. Liang Bo was taken aback. Yes, let us pretend this severance never occurred, and conceal it for as long as possible. This was the only means Shun Shiuchong could conceive to protect Yi Yunshan. Kong Fengyi nodded resolutely. Indeed, we cannot allow anyone to know that Yun Shun has distanced himself from the Shun family. Although Yi Yunshan had severed ties in their eyes, he remained their godson. Liang Bo prudently fell silent, yet inwardly mused. Even if the young lady were to learn of it, what could she do? After all, her affections are entirely devoted to her beloved. While Shun Shiuchong and the others worried about Yi Yunshan's safety and kept the severance a secret, a long Bentley had already halted before Yi Yunshan. The car door opened, and a figure emerged. It was one of the bodyguard from Xiao Yunrong's entourage. It's you? Yi Yunshan exclaimed in surprise. Mr. Yi, we have located you at last. The bodyguard approached swiftly, having cast aside his earlier doubts about Yi Yunshin. Mrs. Condition has improved significantly. Mr. Yi, you truly possess remarkable healing skills. That is good to hear. Yi Yunshin smiled, preparing to leave. However, the bodyguard barred his exit. Miss has summoned you. He gestured earnestly. She mentioned there is one more matter for which she seeks your assistance. Should this succeed, not only will money be no object, but Miss will become your greatest ally. I dare not speak of distant matters, but within the entirety of Su and Heng, no one will dare to lay a finger on you. Chapter 7. I want to be myself again. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunshin chuckled. Do you have any idea how vast Su and Heng are? Take the Yi family, who abandoned me, for instance. They hold significant influence within Su City. Yet, in the broader context of Su and Heng, they are but a grain of sand. The Shun family is indeed a prominent clan, but they too hold no sway in the Su and Heng circles. These circles can contend with those of Shanghai and even Beijing. Yet, this bodyguard claims that Xiao Yunrong can ensure no one in Su and Heng dares to touch him. The bodyguard shook his head, grinning. I do not know, nor is it necessary to know. Yi Yunshin noticed that as he spoke, the bodyguard unconsciously straightened his posture, radiating an innate pride. Even the bodyguard exhibited an air of superiority. What of Miss Xiao herself? Very well. Yi Yunshin acquiesced. However, before I accompany you, I must attend to another matter. Another matter? Was it the engagement severed? The bodyguard inquired, perplexed. Yi Yunshin remained silent, merely instructing the bodyguard to drive to a bustling commercial plaza. What are we doing here? The bodyguard watched in astonishment as Yi Yunshin strode into a barber shop. Upon entering, he declared, change my hairstyle. The barber, assessing him from head to toe, kindly advised, sir, your current hairstyle is the most fashionable Korean idol cut of this year, clearly crafted by a top fashion maestro. There is no need for a change. But I dislike this hairstyle. Cut it. Yi Yunshin's tone was icy. It became evident that Shun Qingxiu and the other prominent young ladies had exerted such control over Yi Yunshin that it bordered on madness. Their obsession dictated not only his hairstyle, but also his attire. Every aspect of his appearance was orchestrated by them, leaving him no room for personal choice. Any deviation would result in severe consequences. Once, when clad in a custom-tailored tailcoat, Yi Yunshin had felt suffocated by the constrictive collar and opted for a change. The result was the wrath of the three young ladies, whose furious glares he would never forget, as if they wished to devour him whole. In truth, they were simply emulating Cheng Zuin's style, dictating everything from Yi Yunshin's clothing to his hairstyle. He had grown weary of this. Now, with debts settled and ties severed, he was determined to reclaim his identity. Give me a buzz cut, he commanded, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. The barbershop staff were taken aback, swiftly complying with his request. Snip, snip. Locks of hair cascaded to the floor, and an unprecedented sense of liberation blossomed within him. What fell away was not merely hair. It was a binding force, a shackle, a noose around his neck. Before long, the transformation was complete. Yi Yunshin stood before the mirror, observing his reflection. With the buzz cut, his features were striking, chiseled with an almost aggressive sharpness. A potent masculinity radiated from him, a stark contrast to the previous incarnation of himself. Though handsome with the Korean style, lacked the commanding presence of a true man. His eyes blazed with intensity, full of life. The bodyguard, tasked with guarding Xiao Yunrong, watched in disbelief, unable to fathom how a mere haircut could lead to such a profound metamorphosis. After leaving the barber shop, he entered a menswear store, shedding the million-dollar custom suit meticulously chosen by the three young ladies for a simple, casual outfit. He had never relished wearing suits. Their constrictive nature suffocated him. The loose attire suited him far better. These transformations signaled the death of the former Shun Yunshin. He was now Yi Yunshin. What should be done with these discarded items? The bodyguard pointed to the rings, bracelets, and necklaces he had removed, all proceed from the Bulgari charity gala. Consider this a gift, Yi Yunshin casually remarked. As Yi Yunshin began to shed the shackles imposed upon him by Shun Qingxiu and the others over the years. Shun Qingxiu and her companions presented Cheng Zuin with a gift, a brand new suit. This suit was designed by the three of us. I crafted the blueprint. Ruoshi sourced the finest materials, and Ran enlisted the world's most renowned tailor for its creation. There is only one in the entire world. Do you like it? Shun Qingxiu's eyes sparkled with affection. Cheng Zuin nodded earnestly. Yes. After donning the suit, Lin Ruoshi and Xia Anren were captivated, nearly rushing forward to embrace him. He looked so dashing. This suit was meant for On. Absolutely. While Yi Yunshin also carries a certain elegance, he pales in comparison to On. As they admired Cheng Zuan in the suit, their thoughts inevitably wandered to Yi Yunshan, and they mused that in the same attire, Yi Yunshin could never measure up to Cheng Zuan. After all, Yi Yunshin was merely a substitute. Dressing him in Cheng Zuan's favorite attire was simply an attempt to capture a semblance of Cheng Zuan's essence. The three heiresses remained oblivious to the reality that their decision 3 years ago, born out of longing, had woven a seemingly beautiful dream for Yi Yunshin. In truth, it had formed an intricate web of constraints, ensnaring him tightly within. Gradually, it tightened its grip, ultimately leaving him battered and bruised. The three young ladies watched as Cheng Zuan's expression shifted from joy to despondency, and he quietly removed the suit. This suit is better suited for Shungo. My time is limited. Cheng Zuan feigned nonchalance. Yet, to Shun Qingqiu and the others, his demeanor caused alarm. On, what are you saying? Xia Anren exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency. We have been searching for you and waiting for your return. Now that we've finally found you, we will not allow you to perish. Indeed, now that we have found a blood donor matching your type, you need not fear anymore. Lin Ruoshi added. A flicker of malice glinted in Cheng Zuan's eyes, but he maintained a facade of anguish. Has the anonymous blood donor not been located yet? I cannot bear to see Shungu suffer for my sake any longer. Once they find someone with a matching blood type, Shun Yunshin's role would become obsolete. Even if Shun Qingqiu and the others were to perish, it would not matter. In an instant, unbeknownst to the three young ladies, a glimmer of murderous intent crossed his face. However, Lin Ruoshi, responsible for the matter, shook her head. Not yet, but I believe it will be soon. Regardless of whether that person is found, Shun Yunshin is always ready to donate blood for you. Upon hearing this, Cheng Zuan's gaze drifted into the distance, his expression fierce and intimidating. Shun Yunshin, you must be living in torment. But rest assured, once we find that blood donor, you will be liberated. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the hospital corridor, chaotic and incessant. It's so noisy, Xia Anren remarked, furrowing her brow deeply. Shun Qingqiu gazed out of the hospital room, yet refrained from stepping outside. Perhaps the number of patients today was unusually high. But were they truly patients? Downstairs in the hospital, Yi Yunshan was likewise entranced by the throngs of people passing by. Among the medical staff, there were even armed special forces personnel. The sound of footsteps just now had indeed originated from these elite soldiers. Sensing Yi Yunshin's astonishment and bewilderment, a nearby bodyguard chuckled. They're all here to see the old master. The old master? It soon dawned on Yi Yunshin that this referred to Xiao Yunrong's grandfather. What kind of status does Miss Xiao possess to issue such bold proclamations that instilled fear in the entire Suang circle? She could even summon so many special forces personnel. Yunrong, how much longer must we wait? Your grandfather is on the brink of death. The emergency room was filled with people. An elderly man voiced his discontent. He was Xiao Yunrong's uncle, Xiao Hechuan. The others remained silent, all eyes fixated on the serene elder on the operating table. His eyes were tightly shut, as if in slumber. Just moments ago, Xiao Yunrong's grandfather, the formidable Dragon King of Nanjing, had passed away. According to protocol, the remains of such a prominent figure should be taken away by military officials for a state funeral. Yet, Xiao Yunrong vehemently opposed this. Tears marked her face. Yet her gaze was resolutely steadfast. Just a little longer. He will arrive soon. He can save grandfather. Chapter 8. Qingqiu, should we not send Xingu away? How much longer must we wait? We have already been waiting for nearly 20 minutes. I even doubt the existence of such a person, reviving the dead. Who would believe that? This sparked considerable dissatisfaction among many in the emergency room. Even Ning Yuanshan, the director of the best hospital in Sioux City, known as the king of Sioux medicine, could not bring the elder back. Simultaneously, there were murmurs of discontent regarding why the Dragon King was not taken to the Concord Hospital instead of this one. This placed considerable pressure on Xiao Yunrong. Even the imperial doctors assigned to the Dragon King from the capital's Golden Fong Medical Hall were at a loss. The military was already prepared for a state funeral. Yet, Xiao Yunrong boldly declared that she knew someone capable of resurrecting the dead. How could this not astonish everyone? Mr. Yi has arrived. At that moment, a bodyguard rushed in. Instantly, everyone turned in unison, their gazes landing on Yi Yunshin. Not only did Xiao Hechuan's expression reflect confusion, But Xiao Yunrong's eyes also widened in surprise. Is this truly Mr. Yi? The last time Yi Yunshan departed, he was clad in a tailored suit with a trendy Korean hairstyle. Now, however, he donned casual attire, his clean-cut hair exuding masculinity. Even his gaze had transformed. Imbued with sharpness, he appeared entirely renewed. Xiao Yunrong was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Yi, did you not go to sever ties? Upon meeting Xiao Yunrong's gaze, Yi Yunshan's chiseled features finally broke into a smile. Thanks to Miss Xiao, the ties have been successfully severed. From now on, I shall live solely for myself. So that is how it is. At his words, Xiao Yunrong couldn't help but smile in understanding. Uncertain of the reason, she felt a genuine joy for Yi Yunshan's transformation. Are you the renowned divine physician capable of resurrecting the old Dragon King, as Miss Xiao has described? Suddenly, a piercing female voice resonated, chilling the atmosphere as if winter had arrived, causing everyone to shudder involuntarily. As the words fell, the group seated around them rose, fixating their gazes intently upon Yi Yunshan. He turned to meet their eyes, a look of surprise flickering within him. This group was unlike the special forces they had encountered along the way. Clad uniformly in black trench coats, their synchronized attire and steely expressions exuded an overwhelming aura of authority. Among them stood a woman, the one who had just spoken. She possessed a strikingly cold and refined visage, devoid of any discernible emotion. Her glossy, form-fitting attire accentuated her haughty demeanor, reminiscent of a character stepped straight from a comic. She was Long Li, a disciple of the Dragon King Xiao, commanding one of the 7 elite special forces known as Dragon's Breath. How can this be Miss Long Li? The divine physician I summoned has confirmed repeatedly that the shrapnel has severely damaged the lungs, leaving no hope for recovery. Before Yi Yunshan could respond, another voice of derision emerged. Xiao Hechuan sneered. Surely no one genuinely believes in such tales of resurrection. In this advanced age of medicine, there are no cases of revival. And if this fool misses the state funeral, who shall bear the consequences? His words resonated with the crowd, and many voiced their agreement. I had thought as much. Could the young lady have been deceived? Someone remarked. Indeed, in her desperation to save the old Dragon King, she has turned to a charlatan. How bold of him to come here. He must be unaware of whom he has dared to deceive. Some of the special forces even readied their weapons. The old Dragon King was an idol in the hearts of all within the military, a myth, an unwavering belief. His sacrifice was a loss to the entire nation and deserved a state funeral. Yet here they were, waiting idly for a mere trickster. Even Long Li's group seemed to harden their expressions. Xiao Yunrong became flustered, realizing the absurdity of her words. After all, the notion of resurrection had never been recorded in the annals of medical history. Yet, she found herself clinging to hope in Yi Yunshan, having experienced his healing firsthand. She was willing to place her faith in him once more. Wait, when it concerns my grandfather's life, how could I take such risks? Mr. Yi is truly a capable individual. He healed my ailment. Her declaration cut through the tension like a blade. The faces of Long Li and her companions transformed, and shock flickered in Xiao Hechuan's eyes. Each person present was acutely aware of the chilling fate that awaited the old Dragon King's granddaughter, afflicted by a cold poison. Her survival through the year was in grave doubt. Yet, she claimed he had healed her. Perhaps we should allow Mr. Yi to try. It wouldn't take much time. Xiao Yunrong continued to argue her case. Long Li, however, remained silent, approaching Yi Yunshan and scrutinizing him closely, all the while toying with a short blade, conjuring a series of icy, mesmerizing patterns with her knife. After a prolonged silence, she withdrew her gaze and succinctly stated, Since Miss Xiao claims you can awaken the old Dragon King, I shall place my trust in you this once. Should you succeed, I owe you a debt of gratitude. But if you fail, I shall take your life. With that, a chill enveloped Yi Yunshan's neck as a glimmering dagger pressed against it, emanating an icy aura. Instinctively, he took a step back. Do you have confidence? Xiao Yunrong inquired, her countenance betraying concern. I shall give it a try, Yi Yunshan replied, but I require an absolutely tranquil environment. However, the others misconstrued this as a request to clear the room. You really are getting defensive about your weight, aren't you? If you fail, do you comprehend the consequences that await you? Xiao Hechuan regarded Yi Yunshan with a gaze that suggested his impending doom. To insult the old Dragon King. This lad is as good as dead. Xiao Yunrong endeavored to accommodate Yi Yunshan's request, ensuring that not only their group withdrew, but that the entire floor was cleared as well. Miss, The three women who have deeply harmed Mr. You're also on this floor. A bodyguard suddenly interjected. Where are they? Xiao Yunrong's expression turned frigid. I shall confront them personally. Her intent was clear, to avenge Yi Yunshin. Upon learning of his ordeal, her initial reaction was one of indignation. He had been her savior. Yet these three women treated him as a mere substitute or plaything, engaging with him when it pleased them and discarding him when it did not. Did they truly consider themselves to be noble ladies? If they relished in trampling upon another's dignity, then they would soon experience the bitterness of having their own dignity crushed. As she approached the door of Cheng Zuin's hospital room, Xiao Yunrong was about to enter when she heard Cheng Zuin's voice mingling with the light laughter of the three young ladies. Qingxiu, could you persuade Brother Shun to leave? Cheng Zuin's tone was casual, yet laced with a hint of testing. Brother Shun has been donating blood for me during this time. It's quite taxing for him. Moreover, I do not wish to share you with others. It feels peculiar. He added, of course, I do not mean for you to treat Brother Shun like a dog and chase him away, but rather to grant him the freedom to stop donating blood. Not only was he oblivious to his own transgressions, but he also sought to expel Mr. Yi. Xiao Yunrong's expression darkened as she observed the reactions of Shun Qingxiu and her companions. Let's defer this matter for now. The trio instinctively moved to agree. But as the words hovered on their lips, they abruptly halted, their faces reflecting surprise and confusion. They suddenly realized that over the years, they had kept Shun Yunshin around merely as a substitute for Cheng Zuin. Now that Cheng Zuin had returned, Shun Yunshin had become superfluous. Yet, why they never considered allowing Shun Yunshin to leave? It was a conflicting sentiment. They wished for Shun Yunshin not to intrude upon them any longer. Yet they were reluctant to let him go. Perhaps they intended to keep him for blood donations to all one. They consoled themselves, though their hearts were tumultuous. Meanwhile, Cheng Zuin's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with a hint of murderous intent. He merely sought to gauge the three individuals' attitudes towards Shun Yunshin's departure. However, Shun Qingxiu and the others unexpectedly hesitated. This only intensified his murderous intent. Yi Yunshin must perish. As long as he could find another individual with a matching blood type, he would eliminate Yi Yunshin. Just as he was about to utter something further, the door was forcefully swung open. A woman of breathtaking beauty appeared at the threshold, her gaze piercingly cold. Cheng Zuin, is it? Xiao Yunrong inquired icily. Cheng Zuin was taken aback. Yes, and you are. Xiao Yunrong's beauty captivated him entirely, diverting his attention as he stared fixedly at her. Shun Qingxiu, Lin Ruoxi, and Xia Anren also rose with palpable hostility. Get them all out. As soon as Xiao Yunrong's words fell, two bodyguards stepped forward, ready to expel them. Chapter 9. Truly Resurrected. What do you intend to do? I am an investor in this hospital. Do you dare to expel us? Observing the approach of the bodyguards, Shun Qingxiu displayed an aura of a formidable woman, unyielding in the face of danger. Indeed, madam, though I do not know who you are, I can assure you that none of us in this room are to be trifled with. Cheng Zuin, emboldened by Shun Qingxiu's status as an investor, stood fearlessly, even gallantly shielding the three young ladies behind him. Qingxiu is unharmed. I will protect you all. With me here, they cannot lay a finger on you. Lin Ruoxi and Xia Anren glared at Xiao Yunrong and her companions with hostility. Whoever you are, leave at once. Otherwise, we will call the police. The three young ladies hailed from distinguished families, and in Sioux City, they could be considered local powerhouses. They could not believe anyone would dare to lay a hand on them. Is that so? Xiao Yunrong replied with a smile. There is no one in Sioux City whom I cannot provoke. With a sharp crack, two guns were suddenly pressed against Cheng Zuin and the others' heads. Cheng Zuin froze, the smile on his face vanishing instantly. Shun Qingxiu and the others dared not breathe. Do you not understand human language? My lady has spoken. You are to leave. The chilling voice sent shivers down everyone's spines. Cheng Zuin trembled and raised his hands. Shun Qingxiu observed closely, noting the ironclad aura emanating from the two bodyguards flanking Xiao Yunrong. Could it be? In the next moment, as if a realization struck her, she gestured for the others to remain silent and obediently exited the hospital room. Yet upon stepping outside, they were met with astonishment. This floor, designated for premium patient wards, had been entirely cleared. Surrounding them were armed special forces, and the entire level was under lockdown. All of this, prompted by a single utterance from Yi Yunshin. Yet they were the only ones being threatened at gunpoint, and that stunningly beautiful woman was clearly targeting them. But they had no idea who she was. What was happening? Surely, Yi Yunshin must have been expelled as well. However, they did not dwell on this thought, instead recalling Yi Yunshin. Cheng Zuin's earlier probing had reminded the three of Yi Yunshin, and they resolved to check on him. Yi Yunshin's hospital room was located on a regular floor, which had not been cleared. However, upon arriving at the threshold of Yi Yunshin's hospital room, they found themselves momentarily stunned. The room lay desolate and void of any trace of Yi Yunshin. Could she have fled? They recalled, albeit belatedly, the forced blood extraction from her. After the procedure, not only did Yi Yunshin receive no care or concern, but she was also subjected to humiliation. It was only natural for her to feel aggrieved. Yet, the notion of her sneaking away was intolerable. Yi Yunshin was disobedient. She had grown wings and dared to leave us. Xia Anren's expression darkened. While Lin Ruoshi's face betrayed a flicker of worry. We should search for her. I sensed something was amiss with her emotions when she last sought us out. At present, the enigmatic blood donor remained undiscovered, and they were still reliant on Yi Yunshin to provide blood for Cheng Zuin. However, at this moment, their concern was purely for her well-being. Cheng Zuin, on the other hand, felt a strange unease rise within him. Could it be that Yi Yunshin had truly departed? He was aware of her resolve to leave after donating blood 100 times. He distinctly remembered that Yi Yunshin had already donated blood 99 times. He had merely torn up the transfusion records in secret. This led to a misconception among the trio that Yi Yunshin had only donated a few times. As Lin Ruoshi and Xia Anren fretted, Shun Qingqiu dialed a number. "Hello, Dad. Has Shun Yunshin returned?" On the other end, Shun's parents were still engulfed in sorrow over Yi Yunshin's severed ties and were taken aback by their daughter's call, inquiring about Yi Yunshin's situation. Suddenly, anger surged within Shun Xuechong as he retorted, "How dare you ask? What has become of Yunshin?" In a moment of desperation, he nearly revealed the details of their severed relationship, but thankfully, Kong Fengyi intervened in time. "What has happened to Shun Yunshin?" Shun Qingqiu quickly discerned the underlying tension. "Dad, Shun Yunshin has indeed returned, hasn't she?" Shun Xuechong roared in response. "She has returned. Thanks to you. The household is in utter disarray." Shun Qingqiu gasped in astonishment. "What? Because of me, the house is in chaos? What has transpired?" It was evident that Shun Xuechong spoke to her while suppressing his fury, which was a rare occurrence. However, he abruptly terminated the call, leaving Shun Qingqiu in a state of uncertainty, her countenance shifting between anxiety and confusion. "What is it, Qingqiu?" Lin Ruoshi and Xia Anren turned their attention toward her. Taking a deep breath, Shun Qingqiu confessed, "Shun Yunshin has been found in my home. But there is a situation." Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback and urged, "Then let us return at once. We will accompany you." Cheng Zuin added his voice to the chorus. His purpose in returning with Shun Qingqiu was also to ascertain whether Yi Yunshin was indeed there. "But Awen, what about your health?" Shun Qingqiu felt both touched and worried. "It's nothing. I'm perfectly fine," Cheng Zuin replied with a smile. After considerable hesitation, Shun Qingqiu ultimately acquiesced. "Very well. We shall return together, and I shall introduce you to my parents." A peculiar smile graced Shun Qingqiu's face. Little did they realize that Yi Yunshin was merely one floor above them. The once crowded hospital room was now left with just Yi Yunshin and Xiao Longwang. "Miss Long, do you truly believe that this mysterious fellow can bring the dead back to life?" Long crossed her arms, intensely focused on Yi Yunshin, who appeared to be at a loss. She shook her head, expressing her disbelief. Xiao Hechuan felt a sense of relief. Yet, it was an undeniable fact that the cold poison in Sister Yunrong's body had diminished significantly. Longli continued, "In any case, I have warned him. If he cannot cure her, she will perish." Xiao Yunrong was the most anxious among them, her palms sweaty, holding her breath as she silently chanted, "Mr. Yi, you must succeed." The diagnosis of lung injury, heart failure, and vascular obstruction was indeed accurate. The old Dragon King had already passed away. However, Yi Yunshin meticulously examined the body of Xiao Longwang and concluded, "But he has not completely died. According to the ninefold profound arts, the human body is a vast treasure. Even in death, there exists a period of false death. As long as one acts within this time frame, theoretically, there is hope for revival." The outcome hinged on this moment. Yi Yunshin's expression was unusually grave. Instead of employing the life-draining, heavenly mysterious needle technique, he gathered his energy in both palms, his eyes ablaze, and struck the corpse of Xiao Longwang with great force. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted from the emergency room. What is he doing? Outside, onlookers gasped in shock. Everyone, including Xiao Yunrong, was stunned. Mr. Yi, what is he doing? How dare he desecrate the Dragon King's body? Is he even human? Xiao Huchuan shouted in anger. What are you all standing around for? Restrain him. Long Li's eyes blazed with fury, her voice trembling with rage. How could I have trusted him? He is desecrating the Dragon King's remains. Stop. Do not insult the Dragon King's body. He fought valiantly in life, and even in death, he deserves peace. You are nothing but a beast. Many Special Forces personnel were ready to erupt with rage. Yet, Yi Yunshin remained undeterred, continuing to channel his energy into the body of Xiao Longwang. As the Special Forces prepared to subdue him, they were suddenly repelled by an invisible force. What just happened? The unexpected turn of events stunned everyone. The black-clad individuals, including Long Li, gazed at Yi Yunshin in astonishment. Was that genuine energy? Yi Yunshin persisted in striking the body of Xiao Longwang, even closing his eyes and entering a state of utter concentration. More Special Forces personnel charged in, but he deftly evaded their attempts. Eliminate him, Xiao Huchuan commanded, his expression dark. Wait, Long Li intervened. With a final strike, the previously tranquil Xiao Longwang's body twitched momentarily. Then came a faint cough. Though soft, it resonated louder than thunder in the ears of all present. Everyone turned in shock towards the operating table, where they saw Xiao Longwang's eyes had opened, bewilderedly scanning his surroundings. He had come back to life. He was truly alive. After a brief silence, someone shouted, and the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Chapter 10. Why is Yi Yunshin's room empty? Could it be that I was mistaken? The miracle of awakening has truly occurred, drawing gasps of astonishment from all present. No one could have anticipated that the once declared deceased Dragon King would miraculously return to life. Grandfather! Xiao Yunrong swiftly dashed into the embrace of the Dragon King, overwhelmed with joy and tears. The Dragon King's gaze still bore a hint of bewilderment. Wasn't I dead? It was Mr. Yi who saved you. Not only did he revive you, but he also cured my cold poison. As Xiao Yunrong spoke, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering. Everyone turned in unison to gaze at Yi Yun's. In that instant, their expressions transformed from disdain and anger to one of profound reverence. They had never imagined the Dragon King would awaken in such a manner. Young man, you have saved both my grandson and me? The Dragon King's eyes fixated on Yi Yun's, and in the next moment he burst into laughter. Ah, truly, heroes emerge from youth. Thanks to you. This old dragon's life is spared. The onlookers regarded Yi Yun's with a hint of envy, fully aware that he was destined for greatness, having saved the life of the Dragon King of the Southern Wilderness. This individual is remarkable, murmured Xiao Zhan, the typically stoic elder brother of Long Li. Long Li couldn't help but smirk. Of course he'll rise to prominence. It's inevitable. Unexpectedly, Xiao Zhan shook his head, his expression turning grave. Sister, did you not realize? What he performed on the Dragon King was a precise strike on his physical acupoints. No wonder I sensed something amiss earlier. Long Li's face reflected astonishment upon hearing her brother's insight. This was akin to an electrotherapy method of external stimulation, yet he managed to execute it with his own hands. Xiao Zhan did not elaborate further, his eyes filled with shock. In any case, this individual is not only intimately familiar with physical acupoints, but may also be a concealed martial arts master. Hearing such high praise from her brother left Long Li momentarily speechless. Xiao Zhan muttered to himself, he is a talent that must not be overlooked. Sister, are you not considering allying with him? Long Li asked, astonished. Xiao Zhan remained silent, contemplating Yi Yun's with a thoughtful gaze. Although the Dragon King has awakened, his condition remains unchanged. Today merely pulled him back from the brink of death. Yi Yun's words once again set the crowd abuzz. What? His condition hasn't improved? Long Li's grip on her weapon tightened, recalling her earlier warning to him. Xiao Yunrong's complexion turned pale once more. It turned out that Mr. Yi had only roused her grandfather from unconsciousness, without alleviating his ailment. This meant her grandfather was still in peril. Father, did I not warn you? This fellow lacks the ability to heal. As for your awakening, who knows what sheer luck he stumbled upon? The most delighted among them was Xiao Huchuan. The death of the Dragon King would undoubtedly benefit him. The coffin lid had nearly been sealed, only to be pried open by Yi Yun's. Who would have thought that a blind cat would inadvertently catch a dead mouse? The present ailment does not signify an inability to cure it in the future. Yi Yunshin remarked with a hint of detachment. His grasp of the ninefold profound arts was still rudimentary. Once he mastered it, the challenges would be trivial. Life and death. A natural order. I have traversed the gates of the underworld. What is there to fear? Xiao Longwang chuckled, his visage devoid of any trepidation towards mortality. In comparison, I have matters of greater significance to discuss with Yunrong. Yet his gaze lingered on Yi Yunshun, evoking a peculiar sensation within him, as if the old dragon had ulterior motives. This feeling intensified when the old dragon ordered everyone to leave, save for Xiao Yunrong. Grandfather, do you wish to speak with me? Xiao Yunrong, perceptive as ever, discerned her grandfather's intent immediately. Xiao Longwang, momentarily at a loss for words, sighed and began, Yunrong, previously you suffered from a cold poison disease, destined not to see your 21st year. Thus, I refrain from discussing your lifelong matters. However, now that you are healed, it is time to address them. What? Grandfather, I refuse. To her astonishment, Xiao Yunrong vehemently protested. I do not wish for any engagement, let alone marriage. I want to spend my life by your side, caring for you. Xiao Longwang affectionately ruffled her hair. Silly child, have you not wondered who your destined partner might be? Who? Even Yi Yunshun, standing nearby, felt a surge of curiosity. Xiao Longwang remained silent, merely directing his gaze towards Yi Yunshun. Upon feeling the old dragon's gaze upon him, Yi Yunshun instinctively altered his expression. Why are you looking at me? Xiao Yunrong seemed to comprehend something, her eyes wide with astonishment. Grandfather, could it be? Xiao Longwang nodded, his voice somber. There is a matter I have concealed from you, Yunrong. That old immortal foretold that your turning point would arrive in the final year of your life. But there is more to it. Your fated romance will emerge alongside this turning point. Boom! The revelation struck Xiao Yunrong like a thunderbolt, sending tremors through her being. She regarded Yi Yunshun with a whirlwind of emotions. Excitement, shock, complexity, and nostalgia. It was abundantly clear. Yi Yunshun was her turning point, her destined fate. No, why is everyone looking at me? I know nothing. Yi Yunshun, taken aback, retreated repeatedly. Brother Yunshun, I shall call you that from now on. Xiao Yunrong, no longer resistant, boldly proclaimed, her large eyes sparkling as they locked onto Yi Yunshun. Previously indifferent to matters of the heart, she now revealed her true nature. When emotions surfaced, they erupted with fervor. Though we have only known each other for a few hours, I feel we should attempt to spend time together. After all, you saved me and my grandfather. Supporting you would be no burden. Hey, Brother Yunshun, don't run away. As Yi Yunshun fled in haste, Xiao Yunrong's excitement bubbled forth, prompting her to chase after him. In the hospital corridor, Dragonly hesitated momentarily before pursuing them. A few other figures also joined in the chase. As Yi Yunshun fled in blissful escape, the atmosphere among Shun Qingxiu and her companions, en route to the Shun residence, grew palpably tense. Speculation ran rampant regarding the distressing circumstances that could provoke such ire from Shun Xiuqiang. Shun Qingxiu's finely arched brows knitted tightly together. The uncertainty loomed heavy. Moreover, her father's tone suggested he harbored particular anger towards her. Had she inadvertently disrupted the harmony of their household? Yet, she had not engaged in any mischief of late. Qingxiu, do you think it could be related to Shun Yunshun? Just as confusion enveloped them, Xia Anren offered a reminder. This scenario seemed highly plausible. Firstly, Shun Yunshun had stormed off to the Shun family, undoubtedly to report grievances to Shun Qingxiu's parents. Furthermore, both Shun father and mother held Shun Yunshun in high regard. Unless a fundamental error had been committed, they would invariably side with him. Consequently, Shun Qingxiu had concealed matters concerning Cheng Zuan from her parents, fully aware that they likely knew the truth but chose to remain silent. They would certainly turn a blind eye to anything that might disrupt familial harmony. Even if Shun Yunshun caused a ruckus, they would feign ignorance and soothe him. However, this time their actions had crossed a line, wounding Shun Yunshun's feelings. Thus, there was a significant chance he would burst through that thin veneer of secrecy. Upon arriving home, the truth would soon be revealed. Shun Qingxiu's tone was frigid, her expression as dark as the depths of a stormy sea. In her heart, Yi Yunshun had transformed into a traitor, a coward. Shun Yunshun, if you believe that invoking my parents will subdue me, you are sorely mistaken. She could concede to many things, but when it came to matters regarding Cheng Zuan, she would not take a step back. Soon enough, they arrived at the Shun household. Father, where is Shun Yunshun? Shun Qingxiu inquired immediately upon entry. Just as Shun Xuechang and Kong Fengyi were about to respond, their expressions shifted sharply upon noticing Cheng Zun trailing behind. The audacious girl had brought a man into their home. "Hello, Uncle and Annie. It is my first visit, and I have not prepared anything substantial. Please accept this small token of my appreciation." Cheng Zun greeted them warmly, presenting a modest gift. Shun Xuechang's forehead pulsed with veins, barely restraining himself from delivering a sharp rebuke. Kong Fengyi clutched his arm tightly, whispering urgently in his ear, "Do not lose your temper. We must protect Yunshin." "Father, where is Shun Yunshin? Why haven't I seen him?" Shun Qingxiu pressed once more, while Lin Ruoxi and Xia Anren searched for any sign of Yi Yunshin. "Yunshin has gone out for a while," Shun Xuechang eventually replied, his tone tinged with reluctant acceptance. They bore responsibility for the current predicament. Had they not indulged and remained silent, but instead intervened early on, Yunshin's character would not have led to estrangement. "Gone out?" Shun Qingxiu stepped further into the home, surveying her surroundings. For reasons unbeknownst to her, despite the decor remaining unchanged, she felt an inexplicable void within the house, compelled by an unseen force. She pushed open the door to Yi Yunshin's room. Boom! A wave of intense impact surged forth, nearly overwhelming Shun Qingxiu's senses. Yi Yunshin's room lay desolate, stripped of all belongings. Chapter 11. Without Yi Yunshin, we cannot endure. Father, mother, why is Shun Yunshin's room empty? Has he moved away? Witnessing this scene, Shun Qingxiu hastily summoned Shun Xuechang and Kong Fengyi. Not only Shun Qingxiu, but even Lin Ruoxi and Xia Anren felt a sharp pang in their hearts as they beheld the vacant room. Where is Shun Yunshin? Has he truly departed? The three of them sensed, albeit vaguely, that Yi Yunshin's departure was unlike any previous one. A sense of suffocating anxiety enveloped them all. Cheng Zun stood at the door, equally astonished, rendered speechless. Yet, in the next moment, a barely perceptible sneer crossed his face, and he reveled inwardly with glee. It appeared that Yi Yunshin had indeed left. His conjecture was validated. Yi Yunshin's heart had been irrevocably shattered by the three prominent young ladies. His plan was on the verge of fruition. However, to find another individual with a compatible blood type would allow him to grant Yi Yunshin a swift end. As Shun Qingxiu pressed for answers, Shun Xuechang and Kong Fengyi felt an even deeper sense of unease. They were like mute individuals consuming bitter herbs, unable to express their anguish. It was unbearable. Yi Yunshin had departed, yet they could not divulge this to their daughter. The significance of Shun Yunshin to the Shun family was immeasurable. He was steadfast, diligent, and immensely knowledgeable in both commerce and politics. Regardless of the path he chose in the future, his contributions to the Shun family would be monumental. The Yi family's abandonment of him was a grave loss for them. Having once spent a fortune of 10 billion to preserve Yunshin's life, that expenditure seemed justified. Yet the outcome was disheartening. Casting another glance at Cheng Zun, who appeared weak and frail behind Shun Qingxiu, Shun Xuechang felt as though his heart had been pierced by countless daggers. Father, speak. Did Shun Yunshin move away? Has he turned against us? Has he forgotten who saved his life? Shun Xuechang's silence served as a response to Shun Qingxiu's inquiry, igniting her fury. Lin Ruoxi and Xia Anren shared her sentiments. The three of them remained oblivious to their complicated feelings towards Yi Yunshin. They did not wish to disturb him, yet they were reluctant to see him leave. Their earlier inclination, as suggested by Cheng Zun to expel Yi Yunshin, was now met with resistance. "I shall bring him back," Shun Qingxiu declared, her anger propelling her to leave. "Come back." Shun Xuechang immediately called out to halt her. Behind them, the butler, Liang Bo, could no longer contain his words. "Master, the young lady has returned, perhaps." Shun Xuechang shot him a fierce glare. "No." Their whispered exchange left Shun Qingxiu perplexed. They were concealing something from her. "Yunshin has not moved. He merely has matters to attend to for a while." "Do not worry, my daughter." Kong Fengyi interjected with a smile, though it appeared strained. She was determined to protect Yi Yunshin, resolutely preventing anyone from discovering that he had severed ties with the Shun family. Otherwise, should that influential figure learn of it, calamity would surely ensue. What could he possibly have to attend to? Shun Qingxiu scoffed. In response, Shun Xuechang retorted angrily. Why should he not have his own affairs? Have you even considered Yunshin's well-being lately? Shun Qingxiu found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, upon Cheng Zun's return, all her thoughts were consumed by him, leaving no room for concern for Yi Yunshin. One might wonder if Shun Yunshin had fled and would not return. Should we search for him? After leaving the Shun residence, Xia Anren was somewhat anxious. After all, her temper had flared, and she had uttered some hurtful words. In retrospect, she felt remorseful. Perhaps Shun Yunshin's departure was partly due to her words. Shin Qingqiu immediately countered, "Impossible. He cannot survive outside of us. That powerful figure will not spare him." She understood Yi Yunshin too well. He was bound to the Shun family. Not only had he been abandoned by his family, but he had also offended that influential individual. The 10 billion was merely a temporary safeguard for his life, not a permanent solution. Once he left the Shun family, that formidable figure would take action. Thus, no matter what, Yi Yunshin would not abandon the Shun family. Indeed, he would not dare to flee. The status of the Shun family served as his shield. The reason he changed his name to Yi Yunshin was precisely for this. Lin Ruoxi and Xia Anren nodded in agreement. After hearing their words, Sheng Zuin felt an unexpected amusement. They were unaware that he had already begun planning his escape. How could he possibly be bound to them? Yi Yunshin could have left long ago. It was he who had destroyed the blood donation records, prolonging the situation. It was merely to keep the three young ladies in the dark, facilitating his next move. Sheng Zuin was not merely content with expelling Yi Yunshin. Presently, another compatible blood donor was being sought. Once found, he would act swiftly, eliminating Yi Yunshin. If things were to return to their rightful place, let it be absolute. He intended to erase all traces of him from their hearts. Just wait. Even if Shin Yunshin threw a tantrum and left, it would not be long before he returned. Moreover, he could not exist without them. Who would take him in without their support? Xia Anren scoffed. However, they were unaware that, at that moment, Yi Yunshin was being pursued. "How long will you follow me?" Yi Yunshin remarked helplessly, glancing at the girl who trailed him like a shadow. After all, she was the granddaughter of the Dragon King, with divine beauty. She should be radiating brilliance, overpowering all. How was it that he could not shake her off like a mere girl? Xiao Yunrong gazed at Yi Yunshin with sparkling eyes. "Brother Yunshin, I will leave when you promise me. I mentioned that I am not considering that aspect for now. Besides, why do you assume it must be me?" This was a source of confusion for Yi Yunshin. Do you understand what fate is? Can you grasp that romantic notion that transcends over a decade? Do you comprehend the joy of rising from the brink of despair? Xiao Yunrong looked deeply into Yi Yunshin's eyes, repeatedly asking, "All of this is given to me by you, brother Yunshin, though we have known each other for only a short time. It feels as if we have been acquainted for ages." Upon hearing Xiao Yunrong's words, Yi Yunshin could not help but laugh. She was still a young girl, believing in such notions of destiny. And what of Shun Qingqiu, Lin Ruoxi, and Xia Anren? How do they factor into this? Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Yunrong shook her head, her expression fierce yet earnest as she declared, "That was merely a fateful entanglement. Irrelevant. You and I are truly meant for one another." Yi Yunshin was taken aback, rendered momentarily speechless. "I don't care. If it were anyone else, I might not agree, but for you, brother Yunshin, I have made my choice." Ultimately, she resorted to playing the rogue, clinging tightly to Yi Yunshin's hand. He was overwhelmed, having just escaped the clutches of Shun Qingqiu and the three young ladies, only to find himself ensnared by Xiao Yunrong once again. All he wished for was a tranquil environment to cultivate and strengthen himself. Just as Yi Yunshin was about to refuse, hurried footsteps echoed from behind. Sister Lonely, what brings you here?" Upon recognizing the newcomer, Xiao Yunrong expressed her astonishment. Yi Yunshin, however, took a cautious step back, eyeing Lonely warily. "What are you up to?" Amongst the throng, he had distinctly remembered Lonely. This woman, clad in leather attire, exuded a striking presence, her dagger performing acrobatics as if in a dance, radiating an aura that suggested she might not hesitate to harm if provoked. Yi Yunshin typically kept a respectful distance from such women, yet here she was pursuing him. Noticing Yi Yunshin's apprehension, Lonely hastily stated, "Mr. Yi, please do not misunderstand. I am here to invite you to join our dragon breath." As soon as these words left her lips, while Yi Yunshin remained unresponsive, Xiao Yunrong's expression shifted dramatically. Surprise quickly morphed into hostility. Was she here to vie for him? Chapter 12. The contest for Yi Yunshin intensifies. He becomes a coveted prize. Perhaps sensing the animosity in Xiao Yunrong's demeanor, Lonely glanced at her, but chose to ignore the hostility. Instead, she continued, "Mr. Yi, the old Dragon King has led a life of valor, establishing 7 elite special forces, of which Dragon Breath is one. However, due to increasing missions and severe casualties. The position of chief military doctor has remained vacant. I would like to invite you to join us. With that, she bowed deeply. Yi Yunshin found himself engulfed in hesitation. Having just severed ties with the Shun family, he had yet to contemplate his next steps. Although Dragon Breath was a formidable ally, military discipline was stringent, and he was uncertain if he could adapt. Furthermore, with numerous spies within the military, the secret of his profound, ninefold mystical arts could easily be uncovered, leading to significant complications. Lonely, you should give up. Brother Yinshin will not go. Xiao Yunrong interjected, resolutely speaking on his behalf. He is the man I have set my sights on. How could he venture into such perilous front lines? He is already my personal physician. That is not for certain. Lonely replied with a smile. Protecting the homeland is a noble dream for every valiant man. Don't you agree, Mr. Yi? Moreover, the old Dragon King hopes that you will join Dragon Breath. To secure Yi Yunshan for herself, Lonely even invoked the name of the old Dragon King. Seeing Lonely use her grandfather to pressure her, Xiao Yunrong was infuriated. What do you mean by your Dragon Breath? The old Dragon King clearly favors our Kunpeng. Yet, before Yi Yunshan could respond, another sound broke through. Glop, glop, glop. With it came a flurry of hurried and chaotic footsteps. A group of individuals rushed forward, some clad in special operations attire, exuding an air of ferocity akin to dragons and tigers. Instantly, both Xiao Yunrong and Long Li's expressions shifted. Senior brother, I arrived first. Please adhere to the principle of first come, first served. Long Li's countenance darkened as she addressed Captain Xiao Zhan of the Kunpeng team with evident dissatisfaction. Xiao Zhan chuckled heartily. What does it matter who arrived first when it comes to snatching people? He then turned to Mr. Yi. I, Kunpeng, solemnly invite you to join us. All the arrangements are in place, awaiting your nod of approval. He glanced at Yi Yunshin and added, by the way, I've learned that you have offended a significant figure in Sioux City during your travels. Allow me to assist you in eliminating him. At his command, the Special Forces personnel behind him immediately stood to attention, a palpable aura of intimidation filling the air. Eliminating him? Why can't our Longshi eliminate him? Long Li retorted sharply, her own Special Forces exuding a menacing presence. The two factions of elite warriors began to clash. The influential figure Yi Yunshin had offended 3 years prior was the most powerful presence in Sioux City, yet in the eyes of Long Li and Xiao Zhan, he was nothing to fear. Moreover, I still owe Mr. Yi a favor, Long Li declared boldly, puffing out her chest and looking at Yi Yunshin. As you all witnessed in the hospital, if Mr. Yi can successfully treat the old Dragon King, I would owe him a favor of any kind. The moment those words left her lips, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. The scope of such a favor was extraordinarily broad. It could even include Long Li herself as a condition for joining. Yi Yunshan awkwardly smiled. There's no need for a favor. I do not require any recompense. Mr. Yi, Long Li exclaimed, straightening her alluring and assertive figure. A favor is not about what you need, but rather what I can offer. Could the insinuation be any more blatant? Xiao Yunrong nearly spat blood. Wasn't this a clear attempt to outmaneuver her? More importantly, the individuals behind Xiao Zhan were also beginning to stir. Who wouldn't he desire such a young divine, doctor capable of miraculous healing? He could even enhance physical conditioning, open meridians, and augment combat prowess. Mr. Yi, I believe you are better suited to remain in Sioux City. Our Concord Hospital sincerely invites you. Name your price. You would serve as my deputy, second only to me. A vehicle arrived, and a group disembarked promptly. The speaker was Ning Yuanshan, the director of Sioux City's premier hospital, Concord Hospital, renowned as the king of Sioux medicine. Previously, he had expressed discontent with Xiao Yunrong for allowing the old Dragon King to go to the first hospital in Sioux City rather than his own. However, after witnessing Yi Yunshin's capabilities, he was utterly convinced. Ning Yuanshan recognized that his status among this gathering was not particularly high, and his words carried little weight. He paused before continuing. Additionally, my daughter has just returned from studying abroad, possessing a top-tier medical master's degree, and she will be available to assist you. The crowd inwardly cursed Ning Yuanshan for his cunning. He was willing to sacrifice his own daughter to secure Yi Yunshan's services. Yuanshan, this is rather unscrupulous of you. Are you truly willing to send your own daughter away? More voices echoed, and the atmosphere grew tense. Without question, another force was preparing to vie for talent. Under the spotlight, Fu Longxing had arrived, the imperial physician from the prestigious Golden Square Imperial Medical Hall in the capital, an undeniable titan in the realm of medicine. Originally, the imperial physician did not venture beyond the capital. However, due to the old Dragon King's 3 decades of unwavering service and countless merits, the Dragon Guardian Pavilion, concerned about his declining health, specially assigned Fu Longxing to attend to him. Unexpectedly, a seemingly inconspicuous youth accomplished what even Fu Longxing could not achieve. Fu Longxing, filled with excitement, inquired, "Young man, would you be interested in becoming my disciple and joining the Golden Square National Medical Institute?" The atmosphere erupted at his audacious declaration. Everyone present was taken aback. It was unheard of for an imperial physician to accept apprentices. Yet, Fu Longxing was willing to make an exception for Yi Yunshan. The expressions of Long Li, Xiao Zhan, and Ning Yuanshan darkened considerably. How could they compete? The allure of being a direct disciple of an imperial physician was simply too great. Fu Longxing beamed at Yi Yunshan, awaiting his response, while Long Li and the others held their breath in tense anticipation. Xiao Yunrong, too, appeared anxious, not viewing Fu Longxing as a rival, but rather seeing Long Li as her sole competitor for Yi Yunshan. On the contrary, joining Fu Longxing's tutelage would undoubtedly enhance Yi Yunshan's future prospects. However, given the imperial physician's status, it meant that Yi Yunshan would have to return to the capital, making it difficult for her to see him again. This was the crux of her anxiety. As for Yi Yunshan, he seemed genuinely hesitant, but his uncertainty lay not in making a choice, but rather in how to decline. He had no interest in either the special forces or becoming an imperial physician's apprentice. He had already embarked on his own path of cultivation. Given time, surpassing them in both strength and medical skill would merely be a matter of time. "I apologize, divine physician Fu." He finally sighed, declining, "My life is currently in disarray, and I have yet to determine my next steps. I cannot wholeheartedly commit to the study of medicine." Upon hearing Yi Yunshan's refusal, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, yet their astonishment lingered. Mr. Yi had turned down the opportunity to become the disciple of an imperial physician. If word of this spread, it would surely astonish the entire realm of traditional medicine in Longhua. An imperial physician's unprecedented offer of apprenticeship had been rejected. Fu Longxing, though regretful, did not press the matter. His gaze towards Yi Yunshan radiated admiration. "Young man, your unwavering resolve in the face of immense fortune is commendable. Each person has their own aspirations. Should you ever change your mind, my door will always be open to you." With that, he handed Yi Yunshan his business card and departed. "Mr. Yi, come to my Longxi. I need you the most. Mr. Yi, my daughter is quite beautiful." With Fu Longxing's departure, the 3 others eagerly joined the fray to win over Yi Yunshan, and with the greatest pressure now lifted, the atmosphere became a cacophony of voices clamoring for his attention. If this scene were to be witnessed by Shun Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi, they would undoubtedly be rendered speechless. Just moments ago, they had expressed sentiments about how Yi Yunshan could not live without them, how he would perish if separated from them. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he found himself the object of admiration from all quarters, each admiration beyond their wildest imaginations. Silence. Suddenly, Xiao Yunrong's voice rang out, bringing the bustling scene to an abrupt hush. "Mr. Yi has left. What are you still arguing about?" she remarked with a hint of irritation. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately ceased their disputes, and as they glanced around, they indeed found no sign of Yi Yunshan. "However, I happen to know where Mr. Yi is." Yet, no one noticed the sly smile that crept across Xiao Yunrong's face. Chapter 13. How could you stay at your house, a lone man and a woman? At the Suzhong dock, Xiao Yunrong found Yi Yunshan. The wind at the dock was fierce, causing his clothes to billow, yet his figure appeared even more gaunt and fragile. "Brother Yunshan," Xiao Yunrong softly called, stepping beside him as they both gazed blankly at the river. Yi Yunshan turned, a hint of surprise on his face. "Miss Xiao, how did you find this place?" he inquired, with a gentle laugh. She elegantly tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. "When one truly wishes to find something, they will surely succeed. I possess such a peculiar charm." In truth, she had discreetly investigated Yi Yunshan's background and discovered that this dock was where Shun Qingxiu and her companions had rescued him 3 years prior. Thus, this place held special significance for him, a refuge he returned to whenever he felt lost and uncertain. It was the first time he had been found here, and this evoked a peculiar feeling within him. "It's nothing of great importance," Xiao Yunrong suddenly remarked. "What?" Yi Yunshan was taken aback. "In comparison to death, nothing else is truly significant," she continued. "Throughout life, One encounters many individuals. Can you guarantee that every person you meet is the right one? More tragic than encountering the wrong people is the despair of never meeting anyone at all. I have lived such a life, lying on a cold bed day after day, watching the calendar pages tear away, counting down to death. That is the existence I endure. She spoke earnestly. I have only disclosed my illness to a select few. People envy my glamour and prestigious lineage, oblivious to the fact that I am but a dying soul. I have struggled, fought against fate. I do not wish to die. Yet, all my efforts were in vain until I met you, Brother Yinshin. Her gaze illuminated with hope as she looked at him. In that moment, I saw a glimmer of life. Do you understand that feeling? It is as if, in a world shrouded in darkness, I have glimpsed a beam of light, as if someone reached out to save me just as I was about to plummet off a cliff. Thus, even without that prophecy, I would not shy away from marrying you. Listening to Xiao Yunrong's bold confession, Yi Yunshin found himself at a loss for where to direct his gaze. It would be disingenuous to claim it was uncomplicated. Nonetheless, he ultimately rejected her. I am sorry. My current state does not permit me to open my heart to another. At once, Xiao Yunrong's expression dimmed. However, once my life stabilizes, I will gradually learn to accept people and circumstances, without waiting for Xiao Yunrong to feel disappointed. Yi Yunshin's voice echoed once more. Instantly, Xiao Yunrong's eyes widened, sparkling with renewed hope. I am willing to wait. She almost blurted out, Brother Yinshin, you are a good man. Those 3 women will surely regret it. Absolutely. Yi Yunshin offered a bittersweet smile. Whether they regret it or not is no longer significant. It is all in the past. Then, Brother Yinshin, what are your plans moving forward? Xiao Yunrong inquired. Yi Yunshin shook his head. I am uncertain. I suppose I should first seek accommodation. However, I do not know where to go next. Currently, Yi Yunshin was utterly destitute. He had amassed considerable wealth for the Shun, Lin, and Xia families, yet he took not a single coin, as all of it was allocated to the foundations of the 3 families. In his words, the fact that the 3 families could save him was already a significant kindness. They provided him with a platform to showcase his talents. How could he possibly demand compensation? He had never contemplated leaving the Shun family. It was Shun Qingqiu who had driven him away. Xiao Yunrong's eyes darted thoughtfully before she clapped her hands. As for housing, I can assist you in finding a place. Really? That would be immensely appreciated. Yi Yunshin did not ponder further. Soon, he found himself in Xiao Yunrong's vehicle, arriving at a location of remarkable distinction. Before him stood a series of uniquely designed villas, and Yi Yunshin was momentarily taken aback. Nine villa? He never anticipated that Xiao Yunrong would find him accommodation here. This was the most luxurious villa in Sioux City, renowned for its mere 9 villas and exceptional location. Rumored to be situated over a convergence of dragon veins, an ideal place for Yi Yunshin to cultivate. However, the price was equally daunting, as purchasing required both status and asset verification. Those who could afford it were exceedingly few. Shun Qingqiu had previously inquired about the price, but was dissuaded. 9 villa is just 9 villa. Yi Yunshin gritted his teeth. As long as he could cultivate, a higher rent was inconsequential. Yet, he was curious about the identity of the landlord. Shall we enter? What are you dawdling for? Just as Yi Yunshin was pondering, Xiao Yunrong casually walked inside and opened the grand door of the most opulent Villa 1. Yi Yunshin gazed at her in astonishment. Xiao Yunrong turned back, a smile gracing her face. I forgot to mention, this is my home. Observing her already clad in a fluffy nightgown, Yi Yunshin felt utterly helpless. It truly was a residence. Did you not say you would help me find a house? Why had you brought me to your home? You'll be my private doctor, living in my house. Is there a problem with that? Xiao Yunrong blinked her beautiful eyes, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Yi Yunshin then realized he had been deceived by Xiao Yunrong, shaking his head. This is unacceptable. A man and a woman alone. As he spoke, he attempted to leave, but Xiao Yunrong firmly grasped his arm. You shall not leave. She puffed up in indignation. I do not mind at all. Why should you? Besides, my illness has not fully recovered. If it flares up, you can treat me at any moment. And then, Xiao Yunrong's cheeks flushed as she continued. And also what? Yi Yunshin asked. I am not adept in cooking or laundry, and with my grandfather gravely ill, I find myself unable to manage alone. As she uttered these words, Xiao Yunrong's head lowered in embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed. Do you doubt me? Allow me to demonstrate. Subsequently, Yi Yunshin witnessed the true essence of a life novice. Be careful. Crash. Smash. Snap! Xiao Yunrong not only lacked the skills to wash clothes and prepare meals. Even the act of carrying a plate resulted in disaster. Yi Yunshun rubbed his forehead. Is this truly the demeanor of a young lady? Unable to do anything? Very well. Allow me to take charge. Reluctantly, Yi Yunshun prepared a simple dinner for Xiao Yunrong. Though it was merely home-cooked fare, she savored every bite. Delicious. Far superior to what the national chefs at my home prepare. Observing Xiao Yunrong relish her meal brought forth a peculiar, reminiscent satisfaction within Yi Yunshun. Once, he had also cooked for the three young ladies, who, in their time, had shared similar joy. What is it? Brother Yunshun, you should eat as well. Noticing Yi Yunshun's hesitance to pick up his chopsticks, Xiao Yunrong urged him. Oh, very well. Yi Yunshun lifted his bowl and joined her in the meal. A thought blossoming in his mind. Perhaps it would be best to reside here. Xiao Yunrong indeed required care, and the environment was conducive to his future cultivation. This day felt particularly protracted for Yi Yunshun, filled with myriad experiences. Yet he slept soundly. Previously, due to the tumultuous events surrounding the three young ladies and Cheng Zuan, he often endured nightmares, haunted by the cold, disdainful faces of Shun Qingxiu and her companions, their hurtful words, and Cheng Zuan's sinister, mocking smile. It was a suffocating, agonizing cycle without end. However, now he enjoyed a peaceful slumber. When he awoke the next day, it was already afternoon, and Xiao Yunrong had stepped out to see her grandfather. Just as Yi Yunshun contemplated the dawn of a new chapter in his life, a familiar voice reached his ears. On, we have collectively decided to rent a villa for you. The scenery here is splendid, and the area is sparsely populated, making it an ideal place for recuperation. It was Shun Qingxiu. Chapter 14. A vicious beating for my wife's idealized figure. Yi Yunshun did not anticipate encountering Shun Qingxiu and her companions here. He had presumed that after severing ties, their next meeting would be at the Civil Affairs Bureau. However, his attention was not fixated on Shun Qingxiu. Instead, he stood bewildered, staring ahead. He pondered why, despite the distance of nearly 100 meters separating him from Shun Qingxiu and the other three young ladies, he could hear their conversation with crystal clarity. This was a phenomenon he had never experienced before. Could it be attributed to his cultivation of the ninefold mystical arts? Yi Yunshun's expression shifted. While he barely skimmed the surface of his practice, he sensed subtle changes. Not only could he perceive distant whispers, but his vision had also grown remarkably clearer. With this thought, he focused his mind, attempting to listen for even more distant, delicate sounds. Qingxiu, Ruoshi, Anren, I am deeply touched by your generosity. The Jujin Hall is a villa none of you would have been willing to purchase. Yet you are willing to spend lavishly to rent it for me. Cheng Zuan expressed, his face a portrait of gratitude. Indeed, did the doctor not say so? Besides adhering to treatment and blood transfusions, appropriate rest and recuperation are also essential. A favorable environment can indeed enhance the efficacy of treatment. This is a natural oxygen bar. There is no place better than this in Sioux City. This was the voice of Lin Ruoshi. Thanks to Anran, who insisted that her father assist in contacting the owner of the villa to secure its availability. We are fortunate to be here. In return, Anran's family made concessions in their business dealings. Shun Qingxiu smiled as she spoke. Listening to their conversation, Yi Yunshun could not help but sneer. For the sake of your on, you are truly willing to make sacrifices. You hesitate to purchase the Jujin villa, but are willing to pay such a steep price to rent for Cheng Zuan? This only proves one thing. There is no such thing as a free lunch. It is merely a matter of love. I had initially intended for my father to contact the owner of Villa Number 1, but I was informed that the owner had changed unexpectedly. Suddenly, Su Anren's exclamation stirred something within Yi Yunshun. Villa Number 1, is that not where he currently resides? The previous owner was compelled to sell the villa at 3 times the purchase price. How terrifying! Su Anren's tone was fraught with astonishment. Shun Qingxiu and the others felt a chill run down their spines. What a significant undertaking this must be. Curiosity about Villa Number 1 at Jujin Villa enveloped the group. It turns out that Villa Number 1 was hastily acquired by Miss Xiao, likely intended for her own use. Understanding the situation warmed Yi Yunshun's heart. He chose to disregard Shun Qingxiu and the others and instead focused on cultivating the ninefold mystical arts in the mountains. He continued his practice until dusk, returning with a weary demeanor. Just then, he encountered Shun Qingxiu and the others, who were taking a stroll with Cheng Zuan. Is that Yi Yunshun? What's he doing here? All faces, including Chung Zuin's, wore expressions of shock. Who would have imagined encountering Yi Yunshin here? Was this truly a place intended for him? Without a doubt, he must have followed us here. Suddenly, Su Anren understood, her expression turning icy. Sister Qingxiu was right. Any claims of being busy were mere fabrications. Perhaps he has been secretly hiding and observing us since leaving your home, thus trailing us. As Su Anren's indignation grew, Shun Qingxiu and Lin Ruoshi's expressions also darkened. Yi Yunshin's presence here could only be explained by the notion of following them. Look at Shin Yunshin's attire and hairstyle, Lin Ruoshi observed keenly, noting the changes in Yi Yunshin at first glance. Upon hearing this, both Su Anren and Shun Qingxiu also realized, their faces reflecting utter shock. Yi Yunshin had not only shed the clothing they had specified, but he had also altered his hairstyle. They scarcely recognized him. Were it not for that familiar face, they truly would not have identified him. The transformation was striking. At this moment, an unnamed fury surged within the three young ladies. They swiftly approached Yi Yunshin, gazing at him coldly. Shin Yunshin, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? Not content to stay in the hospital, you even came to my home to complain? And now you've changed your hairstyle and clothes? Who gave you the audacity to do so? Shin Qingxiu reprimanded sternly. Chung Zuin cast a glance at Yi Yunshin's current attire and demeanor, and his conviction that Yi Yunshin was determined to leave grew stronger. While he secretly scoffed, he feigned concern as he addressed Shun Qingxiu, saying, Qingxiu, please do not blame Shinj. I understand his feelings. He merely seeks more of your attention. With a few careless words, he portrayed Yi Yunshin as a jester, desperate for validation, who had arbitrarily altered his clothing and hairstyle to defy the commands of Shun Qingxiu and her companions, solely to capture their notice. Instantly, the three young ladies were incensed. Shin Yunshin, have we not made it abundantly clear? Your life was saved by us. You cannot defy our words. Should there be another instance, you shall face the consequences. Xia Anren could hardly contain her rage towards Yi Yunshin. The gentle Lin Ruoshi also bellowed, Yi Yunshin, what about the Bulgari necklace and ring I bought for you? Have you removed them? Who permitted you to do so? The trio could tolerate Yi Yunshin's repeated acts of defiance, yet they would not stand for him acting on his whims. Every outfit was meticulously chosen by them, and yet Yi Yunshin had donned an entirely different ensemble. This audacious act made the three ladies feel utterly betrayed, a level of indignation they found intolerable. Shin Yunshin kneel. Shin Qingxiu seethed through clenched teeth. This marked Yi Yunshin's most rebellious act in 3 years. Meanwhile, the instigator, Chung Zuin, lurked behind the three young ladies, casting a chilling smile at Yi Yunshin, one laced with mockery, as if anticipating a grand spectacle. However, Yi Yunshin did not kneel. Instead, he glanced at them with indifference and replied, Why should I kneel before you? Who do you think you are? The moment those words escaped his lips, Shun Qingxiu was taken aback. Lin Ruoshi and Xia Anren were equally stunned. Even Chung Zuin regarded Yi Yunshin with a hint of astonishment. What did Shin Yunshin just say? Who do you think you are? Shun Qingxiu questioned, beginning to doubt her own hearing. Am I deaf? I said, why should I kneel before you? Are you worthy of it? Oh, and from now on, do not refer to me as Shun Yunshin. My surname is Yi Yunshin. Boom! That proclamation resonated like thunder, leaving the three young ladies in a state of shock. Shin Qingxiu was rendered speechless. Lin Ruoshi and Xia Anren regarded Yi Yunshin as though they were meeting a stranger. Was this truly the Shun Yunshin they knew? Had he learned to raise his voice at them? Xia Anren, known for her fiery temper, instinctively wanted to retort. But upon meeting Yi Yunshin's cold, brooding gaze, she felt an inexplicable chill and instinctively took a step back, swallowing the words she had intended to say. At that moment, the trio could only wonder what had transpired with Shun Yunshin. He seemed so different from the person they once knew. During their moment of astonishment, Chung Zuin stepped forward, feigning a pained expression as he looked at Yi Yunshin. Shinj, how could you speak to Qingxiu and the others in such a manner? Have you forgotten that 3 years ago they saved you? Without them, you would have long since perished. I understand that your existence has indeed caused you considerable suffering during this time, but could you not endure a little longer? In 6 months, when I am no longer here, you may return to your previous life and be with Qingxiu and the others. Cough, cough, cough. Overcome with emotion, Chung Zuwei began to cough violently, his face paling further. Shun Qingxiu, Lin Ruoshi, and Xia Anren were taken aback by Chung Zuwei's defense of them, and they watched in silence as their eyes filled with tears. On, you are mistaken. You will not perish. Even if you were gone, we would not keep Shen Yinshan by our side. Shen Qingxiu could not help but shout. Lin Ruoxi and Xia Anren nodded in agreement. Yi Yinshan observed this scene and couldn't help but smile. These were their heartfelt words. A substitute is ultimately just that, a substitute. If Cheng Ziwei were truly to die, they would never allow themselves to remain with him. While coughing, Cheng Ziwei gently grasped Yi Yunshan's hand. To onlookers, it appeared as though he was merely clutching onto something for support amidst his violent coughing. However, from Yi Yunshan's perspective, Cheng Ziwei gazed up at him, his eyes ablaze with intensity. In a voice only they could hear, he spoke with venom. Yi Yunshan, you illegitimate child, daring to show yourself before us? Do not think I am unaware of your intention to abandon Qingxiu and the others. If you intend to leave, do so completely. I shall draft a public statement severing ties, claiming you attempted to misappropriate the Shun family's assets, only to be apprehended and cast out. I will ensure your name is utterly tarnished. With that, Cheng Ziwei's words ignited a chilling shift in Yi Yunshan's previously indifferent demeanor. His body sprang into action like a machine, delivering a lightning-fast punch that arced violently, landing squarely on Cheng Ziwei's face. Bang! Instantly, blood sprayed forth as Cheng Ziwei was sent flying backward, as if struck by a vehicle. Chapter 15. Shen Yinshan, do not think you can escape. What you owe us will never be repaid. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, so swiftly that Shen Qingxiu and the other young ladies barely had time to react. The air was momentarily frozen. Not only were Shen Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi stunned, but even Yi Yinshan was taken aback. The force of his instinctive punch was astonishing. It seemed that the ninefold mystical arts had indeed transformed him. On! The anguished cries of the three young ladies yanked Yi Yinshan back to reality. They rushed to Cheng Ziwei's side, their faces as pale as paper. Despite the force of the blow, Cheng Ziwei had not lost consciousness, but blood streamed from his mouth. Shen Yinshan, have you lost your mind? What have you done? On what grounds do you strike him? The three young ladies screamed at Yi Yinshan in a frenzy. Their eyes were no longer filled with mere anger. They were consumed by madness. To them, it seemed that Yi Yinshan, blinded by jealousy, resorted to this violent outburst as a means of release. Yet, the Cheng Ziwei they had always protected, held delicately in their palms, was now subjected to Yi Yunshan's wrath. How could he dare to strike him? Ugh! Cheng Zuan spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, mingled with several bloodied teeth. His gaze towards Yi Yun's was icy to the core. Yet the words that escaped his lips were laced with fragility, as if they could shatter at any moment. Qingxiu, Ruoxi, do not blame Shen Ge. He is justified in striking me. After all, during this time, I have caused him much distress. He turned his gaze to Yi Yun's, closing his eyes. Shen Ge, if beating me can alleviate your burden, then do so. No matter how many times you strike, I am willing. Stop! The three young ladies screamed in unison, their voices sharp and piercing, reminiscent of a cuckoo's mournful call. They stood protectively behind Cheng Zuan, glaring at Yi Yun's as though he were their sworn enemy. Cheng Zuan, shielded by them, twisted his face into a smile directed at Yi Yun's, a smile that seemed to convey, see, no matter your actions, the three young ladies will always stand by my side. Strike me, the harder you hit, the more they will despise you. In the end, even if you perish, they will remain indifferent. The cold mockery and disdain in Cheng Zuan's eyes only tightened Yi Yun's fists. Just as he was about to speak, Shen Qingxiu shouted at Yi Yun's, Shen Yun's, everything is my doing. It is I who instructed you to draw blood from On. If there is anything to be addressed, let it be directed at me. Do not torment On. He is still a patient. In her memory, Miss Shun had never displayed such emotion for a man. Yi Yun's smile grew wider, tinged with sorrow. A patient? Ha! Miss Shun, you seem to have forgotten that I am also a patient. How much blood have you forced me to give? At this mention, his eyes blazed with fury. Shen Qingxiu and the others averted their gazes, their anger subsiding slightly, for they felt a twinge of guilt. This was the only aspect they believed they owed Yi Yun's. Yet, Xia Anren countered, how many times have you donated blood? Not even 10 times, have you? Are you here to complain about that? Indeed, aside from the last time, when you were compelled to donate more. It has hardly been many times, has it? We allowed you to rest and provided you with the finest supplements. Lin Ruoxi added, you have hardly given blood at all. Even Shen Qingxiu, expressionless, remarked, Shen Yun's, you are far from the 100 donations I mentioned. On show me the donation record. It is merely 9 times. Upon hearing Shun Qingqiu's words, Yi Yun's erupted in laughter, exasperated. 9 times? That was a mere fraction, even if the donation records had been torn up by Chang Zuan. And regardless of how the 3 young ladies chose to disregard him, did they not feel the weight of so many blood donations? Were they not all intelligent beings? Could they not count? Were they to take Chang Zuan's words as gospel? How absurd! How disheartening! They had become so oblivious that they forgot how much blood they had forced him to lose. This revealed just how insignificant he was in their eyes, perhaps even less valued than the wild grass by the roadside. Yi Yun's did not wish to linger in this entanglement any longer. He attempted to bypass them and leave. You cannot leave. The 3 young ladies blocked his path resolutely, refusing to let him go. Explain clearly. Why must you strike on? The 3 young ladies clenched their fists tightly, their gazes towards Yi Yunshin ablaze with fury. Yi Yunshin's smile turned icy as he coldly remarked, "If you wish to strike, then do so. Why all the questions? I merely hit him once. Yet you are so enraged, so heartbroken. But how have you treated me?" A hint of sorrow tinged Yi Yunshin's voice. For the past 3 years, I have interacted with you all from the perspective of a benefactor. I am grateful to you and wish to repay you, for which I have spared no effort, even changing my surname. Yet, how have you treated me? You have always regarded me as a mere substitute. His impending death has nothing to do with me. Why should I donate blood to him? Am I indebted to him? Yi Yunshin pointed towards Chang Zuan, cradled in Shun Qingqiu's arms, his voice rising sharply. Initially, you would coax me, saying that for each occasion I donated blood, it was as though I was saving a life. Eventually, the pretense faded, and you simply had someone bind me to the hospital for forced blood donation. This does not even encompass the trivial daily matters. Whenever Chang Zuan desired something, you would always comply, while I would merely seek a word of concern from you, often finding no one. Even after I had resolved to sever ties, memories of the past still stirred tumult within me. Shun Qingqiu, Miss Shun, there was a time when I took pride in the Shun surname, but now, I bear it with shame. Faced with Yi Yunshin's barrage of questions, the 3 young ladies were momentarily stunned, their expressions a mixture of complexity. Shun Qingqiu simply pressed her lips together and replied calmly, "Why bring up the past when we were discussing your assault on On? Regardless of what transpired before, the fact remains that you struck On. Only the inept lose control of their emotions. Your actions towards On will not garner our attention. They will only lead us to regard you with further disdain." Lin Ruoshi chimed in. "Indeed, such a bid for attention will only incite annoyance." In response, Yi Yunshin smiled faintly. "Do you not inquire why I struck him? Is there need to ask? You yourself stated that if you wish to hit, then do so without justification. You are envious of On, thus your rage led you to strike him. Is that reason sufficient?" Both Lin Ruoshi and Xia Anren exchanged cold laughter. As those words fell from Yi Yunshin's lips, his expression darkened profoundly. He had struck Chang Zuan because he had wronged him. This was his customary tactic. He deserved to be struck. Yet Lin Ruoshi and Xia Anren believed unconditionally in Chang Zuan. It had always been so. Every time he clashed with Chang Zuan, the 3 young ladies would hastily side with Chang Zuan. No matter how he explained, it was futile. This was but a microcosm of many situations. All trust was reserved for those one loves. For those unloved, even if one laid bare their heart, no one would believe them. You may say whatever you wish. In any case, the month-long cooling-off period for the divorce will soon pass. The Shin family's kindness to me has been fully repaid. We are no longer connected. Ye Yunsen Sikol Futkoldi. This statement further provoked Shun Qingqiu and her companions, coupled with Yi Yunshin's transformative change and his unrestrained words. Everything pointed towards the undeniable fact that he intended to sever ties with them. This drove the 3 young ladies, already furious, into a complete frenzy. Yi Yunshan, you are fortunate. Aside from you, we have found another blood donor compatible with Ong's blood type, so consider your debt settled. But you have merely repaid the favor owed to Sister Qingqiu. What about ours? Xia Anren scoffed repeatedly. At that time, you were on the brink of death. It was Ruoshi, defying her family's opposition, who resolutely stole a priceless life-prolonging elixir from the family treasury and administered it to you. You would have perished otherwise. To save you, my father had to maneuver connections and invite Lord Wu to mediate, and he endured 3 slaps. A man so prideful, publicly humiliated with 3 resounding slaps. Do you dare claim all debts have been settled? As she spoke, Xia Anren approached Yi Yunshin. When she stood before him, her eyes brimmed with tears, as if they were bleeding. Shen Yunshen, do not think you can escape. What you owe us can never be repaid. Chapter 16. I have resolved to punish Shen Yunshen. From her reddened eyes, Yi Yunshen perceived anger, madness, and something else, an unspoken sentiment. Yet he calmly replied, it must be repaid. All must be repaid. What? Xia Anren was taken aback. In that moment, the three young ladies gazed at Yi Yunshen in unison, their hearts racing. Yi Yunshen lifted his head and smiled naturally at them. Miss Lin, I owe you a life-saving elixir worth a fortune, and I shall repay it. Miss Xia, your father endured 3 slaps from Lord Wu. I will ensure Lord Wu pays him back. Lin Pharmaceuticals is a giant in the medical field, renowned in Sioux City. Lin Ruoshi was poised to become the next heir of Lin Pharmaceuticals. However, to save Yi Yunshen, Lin Ruoshi defied her family's wishes, stubbornly stealing a treasured elixir from the family vault to administer to the dying Yi Yunshen. It was only then that he survived. But the cost was Lin Ruoshi facing severe punishment, and the heirship of Lin Pharmaceuticals fell to her cousin. Yet Lin Ruoshi did not care at that moment. All she wished was for Yi Yunshen to live, and she would sacrifice everything for that. To persuade Yi Yunshen, her father had to offend a powerful figure, not only spending 10 billion to smooth things over, but also inviting numerous dignitaries to act as intermediaries. Among them, Xia Anren's father sought out Lord Wu from the underworld of Sioux City, and in front of everyone, he received 3 slaps, becoming a laughingstock. Each of the 3 young ladies had their own debts of gratitude, all of which Yi Yunshen remembered, hence his promises to repay them. However, Xia Anren and Lin Ruoshi were driven to madness by his calm demeanor. Xia Anren shouted in fury, repay? With what will you repay? Can you procure another life-prolonging elixir, or make Lord Wu extend his face for my father to slap him 3 times? Had I known Awing would return, I should never have stolen that elixir for you. Lin Ruoshi even burst into tears, gazing with tear-filled eyes at Chang Zuin's pale face. It should have been saved for Awing. His illness would have been cured long ago. After saying this, Lin Ruoshi tightly closed her eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks. From Lin Ruoshi's visage, Yi Yunshen felt a profound sense of regret. He grinned, maintaining his composure. There is no need for regret. Everything you have done for me, I shall repay. Whether it is returning the elixir or allowing Master Wu to be struck thrice by Xia Anren's father, he is entirely capable of such feats. It merely requires a modicum of time. The 9-fold profound arts serve as his greatest assurance and confidence. However, Xia Anren and Lin Ruoshi exchanged no further words, merely regarding him with disdainful smiles. It was abundantly clear that they held no belief in Yi Yunshen's claims. If he truly possessed such capabilities 3 years ago, they would not have needed to offer their protection. Ruoshi, do not speak so, for the future is fraught with uncertainty. Chang Zuin interjected, feigning weakness to diffuse the tension. While casting a glance at Yi Yunshen, his tone sincere, yet laced with provocation. Qingqiu, Ruoshi, and Anren, I am genuinely grateful to Brother Shun for accompanying you throughout these 3 years, as though I had never departed. This statement not only implied that Yi Yunshen would forever remain his substitute, but also ridiculed him, suggesting that despite his efforts over the past 3 years, upon his return, the affections of the 3 ladies could be easily reclaimed. Enough. Since Awin has spoken, we shall no longer pursue this matter. Shen Qingqiu remarked coldly to Yi Yunshen, we do not blame you for following us, nor can we hold your actions against Awin against you. You have a month to reflect. Once the commotion has subsided, return. Do you truly believe you can thrive without us? With this, they departed alongside Chang Zuin. In their eyes, all of Yi Yunshen's actions were merely expressions of dissatisfaction towards them. The initial jealousy that led to his violent outburst served as evidence of this. Nevertheless, regardless of how enraged Yi Yunshen became, they retained the power to influence his emotions. That was sufficient for them. Yi Yunshen, however, merely smirked. It appeared that Shen Qingqiu remained oblivious to his severance of ties with the Shun family. Had Uncle Shun and Aunt Kong not informed her? Although uncertain of the motivations behind it, he chose not to dwell on the matter. Whether she knew or not was of little consequence. He awaited the end of the 1-month cooling-off period. Only then would the true divorce commence. In recent days, Yi Yunshen had grown somewhat disoriented. His peculiar behavior had begun at the hospital and had only intensified since. Within the confines of Villa No. 9, the 3 young ladies convened to deliberate on how to address Yi Yunshen's situation. To them, his transformation, relocation from Shun family, and subsequent stalking, coupled with his unrestrained emotions leading to an altercation with Chung Zuan, all signified his discontent. This greatly vexed them. With a resolute silence, Shun Qingxiu dialed her mother, Kong Fengyi. As soon as the call connected, she reproached, "Mom and Dad, look at the trouble you've caused by revealing my whereabouts to Yi Yunshin. He has been following me." "What? No, we haven't." Kong Fengyi, bewildered, responded. They were entirely unaware of Yi Yunshin's location. How could they be accused of disclosing her movements? Shun Qingxiu adamantly retorted, "Mom, do not feign innocence. You must have informed Yi Yunshin of my whereabouts. From now on, please refrain from sharing my location with him." Kong Fengyi felt utterly helpless, unable to articulate her grievances. What relation did this matter have to her? However, upon mentioning Shun Yunshin, Kong Fengyi expressed her concern and cautioned, "Qingxiu, during this period, please pay close attention to whether that person appears nearby. As soon as you have any news, inform me immediately." Who? Shun Qingxiu initially failed to grasp the situation. It is that influential figure who has taken offense at Yunshin. Be vigilant about his associates. Kong Fengyi reiterated. Has something happened? Shun Qingxiu inquired, astonished. "Nothing, my dear, just a parental concern." Kong Fengyi replied dismissively before ending the call. However, Shun Qingxiu let out a cold laugh, thinking it would be advantageous if that influential figure's associates appeared nearby. This would make Shun Yunshin realize that without them, even his existence would be in jeopardy. At that point, he would return, humbly apologizing to them and to awing. Meanwhile, in another room, Chung Zuan stood before the mirror, gritting his teeth as he tended to his wounds. A sharp intake of breath escaped him at the slightest touch. Remembering the punch delivered by Yi Yunshin, a chilling glare crossed Chung Zuan's eyes. "That Yi dares to strike me." He touched the area of his face that had been struck, his cheek twitching violently as if he had suffered a profound humiliation. "Qingxiu, you must urgently locate that blood donor. I fear my body cannot withstand much longer." After tending to his wounds, Chung Zuan, suppressing his anger, spoke to Shun Qingxiu. Following the blow from Yi Yunshin, the urge to eliminate him became increasingly difficult to contain. He resolved that as soon as he found that enigmatic blood donor, he would take immediate action against Yi Yunshin. "It won't be long. I've dispatched someone to search for him, and we should receive news shortly." Regarding the true identity of that mysterious blood donor, they were more anxious than Chung Zuan, which only heightened their agitation. All this turmoil was a consequence of Shun Yunshin. The three of them directed their frustrations toward him, unhappy with his rebellious behavior that day. To prevent such occurrences in the future and to compel Yi Yunshin to reassess himself, Shun Qingxiu declared coldly, to instill fear in Shun Yunshin and impart a lesson. "I have decided to file for divorce at the Civil Affairs Bureau." The others were taken aback. Shun Qingxiu continued, "Previously, I merely spoke of a cooling-off period, but only the filing of a divorce application holds legal weight. What I said before was merely in anger, but with Shun Yunshin's current behavior, I must approach this matter seriously. I believe that after filing for divorce, he will come to understand." Chapter 17. Shun Qingxiu, you will regret leaving this marriage. A stunned silence enveloped the villa following Shun Qingxiu's declaration. Everyone was rendered speechless, unable to respond. Lin Ruoxi and Xia Anren, regaining their composure, quickly posed questions. "Qingxiu, are you serious? Do you truly intend to divorce Shun Yunshin? I thought you were just venting." "Qingxiu, please don't divorce him for my sake. Even if it's a ruse, don't do it. Although I am not the one marrying you, Shun Yunshin has endured hardships over the years. Your actions would hurt him deeply." Even Chung Zuan was astonished, though he feigned a cough to mask his surprise. After all, Shun Yunshin had been disobedient lately and even struck awing. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Shun Qingxiu's eyes. "Initially, I mentioned the cooling-off period for divorce to help him understand his position. Yet what did he do? He took advantage of his financial support to Won and became increasingly arrogant. Since this is the case, I will take decisive action and truly have him sign the divorce application. Let's see how he reacts." Lin Ruoxi and Xia Anren grasped Shun Qingxiu's intentions. It was essentially a form of intimidation, albeit with more tangible methods. Once Yi Yunshin signs the divorce application, it would carry legal weight, akin to a grim reaper demanding a soul. "Qingxiu, you truly have a way with this. Now Shun Yunshin won't dare to act recklessly," Lin Ruoxi remarked with a smile. Indeed, Shun Yunshin would never dare to sign. He might even revert to his old attire and hairstyle and come running back to apologize. Xia Anren concurred. What if Brother Shun actually signs? Cheng Zuin asked tentatively. He was almost certain that Yi Yunshen genuinely wished to distance himself from the trio of wealthy ladies. They remained blissfully unaware, and he wanted to gauge their reactions. What would happen if Yi Yunshen truly signed? This would impact his next steps. Impossible. He wouldn't dare. Lin Ruoxi and Xia Anren replied without hesitation. Yet, Shen Qingxiu suddenly declared coldly, no, he must sign. This will be my lesson for him. Once he comprehends the gravity of his actions, I will withdraw the divorce application. Cheng Zuin's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. The attitude of the three wealthy ladies would not hinder his plans. He could proceed with confidence. Shouldn't we inform your parents about such a significant matter as the divorce application? Lin Ruoxi asked, her concern evident. Let us mention it. We should also retrieve the household registration book. Xia Anren explained. The divorce registration requires the household registration book. Before long, Shen Qingxiu returned to the Shun residence alone. Her first question was directed at Kong Fengyi, inquiring about the household registration book. Huh? What do you need the household registration book for, child? Kong Fengyi was taken aback upon hearing Shen Qingxiu's request. Cough, cough. Shun Xuechang, who was sipping tea, was nearly choked, coughing repeatedly. The household registration book only contained information about the three of them now, as Yi Yunshen was no longer present. Wouldn't obtaining it mean exposing the truth to their daughter? Mom and Dad, what is wrong with you? I'm just asking for a household registration book. Why such a reaction? Shen Qingxiu asked, her eyes widening with suspicion. Shen Xuechang and Kong Fengyi exchanged guilty glances. The household registration book had become a forbidden item in the household, one that should not be touched, especially not by Shen Qingxiu. It concealed evidence of Yi Yunshen's severed ties with them. I don't know where I placed the household registration book. Why do you need it? Kong Fengyi deflected. For the divorce. Shen Qingxiu replied without a second thought. Boom! The word divorce hit them like a bolt from the blue, leaving Shen Xuechang and Kong Fengyi utterly stunned. As if struck by lightning, their eyes widened in disbelief as they exclaimed, Shen Qingxiu, are you out of your mind? Do you truly wish to divorce Yunshen? Shen Xuechang was practically fuming with rage. I was merely trying to frighten him. Don't worry. Once he signs the divorce application and regrets it, I will withdraw it. It's not a real divorce. Shen Qingxiu bore an expression that suggested she had completely secured her hold over Yi Yunshen. Shen Xuechang was on the verge of fainting. After all, the engagement had been severed. If divorce was proposed, he would undoubtedly acquiesce. There was no room for remorse. Once the divorce petition was signed, the outcome would inevitably be divorce. Perhaps if Yunshen were to learn of this development, he might even applaud. Yi Yunshen had previously broached the topic of divorce, initially believing there could be a change of heart, but now, with their daughter taking it seriously, Shen Xuechang and Kong Fengyi found it utterly unacceptable. Qingxiu, listen to your mother. We must not divorce. Speak to Yunshen again. A harmonious family is more important than anything else, Kong Fengyi continually urged Shen Qingxiu. Yet, Shen Qingxiu was resolute, determined to instill fear in Yi Yunshen. All right, mother, I assure you, this marriage will not end. Once Shen Yunshen signs, if he regrets it, he will retract his decision. What assurance is that? How do you know that Yunshen will regret it and ultimately retract? Shen Xuechang could no longer contain his frustration and sternly admonished. Without the household registration book, you are not to leave this house. Stay put. Dad, you have no idea how rebellious Shen Yunshen has been lately. He has even started stalking me. Seeing that Shen Xuechang remained unmoved, Shen Qingxiu's temper flared. If you refuse, I have other ways to file for divorce. Fuming, Shen Qingxiu stormed out, while Shen Xuechang shouted after her. You will regret this divorce, Qingxiu. The only response he received was the roar of an engine. Subsequently, Shen Qingxiu called her assistant, Xiaohong. Xiaohong, listen closely. You must take Shen Yunshan to the Civil Affairs Bureau immediately to sign the divorce application. I've arranged everything. Miss you. Xiaohong's reaction mirrored that of Lin Ruoxi and the others, all equally astonished. However, she concealed her surprise and remained discreet. As an assistant, her duty was simply to fulfill Shen's directives. She then called Yi Yunshen. At that moment, Yi Yunshen was preparing to visit Old Dragon King with Xiao Yunro. Previously, Old Dragon King had nearly crossed into the realm of the dead, his purpose being to save lives rather than revive the deceased. This time, however, his aim was to heal. Just as he was about to step out, his phone rang. Hello. Yi Yunshen answered the call. Uncertain of what was said on the other end, He initially expressed surprise, followed by a period of contemplation, ultimately releasing a sigh of relief. All right, I understand. Please come to Villa Number 1 at Jujiantang to pick me up. Whose call was that? Xiao Yunrong inquired curiously. Within a mere 3 seconds, Yi Yunshin's countenance exhibited a myriad of emotional shifts, akin to a spilled jar of mixed flavors, leaving Xiao Yunrong utterly astounded. Yi Yunshin set down his phone without responding, instead smiling. In an hour, I may officially be divorced. Officially divorced? Yi Yunshin's words struck with startling impact, causing a flicker of astonishment to flash across Xiao Yunrong's exquisite features. The next moment, as if she grasped the implications, a glimmer of joy graced her face. Then, Yunshin, you go ahead and take care of your business. I will come and pick you up in an hour. Yi Yunshin scrutinized Xiao Yunrong. Were you just reveling in that? Huh? Was I? Xiao Yunrong, visibly crestfallen, transformed her expression in an instant. Yi Yunshin, well aware of the capricious nature of a young woman's emotions, could easily discern her mood. Having officially divorced, he could now pursue her openly. With a resigned shake of his head, he awaited at the entrance of the Jiujian Villa district. Soon, a luxurious Bentley glided to a halt before him. The door swung open, revealing Xiao Hong, attired in professional garb, seated within. Mr. Shun, it has been a while. Please step inside, she said, discreetly surveying the opulent villa district behind her, adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses, and fell silent. Prior to this meeting, she had conferred with Shun Qingqiu, learning that Yi Yunshin had followed her to this estate. Otherwise, it was inconceivable that someone of his stature could access such a lavish row of villas. As the vehicle smoothly navigated towards the Civil Affairs Bureau, Yi Yunshin sat upright, eyes closed in contemplation, while Xiao Hong visibly fidgeted with discomfort. At last, she could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, Mr. Shun, why did you agree over the phone just now? Chapter 18. There is no name Shun Yunshin. Only Yi Yunshin exists. This was remarkably unusual. Yi Yunshin's entanglement with the 3 prominent heiresses was common knowledge within the social circles of Su. It was well understood that he was merely a stand-in for Cheng Zuan. If that were the case, why had Yi Yunshin consented? This time, Mr. Shin appeared to be earnest in his intentions. Once he affixed his signature to the divorce application, it would carry legal weight. Yet Yi Yunshin merely paused symbolically before acquiescing, astonishing Xiao Hong beyond measure. In her estimation, Yi Yunshin ought to have reacted with trepidation, demanding to know why. How could he remain so unfazed? It was as if he genuinely desired the divorce. Facing Xiao Hong's perplexed and slightly anxious gaze, Yi Yunshin smiled. Why should I not agree? Is this not the request of your Mr. Shun? I am merely fulfilling her wishes. I assume she's been enjoying her time with Cheng Zuan lately? Will she be marrying him after our divorce? Each of Yi Yunshin's remarks pierced like thorns, leaving even Xiao Hong, an observer, feeling discomfort. She adjusted her glasses and could not help but interject, setting aside Mr. Shun's personal life. Have you considered that this may not be his true intent? Mr. Shin merely wishes to teach you a lesson. It was evident she had nearly articulated Mr. Shin's sentiments. Given Mr. Shun's complex feelings towards Yi Yunshin, a slight adjustment in attitude, a sincere apology recognizing his mistakes, could lead to reconciliation. Perhaps in the future, he would treat Yi Yunshin with greater kindness, resulting in a mutually beneficial outcome. However, before Xiao Hong could finish her thought, Yi Yunshin swiftly interrupted her. Marriage is not a trivial matter. Constantly invoking divorce as a test or lesson has worn me thin. Whom she chooses to admonish is of no concern to me. With these words, Xiao Hong's expression froze, and the sentiment she had intended to express suddenly evaporated. What the predicament? At such a critical juncture, he still maintained an air of defiance. She harbored an unsettling premonition that matters might not unfold to the satisfaction of Mississippi. Yi Yunshin exhibited no signs of hesitance regarding the signing of the divorce application. However, it mattered little. Ultimately, it would be Yi Yunshin who would bear the consequences. Soon, they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, situated at the very heart of the city, bustling with a multitude of people. This place bore witness to both countless joys and numerous sorrows. Couples blissfully departed with their crimson marriage certificates in hand, while others, estranged, clutched their divorce papers, severing ties for good. Yet, without exception, upon catching sight of Yi Yunshin, the crowd turned to gawk. Was that not Shin Yunshin from the Shin family? What could he possibly be doing at the Civil Affairs Bureau? Was he seeking a divorce? Surely not. despite being a mere substitute for one of the three prominent heiresses. He enjoyed a life of comfort and boundless wealth. Who would willingly part ways with such riches? Furthermore, rumors circulated that his life was safeguarded by Miss Shun and the other two heiresses. Should he proceed with the divorce, his very existence might be at stake. In Sioux City, Yi Yunshen was somewhat of a public figure. Thus, his appearance at the Civil Affairs Bureau inevitably stirred a wave of speculation among onlookers about his intentions. Yet, Yi Yunshen remained unfazed, walking into the building with purpose. He touched the marriage certificate nestled in his pocket, a red cover with white pages, a testament to his and Shun Qingqiu's once happy union. A self-deprecating smile graced his lips as he prepared to hand over the marriage certificate and his identification to the staff. Xiao Hong seized his arm, offering one last warning. Mr. Shun, I believe you may not fully grasp the gravity of the situation. By signing this form, you may truly never see President Shun again. Observing his decisiveness, Xiao Hong hastily intervened. Although Shun Qingqiu insisted on the necessity of signing the divorce application, Xiao Hong wished to afford Yi Yunshen a chance to reconsider before he committed to the decision, hoping for a resolution that would bring joy to all involved. Hurry up. I have a busy day ahead. Yi Yunshen urged impatiently. Mr. Shun, Yi Yunshen's temper flated. Are you unable to comprehend simple language? You're the one requesting my signature and urging me to think it over. What exactly do you want? Xiao Hong was taken aback and promptly fell silent. A staff member at the Civil Affairs Bureau glanced at Yi Yunshen and Xiao Hong, interjecting, Sir, Miss, are you certain you wish to proceed with the divorce application? Signing this document will enact legal proceedings. Absolutely, Yi Yunshen replied, exasperated. With no other option, Xiao Hong reluctantly submitted Shun Qingqiu's identification information. The staff member peered at the computer, then back at Yi Yunshen, shaking their head. That is incorrect. What do you mean incorrect? Xiao Hong inquired, bewildered. There is no record of Shun Yunshen. Only Yi Yunshen appears. What? No record of Shun Yunshen? That cannot be. Xiao Hong exclaimed. Yi Yunshen had registered his name change at the police station. He had not given it much thought. Little did she know, this was merely the first indication of a troubling revelation. The absence of Shun Yunshen's name from the database suggested one possibility. Shun Yunshen's name had been annulled. Yi Yunshen picked up the pen and began to sign. Xiao Hong, standing nearby, discreetly observed Yi Yunshen's expressions. Typically, couples experience a moment of hesitation at the final signing stage. After all, signing signifies a mutual parting of ways, a departure down divergent paths. Years of companionship reduced to mere ashes. Such a decision is daunting. Some individuals even reconsider and choose not to proceed with the divorce. Yet, none of this seemed to afflict Yi Yunshen. A name that eludes many throughout their lives, he swiftly inscribed it with ease. Notably, he signed as Yi Yunshen, not Shun Yunshen. However, this detail escaped Xiao Hong's notice, as her gaze remained fixed on Yi Yunshen's face. A tremor coursed through her heart. Did Yi Yunshen truly feel no sorrow? Once both parties had signed, the staff member stated, the application for divorce registration is officially effective. However, within the next 30 days, either party may withdraw the application if they have a change of heart. This is the cooling-off period, 1 month for you to reflect. Returning to inform President Shun, the staff member handed the form to Xiao Hong, and Yi Yunshen strode out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Exhaling deeply, he inhaled the fresh air. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but he felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him after signing the divorce application. The shackles that had bound him vanished, and even the air felt invigorating. If he could endure this month, he would be truly free. Just then, a sports car appeared in his line of sight, zipping past him with breathtaking speed. The vehicle made a swift U-turn, returning to face him, the rush of air palpable. The young lady inside adjusted her sunglasses and, with a radiant smile, inquired, have you finalized the divorce? Yi Yunshen touched his nose and replied, you could say that. After all, it was merely a divorce registration. There remained a 30-day cooling-off period from the moment he signed. Xiao Yunrong beamed brighter, asking, so, Brother Yunshen, can I pursue you openly now? Yi Yunshen nodded, you can. This marked his return to singlehood, open to pursuits from anyone. Xiao Yunrong was overjoyed. Get in. With a resounding roar, the sports car sped away. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong was still occupied with some procedural matters and missed this scene. She believed Yi Yunshen had merely put on a facade of calm while signing. Men often care about appearances, especially in a civil affairs bureau. Everyone desires to appear nonchalant, even if internally they may be anxious and reluctant. Subsequently, Xiao Hong returned to report. President Shun. Mr. Shun has signed the divorce registration. She handed the divorce application form to Shun Qingxiu. Upon viewing the document, the three daughters exchanged glances, their expressions sharp with intrigue. What was his reaction when he signed? Lin Ruoxi inquired. In their minds, they had anticipated that Yi Yunshun would hesitate, perhaps even be paralyzed by fear. Therefore, they were eager to learn of his response. Very calm, almost indifferent, Xiao Hong replied. I reminded him several times. Lin Ruoxi expressed mild surprise. He signed without hesitation? Xiao Hong shook her head. Indeed, it was quite unexpected. Lin Ruoxi slightly furrowed her brows. He is likely still sulking, seeking to draw our attention. Shun Qingxiu sneered, confidence radiating from her. Rest assured, as time passes, he will come to regret it. This divorce cooling-off period carries legal implications. We shall wait for him to humbly apologize and admit his faults. It won't be long. Shun Qingxiu turned back to the kitchen, intending to personally prepare a meal for Chang Zuan. Xia Anren raised her thumb. The distinction between a skilled chef and an ordinary one lies in their mastery over ingredients. Too high a flame results in burnt offerings, while too low leaves them undercooked. She was metaphorically likening Shun Qingxiu to a chef and Yi Yunshun to the ingredients. The villa was filled with laughter and merriment. Yet Chang Zuan remained silent, holding the divorce application in his hands. He noticed a detail that even the three young ladies had overlooked: the signature. It was Yi Yunshun, and signing the divorce application necessitates a real name. This indicated that Yi Yunshun had already severed ties with the Shun family. However, Chang Zuan chose not to disclose this detail. To him, the less the three young ladies knew about such intricacies, the better. With the matter of reprimanding Yi Yunshun coming to a close, they could now focus all their energy on seeking that mysterious blood donor. In the car, Xiao Yunrong was still basking in the joy of Yi Yunshun's successful divorce. Am I that joyful about my divorce? Yi Yunshun remarked with resignation from the passenger seat. Brother Yunshun, you don't understand. I am merely reflecting. Reflecting? Indeed, Xiao Yunrong stated matter-of-factly. Just a few days ago, I was on the brink of death, let alone discussing love. Yet merely a few days later, I have healed and found my love. Tell me, is this not destiny? Therefore, I firmly believe in this, and I shall not give up pursuing you. One day, you'll be moved by me. Xiao Yunrong was unwavering in her conviction. Yi Yunshun smiled in agreement. All right, I shall await your pursuit. What? Your aunt has arrived? However, just as they neared the hospital, Xiao Yunrong received a phone call, her face lighting up with joy. What happened? Yi Yunshun inquired. My aunt has come. After listening to Xiao Yunrong's introduction, Yi Yunshun gained a general understanding of her aunt. Although she referred to her as aunt, in reality, there was only a slight age difference between them. Thus, the two shared a sisterly bond. This was thanks to the longevity of the old Dragon King. When Xiao Yunrong's father had reached adulthood, he had fathered his sister. Hence, Xiao Yunrong gained this advantageous aunt. You know my aunt too. Initially, Yi Yunshun had no interest in the family tree, but upon hearing Xiao Yunrong's words, her curiosity was piqued. I know your aunt as well. Could she be someone of renown? At that moment, within the confines of the hospital, aside from the peacefully slumbering old Dragon King and Xiao Yunrong's uncle, Xiao Hachuan, there sat a woman. In her 30s, plump and graceful, her demeanor exuded elegance. Seated, her fitted qipao accentuated her figure, curvaceous and voluptuous. This woman resembled a ripe apple. One need not look closely, for even the mere scent could evoke a stirring allure. At that moment, Xiao Hachuan whispered something into the woman's ear. Her expression shifted dramatically, her brows furrowing in disbelief. Is that true? Indeed, Jinglan. It was merely a stroke of luck that a blind cat stumbled upon a dead mouse, saving my father's life. Yet, he insists that this young man is a harbinger of fortune for the Xiao family, and wants to betroth Yunrong to him. You must prevent this. Otherwise, our Xiao family's precious daughter may fall prey to a charlatan. As he spoke, a flicker of cold light crossed Xiao Hachuan's eyes. It turned out that Yi Yunsun reviving the old Dragon King had disrupted the interests of many, including Xiao Hachuan himself. He was determined to thwart the old Dragon King's plans to marry Xiao Yunrong to Yi Yunsun. I see you have your own motives in this matter, don't you, second brother? Suddenly, the woman interjected. What? Xiao Hachuan broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly replying, I wouldn't dare. I simply cannot bear to see my father and Yunrong being deceived. I know what I'm doing. the woman retorted coldly. If it truly is, as you say, a matter of deceit and trickery, I shall not let it go. However, if he possesses genuine talent, the Xiao family will certainly not treat him unfairly. Perhaps he could assist in deciphering the curse that has plagued our family for over a decade. The woman's words were astonishing. Xiao Hechuan was taken aback. What? How could a fraud break such a curse? Even genuine geomancers are at a loss. This situation is unsolvable. Soon, Yi Yunsun and Xiao Yunrong arrived. Yi Yunsun immediately recognized the woman in the room, not merely due to her presence, but because he truly knew her. The financial queen, Xiao Jinglan, a mythical figure in the financial realm. Even the richest in the nation had been turned down by her for a meal. Moreover, she was the ultimate goal of Shun Qingqiu, someone who dreamed of becoming her. To possess such a status as Xiao Yunrong's aunt, the Xiao family was indeed a treasure trove of talent. Jinglan, I'm not mistaken, am I? This fellow is merely a name-dropping opportunist, and he has his eyes fixated on your figure since he entered, Xiao Hechuan quietly remarked to Xiao Jinglan. She remained silent, but upon noticing Yi Yunsun's unyielding gaze upon her as he entered, she couldn't help but frown slightly. Ah, little Yi has arrived. Allow me to introduce you. This is my daughter Jinglan, who is also Yunrong's aunt. Just then, the old dragon king awoke, beaming as he introduced Yi Yunsun. Xiao Jinglan gracefully rose, elegantly approaching Yi Yunsun, scrutinizing him, and said, You are Yi Yunsun? You possess an admirable appearance, yet such superficiality is insufficient. You must demonstrate true skill. Her words served as a warning to Yi Yunsun, indicating that relying on deceit would not suffice. One might stumble upon success once, but what of the second, third, or 10th attempt? Yi Yunsun, however, raised an eyebrow at Xiao Jinglan. It was not merely due to her hostility towards him, but rather, upon closer proximity, he noticed the darkness clouding her brow, a clear sign of impending calamity. Chapter 20. Miss Xiao, you are in for a calamity today. To his surprise, Yi Yunsun's very first words to Xiao Jinglan were this. For a moment, Xiao Yunrong was left speechless. Xiao Jinglan was momentarily rendered speechless. Offended, however, before she could utter a word, Yi Yunsun unceremoniously grasped her delicate hand. In that instant, a thunderous silence enveloped the crowd. Xiao Hechuan gasped in horror, his eyes wide with disbelief as he regarded Yi Yunsun. He thought to himself, You truly dare to cross such boundaries? Deceiving the niece of Yunrong was not enough. You dare to lay hands on Jinglan? Surely, you are unaware of the peril that lies ahead. She is the queen of finance. Most significantly, Xiao Jinglan's mind went blank upon this unexpected contact. Once she regained her composure, fury surged within her, and her other hand instinctively moved to strike. And don't. If he wishes to touch you, let him. But just then, Xiao Yunrong's voice broke through. With a serious demeanor, she decisively stated, What? This revelation astonished everyone, halting Xiao Jinglan mid-motion. They were oblivious to the fact that it was after Yi Yunsun had touched her hand that Xiao Yunrong discerned her greatest secret, the cold poison affliction. Now, as he held her aunt's hand, it was evident that Mr. Yi had perceived something else yet again. The soft, smooth skin felt exquisite to the touch, and Yi Yunsun was also enveloped by a faint, alluring fragrance, Xiao Jinglan's natural scent. It was a stark contrast to the innocence of Xiao Yunrong, reminiscent of blooming flowers, rich and intoxicating, evoking a sense of nostalgia akin to gentle raindrops caressing one's face. Yet, Yi Yunsun had no time to dwell on such musings. He closed his eyes to absorb the moment deeply. His mind conjured fragmented images, a truck careening out of control, colliding with the vehicle that Xiao Jinglan occupied. Is this the profound art of the 9 layers of mystical techniques? Can it indeed foresee peril? Opening his eyes, Yi Yunsun released Xiao Jinglan. A blush of shame suffused her cheeks as she exclaimed, What are you doing? Miss Xiao, today you are in grave danger, Yi Yunsun replied solemnly. Xiao Jinglan was infuriated. You are the one in danger. What manner of person are you to take advantage of someone right off the bat? At that moment, she began to entertain the notion that perhaps Xiao Hechuan's words bore some truth. Such a lecher could hardly be the miraculous doctor he claimed to be. Likely, it was merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Yi Yunsun continued to elucidate. Miss Xiao, I do not mind if you do not believe me, but I implore you to refrain from taking a car when you return. Absurd. Madman. How am I to return without a vehicle? The usually composed queen of finance found herself irate twice at the hands of an obscure individual. Who would believe such a tale? Xiao Yunrong chuckled softly. "Aunt, do listen to Brother Yunshin. His words hold truth." Previously, everyone thought grandfather was beyond saving, yet Brother Yunshin miraculously brought him back to life. This was an undeniable fact. Even Xiao Hechuan could not refute it. Yet, he insisted it was merely a fortuitous coincidence, asserting that should another situation arise, Yi Yunshin would undoubtedly fail to cure him. "Yunrong, you are still too young and naive, having not yet experienced the treachery of society. You are easily deceived by those with ulterior motives," Xiao Hechuan cautioned. Xiao Jinglan concurred with this sentiment. Yunrong was still young, and given her prior struggle with the cold poison, her understanding was limited. To deceive her would indeed be a simple task. She has come to prevent Xiao Yunrong from being with Yi Yunshin because of this matter. However, it must be noted that her father is in favor of the union. In fact, it was he who personally arranged for Yunrong to marry the young man. How could the young be so ignorant while the old remain oblivious as well? Xiao Jinglan's gaze began to flicker as he fixed his eyes on Yi Yunshin. Is the old Dragon King foolish? Certainly not. He must have his reasons for acting this way. "Mr. Yi, I heard from my father that he has entrusted his illness to your care?" Xiao Jinglan inquired, turning to Yi Yunshin. "Indeed," Yi Yunshin replied with a nod. "Then allow me to witness your abilities. If it proves effective, I shall acknowledge you," Xiao Jinglan declared with an air of aloofness. Xiao Hechuan's expression, however, shifted. "But, Jinglan, did we not already establish that he is merely a name-dropper?" Xiao Jinglan cast him a cold glance. Silence. Yi Yunshin recognized that Xiao Jinglan had disregarded his warning, yet he chose not to dwell on it. Instead, focusing on treating the old Dragon King, he inserted a needle into the old Dragon King's body and asked, "Do you feel anything?" The old Dragon King shook his head with a smile. "My meridians are completely severed. How could I possibly feel anything?" Xiao Hechuan shook his head vigorously. "Other doctors require precision instruments, and you were just randomly poking with a needle?" Yi Yunshin paid no heed, slightly deepening the needle's insertion. "How about now?" "Now? Still nothing?" I feel something." Suddenly, the old Dragon King exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Hechuan's previously mocking expression transformed. "What? My meridians should be entirely severed. How is there still sensation?" The old Dragon King's face was one of disbelief. Feeling something is a good sign, Yi Yunshin smiled. "The success rate of treatment has now reached 40%. Ah, Xiao Hechuan was momentarily dumbfounded. Yi Yunshin then took another needle and inserted it into another area of the old Dragon King. "What about here?" "There is sensation, but it is not strong. 60%. Third needle, fourth needle, 10th needle." This was akin to witnessing magic for Xiao Hechuan. "Here, here, and here, all of these have sensation, and they are rather sensitive," the old Dragon King stated. 80%, Yi Yunshin grinned. Xiao Jinglan stood by in astonishment, rendered speechless, though she lacked medical knowledge. How could mere needle pricks lead to such a dramatic increase in the healing rate? Countless esteemed doctors had examined her father's condition and found themselves at a loss. The disparity was staggering. The final needle was inserted into the spot where the old Dragon King was injured the deepest. "There is nothing here." The old Dragon King shook his head. "How is it possible that the deepest wound, the one that bleeds the most, has no sensation?" Yi Yunshin raised an eyebrow, withdrawing the silver needle to examine it. With a hiss, the needle's tip had turned black, even showing signs of corrosion. "You are poisoned." Yi Yunshin narrowed his eyes and said, "Before coming to Sioux City, who did you cross paths with? Perhaps I should inquire who sought to kill you?" As he spoke, he perceived a profound murderous intent in the old Dragon King's eyes. Yet this aura dissipated swiftly. "I too wish to know. Throughout my life of warfare, I have participated in thousands of battles. Many have sought my death, yet I continue to live well." Yi Yunshin cast a profound glance at the old Dragon King, accompanied by a knowing smile, yet chose to remain silent. He could easily discern that the old Dragon King was aware of the identity of the assailant, but feigned ignorance to shield him and Xiao Yunrong from entanglement. Since the old Dragon King was unwilling to divulge, he would refrain from probing further, focusing instead on healing the old Dragon King. The task of uncovering the perpetrator would be entrusted to Long Li and his companions. Perhaps the mastermind would be compelled to reveal themselves upon witnessing the old Dragon King's vitality rather than his demise. After Yi Yunshin departed, Xiao Jinglan cast a glance at Xiao Hechuan, indignantly questioning, Did you not assert that he was merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat, seeking fame for himself? Xiao Hechuan felt a cold sweat cascade down his forehead, his complexion as pallid as if he had consumed a dead rodent. Who could have anticipated that the young man possessed such formidable strength? Second brother, our father will not perish. The glory of the Xiao family has been forged by him alone. My sole purpose in this life is to safeguard that brilliance. Xiao Jinglan spoke calmly, yet her tone carried an icy edge and an undeniable authority. Should anyone harbor ulterior motives, they must not blame me for my ruthlessness. Among our own, I am not one to hesitate. Indeed, I feel the same, Xiao Hechuan hastily affirmed, fully grasping the implications of her words. Suddenly, he recalled Yi Yunshin's warning before administering treatment. Jinglan, is there bloodshed in your future? Xiao Jinglan also recalled this phrase, yet she dismissed it from her mind. While she held Yi Yunshin's medical skills in high regard, the notion of prophetic foresight remained difficult to accept. Shaking her head, she boarded the vehicle, which then glided toward the Waldorf Hotel where she was staying. The journey was uneventful, further diminishing the weight of Yi Yunshin's words in her mind. Did you not claim I was destined for calamity? Where's the bloodshed? Where's the disaster? Ultimately, it all seemed to belong to the realm of the obscure. Unbeknownst to her, in a blind spot, a runaway truck barreled toward her like a beast. By the time Xiao Jinglan realized the danger, it was far too late. With a thunderous crash, flames erupted skyward. The violent impact sent her spiraling into chaos, her very essence feeling as though it were being wrenched from her being. In that moment, she recalled Yi Yunshin's words, "You have bloodshed in your future. Do not ride in a vehicle." The prophecy had come to fruition, yet she remained disbelieving. Regret washed over her as she reflected on the beauty of the world she was leaving behind. She had not yet married, had not borne children, had not honored her parents, and had not safeguarded the Xiao family's legacy. There remained countless unfinished endeavors. She did not wish to perish, just as despair enveloped her. A pair of powerful arms swept her away, sparing her from the explosion's aftermath. The rush of wind in her ears made her feel as if she were soaring. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a chiseled face, sharp as if sculpted from stone. Xiao Jinglan's eyes widened in astonishment. Mr. Yi, having transported her to safety, Yi Yunshin gently set her down, wiping the sweat from his brow before exhaling a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I'm made in time. Miss Xiao, are you unharmed? He inquired, looking intently at Xiao Jinglan. I am fine. Xiao Jinglan, still shaken, fixed her gaze intently upon Yi Yunshin, her heart racing fiercely. For someone of her stature, encountering assassination attempts was an all-too-familiar affair, one she had grown accustomed to, yet never had she faced peril as grave as just moments ago. In that fleeting instant, she truly felt her life was at stake. It was Yi Yunshin who had saved her. Did he return specifically to rescue her? Aware of the danger she faced, as these thoughts raced through her mind, the countenance she had previously found somewhat displeasing now appeared strikingly handsome. But in the next moment, Yi Yunshin covered her mouth. Shoo! Do not make a sound. Someone is coming. In a dim corner, their bodies pressed closely together. Yi Yunshin's heart began to race. At this proximity, he could acutely sense the softness and grace of Xiao Jinglan. Indeed, she was a remarkable woman, her poise and allure far surpassing that of Xiao Yunrong. Xiao Jinglan squirmed, akin to a beautiful serpent nestled in Yi Yunshin's embrace. Soon, her cheeks flushed, and her breath became erratic. After all, she was the queen of finance. What man dared to treat her so? Yet not far from the scene of the accident, there were indeed figures present. This realization sent a shiver down her spine, akin to being targeted by a venomous snake. 4 enigmatic figures in dark attire and masks appeared at the accident site, observing the raging flames and the charred remains. They silently departed. Finally, Yi Yunshin released her. Xiao Jinglan's complexion paled. Who are they? Yi Yunshin shook his head. I do not know, but I can assure you that had we been discovered just now, we would both have met our demise. His expression was grave. The aura emanating from those 4 cloaked figures was terrifying, almost suffocating him. Given his current strength, confronting them would be tantamount to courting death. Even rescuing Xiao Jinglan moments ago was an endeavor fraught with peril. Those 4 figures had been here long before, and this accident was orchestrated by them. However, Xiao Jinglan quickly regained her composure and made several phone calls. I have been attacked, near my hotel. Dispatch the intelligence unit immediately. In that moment, Xiao Jinglan transformed entirely. No longer was she the fragile, terrified woman, but a decisive queen commanding action. The intelligence unit? Yi Yunshin noted with intrigue. It is a comprehensive department I established that serves solely under my command, Xiao Jinglan replied, pursing her lips. It encompasses security, medical expertise, and risk analysis. By the way, do you believe the human brain can rival a computer? Yi Yunshin pondered seriously, concluding that no matter how developed, the human brain could hardly compete with a computer. When they arrive, you shall witness their capabilities. Then, Xiao Jinglan turned to Yi Yunshin, her demeanor profoundly serious, even employing a respectful form of address. Mr. Yi, do you have time afterward? I would like to express my gratitude properly. No need for thanks, Yi Yunshin replied with a smile, gently declining. After all, she was Xiao Jinglan's aunt, and it was only fitting to lend her assistance. Moreover, the time for cultivation has already been squandered. It would be unnecessary to further waste it on trivial matters. Who says it is unnecessary? Mr. Yi, you have saved my life, Xiao Jinglan insisted, stating that saving a life is more valuable than constructing a 7-story pagoda, and earnestly pleaded with Mr. Yi not to refuse. As she spoke, Xiao Jinglan had already grasped Yi Yunshin's arm. Yi Yunshin furrowed his brow. It seemed that evasion was not an option, and he reluctantly agreed. Very well. Soon, Xiao Jinglan's people arrived, but they were not the mysterious intelligence team. The intelligence team was far away in Longdu and would take some time to arrive. Where are we going? Yi Yunshin inquired as he watched the car gradually leave the city. Xiao Jinglan smiled mysteriously and replied with 2 words, my home. Boom! Instantly, Yi Yunshin felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his expression shifting dramatically. The financial queen intended to take him to her home? Wasn't this meant to be a gesture of gratitude? Could it be that Xiao Jinglan had? She is the aunt of Xiao Yunrong. You wish to discuss something with me, Miss Xiao? Yi Yunshin's expression changed. Xiao Jinglan was taken aback, and her interest intensified. Little brother, you are quite clever. You have even changed my title from Mr. Yi to little brother. Since you have saved me, you may call me Sister Jinglan from now on. Xiao Jinglan smiled apologetically. Please don't mind, Brother Yunshin. My gratitude is sincere, and I do have a matter in which I seek your assistance. This issue has troubled me for several years without a solution, until I saw hope in you, Brother Yunshin. Her words were earnest and impeccably delivered, elevating Yi Yunshin to a high pedestal. Yet, Yi Yunshin felt a chill run down his spine. His intuition warned him that the matter Xiao Jinglan wished to discuss was likely not a trivial one. Before long, they arrived at Xiao Jinglan's residence, a villa nestled by the mountains and water. As the financial queen, her investments spanned the nation, and naturally, she had a place to reside in Sioux City. The hotel was no longer safe. Guomin, seeing Yi Yunshin still standing outside, Xiao Jinglan beckoned him inside. Her home was tidy and clean, perhaps due to infrequent visits. Everything bore an air of desolation. Brother Yunshin, please have a seat. At that moment, Xiao Jinglan descended after changing her attire and brought a cup of tea for Yi Yunshin. Thank you. Yi Yunshin began to express his gratitude. But upon raising his gaze to meet Xiao Jinglan's, he froze, nearly dropping the cup. This woman had changed into a semi-transparent silk nightgown at home. Her figure was alluringly accentuated, curves exquisite. What is wrong, Brother Yunshin? Xiao Jinglan inquired, puzzled. In nothing, Yi Yunshin stammered, hastily clearing his throat to divert the topic. Ahem. Sister Jinglan, you wish to discuss the incident from today, correct? Suddenly, Xiao Jinglan's demeanor grew serious as she nodded and said, Indeed, such occurrences have transpired before. A flicker of trepidation crossed her eyes. I have encountered numerous inexplicable moments, brushing against death. Although I've managed to evade them, this cannot continue. Some say I possess ill fortune, yet I have repeatedly triumphed in financial investments. Such claims are unfounded. Brother Yunshin, since you can foresee my impending disaster, perhaps you can address the root of the issue. After hearing Xiao Jinglan's words, Yi Yunshin fell into contemplation. Based on her description, the matter transcended the realm of medical treatment and ventured into a more profound domain of feng shui and fortune. Fortunately, the ninefold mysterious arts includes records of feng shui techniques. Unfortunately, he remained a novice, rendering the challenge rather formidable. Brother Yunshin, is there truly no way? Observing Yi Yunshin's silence, Xiao Jinglan felt a pang of disappointment, albeit one she had anticipated. After all, she had sought the counsel of many capable individuals in private, all of whom had been at a loss. Yet, Yi Yunshin offered no response, merely gazing at Xiao Jinglan and stating, Sister Jinglan, Your predicament resembles a decree from the king of hell. A decree from the king of hell? What does that entail? Xiao Jinglan inquired, her expression shifting dramatically. Chapter 22. I shall rise, she shall fall, yet we shall both marry you. Yi Yinshan's countenance grew grave. It is an exceedingly sinister and ruthless method of severing one's fate. You may perceive it as a death notice delivered by the king of hell. If the king of hell desires you dead at midnight, who would dare let you live until dawn? Death is inevitable. His words struck like lightning, leaving Xiao Jinglan paralyzed with fear. But that cannot be. I have survived those previous accidents and assassination attempts. I evaded them even this time. Xiao Jinglan clung to a sliver of hope. That is because you altered the outcome of your destined demise through external forces. The king of hell's decree does not lose its potency due to a single failure. It remains ever present. Essentially, you have merely modified the process of death without changing the outcome. Do you comprehend my meaning? Upon finishing his statement, an oppressive silence engulfed the villa. Xiao Jinglan's face drained of color, her body trembling with dread. It meant that the king of hell's decree would not relent until death was achieved. In the next moment, Xiao Jinglan clutched Yi Yunshin's hand desperately, as if grasping a lifeline. Brother Yunshin, you must save me. I do not wish to die. She leaned closer, her warmth enveloping him. A tingling sensation surged through his entire being. As she approached, Yi Yunshin could distinctly perceive the alluring contours beneath her thin nightgown. Miss Zhao's allure was truly remarkable, coupled with the hint of desperation in her eyes, which regarded him as her savior. She appeared utterly vulnerable. Any man would find it hard to resist such a sight. Gazing into Xiao Jinglan's yearning and adoring eyes, Yi Yunshin felt a surge of exhilaration at the prospect of conquering a goddess. He inhaled deeply, thinking to himself, now this is what life is about. Reflecting on 3 years spent as a mere substitute for Shun Qingqiu, Lin Ruoxi, and Xia Anren, he had lived like a dog. Sister Jinglan, do not fret. Allow me to investigate further. This time, Yi Yunshin discreetly wielded the profound techniques of the 9 layers of mysterious arts, meticulously examining the condition within Xiao Jinglan's body. However, his expression grew increasingly grave. Just as I had mentioned, it is indeed the king of hell summons. Though I have self-taught some geomancy and mystical arts at this stage, I am unable to unravel such a degree of malevolent sorcery. Nevertheless, Yi Yunshin shifted his tone. I can render it temporarily ineffective for a period. Xiao Jinglan's demeanor became fervent. As long as Brother Yunshin can save me, you may demand any reward you desire. Money is merely a string of numbers to her. Of course, if you seek neither wealth nor power, I would not mind offering myself. A unique brilliance sparkled in Xiao Jinglan's beautiful eyes, with words that could astound. Yi Yunshin's expression changed drastically upon hearing her proclamation. The impact of her words was overwhelming. After all, she is the financial queen. Yet it was precisely because she is the financial queen that her willingness to devote herself to a man seemed so astonishing. Why are you silent, little brother? Is it because of Yunrong? You need not worry about her. Although I am her aunt, in truth, we are as close as sisters. I can take the lead while she takes a step back. I am quite amenable to that. From the moment she confirmed that Yi Yunshin could treat her father, she had already acknowledged him. The instant he rescued her from the car accident, she felt a flicker of affection towards him. Given her youth, what harm could there be in pursuing further? Yi Yunshin found himself retreating. There's no need to take it that far, Sister Jinglan. Please help me keep an eye out for some medicinal herbs. He hastily procured paper and pen to jot down several types of herbs. Dragon blood ginseng, Buddha's head fruit, fire spirit mushroom. These are the herbs he currently required, which would not only aid in his cultivation, but also enhance his physique. However, Xiao Jinglan's expression shifted. Herbs? Is my allure not greater than these herbs? Yi Yunshin chuckled awkwardly, refraining from responding. Primarily, managing Xiao Yunrong was already enough of a headache. Adding an aunt into the mix? That would be quite the predicament. Surely, Shun Qingqiu and Xia Anren never anticipated that post-divorce. They would be surrounded by such enchanting beauties, each far surpassing them by 100-fold. Very well, as long as you can save me, I shall cover all your future herbal needs. Xiao Jinglan's impression of Yi Yunshin improved further. Maintaining composure amidst temptation is truly commendable. Yi Yunshin rose to his feet, exhaling a sigh of relief. Then let us commence. Sister Jinglan, you should first take a bath. Xiao Jinglan paused. A bath? Indeed, Yi Yunshin replied, his expression awkward. The 9 layers of mysterious arts dictated such a procedure. The practitioner must cleanse themselves through bathing before proceeding to the next step. The king of hell summons is easily tainted by impurities. Not even the slightest trace is permissible. However, rest assured, Sister Jinglan, I assure you I shall not peek. Yi Yinshin promised again. Peeking would not be a concern. Xiao Jinglan murmured softly. What did you say? Sister Jinglan? Nothing. I shall go now. With that, Xiao Jinglan turned and ascended to the 2nd floor, and soon the sound of the shower echoed through the air. Yi Yinshin seized this opportunity to quietly activate the 9 layers of mysterious arts. Unbeknownst to them, due to the car accident, the social circles in Sioux City were in an uproar. Rumors circulated that the financial queen Xiao Jinglan had arrived in Sioux City and had been involved in an accident. Is that truly the financial queen? It appears that the financial queen has arrived in our city, Sioux City, and has even been involved in a car accident. The footage from the surveillance cameras has sent shockwaves through various circles. Fortunately, Xiao Jinglan emerged unscathed. Otherwise, the business realm of Longhua would have been thrown into chaos. Currently, this news circulates only within a small circle led by Xia Anren's father, Xia Taishan. Although Xia Taishan is a giant in Sioux City's business community, he has been suppressed by Master Wu for years, becoming a thorn in his side. 3 years ago, he even humbled himself to seek Master Wu's intercession for a discarded pawn, relinquishing a significant portion of profits, only to receive 3 slaps across the face in return. This incident has left an indelible stain on his reputation. If he seizes this opportunity to visit the financial queen who suffered the accident and aligns himself with her, he could no longer be bullied by Master Wu. A mere token of goodwill from the financial queen would bring immense fortune to the Xia family. This is the formidable influence of the financial queen, Xiao Jinglan. Moreover, he recently acquired a premium dragon blood ginseng at auction, which would serve as a fitting gift for his visit. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. He hurried home to retrieve the dragon blood ginseng and, upon discovering Xiao Jinglan's residence, rushed over without delay. At this moment, Xiao Jinglan had just finished her bath, resembling a freshly bloomed lotus, her skin flawless and delicate. The allure she exuded post-bath was unlike any other. Noticing Yi Yinshin gazing intently at her, Xiao Jinglan giggled. Brother Yinshin, do I look good? Indeed, Yi Yinshin replied instinctively. But as soon as the words left his lips, he realized the implications and his face flushed crimson. He quickly shook his head. Not good. I mean, at a loss for words, he stammered. Ha ha ha. Brother Yinshin, you are quite amusing. I like it. Xia Jinglan Lauget. Her vibrant spirit causing her to sway. The white towel wrapped around her quivering like a bottomless abyss. Let's begin, Sister Jinglan. Yi Yinshin urged, fearing that if they delayed any longer, he might lose his composure. Just as Xiao Jinglan prepared to recline on the sofa, as instructed, her smooth back facing him. The doorbell rang. Greetings, Queen Xia. I am Xia Taishan from the Xia family of Sioux City. I have come to visit upon hearing of your accident. Xia Taishan? This name was utterly unfamiliar to Xiao Jinglan, as the status was far too lowly for her to acknowledge. However, Yi Yunshin's expression darkened. Do you know him, little brother? Perceiving Yi Yunshin's change in demeanor, Xiao Jinglan inquired instinctively. Yes, Yi Yunshin nodded, his face devoid of emotion. He is the father of an acquaintance of mine. But the connection is no longer relevant. Yi Yunshin held a vivid impression of Xia Taishan, for he was the one who looked down upon him the most among the relatives and friends of the 3 young ladies. This individual was driven by self-interest, always prioritizing his own gain in any situation. To Xia Taishan, Yi Yunshin's expulsion from the Yi family rendered him a stray dog, devoid of value. Ironically, due to his daughter Xia Anren's request, he had to swallow his pride and seek assistance from his sworn enemy, Master Wu, only to be dealt 3 stinging slaps in return. Those 3 slaps remained etched in Xia Taishan's memory, lingering as a desire for retribution. At the same time, he did not forget that the 3 slaps he received were due to Yi Yunshin. Master Wu is indeed the king of Sioux City's underground world. Lacking the ability to retaliate, he could only vent his frustrations on Yi Yunshin. Thus it was. Xiao Jinglan smiled slightly, saying, since it is of no consequence, there is no need for us to meet. Yi Yunshin remained expressionless, pausing briefly before adding, would you like me to help you suppress him again? Though spoken lightly, should she decide to intervene, even a mere flick of her finger would be too much for the Xia family to withstand. No, it's unnecessary, Yi Yunshin replied, shaking his head. In the past, he indeed harbored thoughts of revenge, but now he had found peace. Having severed ties, what was the point of lingering? Very well. I shall send him away so as not to disturb our little world, Xiao Jinglan said, not pushing the matter further, casting a sultry glance at Yi Yunshin. Truly. Sister Jinglan, has our little world arrived? Who would have imagined that the esteemed financial queen of the Dragon Kingdom's business realm would be so warm and private? At home, outside, Xia Taishan frowned upon the prolonged silence at the door, unwilling to give up, and shouted once more, Queen Xiao. I am Xia Taishan from the Xia family of Su City, here with a premium dragon blood ginseng for you. This time, he revealed the name of his gift, a superior dragon blood ginseng. This herb is invaluable, with immature specimens fetching hundreds of millions, let alone the mature, top-grade ones, which are nearly priceless. Sister Jinglan, wait. At the mention of dragon blood ginseng, Yi Yunshin immediately called out to Xiao Jinglan. Xiao Jinglan was equally astonished. Wasn't this the very herb listed on the inventory for Yunshin? She hadn't even instructed her subordinates to procure it. And here it was, delivered right to her doorstep. To pursue the elusive yet find it effortlessly. How remarkable. Sister Jinglan, you should meet him. After all, he comes bearing gifts, Yi Yunshin smiled. Xiao Jinglan chuckled in response, extending a delicate finger to playfully tap Yi Yunshin's forehead, saying, All right then, considering the dragon blood ginseng, I shall meet him. She quickly changed into more conservative attire and personally went to greet him. Naturally, Yi Yunshin did not appear. Just then, the buzzing of a phone interrupted, and it turned out to be a call from the revered Xiao Longwang. At that moment, seeing the door finally open, Xia Taishan was elated. The gift truly bore fruit. He was about to meet the pinnacle of the financial world, the financial queen. Indeed, as the legends foretold, she was breathtakingly beautiful, more stunning than her photographs. Xia Taishan stood tall, a sense of pride swelling within him. He was the first in the Su City business realm to meet her, and likely the only one to have encountered the financial queen. This was a tale he could boast about for a lifetime. Where is the dragon blood ginseng? Yet Xiao Jinglan regarded him coldly, her voice laced with frosty disdain. Xia Taishan had never anticipated that the illustrious financial queen would immediately demand the dragon blood ginseng from him. He forced a pleasing smile. Your Majesty, Queen Xiao, I have come specifically to pay you a visit. As he spoke, Xia Taishan presented a dragon blood ginseng, simultaneously gesturing towards the interior of the room, implying that at the very least, he should be allowed to enter and sit down. I shall accept your gift, but you may forego entering, replied Xiao Jinglan, who directly accepted the dragon blood ginseng. What? Queen Xiao observed as Xiao Jinglan accepted the ginseng, yet barred him from entering, leaving Xia Taishan momentarily dumbfounded. Just as he noticed Xiao Jinglan preparing to close the door, a man's voice suddenly echoed from the second floor. Jinglan, your phone. Both Xiao Jinglan and Xia Taishan were taken aback. Xiao Jinglan shouted upstairs, Please answer it for me. Following this, the room above was filled with the sound of hushed conversations. Xia Taishan stood frozen in disbelief, astonished at the revelation that a man resided in Queen Zhao's home. No wonder she was so eager to send him away. Wasn't it said that a career-driven woman like Queen Xiao, a paragon of the new era, had no need for a man? Xia Taishan felt as though he had stumbled upon a monumental secret, his expression laden with ambiguity. Yet the voice seemed familiar, almost resembling Yi Yunshin. No, the more he listened, the more it sounded like him. Just as Xia Taishan prepared to listen more intently, the door was slammed shut by Xiao Jinglan. Reluctantly, he departed. This visit proved to be quite fruitful. Not only had he encountered the financial queen, but he had also received his gift. Furthermore, he had uncovered the queen's secret of harboring a man, whose voice bore a striking resemblance to Yi Yunshin. However, that was of little consequence. What mattered was that the Xia family had successfully established a connection with the financial queen. Yet, he could not fathom that it truly was Yi Yunshin. The old Dragon King called to inquire about your well-being. Knowing you were safe brings him peace. Yi Yunshin recounted the conversation. Xiao Jinglan casually tossed the dragon blood ginseng to Yi Yunshin, saying, Here, the ginseng you requested. Xia Taishan certainly spared no expense. Yi Yunshin chuckled. I wonder if he would be infuriated to know that the dragon blood ginseng he gifted has ultimately ended up in my possession. As he spoke, Yi Yunshin opened the medicinal box, revealing a vividly red dragon-shaped blood ginseng. A glimmer of eagerness flashed in his eyes. With this dragon blood ginseng, he would be able to enhance his practice of the ninefold mysterious arts and acquire greater skills. At this moment, The ninefold mysterious arts felt like an expansive ocean to Yi Yunshin. What he had explored thus far was merely the tip of the iceberg. Now we are undisturbed, he remarked. The significance of the dragon blood ginseng was trivial to Xiao Jinglan. She leaned forward again, turning her head to gaze intently at him. At the same time, her partially undraped figure revealed the smooth, fair skin of a beautiful woman, causing the surrounding air to become palpably warmer. After her shower, Yi Yunshin noticed that Xiao Jinglan's skin had become even more supple. Swallowing hard, he said, "Then, Sister Jinglan, shall I begin?" "Yes, please proceed," Xiao Jinglan replied softly. It was evident that she was quite nervous, though it remained uncertain whether it was due to an apprehension of the unknown or the fact that it was her first experience with a man touching her sacred form. Xiao Jinglan gripped the bedsheet tightly, her skin taut and tense with anticipation. "Sister Jinglan, relax. Do not fear the exorcism. The more you fear, the more challenging it becomes." Yi Yunshin felt compelled to reassure her. Exorcism differs fundamentally from healing. The willpower of the afflicted is of utmost importance. Should one's resolve falter, the potency of the malevolent spell intensifies. Yi Yunshin closed his eyes and, with a decisive motion, pierced his finger, letting a droplet of blood fall upon the smooth, alluring back of Xiao Jinglan. The instant it landed, a resonant hum echoed. The blood transformed into intricate crimson patterns, spreading across Xiao Jinglan's body. In the next moment, Yi Yunshin opened his eyes, and a brilliant golden light flickered within his pupils. "Break!" he thundered, striking his palm firmly against Xiao Jinglan. Simultaneously, a piercing scream resonated, akin to a tormented specter struggling against its chains. Then, an ominous black mist erupted from the patterns, surging toward Yi Yunshin with alarming speed. Chapter 24. Has blood transfusion vanished into thin air? What is this? Xiao Jinglan, lying on the bed, beheld such a phenomenon for the first time, her complexion paling in terror, her delicate form trembling uncontrollably. This is the king of hell's talisman. Not only was Xiao Jinglan frightened, but Yi Yunshin also felt a sense of trepidation. After all, prior to inheriting the ninefold profound arts, he was an ordinary individual. He had never encountered not only geomancy, but also medical arts or martial prowess. This was indeed his inaugural experience in exorcism, and to claim he felt unperturbed would be a falsehood. Yet, he forcibly steadied himself, closed his eyes, and silently channeled the ninefold profound arts, swiftly forming seals with his hands. He pointed decisively, "Annihilate." In the next instant, a talisman ignited into flames. The eerie black mist followed suit, igniting simultaneously until it was reduced to ashes. Afterward, silence enveloped the villa. Xiao Jinglan, lying on the bed, felt a sudden jolt, followed by an overwhelming sense of relief. What is happening? This refreshing sensation astonished her. She had never felt so unburdened before. She turned to gaze at Yi Yunshin. "The spell of the king of hell has been temporarily nullified," he explained. Before she could revel in joy, Yi Yunshin added, "Do not celebrate too soon. This merely suspends its effectiveness. With my current abilities, I am far from capable of eradicating such advanced sorcery. In approximately 2 months, the king of hell will once again afflict you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinglan's complexion turned ashen once more, a chilling dread coursing through her being. "Not only you, but now that I have temporarily dispelled the malevolent spell, I too have become entwined in its consequences," Yi Yunshin continued, further rendering her speechless. "Even my little brother has been affected. During these 2 months, I must train relentlessly." A glint of cold determination flashed in Yi Yunshin's eyes. "Regardless of whether it is you, Sister Jinglan, or the affliction of the old Dragon King, I must reach a certain level of cultivation to break the curse." Xiao Jinglan's gaze fell upon the blood-red dragon blood ginseng. "Sister Jinglan, do you have a spare room? Clear one for me. I shall take this opportunity to refine the dragon blood ginseng." Xiao Jinglan promptly replied, "Yes. Follow me." Leading Yi Yunshin to an empty room, she swiftly closed the door. Merely possessing the dragon blood ginseng is insufficient. He must also learn the art of alchemy. He vividly recalled the matter of repaying Lin Ruoshi for that life-extending elixir. This was yet another profound and intricate domain. Yi Yunshin devoted himself entirely to delving into its depths. Meanwhile, Xiao Jinglan stood outside the door, her gaze occasionally drifting inside. Several times, she contemplated pushing the door open, yet she restrained herself. She paced back and forth, lost in thought. In the next moment, she dialed a number, Hello? Intelligence organization. Upon your arrival in Sioux City, you're no longer required to heed my commands. I shall introduce you to a new master, and you are to fully comply with his wishes in your subsequent actions. There was a long silence on the other end before a dry female voice responded, "Yes, Mississippi." However, her tone was laden with deep reluctance. After all, the intelligence organization existed solely for her, and now she was instructing them to obey another? Who could possibly compare to her? The organization harbored doubts. Shun Qingxiu and the other three young ladies remained oblivious to Yi Yunshin's movements. They were convinced that within a month, Yi Yunshin would inevitably succumb to the urge to seek them out and apologize. That divorce application form would certainly prove unnecessary. To underscore this point, Shun Qingxiu had prominently pinned the divorce registration form in a visible location. Beside it hung a calendar, with a circle drawn around each passing day. The red ink was particularly striking, symbolizing the countdown to the official commencement of a 1-month cooling-off period. During this time, they also took the opportunity to search for the mysterious blood donor. What's the outcome? Have you found anything? Shun Qingxiu inquired. Lin Ruoshi and Xia Anren both shook their heads. Not a single piece of news. What a strange occurrence. How could they not locate him? The three young ladies furrowed their brows. Logically speaking, given their connections and capabilities, finding someone should be a simple task. Yet, they had not received any information. It was as if the blood donor had vanished without a trace. Do you think that blood donor could be Yi Yunshin? Lin Ruoshi suddenly proposed a possibility. Impossible. To their surprise, it was Cheng Zuan who first voiced the denial. The three young ladies turned to him in astonishment. Cheng Zuan elaborated. That blood donor and brother Shin donated on the same day. Since brother Shin has already donated once, why would he donate again within a single day? It defies logic. Furthermore, if it were truly brother Shun, why wouldn't he inform us? This would be a golden opportunity to break the ice. Shun Qingxiu and the others found his reasoning compelling. If that blood donor were indeed Shin Yunshin, he would have boasted about it. He would likely have come to them with a smug demeanor, perhaps even speaking harshly to them. Thus, they dismissed that suspicion. Just then, Xia Anren's phone rang. To her surprise, it was her father, Xia Taishan, calling. "Anren, where are you? Come home at once. We have great news." Xia Taishan exclaimed excitedly on the other end. "What great news could we possibly have?" Xia Anren replied, intrigued. Shun Qingxiu and Lin Ruoshi also turned to listen. "I can't explain over the phone. Just come home." Reluctantly, Xia Anren complied. "We have established a connection with the financial queen." As soon as Xia Anren returned, Xia Taishan spoke up. Xia Anren was momentarily taken aback. The financial queen? Which financial queen? However, upon uttering those words, she herself was stunned. She blurted out, "The myth of the financial world. Xiao Jinglan. Indeed, I went to pay her a visit. Your father was the very first person in the entire Sioux City to meet her and accepted her gifts." Really? Upon hearing this, Xia Anren was elated, akin to winning the lottery. Visiting and receiving gifts are two entirely different concepts. The former merely signifies a fleeting acquaintance that may not be remembered. However, accepting a gift carries a different meaning. It signifies that the financial queen acknowledges the Xia family. Just as her father said, they had truly established a connection. Boundless wealth has descended upon them. "Father, did the queen really accept it?" Xia Anren confirmed repeatedly. "Absolutely. Before I could finish my sentence, she took the gifts. Then what do we have to fear from Wu San in the future? With the financial queen as our backing, not even Wu San, a mere underground king, nor the sovereign of Sioux can underestimate us. Wu San is the ruler of the underground circles in Sioux City, overshadowing the Xia family. The sovereign of Sioux is even more formidable, reigning over the entirety of Sioux City. It was the sovereign who wanted Yi Yunshin dead 3 years ago. But now, with their connection to the financial queen, the balance of power has shifted. Those 3 slaps Wu San dealt me. I must retaliate." A glint of cold light flickered in Xia Taishan's eyes. Xia Anren was filled with hope, but soon thought of Yi Yunshin. The notion of being able to make her father repay Wu San with 3 slaps was sheer folly. "By the way, daughter, I discovered a secret about the financial queen." As if recalling something, Xia Taishan's expression shifted. He lowered his voice and whispered to Xia Anren. "While delivering gifts, I discovered a man hidden in the financial queen's home." "What? A man?" The words fell into Xia Anren's ears, and she could hardly believe it. She inhaled sharply, her eyes nearly popping out. "How can this be? The financial queen is notoriously averse to men. Moreover, she has always prioritized her career. How could there be a man concealed in her home? This was what she heard from Sister Qingqiu. The financial queen is Sister Qingqiu's ultimate aspiration. She dreams of becoming someone like Xiao Jinglan. In her words, the financial queen embodies perfection, possessing talent, beauty, grace, and a commendable background. Yet privately, she harbors a man? Who would believe such a tale? By the way, that man's voice sounded remarkably like Shen Yunshin, Xia Taishan added. Shen Yunshin? Upon hearing this name, Xia Anren was utterly bewildered. Chapter 25, Kill Yi Yinshen. The man nurtured by the financial queen is Shen Yunshin? How could this be? Despite the financial queen's commanding presence, she is still a woman and has her own needs. This is only logical. However, Xia Anren still could not fathom the connection between Shen Yunshin and the illustrious financial queen. They were worlds apart, akin to the heavens and the earth. Father, could it be that you misheard? Xia Anren's expression was peculiar. Xia Taishan shook his head, stating with certainty, it is impossible to have misheard. The voice unmistakably resembles that of Shen Yunshin. In the next moment, observing Xia Anren's strange demeanor, he burst into hearty laughter. Daughter, do you truly believe that the man hidden in the financial queen's chamber is Shen Yunshin? You are overthinking it. In this world, there are countless voices that sound alike. Isn't Shen Yunshin's voice quite similar to Zhe Wen's? Indeed, Xia Anren soon felt a sense of relief. It was merely her overreaction. However, her surprise stemmed from hearing Shen Yunshin's name. The similarity in voices was rather commonplace. After all, Shen Yunshin's voice was rich with magnetism, akin to that of An. Upon returning to her room, she shared this incident with Shen Qingqiu and the others. The group was equally astonished, especially Shen Qingqiu, who excitedly exclaimed over the phone, Anren, since your family has connected with Queen Xiao, could you possibly introduce me to her? Meeting her would be the ultimate goal of my life. Just a brief conversation would yield immense benefits. I implore you. Shen Qingqiu earnestly pleaded with Xia Anren. I must consult my father about this. The young lady from the Shen family also wished to meet Queen Xiao. Xia Taishan furrowed his brows, knowing he should refuse. After all, individuals of such stature typically prefer to avoid unnecessary interactions with irrelevant parties. Having just visited her, boasting about it would surely leave a negative impression on Queen Xiao. Yet, given a long-standing relationship between their families, he found it difficult to decline. Here's what we will do. The last time Queen Xiao did not allow me in was due to the presence of someone at her home. I will visit her again, and you can accompany me then. Xia Taishan believed that Queen Xiao had barred him from entering because there were men present. Excellent. Thank you, Uncle Xia. Shen Qingqiu responded with uncontained joy. Little did she know, if it were solely due to Yi Yunshin's influence, there would be no need for such elaborate arrangements. By the way, Qingqiu, are you aware of the significant event that recently transpired in Sioux City? Lin Ruoxi inquired while fiddling with her phone. A miraculous doctor revived the already deceased Dragon King of the southern border. Upon hearing this, Cheng Zuan's mind stirred with interest. Shen Qingqiu nodded, of course, am aware. I was even contemplating how to invite that miraculous doctor to treat An. Yes, I heard that the southern border Dragon King was already dead. Yet that doctor managed to bring him back to life. What an extraordinary feat that must be. Lin Ruoxi exclaimed, her astonishment evident. Coming from a family steeped in the medical profession, she understood well the challenges of reviving the deceased. Timing, location, and harmony among people are all essential. If the doctor could resurrect the dead, surely An's affliction would be a trivial matter. As the conversation progressed, Shen Qingqiu grew increasingly excited. Even Cheng Zuan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. If that miraculous doctor could heal him, his chances of survival would significantly increase. This would render Yi Yunshin's role considerably less critical. The loss of 3,000 gold would hardly be mourned. Yet, Cheng Zuan was oblivious to the fact that in addition to his desire for Yi Yunshin's demise, there were others who harbored the same wish. In a villa on the outskirts of Sioux City, a figure clad in a tailored suit emanated a somber aura. It was discovered that a man named Yi Yunshin had rescued the Dragon King Xiao. His subordinates reported behind him. Very well, you may leave. After dismissing his men, for figures clad in black materialized behind the man. They seemed to have appeared out of thin air, without any forewarning, remaining utterly silent and as cold as ice. The suited man commanded, eliminate Yi Yunshin. He must not be allowed to cure Xiao Quanglong. The four remained silent, swiftly vanishing as mysteriously as they had arrived. Unbeknownst to Yi Yunshin, A grave danger was encroaching upon him. At that moment, he was still at Xiao Jinglan's residence. After a day of cultivation, he had fully refined the properties of the dragon blood ginseng, resulting in significant enhancement. Yi Yunshin could distinctly feel his physique bolstered, his vitality surging like a roaring river, his entire being brimming with strength. A glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. This was merely the threshold. What if he achieved mastery? The thought was too daunting to entertain. Upon concluding his cultivation, Yi Yunshin prepared to take his leave. "Ah, are you leaving so soon?" Xiao Jinglan's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment at his departure. "It's quite late. Why not stay the night and leave tomorrow?" she implored, casting a glance at the darkened night outside. "No, thank you," Yi Yunshin smiled gently, declining. "Sister Jinglan, not only do I have matters to attend to, but the Dragon King's illness will also require some time before I can continue treatment. This period is crucial for recuperation." His recent enhancement was solely related to his physical strength. He needed to further solidify his medical and mystical arts. After escorting Yi Yunshin from the villa, Xiao Jinglan reluctantly returned inside. She conveyed Yi Yunshin's words to the old Dragon King. The old Dragon King laughed heartily, addressing Xiao Zhan and Long Li beside him. "Did you hear that? Little Yi claims he can cure me. My life is far from over." "Indeed, Mr. Yi is a great benefactor to our 7 armies. Long Li chimed in with a smile. For the 7 armies, the old Dragon King was a special figure in Mr. Yi had saved his life, making him a benefactor to all within the 7 armies, as well as a revered figure in the military realm of Longhua. "Dragon King, could you perhaps speak to Mr. Yi and request that he becomes our Longshi's honorary father? I'm truly overjoyed to see you well." Just as Long Li was about to continue the conversation, urging the Dragon King to approach Yi Yunshin regarding the position of Chief Military Doctor of Longshi, a rough yet fervent voice interrupted. 2 tall and imposing figures, exuding an aura reminiscent of towering mountains, strode into the room. Upon seeing them, Long Li and Xiao Zhan's expressions shifted dramatically. "Han Xiao, Tiger, what brings you here? Isn't the south border in need of guarding?" In the wake of the old Dragon King's incident, not all 7 armies had been present. Long Li and Xiao Zhan had merely come to visit due to their proximity to the station location. Unexpectedly, the Tiger Ben army and the Wolf Fong army, who had been stationed at the south border, had also arrived. The Wolf Fong army's leader, Han Xiao, smiled. "When the honorary father is in trouble, how can we not come to pay our respects?" "Exactly. With the south border secure, who among the unscrupulous would dare to set foot in south border now?" The fierce visage of Chun Tianhu, the leader of the Tiger Ben army, was etched with ruthlessness and a palpable aura of menace. "No matter the gravity of the matter, nothing surpasses the importance of my adoptive father's predicament. Should I catch any of you, I will undoubtedly make you pay." With that, he turned to his adoptive father and inquired, "What were you just saying? Something about a benefactor of the 7th Army?" Chapter 26. Alas, the intelligence is flawed. "This is a master." Han Xiao abruptly shifted the conversation, directing his gaze towards old Dragon King and his companions. Dragon Li and Xiao Zhan exchanged urgent glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. They had initially believed that Han Xiao and the others had come merely for a visit, only to discover that they were referencing Mr. Yi. Xiao Zhan inwardly cursed them for their cunning, recognizing it as a deliberate ploy. They were already well aware of Mr. Yi's whereabouts. With Long Shi and Kuan Peng at a stalemate, the addition of 2 more players could spell disaster. As these thoughts raced through their minds, the expressions of Dragon Li and Xiao Zhan swiftly darkened. Old Dragon King, however, was oblivious to their concern. He was eager to recount his harrowing experience of traversing the gates of death. "You see, little Yi, you must have caught wind of my precarious situation. I was already destined for the underworld, yet little Yi resolutely pulled me back. Isn't that miraculous?" Ha ha ha. Upon hearing old Dragon King's words, both Chun Tianhu and Han Xiao widened their eyes in astonishment, clearly intrigued. After all, resurrecting the dead was an extraordinary feat, one that had never been recorded in history. At least, none had ever heard of it. "Where is this miraculous doctor, little Yi, now?" Chun Tianhu inquired. Just as Xiao Longlong was about to respond, the door to the infirmary swung open abruptly. One of Xiao Longlong's subordinates rushed in, urgency palpable in his voice. "Dragon King, grave news. We have just received intelligence that foreign assassins have infiltrated Sioux City. Their target is Mr. Yi Yunshin." Xiao Longlong's expression shifted dramatically. "This is dire." Little Yi is in danger. What do they mean by targeting Mr. Yi Yinshin? The faces of Dragon Li, Xiao Zhan, and Chen Tianhu all turn grim. The intent to assassinate Mr. Yi Yinshin sent a shudder through the room. Xiao Yunrong, standing beside Xiao Longwang, turned pale, her distress evident as she fought back tears. Xiao Longwang quickly deduced their motives. They must realize that after one failed attempt, it would be challenging to strike again. So they have shifted their focus to the one who saved my life, Little Yi. If they eliminate him, who will treat me? I would meet my demise regardless. Boom! With this realization, the severity of the situation weighed heavily upon everyone. Xiao Zhan immediately demanded, I will go rescue Mr. Yi. Quickly, find out where he is. Little Yi is treating patients at the Jinglan residence, which is located in the suburbs. Dragon Li exclaimed, Xiao Zhan, you and I must hurry to my daughter's residence. Urged Xiao Longwang, we shall accompany you. Both Chen Tianhu and Han Xiao asserted. Xiao Zhan's expression soured. What business do you have there? Chen Tianhu grinned broadly. We are, of course, going to rescue Mr. Yi. As previously stated, he is a benefactor to our 7th Army. This bunch of scoundrels dares to act against our savior right under our noses. It is as if they are disregarding our existence. Individuals like Dr. Yi are rare. He cannot perish by their hands. We must protect him. Han Xiao echoed his sentiments. However, Dragon Li and the others could see that they too had developed an interest in Mr. Yi. Perhaps it's better to refrain. Look at how casually you all are dressed. What of it? Even in casual attire, I could take down each one of them. Are you afraid we will steal away Dr. Yi? With this remark, Han Xiao effectively blocked any retreat for the two. With no alternative, they had to allow Han Xiao and Chen Tianhu to accompany them. Xiao Yunrong joined them as well. Remaining silent throughout, her fists clenched tightly, her palms sweating from anxiety. She was deeply concerned for Yi Yinshin. He was merely an ordinary man, utterly defenseless against these professional assassins. They hurriedly made their way to Xiao Jinglan's villa in the suburbs. Upon seeing the large number of people gathered, Xiao Jinglan was taken aback. What brings you here? Aunt, where is Brother Yinshin? Xiao Yunrong asked urgently. Little brother? He left a while ago. Xiao Jinglan replied in astonishment. What? He left? Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Xiao Yunrong was nearly brought to tears. Sister Long, what should we do? Brother Yinshin has long since departed, and no one knows where he is. Could he have? At this point, Xiao Yunrong could not continue, tears streaming down her face like broken pearls. Long Li's face drained of color, and Xiao Zhan was drenched in cold sweat. What happened? What is going on? Sensing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Jinglan could not help but inquire. After a moment of silence, Long Li spoke. Someone intends to kill Mr. Yi. What? The revelation struck Xiao Jinglan like a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily speechless. Who wishes to harm Mr. Yi? After relaying the information she had gathered, she quickly regained her composure. Exuding the poise of a financial queen, there is only one road leading from here to the city. Everyone immediately followed along this route. By this time, the sky had darkened, the moon obscured by thick clouds. The streetlights flickered dimly, casting a foreboding atmosphere. Suddenly, Yi Yinshin seemed to sense something, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In the next moment, he halted, speaking aloud. Are you not tired of following me for so long? With his words, the atmosphere around them turned heavy and ominous. The air felt thick and suffocating, a palpable sense of pressure weighing down upon them like a mountain. Four shadowy figures emerged around Yi Yinshin, each exuding an aura as formidable as a mountain, nearly draining the air of oxygen. The leader, regarding Yi Yinshin with a grave expression, said, You have detected us? I knew long ago. Yi Yinshin replied with a cold laugh. I even guessed when you would make your move. Your patience is commendable. The four black-clad figures exchanged wary glances, realizing the gravity of their oversight. They had underestimated his awareness. Kid, you saved the Dragon King Xiao and thwarted others' plans, thus sealing your fate. Boom! As the words fell, the four figures swiftly intensified their aura, transforming into fleeting shadows as they charged toward Yi Yinshin. Their combined assault unleashed a wave of murderous intent that spread like a tempest. Even those several kilometers away, including Long Li and Xiao Zhan, felt the impact. Their expressions shifted drastically. This is bad. They've made their move. We are too late. Chen Tianhu bellowed. Let's hasten forth. Xiao Yunrong and Xiao Jinglan, gripped by anxiety, held their breath, their hearts racing as if they might leap from their throats. Upon arriving at the site, They anticipated a scene that would shatter their spirits. Yet, to their astonishment, what unfolded before their eyes was an entirely different tableau. For formidable figures clad in black, whose presence they regarded with trepidation, surged toward Yi Yunshun with lethal intent. However, Yi Yunshun abruptly vanished from sight. His speed was so extraordinary that even the four black-clad assassins, not to mention Long Li, Xiao Zhan, and Chen Tianhu, were momentarily taken aback. This is dire. The intelligence was erroneous. He's a master. The countenance of the four dark-clothed assassins shifted dramatically. Yet it was too late for escape. Chapter 27. The Pursuit of Yi Yunshun Resumes. Bang! Crack! Crack! In the blink of an eye, three of the black-clad assassins had their necks snapped with astonishing efficiency, leaving only their leader standing. Hiss! As the realization dawned, the remaining assassin felt a chill run down his spine, gasping in horror. Even Long Li and Xiao Zhan, positioned at a distance, were rendered speechless. What had they just witnessed? The very person they believed they were safeguarding, Mr. Yi, had effortlessly dispatched three elite killers? Chen Tianhu and Han Xiao, witnessing Yi Yunshun for the first time, were utterly astounded. Was it not said that Mr. Yi required protection? Was he not likened to a harmless lamb? How could he so decisively eliminate top-tier assassins? Were they deceived? Xiao Zhan and Long Li were equally flabbergasted. The sheer improbability of it all left Xiao Yunrong and Xiao Jinglan wide-eyed in disbelief. Meanwhile, oblivious to the larger group, Yi Yunshun's attention was fixated on his own hands. He murmured to himself, "I never anticipated the ninefold profound technique would be so potent. After merely a day of diligent practice, my strength has ascended to this level." Suddenly, his expression shifted again. Wait, is it that I am too strong? Or is my opponent too feeble? To ascertain the truth, he turned his gaze toward the lone remaining assassin. Instantly, the latter felt as though he were under the gaze of a venomous serpent. Traditionally, it was he who instilled fear in others, but now, he was the recipient of an oppressive aura of death. This was intolerable. He understood that to survive, he must fight with every ounce of his being. In an instant, his eyes blazed with a chilling intensity as he lunged at Yi Yunshun. In moments of desperation, humans often unleash unparalleled strength, and this speed caused even Long Li and Xiao Zhan to alter their expressions. Yet, Yi Yunshun merely responded with a casual strike of his palm. The black-clad assassin lost all control. Crack! A soft sound echoed, and the assassin's head vanished. Simultaneously, Long Li caught a faint sound, as if something was hurtling towards them at breakneck speed. As it drew nearer, the sonic wave intensified, akin to an artillery shell's approach. Boom! In the next instant, something flew past all present, swiftly becoming indistinct. As the ground nearby was struck, revealing a substantial crater, the crowd finally discerned what lay within: a severed head. The head of the cloaked figure, sent flying by Yi Yunshi. Silence enveloped the scene. A prolonged silence that drove the onlookers to the brink of madness. No one had anticipated the formidable strength of Mr. Yi. They had assumed Yi Yunshi was an ordinary person in need of protection, which had prompted their urgent arrival. The outcome surpassed all expectations. Xiao Yunrong was so overwhelmed with emotion that she teetered on the verge of tears. Had she not experienced it firsthand, she would never have comprehended such a feeling. Initially believing Yi Yunshi was doomed, yet here he stood, unscathed, revealing yet another remarkable facet of his character. The brilliance in Xiao Jinglan's beautiful eyes remained undiminished. Her younger brother truly was a treasure. Not only was he adept in medical arts, and adept at exorcising malevolent forces, but his martial prowess was equally formidable. For the first time, Xiao Jinglan found a sense of safety in a man younger than herself. "Yunshi, what other surprises do you hold that I am unaware of?" she murmured to herself. "Mr. Yi." Long Li and Xiao Zhan approached with palpable excitement. "Oh, Miss Long. Captain Xiao, what brings you here?" As Long Li and Xiao Zhan prepared to speak, two figures swiftly interjected, pushing past them to stand directly before Yi Yunshi. "You must be the renowned young physician Yi. What a pleasure to meet you. I am Chen Tianhu, captain of the Tiger Ben Army. You may call me Xiaohu. This is indeed the legendary physician Yi, a true prodigy. I am Han Xiao, captain of the Wolf Fang Army. Just call me Xiao Xiao." Both Chen Tianhu and Han Xiao gazed at Yi Yunshi with gleaming eyes. Flanking him, they naturally grasped his hands. Boom! Witnessing this scene, Long Li and Xiao Zhan seethed with anger. "Han Chen, do you not have any shame? We are here to ensure Mr. Yi's safety." And you two are making it a reunion. Neither had spoken, yet these latecomers had the audacity to intrude. ISNT Mr. Yi standing here, quite securely? Chun Tianhu and Han Xiao clung to Yi Yunxi's hands as if they were precious treasures, refusing to let go. Mr. Yi possesses such formidable strength. It would be a shame for him to be underutilized outside. Would you be interested in joining my Wolfang army? My brothers there regard you as a benefactor and are eager to meet you. Our ranks are plentiful. You can do as you please. Han Xiao naturally extended the invitation. Chen Tianhu added, if you have no desire to join the Wolfang army, that is perfectly fine. My Tiger Band army boasts a fierce spirit and holds great respect for a powerhouse like you. Should you choose to join us, the position of chief instructor shall be yours. Despite Chun Tianhu's imposing physique, he possessed considerable shrewdness. Rather than mention the role of chief military physician, he instead promised the prestigious title of chief instructor, a position of significant authority. The two men harmonized their entreaties, leaving Long Li and Xiao Zhan feeling sidelined and incensed. Enough is enough. Do not overstep. Do you think we are invisible? This is our territory, the domain of Long Shi and Kuan Peng. When did it become your prerogative to snatch people away? Swish, swish, swish. Long Li flicked her blade with a sharp sound, poised to strike. Xiao Zhan clenched his fists tightly. The two individuals astonishingly reached a consensus, opting to present it externally first. This left Chen Tianhu and Han Xiao quite displeased. What are you insinuating? Everyone appreciates talent, and we all engage in fair competition. Why do you act as if Mr. Yi belongs solely to you? Chen Tianhu's remark left Long Li and the others momentarily speechless. Indeed, and isn't Mr. Yi's safety a grave concern in your midst? There are countless individuals who wish him harm. In our southern region, would anyone dare? They would have been dealt with long ago. Han Xiao further emphasized the aspect of safety. Long Li, now agitated, retorted, nonsense. Mr. Yi is safest among my dragon clan. We guarantee his protection. As for your instructor, we can provide one as well. I would even relinquish my position for Mr. Yi. Xiao Zhan concurred. Long Li, Xiao Zhan, are you too eager for a brawl? If it comes to that, I fear no one. Have you forgotten how you were utterly routed by us last time? Enough is enough. Let's have a practice match. The victor claims Mr. Yi. All right, but remember, you cannot back out if you lose. Ultimately, the four leaders of the special forces found themselves on the brink of combat to determine who would secure Yi Yunsan's allegiance. Sister Long, Captain Xiao, please refrain. Xiao Yunrong stepped forward to mediate, but was brusquely pushed aside. Yunrong, stay back with Miss Jinglan, lest you be harmed. No, that's not what I meant. Xiao Yunrong's brows furrowed deeply. In truth, she wished to express that Mr. Yi would not align himself with any faction. He is mine. Although the four were vocal in their threats, a physical altercation was ultimately averted. Firstly, military regulations strictly prohibited unnecessary skirmishes among the 7 armies. Secondly, Mr. Yi was observing. A real fight would only serve to amuse him. Thus, a proposition was made for Mr. Yi to decide which side he would join. Xiao Zhan suggested this, garnering unanimous agreement. The four turned in unison to Yi Yunsan. Mr. Yi, whom do you choose? This left Yi Yunsan in a quandary, unsure of whom to select. At that moment, Long Li subtly parted her lips, silently signaling. Mr. Yi, I owe you a favor, any favor you desire. If you're in haste, tonight, no, right now. It can be arranged. Chapter 28. The 3,000 Golden Lights. The condition of the White Moonlight is critical. This was hardly a mere hint. It was an overt invitation. Nevertheless, Yi Yunsan, fine ignorante. He did not acknowledge the favor Long Li spoke of, as it was a notion she had perpetually clung to. Long Li, however, began to feel anxious. Had she been so explicit in her insinuation, yet Mr. Yi remained unresponsive? What are you grimacing about? Chen Tianhu couldn't help but inquire, observing Long Li's expression. Ah, it's nothing. Long Li quickly averted her gaze, lowering her head. It seemed that Yi Yunsan had indeed rejected her. Amidst her disappointment, Long Li also felt a tinge of frustration. After all, she was a military beauty, possessing both allure and poise. How could Mr. Yi show no interest? Even if Miss Xiao were in the picture, it shouldn't lead to her being overlooked. Long Li pondered, attributing the issue to first impressions. Upon their initial meeting, she had been unkind due to the unfortunate circumstances surrounding the late Dragon King. She had even resorted to threatening him with a throwing knife. Who would be interested in such a woman? Alas, at this moment, Long Li is filled with profound regret. She reflects that her attitude should not have been so poor. She even contemplates whether her fiery temper ought to be modified to adopt a more ladylike demeanor. Mr. Yi, have you made your decision? As Yi Yunshun remains silent, Xiao Zhan and the others urge him once more. Yi Yunshun's brow is deeply furrowed. He is not adept at handling such matters. In the past, when he was a foster son of the Shun family, it was always Shun Qingqiu who dealt with these situations. He was merely responsible for toiling diligently behind the scenes to create value. Allow me to speak, she interjects, Mr. He does not wish to leave Sioux City at this moment, correct? At that moment, a melodious female voice resonates, drawing the attention of all towards Xiao Jinglan. With her intervention, Yi Yunshan finally breathes a sigh of relief and casts a grateful glance in her direction. Xiao Jinglan continues, Mr. Yi has unfinished business in Sioux City, and he shall not depart until these matters are resolved. The information that Xiao Yunrong could uncover, Xiao Jinglan, as the Queen of Finance, could certainly ascertain as well. Despite having repaid Shun Qingqiu's favor 100-fold, he still owes a debt of gratitude to Lin Ruoxi and to Xia Yanren. Only by reconstituting a life-renewing elixir for Lin Ruoxi and ensuring that Lord Wu apologizes to the Xia family, compensating for the 3 slaps her father received, can he finally sever ties with the 3 young ladies. Otherwise, they will continue to cling to him. Moreover, there lies another matter in the recesses of his heart, a persistent shadow that he cannot dispel. Su Shanghuang. 3 years ago, Su Shanghuang nearly brought about his demise. His family conspired against him, leading to his disgrace. He must uncover the truth behind that betrayal. This outcome leaves the 4 captains somewhat disheartened. However, you need not lose hope. Although Mr. Yi will not join any faction, he will be responsible for restoring my father's health. Xiao Jinglan's next words rekindle hope among the crowd. You are all soldiers raised by my father, part of one large family. Whenever a family faces difficulties, Mr. Yi will lend his assistance. Will he not, Mr. Yi? Xiao Jinglan blinks at Yi Yunshan. His expression shifts slightly. While Sister Jinglan seems to have come to his aid, it also feels as though she has not. Indeed, a smile, more painful than tears, surfaces on Yi Yunshan's face. Observing this, Xiao Zhan and the others become excited once again. Xiao Zhan even presents an ancient token from his waist. We cannot allow Mr. Yi to work for nothing, can we? This is the Kuanping token of my Kuanping army. Henceforth, Mr. Yi shall be a member of my Kuanping army, bearing this token to command the entire Kuanping force. Long Li, Chun Tianhu, and Han Xiao follow suit. Mr. Yi, this is the Longxi token of my Longxi army. Mr. Yi, this is the Huban token of my Huban army. Mr. Yi, this is the Wolf Fong token of my Wolf Fong army. Yi Yunshan finds himself in a dilemma, neither accepting nor refusing. Take it. You'll find it useful in the future, Xiao Jinglan says with a smile. Only then does Yi Yunshan accept it. Thank you. Esteemed captains, the significance of these 4 tokens is monumental. They represent elite special forces that have dominated the military landscape, capable of instilling fear across an entire nation. Who would dare to lay a hand on Yi Yunshan from now on? This does not even account for the remaining 3 special forces. He has revived the old Dragon King, making him a benefactor to the 7 armies collectively. Everyone wishes to contribute their utmost. The matter has been resolved splendidly. On the way back, Xiao Yunrong cast peculiar glances at Xiao Jinglan. Aunt, do you perhaps have feelings for Brother Yunshan? Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinglan was taken aback for a moment. Then her smile broadened as she looked at her and inquired, What makes you say that? Because, Aunt, you seem to understand Brother Yunshan very well, even knowing what he is thinking. She vividly recalled how Xiao Jinglan had intervened during the commotion when everyone scrambled to claim Yi Yunshan. What was Brother Yunshan doing at your house today? Xiao Yunrong queried, scrunching her delicate nose in suspicion. Xiao Jinglan chuckled, ruffling Xiao Yunrong's hair as she replied, Don't overthink it. Aunt merely admires him. Do you understand what admiration means? Well, admiration is fine, but no other thoughts. You are my aunt. Xiao Yunrong firmly asserted her position. After escorting Yi Yunshan and Xiao Yunrong back to the Jujin Hall villa, Xiao Jinglan gazed at the resplendent yet dark night sky, reflecting, if only I had met Brother Yunshan sooner, I might really have had to compete with you. Her deep gaze and complex expression seemed to conceal a multitude of unspoken words. In the days that followed, Yi Yunshan entered a state of seclusion. While he experienced rapid enhancement in strength, his progress in medical knowledge and esoteric arts was considerably slower. This was because the disciplines of medicine and geomancy required deeper cultivation. His foundation remained somewhat inadequate. Take, for instance, the life-saving medicine Lin Ruoxi had given him 3 years prior. He was incapable of refining it himself, as it originated from a master of medical arts in Longdu, possessing considerable quality. However, given time, these obstacles would prove surmountable. Shen Qingxiu and the others had yet to contact him. The month-long cooling-off period for the divorce was neither too long nor too short. Perhaps they were still waiting for him to seek them out and offer apologies, as before. Unfortunately, he was no longer the past Shun Yunxin. The nominal marital relationship with Shun Qingxiu had but 1 month remaining. Indeed, they were still anticipating Yi Yunxin's apology. Yet after a few days, a grave issue arose. Cheng Zuin's blood bags had run out. Several days had elapsed since Yi Yunxin's last blood transfusion. Ample time for him to deplete those blood bags. Qingxiu, I feel so unwell. Cheng Zuin's pallid face and weak voice echoed in the villa, as if he were gasping for breath due to a lack of oxygen. His condition demanded a supply of blood bags of the same type at regular intervals. Without them, his life would rapidly decline. Shen Qingxiu was on the verge of panic. Are there truly no remaining blood bags? She asked urgently. Beside her, Lin Ruoxi had already overturned the suitcase in desperation. None left. They've all been used. What about the blood donor? Haven T, they been found yet? Chapter 29. For Awen's sake, I yield to Shun Yunxin. Shen Qingxiu recalled the mysterious blood donor and anxiously stomped her foot. Still, there was no news. Lin Ruoxi shook her head, stating that despite their efforts, they had not obtained any information regarding their people. The moment those words left her lips, Shen Qingxiu's face turned ashen. Aside from Shun Yunxin, the mysterious blood donor was Cheng Zuin's only hope for survival. Yet, no matter how hard they searched, they could not locate him. Stop looking for that elusive blood donor. Without specific characteristics, how can we possibly find him? We should search for Shun Yunxin. Cheng Zuin's anguish cry made both Shen Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi's heart sink. Indeed, seeking Shun Yunxin was the most expedient option. However, Lin Ruoxi hesitated, softly voicing her concerns. Recently, in an attempt to intimidate Shun Yunxin, Shen Qingxiu had even signed the divorce application. This was no trivial matter. Once signed, it held legal weight, although they could retract it within a month. This period was crucial for solidifying their stance and compelling Shun Yunxin to relent. If they were to seek him out first, it would imply their inability to part ways, rendering the divorce threat meaningless and likely provoking Shun Yunxin further. Moreover, several days had passed without any response from him. Lin Ruoxi couldn't help but glance at the conspicuous calendar on the door. Shen Qingxiu had circled the dates boldly. They had anticipated that within 3 days, Shun Yunxin would be unable to resist reaching out to them. Yet here they were on the 5th day, with no sign of him. Lin Ruoxi harbored a thought she had yet to voice. Was it possible that Shun Yunxin genuinely wished to divorce Shen Qingxiu? At that moment, Cheng Zuin let out another pained wail, even spitting out a mouthful of dark blood that stained his collar. It hurts. Qingxiu Ruoxi, stop hesitating. Go find Shen Yunxin. I can't hold on much longer. Cheng Zuin's anguished shout sent Shen Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi into a frenzy. We have no choice but to seek him. Shen Qingxiu turned to Lin Ruoxi, declaring, I believe Shen Yunxin has grasped my intentions, but there is still a long way to go until the month is up. He is likely waiting for us to approach him. But should they truly extend an olive branch? Lin Ruoxi appeared conflicted. For the sake of Zuin, I am willing to lower my pride. Shen Qingxiu's voice was soft, yet Lin Ruoxi could deeply sense her resolve. Though she understood that all this capitulation was aimed at persuading Shen Yunxin to provide Cheng Zuin with blood, Lin Ruoxi still found it astonishing. Was this not a reversal of fate? After all, it was unprecedented for the 3 daughters to submit to Shen Yunxin. Of course, we cannot place all our hopes on Shen Yunxin alone. I will seek him out, while you, Ruoxi, must continue to search for that blood donor. If necessary, offer a reward. Whatever it takes, we must find him. Shen Qingxiu instructed. Also, has Aaron returned home? Inform her to inquire about the miraculous doctor who cured the Dragon King of Nanjing. We will advance on all fronts. Understood. Lin Ruoxi agreed. Shen Qingxiu, a renowned businesswoman in Sioux City, displayed remarkable composure and strategic thinking even amidst such chaos. Thus, Lin Ruoxi continued her search for the enigmatic blood donor. Not only did she intensify her efforts, but she also announced a bounty of 5 million for anyone who could locate this donor. with a reward of 1 million for any useful leads. Easy money. Who wouldn't be driven to madness? The strength of the masses is indeed formidable. Xia Anren also began inquiring about the miraculous healer who could save the old Dragon King. Little did Shun Qingxiu know that her seemingly comprehensive arrangements were all aimed at finding the same individual. The anonymous blood donor was Yi Yunshin. The healer was also Yi Yunshin. Furthermore, she encountered a slight obstacle. Initially, she believed it would be as simple as making a phone call, and Yi Yunshin would promptly come to her side. However, when she dialed, it went unanswered. If the first call failed, she would try again. Still, no one picked up. After more than 10 attempts, she realized she had been blocked. Staring at the silence on the other end of the line, Shun Qingxiu was taken aback. She never imagined that Yi Yunshin would dare to block her. Thunderous shock, like a sudden clap of thunder. Yi Yunshin, how dare you block me? Furious, Shun Qingxiu slammed her phone onto the passenger seat. It took her quite some time to regain her composure. Of course, Yi Yunshin must have seen my call and thought I was yielding. That is how people are. Once they gain an advantage, they become insatiable. Yi Yunshin, if it weren't for the need to deceive you into donating blood for An, would I even seek you out? Don't be ridiculous. Shun Qingxiu gritted her teeth in anger. The fire within her, which had finally begun to subside, threatened to flare up once more. However, she had wronged Yi Yunshin. For within Villa No. 1 of Zhijiantang, Xiao Yunrong, clad in a sheer camisole, was barefoot on the sofa, fiddling with a mobile phone, none other than Yi Yunshin. It turned out that Yi Yunshin had been engrossed in his practice since early morning, leaving his phone unattended and entirely unaware of Shun Qingxiu's calls. It was Xiao Yunrong who answered the phone. Seeing it was Shun Qingxiu calling, she repeatedly declined the call. As Shun Qingxiu persisted, Xiao Yunrong grew annoyed and eventually blocked her. Now she wouldn't be able to reach him, would she? Hee. Watching the now silent phone, Xiao Yunrong smirked. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she opened Yi Yunshin's chat interface and deleted the contacts of Shun Qingxiu, Lin Ruoxi, and Xia Anren one by one. Finally, she changed her own contact name to wife. Satisfied, she placed the phone back in its spot. Just then, Shun Qingxiu was sending a message to Yi Yunshin. After composing a lengthy text, she received a red exclamation mark in response. Shun Qingxiu was once again taken aback, her breath visibly quickening. Blocked again. Yi Yunshin, you scoundrel. She pounded the steering wheel in fury, even calling out Yi Yunshin's real name. She was on the verge of exploding, gradually regaining her composure. Shun Qingxiu had no choice but to call her father, Shun Xuechong. Dad, could you please help me call Yi Yunshin? Upon hearing this, both Shun Xuechong and Kong Fengyi were taken aback. Why are you calling Yunshin? Shun Qingxiu pressed her lips together and softly said, Mom and Dad, hasn't it been a while since we had a family gathering? I would like to organize a family banquet and invite our relatives, including Yunshin. Her intention was quite straightforward, to ease the tension in her relationship with Yi Yunshin. Firstly, having so many relatives present would lend an air of formality to the occasion. Secondly, she was acutely aware of what Yi Yunshin desired over the years, recognition. To acknowledge Shun Yunshin as her husband in front of so many relatives would surely bestow upon him the respect he longed for. What nonsense are you talking about? She had expected her parents to be delighted upon hearing her proposal, but instead, they reacted with furious shouts. A family banquet? The bond has already been severed. Shun Qingxiu looked puzzled. Dad, didn't you always hope for me and Shun Yunshin to get along well? Now that I'm taking this step, why are you both upset? How can we not be angry? If this were in the past, they would have wholeheartedly supported it. But Yunshin has already severed ties with our family. He is no longer connected to the Shun family. Why would you even consider a family banquet? Do you want our relatives to mock us? Shun Xuechong firmly declined. There is no need for discussion. The idea of a family banquet ends here. It's inappropriate. Daughter, it would be best to maintain the current situation. However, Kong Fengyi pulled her aside and whispered, Xuechong, don't be so quick to refuse. I believe this is a splendid opportunity for reconciliation. What do you mean? Shun Xuechong inquired. Kong Fengyi did not respond directly, but instead took a call, asking, Qingxiu's mother wants to know if you invited Yunshin back for dinner, because you wish to mend things with him. Of course, Shun Yunshin is my husband. To persuade Yi Yunshin to come over, Shun Qingxiu falsely claimed her desire to rekindle their relationship. For the sake of An, she was unwavering in her resolve. Then it's settled, Kong Fengyi smiled. I will take charge of this. We shall assist you. Shun Qingxiu was overjoyed. Thank you, Mom. I'll return right away. After hanging up, Shun Xuechong asked with displeasure, Why did you agree? Yinshin has already cut ties with us. Doesn't that impede him? Isn't it true that you have always wanted to keep the severance a secret? What could be easier to conceal than two children rekindling their relationship and returning to their former selves? Kong Fengyi explained. Moreover, why did Yinshin and our daughter divorce? It was simply due to a lack of time spent together, leading to neglect over time. If we can create an opportunity for them to sit down and talk, there is no misunderstanding that cannot be resolved. Don't you want Yinshin to return? I understand. Kong Fengyi's suggestion was for the two to sit down and have a good conversation while the 1-month cooling-off period for the divorce had not yet elapsed, leaving room for potential reconciliation. However, Shun Xuechong still felt somewhat skeptical. The crux of the matter was that Yinshin had already severed ties decisively. He believed it unrealistic to expect their daughter to abandon Changzuan. If she could have let go, would they be in this predicament today? Let us give it a try. I have already promised our daughter. Kong Fengyi's intentions were noble, wishing for a restoration of their bond. Unbeknownst to her, Shin Qingxiu merely desired Yi Yunshin to continue providing support. As the day of cultivation for Yi Yunshin drew to a close, he received a call from Shun Xuechong. Without a second thought, he answered, "Hello, Uncle Shun, what can I do for you?" Just as Shun Xuechong had indicated, despite the severance of their familial ties, their bond remained intact. He would answer calls from Shun Xuechong and his wife, but he would not entertain calls from Shin Qingxiu. Yinshin, Uncle Shun wishes to, but Shun Xuechong stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Eventually, he handed the phone to Kong Fengyi, exclaiming, "You speak. Look at your lack of resolve." Kong Fengyi shot Shun Xuechong a glare before taking the phone with a smile. "Yinshin, have you had dinner yet? If not, come over to Annie's house. I have something to discuss with you." This statement was a mixture of truth and pretense. In addition to inviting Yi Yunshin over, she genuinely wished to converse with him. Without mentioning Shun Qingxiu at all, "Annie, whatever you need to say can be discussed over the phone. There's no need for dinner," Yi Yunshin politely declined. "It's about Su Shanghuang." Kong Fengyi's words caused Yi Yunshin's expression to shift dramatically. Very well, he finally consented after a pause. "Annie will be waiting for you." Just as Kong Fengyi hung up, Xiao Yunrong came running in, her slippers slapping against the floor. With wide eyes, she gazed at Yi Yunshin. Whose call was that? She refrained from mentioning her previous mischief of accessing Yi Yunshin's phone, blocking Shun Qingxiu, and changing her nickname to wife. "Just an elder," Yi Yunshin replied without disclosing Kong Fengyi's identity, merely smiling. "She invited me for dinner." "What about me?" Xiao Yunrong's expression soured instantly. "Are you really going to leave me all alone at home?" Seeing her pitiful gaze and recalling her culinary incompetence, Yi Yunshin relented. "I will accompany you for dinner first. Then I will go." At this, Xiao Yunrong beamed. "Now that's more like it." Subsequently, Yi Yunshin prepared a sumptuous dinner for Xiao Yunrong, featuring all the specialties of Sioux City. She savored every bite, exclaiming, "Delicious. Brother Yunshin, your cooking just keeps getting better. I want to eat this forever." With her cheeks puffed out, she mumbled through her mouthful, her bright eyes sparkling with delight. Yi Yunshin chuckled. "If you like, I will continue to cook for you." These were skills he had honed while cooking for Shun Qingxiu and her companions. How could it not be delicious? He had initially thought that his culinary talents would go unused in solitary living. Yet here they were, enjoyed by Xiao Yunrong. Observing her relish the meal, a long-lost smile graced Yi Yunshin's face. Perhaps, finding satisfaction in someone relishing his cooking was a form of happiness in itself. "By the way, Brother Yunshin, is it all right if you wait for me to finish before you leave?" Xiao Yunrong glanced at the time and inquired. "A little delay is of no consequence," Yi Yunshin replied nonchalantly. For the Shun family, particularly for Shun Qingxiu, a sense of time was entirely absent, at least when it came to him, Yi Yunshin. She always arrived late when they had arranged to meet, and sometimes even failed to show up entirely. Yi Yunshin had grown accustomed to it. With the intention of empathy, the Shun family decided to dine on their own, and it should pose no issue for them to arrive a bit later. This brought a sense of relief to Xiao Yunrong, who then resumed her meal with a leisurely pace. In her desire to linger in the company of Yi Yunshi, she deliberately ate slowly, savoring each bite, resulting in a meal that extended over an hour. Meanwhile, the Shun family had also been waiting for more than an hour. Although Shun Xuechong and his wife remained indifferent, Shun Qingxiu was on the verge of exploding with frustration. She had kindly invited Shun Yunshi for dinner, only to find him making them wait for such an extended period. To add to her dismay, relatives had already arrived and were inquiring about Shun Yunshi's absence. Although they were waiting for him, her reputation was at stake. Fortunately, The guest did not express anger over Shun Yunchi's tardiness. Within the Shun household, he was held in high esteem due to his exceptional capabilities in managing the family business with remarkable efficiency. Shun Qingxiu was left with no choice but to suppress her irritation, repeatedly reminding herself that she needed to maintain a favorable demeanor, as she was the one in need of Shun Yunchi's assistance. No matter the circumstances, she must not show her displeasure. With a forced smile, she stood up to reheat the dishes on the table. "Young master has returned," announced the butler, Liang Bo. Despite her mental preparations, when Yi Yunqi stepped through the door, Shun Qingxiu could not contain her anger. With a fierce glare, she confronted him at the entrance, speaking in a hushed tone only he could hear. "Shun Yunqi, are you trying to court disaster? You arrived more than an hour late to such an important family gathering. Are you intent on embarrassing me?" In response to Shun Qingxiu's fury, Yi Yunqi merely smiled lightly. "It's not so bad, is it? Compared to Miss Shun's habitual lateness of several hours, or even standing someone up, I believe I have arrived rather promptly." With that single remark, Shun Qingxiu sensed a palpable malice emanating from Yi Yunqi. Chapter 31. Has Yi Yunqi met another woman behind my back? "Yunqi is here. Come in. Everyone is waiting for you." Kong Fengyi greeted with her usual warmth, donning an apron, wielding a spatula in one hand, and enthusiastically ushering Yi Yunqi into the villa. "Auntie," he said, handing over the gift box he had brought along. Kong Fengyi smiled. "You needn't have brought anything. Just your presence is enough. It's a selection of medicinal supplements. I understand your health has not been optimal. I specifically formulated these for you." Kong Fengyi, reputed to be the daughter of a prominent family from another province, had defied her family to marry Shun Xiuchang. Many had mocked her, believing she would suffer greatly in her distant marriage. Yet, she and Shun Xiuchang carved out a successful life together, albeit at the cost of her health. Emotional turmoil would trigger debilitating headaches and even lead to fainting spells. The remedies Yi Yunqi had prepared were tailored to address her ailments. Though he was unable to concoct the life-saving elixir for Lin Ruoxi, he had no trouble with Kong Fengyi's minor afflictions. Naturally, no one heard the words formulated and crafted, assuming instead that Yi Yunqi had purchased these gifts. "Thank you, Auntie," she expressed gratefully. Upon learning that this was a gift specifically purchased for her by Yi Yunqi, Kong Fengyi gazed at him with an even more affectionate expression, akin to that of a mother regarding her own son. "Come in and sit for a while. The meal will be ready shortly. Tonight, I have prepared your favorite braised pork ribs." The other relatives of the Shun family nodded in agreement. "This child, Yunqi, is capable and courteous. Our Shun family has truly found a treasure. Indeed, from the moment he arrived at the Shun household, I recognized his potential. It is a stroke of fortune for Qingxiu to marry him." Everyone was extolling Yi Yunqi, except for Shun Qingxiu, whose face was cold, perceiving it as mere pretense. "What are you still doing standing there? Pour Yunqi a glass of water." Suddenly, Kong Fengyi snapped at. The more exemplary and filial Yunqi appeared, the more discomfort and resentment grew within her and Shun Xiuchang. Such an outstanding child, yet he has no ties to the Shun family. All of this is their daughter's fault. Reluctantly, Shun Qingxiu went to pour the water. For a young lady of her stature to serve Yunqi water? Such a thing had never transpired before. Yet, for the sake of Awing's illness, she was willing to humble herself. However, Yi Yunqi, with a playful tone, declined. "No need. How could I trouble Miss Shun with such trivialities?" Shun Qingxiu's wrist trembled, nearly causing the cup to shatter on the floor. She discerned that Yi Yunqi did not wish to drink the water she poured. Including his earlier mockery, this marked the second time Yunqi had pierced her heart. In his gaze, she sensed a distance, an unfamiliarity. It felt as though a thick wall stood between them. Had anger surgit, Yi Yunqi. "You dare to give me the cold shoulder? You shall not regret this." She resolved to endure for the moment. Once Yunqi had recovered, she would settle both new and old grievances in one go. Yet, little did she know that Yi Yunqi was not preoccupied with such scheming. His thoughts were simple. Having severed all ties, he wished for no further entanglements, not even a glass of water. Shun Qingxiu was but a stranger. "Aunt Kong, allow me to assist you." Yi Yunqi did not take a seat in the living room, but instead turned to the kitchen to lend a hand. Kong Fengyi sighed in admiration. Yunqi truly is considerate and knows how to care for others. Once everyone was seated, the family banquet commenced. Kong Fengyi had deliberately arranged for Yi Yunqi and Shun Qingxiu to sit together, constantly signaling her to serve him food. Shun Qingxiu feigned a smile and proactively offered him a bowl of seafood soup. "Yunqi, it has been a long time since we shared a meal like this. Here, let me serve you a bowl of seafood soup. Yet, Yi Yunshun raised his hand in refusal, frowning as he said, "No need. I'm allergic to seafood." With that declaration, the atmosphere of the family banquet instantly froze. All the relatives cast strange looks at Shun Qingqiu. She was taken aback, her hand frozen in the act of serving soup, unable to set it down or continue. Shun Xiuchang and Kong Fengyi were nearly rendered speechless. What a disaster. As a wife, how could she be unaware of her husband's allergies? Initially intending to bridge the gap between them during the meal, everything had now been ruined. Kong Fengyi hurriedly served Yi Yunshin a piece of braised pork ribs, tapping her forehead and exclaiming, "This is all my fault. I forgot about your seafood allergy. It's on my old habits." She then patted her head, subtly alluding to her own shortcomings. Yi Yunshin chuckled, "Then, Aunt Kong, you must try my medicine. It works wonders." With that, the atmosphere at the table began to ease. It must be said that Kong Fengyi had truly gone to great lengths to reunite the two, even claiming that the seafood soup was her creation. However, the purpose behind Shun Qingqiu's organization of this family dinner was not to mend the rift with Yi Yunshin. It was merely to ensure that he continued to provide support. By the way, Yunshin, what have you been busy with lately? Why did you arrive so late for the family dinner? At that moment, a relative turned to Yi Yunshan with a curious gaze. Upon hearing this, not only Shun Qingqiu was intrigued, but also Shun Xiuchang and Kong Fengyi, who were eager to learn more about how Yi Yunshin had been faring during this time. Where did he reside? Any insight would provide them a sense of comfort. "I'm not particularly busy. I was just taking care of a friend and made her dinner." Yi Yunsen replied gestually. However, Shun Qingqiu's expression altered noticeably upon hearing this, and she couldn't help but bombard him with questions. "A friend? I haven't heard of you having any friends. Is it a male or female? Do I know them?" For the past 3 years, his daily life had been tightly controlled by her and Lin Ruoshi, Xia Anren. There was no room for friends. Even his former acquaintances had vanished after he was expelled from the Yi family, leaving him utterly alone. Yi Yunshin shot her a sidelong glance and replied, "It's a woman. You don't know her." The impact of these two sentences struck Shun Qingqiu like a thunderbolt, leaving her in shock. Yi Yunshin had a female friend? How was she unaware of this? Their relationship was so close that he even cooked for her. So, his late arrival tonight was due to this? In that moment, Shun Qingqiu felt a crack in her composure. No matter how much Yi Yunshin had spoken to her disparagingly or mocked her, nothing compared to the devastating blow of those two revelations. She found it unbearable to accept that the man she had always loved might one day become acquainted with another woman. It left her with a profound sense of loss, as if something she possessed was being taken away from her, an emotion bordering on fury that threatened to consume her. It was not just Shun Qingqiu who was taken aback. Shun Xiuchang and Kong Fengyi were equally stunned. At that moment, neither parent could find the words to express their thoughts. In truth, they had anticipated this outcome. For Yi Yunshin had completely severed ties with them and was on the verge of divorcing Qingqiu. He was entitled to pursue his own freedom in matters of the heart. Yet, they never expected it to happen so swiftly. Had he really met a new girl so soon? But then again, given Yi Yunshin's exceptional qualities, it was only natural that many would appreciate him. The couple exchanged a glance, filled with complexity, and sighed deeply. This dinner had lost all significance. However, Shun Qingqiu remained oblivious to these matters. A singular thought consumed her mind. Shun Yunshin had, behind her back, become acquainted with another woman. Who could she be? Shun Qingqiu seethed as she inquired. Chapter 32. The truth behind the family's abandonment. You do not know her, and it has nothing to do with you. Yi Yunshin dismissed her entirely. Flames of anger ignited in Shun Qingqiu's eyes. Shun Yunshin, I am doing this for your own good. The women outside are not as virtuous as you may believe. Be wary of being deceived. Yi Yunshin continued to eat his meal. Indifferent. This is no concern of Miss Shun's. We are on the verge of divorce, and I have severed ties with your family. Yunshin, come, eat your vegetables. Yet before Yi Yunshin could finish his statement, Kong Fengyi, visibly flustered, interrupted him, incessantly placing food into Yi Yunshin's bowl. Cough, cough, cough. Shun Xiuchang also coughed violently. The matter of Yi Yunshin's disconnection from the Shun family must remain a secret from everyone. All present wore expressions of confusion, gazing at one another. Mother, what's going on? Shun Qingqiu furrowed her brow, sensing that her parents were concealing something from her. Shun Xiuchang shot her a stern look. Be quiet and eat your food. The atmosphere at the dinner table grew tense. The relationship between Yi Yunshin and the three daughters was no secret within the social circles of Su, and the Shun family's relatives had heard whispers, albeit vague. However, they had never anticipated that Shun Qingqiu would seek a divorce from Yi Yunshin. They believed it was merely a quarrel. Yet now, an invisible wall seemed to separate the two, creating a palpable distance despite their physical proximity. Although Yi Yunshin conversed amiably with Shun Xuechong and his wife, he exchanged not a single word with Shun Qingqiu. Several times, she attempted to engage Yi Yunshin in conversation, only to be deftly evaded. The family gathering concluded in an atmosphere of superficial cordiality. Kong Fengyi beckoned Yi Yunshin into another room. Yunshin, come here for a moment. What is it, Aunt Kong? Kong Fengyi bit her lip. Yunshin, I beseech you, please do not disclose the matter of our severed ties. The fewer who know, the better. Yi Yunshin nodded in agreement. Understood. Kong Fengyi, taken aback, asked, You do not wish to know why? Yi Yunshin smiled gently. Aunt Kong, I comprehend your and Uncle Shun's intentions. The matter of our severance does not concern you. I still hold you both in high regard. Her words brought a wave of emotion to Kong Fengyi, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet, she shook her head. This is not the issue. The reason I implore you to keep the news of our severance quiet is that Su Shanghuang is always watching you. If news of your disconnection from the Shun family reaches his ears, he will surely take action against you. A warm swell of gratitude surged through Yi Yunshin. Shun Xuechong and Kong Fengyi were truly kind-hearted individuals. Kong Fengyi's expression turned grave. Moreover, I have heard that 3 years ago, the dragon blood gem you procured from Su Shanghuang has been questioned for its authenticity. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunshin's countenance turned icy. The reason Su Shanghuang had sought to eliminate him 3 years prior was due to the family's treachery, as he was framed for stealing the dragon blood gem, which Su Shanghuang had acquired at great expense. In truth, it was the true heir of the Yi family, Yi Yunze, who had committed the theft. Everyone in the Yi family was aware of this. Yet, in order to protect Yi Yunze, they conspired against Yi Yunshin. Years of close companionship cannot rival the bonds of blood. Aunt Kong, I have asserted repeatedly that I did not steal the dragon blood gem. Kong Fengyi was taken aback. This child, even after 3 years, still refuses to acknowledge it? Yi Yunshin offered no explanation, merely inquired, Aunt Kong, did you just say that someone doubts the authenticity of the dragon blood gem belonging to Emperor Su? Indeed, it has been sent for appraisal. And should it be confirmed as a counterfeit, they will suspect you of having swapped the genuine piece, she replied. At that point, I fear that even if there was a prior agreement, Emperor Su may breach it and take action against you. Yi Yunze, I will surely expose you. Yi Yunshin's fists were clenched, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. This matter was supposed to be in the past, but he had not anticipated that Yi Yunze would still have a trick up his sleeve. However, Aunt Kong, you need not worry. I am no longer afraid of Emperor Su. After suppressing the hint of killing intent within, he spoke to Kong Fengyi again. Not only am I now practicing the profound arts of the ninth realm, undergoing a metamorphosis, but my current standing is also sufficient to upheave the entire Su circle, with the Dragon King of the Southern Wilderness as my ally and his granddaughter pursuing me, and the protection of 7 elite special forces. Does Emperor Su dare to touch me? Kong Fengyi was left speechless. Could this child truly be so frightened as to speak such nonsense? After all, that was Emperor Su, an omnipotent figure in Su City. It is said in the Su Circle, better to provoke the king of hell than to offend Emperor Su. His terrifying reputation was well known. Emperor Su had unified various resources, single-handedly establishing order in Su City. And yet, Yi Yunshin claimed to fear him not? At that moment, Shun Qingqiu overheard, scoffing in disbelief. It was not hard to deduce that her mother was urging Shun Yunshin to reconcile with her. Was he so arrogant as to disregard her concerns? Truly astonishing. Observing Yi Yunshin's disdainful demeanor only fueled Shun Qingqiu's contempt. Having promised Kong Fengyi not to mention his ties with the Shun family again, Yi Yunshin departed, only to find Shun Qingqiu waiting at the entrance of the villa. Is there something you need? He lifted his eyelids slightly. From the moment he entered, he sensed something amiss with Shun Qingqiu. She had always maintained an air of superiority around him. Would she really be serving him tea or even offering him food? Surely, she must have a request of him. I heard everything my mother said to you. I understand that you are upset, but regarding matters of life and death, even if you do not consider us, you must think of yourself. Yi Yunshin furrowed his brow, asking, what exactly are you trying to convey? Truth be told, You fear Emperor Su, do you not? Shen Qingqiu gazed at him with a cold expression. You are terrified of a repeat of the tragic events from 3 years ago, and this time, we might not be able to safeguard you. And your excuse for being late, cooking for a friend, is a mere fabrication, isn't it? You have no such friend. You only say that to make us think you are busy and indifferent. Please, do not attempt to fool me with such self-deceptive tactics. Listening quietly to Shen Qingqiu's words, Yi Yunshin's expression darkened significantly. Is that truly what you believe? Yes. You do not fear Emperor Su, and your claim about cooking for a friend is but a lie. I know you all too well, Yi Yunshin. Shen Qingqiu believed she had comprehended every nuance of Yi Yunshin's psyche. Consequently, Yi Yunshin erupted into laughter, wild and unrestrained. I am deeply sorry, but you have misjudged entirely, he declared. I harbor no fear of Su Shangwang. Xiao Yunrong is indeed a tangible presence. Only by severing ties with you can I ascend to greatness. Regrettably, this is knowledge you shall never possess. Shen Qingqiu grasped Yi Yunshin's hand with fervor, imploring, come with me. Yet, she discovered that Yi Yunshin remained steadfast, as unyielding as a rock. In her memory, Yi Yunshin had been frail, easily toppled by the 3 women. But no matter how fiercely she tugged, she could not budge him an inch. Where to? He inquired. The hospital, Shen Qingqiu replied, biting her lip. On's blood supply has been depleted. I need you to donate once more. However, Yi Yunshin laughed heartily, gazing at her with unrestrained mirth. So the purpose of today's family banquet was for this? Shen Qingqiu fell silent, merely asserting, On's condition has worsened. He is gravely ill and in peril. This time, you need not donate too much blood. Suddenly, Yi Yunshin's voice erupted like a thunderclap, reverberating in Shen Qingqiu's ears. Startled, she halted mid-sentence, instinctively retreating a step. Her expression one of disbelief as she regarded him. Do you still think this is the past? Yi Yunsan Sukolfutkoldi. I have repaid my debt to the Shen family. You possess no authority to command me. Moreover, what does Cheng Zuan's lack of blood supply have to do with me? His demise is of no concern to me. With his words, an unparalleled aura radiated from Yi Yunshin. Chapter 33. Shen Yunshin, do you truly wish to sever our ties? Yi Yunshin forcefully wrenched his hand from Shen Qingqiu's grasp and strode away. Shen Qingqiu stumbled, momentarily disoriented. As she watched his retreating figure, disbelief filled her eyes. How could the Yi Yunshin, who once obeyed her every word, metamorphose into such a distant, cold, and unmanageable stranger? It was as though he had undergone a complete transformation. Following her initial shock, a surge of anger welled up within Shen Qingqiu. She shouted at Yi Yunshin's back. Who told you that your debt to my family has been settled? Have you repaid the 10 billion? You will never be free of what you owe us. Yi Yunshin paused briefly, still turned away from her, yet a light voice floated back. 10 billion? I have long since repaid it. Instantly, Shen Qingqiu's expression stiffened. Gazing at Yi Yunshin's receding silhouette, she questioned her own hearing. Had he truly repaid the 10 billion? When? Sensing an impending realization, she hurried back to inquire of her parents. Dad, what is happening? Has Yi Yunshin truly repaid the 10 billion we secured for him? At this revelation, the household nearly erupted. Kong Fengyi, who was tidying up, dropped a plate in shock, shattering it into pieces. Meanwhile, Shen Xuechong, sipping tea, began to cough violently, stunned into silence. How could their daughter suddenly bring up that 10 billion? Their parents' reactions were inexplicably unusual. Shen Qingqiu's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Qingqiu, who informed you of this? After regaining composure, Shen Xuechong asked, a hint of guilt creeping into his voice. It was Shen Yunshin himself, replied Shen Qingqiu. Shen Xuechong inwardly lamented his predicament. Casting a glance at Kong Fengyi, he vehemently denied. Where is the 10 billion? That is absurd. You can verify our family's financial accounts. Indeed, there is no 10 billion. All the earnings from Yunshin over the years have been deposited into our family account, leaving him nothing. Where would the 10 billion come from? Kong Fengyi echoed, her eyes filled with anxiety. They could not afford to acknowledge this. Doing so would imply that Yi Yunshin had severed ties with the Shen family, a revelation that could lead to serious consequences, potentially reaching Emperor Su. To convince their daughter, they incessantly referenced the family account. After all, when Yi Yunshin had returned the money upon severing ties, he had used a new card rather than transferring it directly into the Shen family account. Upon checking, Shen Qingqiu found that the account balance had indeed remained unchanged. Her expression darkened, turning as frigid as frost. Shen Yunshin, not only have you refused to donate blood to On, but you also dare to deceive me into believing that the 10 billion has been repaid? Do you wish to sever all connections with me? Shen Qingxiu fumed, even stamping her foot in frustration. Observing this, Shen Shuichang and Kong Fengyi let out a sigh of relief. They had managed to evade the crisis. It was regrettable that Yin Shun had to bear the burden of being falsely accused of not repaying the money, while their daughter continued to speculate. Suddenly, Shen Qingxiu's phone rang. It was Lin Ruoshi. As soon as she answered, Lin's voice came hurriedly. Qingxiu, has Shen Yunshin donated blood? On is in critical condition. He has been vomiting blood. The word struck Shen Qingxiu like a thunderclap, causing her body to tremble and her complexion to visibly pale. I will come right away, she stammered, ending the call and hastening back to Villa 9 in Jujin Hall. Upon entering, she saw Cheng Zun lying pale as a sheet on the bed, while Lin Ruoshi stood by at a loss. At that moment, Shen Qingxiu's heart raced. Where was Shen Yunshin's blood? Lin Ruoshi asked urgently, but silence was the only response. Lin suddenly understood, her pupils dilating. That scoundrel did not donate? Shen Qingxiu nodded. I have already shown him sufficient courtesy, even organizing a family banquet for this purpose. Yet he not only arrived late, but also failed to express gratitude. She recounted the details of the family banquet. That scoundrel! Lin Ruoshi exclaimed, slamming her palm on the table. Cursing, in matters of life and death, he exhibits not an ounce of compassion. What do we do now? She rubbed her throbbing temples. Shen Yunshin had not donated blood, and the mysterious blood donor had yet to be found. There could be no worse predicament. Just then, Cheng Zun on the bed coughed again, his palm stained with bright red blood. On, how are you? Shen Qingxiu and Lin Ruoshi rushed to his side, one gently patting his back, while the other retrieved medicine and water. Cheng Zun, however, pushed back, taking this medication is futile. Beneath his feeble exterior, a chilling intent flickered in his eyes. Clearly, Yi Yunshin's refusal to provide him with a blood transfusion had ignited his fury. Should he perish, he would drag Yi Yunshin down with him, regardless of the consequences. He lifted his gaze towards Shen Qingxiu and Lin Ruoshi, forcing a smile as he spoke. Qingxiu, Ruoshi, I fear I may not survive this ordeal. Please do not blame Xingu. He harbors his own grievances. Once I am gone, you should be able to return to your former selves, should you not? Upon hearing these words, tears streamed down Shen Qingxiu and Lin Ruoshi's faces. They shook their heads in denial, insisting, no, On, you will not die. Even if it means sacrificing everything, we will not allow your demise. It is irretrievable, forever lost, Shen Qingxiu murmured, her eyes filled with complex emotions. This truth was evident to all. The affection they had bestowed upon Shen Yunshin was predicated on the assumption that Cheng Zun would never return. Thus, upon Cheng Zun's return, the dynamic between them and Yi Yunshin had irrevocably changed. What was once lost had been regained. To lose it again would be a heart-wrenching, catastrophic affair. I will call Shen Yunshin again. This time, it was Lin Ruoshi who attempted to reach Yi Yunshin. Yet, without exception, she was met with the sound of being blocked. Xiao Yunrong had long since blacklisted all three of their phone numbers. Shen Yunshin. Lin Ruoshi's face contorted with rage as she spat out Yi Yunshin's original name, wishing to consume him alive and drink his blood. Yet, ultimately, it was a futile rage. Her body weakened, collapsing to the ground. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped them. Qingxiu Jia, Ruoshi Jia, good news. Just as they found themselves at an impasse, Xia Anren suddenly rushed back. Seeing Xia Anren panting, Shen Qingxiu and Lin Ruoshi hastily offered her a glass of water. What good news? Speak slowly. Gulping down the water, Xia Anren finally caught her breath. I have learned of the divine physician who can save the old Dragon King. Is that true? Splendid Anren. In this critical moment, you are indeed reliable. However, Xia Anren then inquired, I just overheard you say Shen Yunshin refused to donate blood for On. Is he showing him some respect? Forget about Shen Yunshin for now. Who is this divine physician? Shen Qingxiu and Lin Ruoshi placed all their hopes upon this physician, believing that if he could revive the deceased, then On's condition must surely be manageable. Chapter 34. Perhaps it is better to seek a man directly. My father is truly formidable. Although I could not ascertain the specific identity of this divine physician, I did discover that the financial queen, Xiao, is the daughter of the old Dragon King. We can leverage this lead to pay a visit to Queen Xiao as well. Xia Anren exclaimed, animatedly gesturing. What? The Queen Xiao, is actually the daughter of the old Dragon King? How remarkable! Shen Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi gasped in astonishment. Rumors had long circulated that Queen Xiao had built her empire from the ground up, without any prior connections, reaching her current stature through sheer determination. This added a layer of legendary allure to her life. To his astonishment, she turned out to be the daughter of the Dragon King. Upon reflection, it all makes sense. Could a woman, starting from nothing, truly ascend to the pinnacle of financial supremacy within just a few years? The barriers between various realms are not easily breached, and titans of the business world would not idly watch one rise to prominence. The struggles within the commercial arena are far more brutal than one can imagine. If Queen Xiao is indeed the daughter of the South Dragon King, how powerful must the Xiao family be? Shen Qingxiu could not help but marvel. Consider this. One is a formidable king safeguarding the South, renowned for his military accomplishments. The other is a financial queen, whose pronouncements dictate market trends. It is a union of dual supremacy. How utterly astonishing. Moreover, my father mentioned that the venerable Dragon King has a favored granddaughter residing in Sioux City. Added Xia Anren with a smile. Should one befriend any of these three, ascension is inevitable. A flicker of eagerness crossed Shen Qingxiu's eyes. If that is the case, we should retire early and visit Queen Xiao tomorrow. For Shen Qingxiu, this was a double blessing. Firstly, she could meet her long-cherished idol. Secondly, she could glean information about the elusive healer for Awing's ailment. Yi Yunshin was unaware that the three heiresses were fervently seeking him. By the time he returned to the Jujin villa, it was already quite late, and he was taken aback to find that Xiao Yunrong had been waiting for him. She had waited until she fell asleep, resting her head on the coffee table in the living room, perhaps due to the lingering effects of her cold-induced ailment. Xiao Yunrong exhibited a peculiar drowsiness. While it was still early for most, fatigue had already started to envelop her. Yet, she did not retreat to her room, instead choosing to wait for him. The softly glowing lamp in the living room signified that no matter how late he returned, she would be there waiting. This deeply moved Yi Yunshin. The scene felt familiar, reminiscent of the countless nights he had waited for Shen Qingxiu and the others until the wee hours. Despite being utterly exhausted, he had forced himself to stay awake, knowing they had yet to return. He truly regarded that place as home, never intending to leave. It was they who had driven him away. The night was somewhat chilly, prompting Yi Yunshin to fetch a blanket and gently drape it over her. Xiao Yunrong seemed to sense it, mumbling softly, yet she did not awaken. Perhaps touched by the memories, Yi Yunshin did not depart. Instead, he studied her sleeping form intently. Her slumber was serene and tranquil, resembling a small kitten. If she had dreamt something troubling, her brow would furrow, but as if some crisis had passed. Her knitted brow gradually relaxed, replaced by a contented smile. "Good night," Yi Yunshin whispered softly before turning back to his room, switching off the still glowing lamp in the process. The following day, he received a call from Xiao Jinglan, requesting his presence. Ever since learning of the sinister curse placed upon him, Xiao Jinglan, who had always adhered to scientific beliefs, began to harbor suspicions. In recent days, he had even doubted the feng shui of his home, for he consistently felt an unshakable chill while sleeping at night. Yi Yunshin remarked, "Could it be that the temperature drops at night? I inspected that villa when I last performed an exorcism, and it appeared to be fine. It cannot be." He continued, "When I sleep at night, not only do I feel cold, but there's also an unsettling sensation in my heart. You should come and take a look." Initially reluctant, Yi Yunshin reconsidered, contemplating the potential benefits of enhancing the feng shui of her residence. Good feng shui significantly contributes to health and longevity. Upon arriving at the location, Yi Yunshin commenced rearranging and modifying the villa. However, the solitary road leading to the outskirts was approached by a vehicle, none other than Shen Qingxiu and her companions. This visit, however, was under the pretext of being on behalf of Xia Anren's father, Xia Taishan. When you meet Queen Xiao, remember to maintain your composure. She dislikes those who are overly excitable. Xia Taishan cautioned repeatedly. Yes. Xia Anren and her friends nodded earnestly, as they were on the verge of meeting their idol. Shen Qingxiu felt particularly anxious, her palms clammy with sweat. Suddenly, Xia Anren's expression shifted to one of unease. "I hope we won't encounter Queen Xiao hiding a man again this time." As soon as the words escaped her lips, the other's expressions turned peculiar. "Surely not. Jinglan, your villa is fine, but if you wish to alter the feng shui, it's quite simple. Just fill in that pond in the yard. Install a large skylight to allow more sunlight in, And finally, bring in some firestones, Yi Yunshin suggested after circling the villa. Xiao Jinglan stared intently at him. Is that all? That is all, he confirmed. Xiao Jinglan shook her head. Brother Yunshin, while your suggestions are indeed valid, they are not the most effective solutions. What then is the best method? Yi Yunshin countered. Simply find a man to live with you. Xiao Jinglan's gaze lingered on Yi Yunshin, her intent palpable. If you could occasionally stay over for a few nights, I would no longer feel afraid. She licked her vibrant red lips, her eyes glinting as she advanced closer. Boom! The audacity of her words sent Yi Yunshin's complexion into a stark change. It dawned on him that the talk of the villa's feng shui being poor was merely a pretext. Jinglan was seeking an opportunity to ensnare him. The same could be said for Miss Xiao. All were individuals of stature, yet each one seemed increasingly assertive. Brother Yunshin, you piqued my interest that night, Xiao Jinglan remarked with a gleaming smile. When pursued by professional assassins, we believed your fate was dire. It turns out those assassins possess skills in healing and feng shui. Now, with such formidable abilities, what other surprises do you harbor that I am unaware of? As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with excitement, unconsciously drawing nearer to Yi Yunshin. Such a man radiated an extraordinary aura. He was entirely unlike the men Xiao Jinglan had encountered before. In the past, she had met commendable men, yet none had ever instilled in her the sense of security that he did. Security is paramount for a woman. Yi Yunshin felt a tingle at the nape of his neck, ready to turn and leave. Ding dong! The doorbell rang. Another visitor had arrived. Xiao Jinglan's eyes flashed with a hint of irritation. Who is it? Through the surveillance footage, they could see Xia Taishan accompanied by Shun Qingqiu, Lin Ruoxi, and two other heiresses arriving at the doorstep. Yi Yunshin's expression suddenly changed. What do these three women want? If they're looking for you, I shall take my leave. Yi Yunshin went straight upstairs. Xiao Jinglan had no choice but to open the door, her tone unmistakably laced with resentment. Why is it you again? Xia Taishan quickly interjected, his demeanor both excited and respectful. My apologies for the intrusion, Queen Xiao. This time, three young ladies wish to meet you. They all regard you as their idol. Greetings, Queen Xiao. Shun Qingqiu and the other three young ladies bowed in unison. Chapter 35. Do not hold a useless person as a treasure. As they bowed, Shun Qingqiu's voice trembled. Lin Ruoxi and Xia Anren felt as though they were in a dream. Is it truly the legendary financial queen? It is no exaggeration to say that she stands on par with the wealthiest individual in the nation. Even the nation's richest must seek her counsel in matters of investment. You, lift your head. Xiao Jinglan's gaze fell upon Shun Qingqiu as she commanded. Shun Qingqiu was taken aback, trembling as she raised her head. It's you? Xiao Jinglan's expression shifted. Queen Xiao, you have heard of me? Shun Qingqiu was overwhelmed with astonishment. I've heard of you, how could I not? A cold smile lingered on Xiao Jinglan's lips. When she intervened to help Yi Yunshin that day, she had investigated his background and was naturally aware of the three young ladies' names. However, Shun Qingqiu was so excited that she could hardly articulate her thoughts, nearly bowing down in reverence. Heavens, am I dreaming? The most authoritative financial queen knows my name. My dreams have become reality. Shun Qingqiu nearly fainted. She hastily expressed her admiration for Xiao Jinglan and hoped to receive some life advice from her. Advice is a stretch. But I do have a word of caution. In the future, keep your eyes peeled and do not cherish a useless person as if they were treasure. Upon hearing this, the three young ladies were momentarily taken aback. Cherishing a useless person as a treasure? They instinctively thought of Shun Yunshin. While Shun Yunshin was not entirely useless, she was merely a substitute. During the years when Cheng Zuan was absent, did they not treat Shun Yunshin as a treasure? Queen Xiao must be referring to Shun Yunshin. Had this matter reached the ears of the financial queen? The three young ladies gradually comprehended why Queen Xiao had heard of them. This incident was well known throughout the Su circle, and surely Queen Xiao would have heard some whispers. All their resentment was directed toward Shun Yunshin. The three young ladies loathed Yi Yunshin in their hearts. If it weren't for you, would we be humiliated? Shun Qingqiu promptly shifted the topic. To be frank, Queen Xiao, aside from wishing to meet you, we have a rather delicate request. They then began to inquire about the miraculous physician who could cure Old Dragon King. Queen Xiao, you are the daughter of Old Dragon King. You must know him. Little did they know, Xiao Jinglan's expression turned playful, and she unconsciously glanced upstairs, her tone laden with meaning. You wish to meet that physician, but that physician may not wish to meet you. Why? Xia Anren did not grasp the implication, thinking perhaps it was a matter of payment for treatment. We understand the rules, Queen Xiao. As long as the patient can be cured, I am willing to pay any amount. Not only that, but that physician would become our greatest benefactor in the future. They are willing to toil and labor for it. This illustrates the fervent desire of Shun Qingqiu and her companions to heal Cheng Zuan to the extent of making such a promise. Observing their unwavering determination, Xiao Jinglan couldn't help but scoff. I can assist you in contacting that renowned physician, but let be clear, I am merely a messenger. Whether or not you meet is beyond my concern. With a graceful demeanor, she ascended the stairs, leaving them in a state of elation. Xia Anren exclaimed, "Wonderful! On is saved." Lin Ruoxi nodded emphatically. Indeed, with Queen Xiao intervening, the other party will surely acquiesce. Yet, a flicker of doubt crossed Shun Qingqiu's eyes. But why is Queen Xiao going upstairs? Moments later, they heard a whispering dialogue emanating from the second floor. "They are here to see you." Upon reaching the second floor, Xiao Jinglan cast a meaningful glance at Yi Yunshun, who, with a glint of disdain in his eyes, retorted, "No, tell them to leave." Under the influence of the profound mystical arts, he could hear every word of Shun Qingqiu's group below. Their thoughts were rather naive, believing that having revived the old Dragon King entitled them to seek him out for Cheng Zuan's ailment. Such folly. Cheng Zuan's fate is of no concern to me. Xiao Jinglan's alluring lips parted. "Simply tell them to leave?" Yi Yunxin's expression shifted, and he amended, "Tell them to leave. And also warn them that no one is permitted to treat Cheng Zuan. This is a decree from the entire medical community. He would not save Cheng Zuan, nor would anyone else be allowed to do so. It was a futile endeavor." With that, Xiao Jinglan departed with a smile. Although the villa had excellent soundproofing, Shun Qingqiu and her companions strained to catch some indistinct sounds. Their expressions changed as they realized there was indeed a man in Queen Zhao's residence. The group immediately speculated about the possibility of a man being hidden in Queen Zhao's abode. Shun Qingqiu and the others wore peculiar expressions. Suddenly, Xia Anren's face paled, and she instinctively remarked, "That voice bears an uncanny resemblance to Shun Yunxin's. Is it a daughter? I have already informed you that the men Queen Xiao keeps sound remarkably like Shun Yunxin." Xia Taishan whispered, "I must listen closely." Lin Ruoxi concentrated and listened intently. "It truly sounds like him. I almost mistook it for him," she chuckled. "But how could that be? Shun Yunxin could never be such a man in his next life." In unison, the three young ladies denied the possibility. "What a joke. That is the man of the financial queen, even if it were just for amusement. Shun Yunxin lacks the qualifications. He is unworthy." Soon, Xiao Jinglan descended the stairs, prompting everyone to fall silent. "Queen Xiao, what was the outcome? Did that esteemed physician agree?" Shun Qingqiu inquired eagerly. Alas, the little divine physician declined. Xiao Jinglan replied nonchalantly, her words leaving Shun Qingqiu and the others utterly bewildered. "What? Refused? How could that be? You are the financial queen." Xia Anren exclaimed in distress. Xiao Jinglan maintained her cheerful demeanor. "Who told you that because I am the financial queen, the little divine physician would comply? The more capable individuals are, the less they value such titles. The little divine doctor treats patients based on his preferences. For those he favors, he charges nothing, while those he does not favor may face ruin, as he will refuse to heal them. Regrettably, the little divine doctor harbors no affection for you. Please take your leave." Upon hearing what Xiao Jinglan had said, Shun Qingqiu and her companions felt as though their minds had exploded. How could this be? Just because he had no fondness for them, he would refuse to treat them? Had they somehow offended this esteemed doctor? They had never even met him. Or could there be grounds for offense? "Not so, your Majesty Xiao. Could there be a misunderstanding?" They implored. "We have never encountered this divine doctor. How could we have wronged him? This is a matter of life and death. We beseech you to intercede on our behalf." As they regained their composure, Shun Qingqiu sought to explain, but Xiao Jinglan coldly interrupted. "There is no misunderstanding. The little divine doctor simply despises you. He will not only refuse to treat you, but he will also prevent others from doing so. You had best consider your situation carefully." As she spoke, Xiao Jinglan emanated an imposing aura, her voice resonating like thunder, leaving them stunned. With a resounding bang, the door was shut forcefully, leaving them to face the stark reality of rejection. "What shall we do now, Sister Qingqiu?" asked Xia Anren, her face pale and voice trembling. Lin Ruoxi looked on anxiously as well. Thud. This time, Shen Qingxiu made no reply. Her body softened, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 36. Shen Qingxiu. This is the price you pay for forcing a blood transfusion. Despair enveloped her. She had believed hope would lie with Queen Xiao, especially when she had heard of her. Shen Qingxiu's hopes had soared to their peak. Little did she expect such a disheartening outcome. The divine doctor took issue with them and unjustly vented his anger on the patients. The crux of the matter was that they did not even know the divine doctor. What enmity could there be? The rejection felt utterly nonsensical. Why do I feel as though someone is deliberately plotting against us? Xia Anren suddenly remarked with a grim expression. Lin Ruoxi, taken aback, asked, "You feel that way too?" Not only Xia Anren, but Lin Ruoxi shared this sentiment, and Shen Qingxiu felt it even more intensely. It was as if invisible hands were covertly orchestrating these events. They had clearly wronged no one, yet found themselves the targets of resentment. However, no amount of contemplation could elucidate the source of their predicament. "Sister Qingxiu, do you think all of this could be related to Shen Yunshan?" Lin Ruoxi inquired. Her expression now tinged with concern. Among the three young ladies, she had always been the gentlest. Only in a fit of rage would she confront Shen Yunshan. She had been the first to sense that something was amiss with him at the hospital that day. Gradually, things had begun to unravel for them. First, the mysterious blood donor had eluded them. Then, Shen Yunshan had slipped from their grasp. Now, they were inexplicably resented by the divine doctor who had saved the old Dragon King. Impossible. How could he have such power? Yet this hypothesis was promptly dismissed. Shen Qingxiu responded coldly. If he were truly involved, he would not have sought our protection 3 years ago. Even Emperor Su would not dare to take lethal action against him. The Yi family would never choose the true young master. The adage "the age of 3 predicts the future" suggests that Yi Yunshan, being so easily swayed by the affections of a few women, is destined to be of little consequence in his lifetime. How significant can familial lineage truly be? It merely indicates that his potential pales in comparison to that of the true heir. Would the Yi family abandon him if his prospects surpassed those of Yi Yunze? The family is acutely aware of the truth, yet staunchly defends Yi Yunze, which speaks volumes. It is time to return. We shall find another means to address On's situation. The group departed in a dejected manner, oblivious to the tall figure on the second-floor balcony of the villa, silently observing the unfolding events. "Shen Qingxiu, this is the price you compel me to pay for forced transfusion," Yi Yunshan murmured. "For some, life is but life. For others, it is something far less tangible." In that moment, the contrast was starkly apparent. Following the interruption with Shen Qingxiu, Xiao Jinglan found it unwise to provoke Yi Yunshan further. Yi Yunshan reiterated his request for assistance in locating the rare dragon blood ginseng before preparing to take his leave. "Wait," Xiao Jinglan called out, smiling as he produced 2 invitation cards. "What are these?" "Ning Yuanshan's daughter has returned from studying abroad." "Ning Yuanshan." Yi Yunshan pondered for a while before recalling the name from the throngs that had pursued him that day, including Ning Yuanshan. However, his presence had been overshadowed by the likes of Long Li and Xiao Zhan. In Su City, Ning Yuanshan is a prominent figure of considerable repute. Who wouldn't applaud his name? Not only is he the director of the prestigious Xia Hospital, but he is also honored with the title of King of Su Medicine. This title was bestowed upon him by the city's elite, acknowledging his medical expertise. Consequently, he serves as the personal physician to all the influential figures in Su City, including the Emperor of Su and Lord Wu San. This has led to a tacit agreement that Ning Yuanshan must not leave Su City. Should he depart, and someone fall ill without his expertise, it would be an unfortunate predicament. In return, the elite ensure that everyone within Ning Yuanshan's social circle is well taken care of. Over the years, aside from his daughter studying medicine abroad, his relatives and friends have enjoyed a comfortable life. What does this signify? It is a true case of one person's rise brings prosperity to all. Xiao Jinglan continued, indeed. To facilitate his daughter's swift integration into the Su circle, Ning Yuanshan has organized an event specifically requesting your presence tomorrow evening, even arranging for distinct invitation cards. He waved the 2 golden invitations. While other invitations were white, the ones in his hand were adorned with golden edges. "Is it possible for me to decline?" "Ye Yunsen fronit. Why would you refuse? He has expressly requested to meet you." Yun Yong mentioned that he didn't manage to deliver his daughter last time, and this time he seeks your guidance in the medical field. Yi Yunshan remained silent, reluctant to voice his thoughts. He had many reasons for not wanting to attend. Primarily, He felt ill-equipped to navigate such social situations, and he feared encountering Shun Qingxiu and her associates. Xiao Jinglan, perceptive as ever, quickly deduced Yi Yunshin's reluctance and remarked, "This is simple. I shall call Ning Yuanshan to limit the guest list accordingly." She made a direct phone call to Ning Yuanshan, who was taken aback. After she stated her purpose, Ning Yuanshan hesitated for a moment and quickly replied, "Of course." He added that, given their status, they were not originally qualified to attend. It turned out that this banquet was of particular significance to Ning Yuanshan, as it was essentially a stepping stone for his daughter's future. The invitees were all prominent figures from Sioux City, and, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Master Wu would also be present. Naturally, the younger generation, including Shun Qingxiu, Lin Ruoxi, and Xia Anren, were not eligible to attend. Very well, Yi Yunsen agreed. Considering the effort made, it would be rather inconsiderate to refuse. Only then did Xiao Jinglan, with a beaming smile, hand the two invitations to Yi Yunsen, saying, "Enjoy yourselves with Yunrong. Times have changed. Once you attend, you'll discover that those you once looked up to will now kneel before you and converse." This statement stirred something within Yi Yunsen, causing her grip on the invitation to tighten. Suddenly recalling something, she asked, "Sister Jinglan, aren't you going?" Xiao Jinglan chuckled lightly. "What would I go for? You and Yunrong are the younger ones. My presence might intimidate them." Indeed, the appearance of the financial queen at such an event would undoubtedly overshadow the city's elite. Meanwhile, Shun Qingxiu and the others had returned to the villa, which felt utterly desolate. Observing Cheng Zun, frail on the bed, the spirits of the three young ladies plummeted. Yet, they felt powerless. With the mysterious blood donor still unfound and Shun Yunsun uncooperative, even the only miraculous doctor capable of saving the old Dragon King now held a poor opinion of them. They truly could not conceive of another viable solution. They were at their wits' end. "Sister Qingxiu, should we perhaps speak to Shun Yunsun and plead our case? This time, we will accompany you," Lin Ruoxi suggested, her tone altered. For the sake of An, an occasional concession was not out of the question. No way. This time, it was Shun Qingxiu who resisted. After the family banquet incident, her disdain for Shun Yunsun had reached its pinnacle. Moreover, now that he was aware of Chang Zuin's blood shortage, he would undoubtedly use it as leverage to coerce them. What a despicable scoundrel. I swear, if we go, not only will he refuse to give An a blood transfusion, but he will also escalate his demands. Just as he did with us before. Shun Qingxiu was determined not to let him succeed. It was Xia Anren, who had remained silent, that finally spoke. "I believe we should continue pursuing a connection with that miraculous doctor who can save the old Dragon King." "How so?" Shun Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi turned to her. "I haven't fully formulated my thoughts yet, but it strikes me as peculiar that the doctor harbors such animosity towards us without cause. I think we need to meet that doctor in person and clear up the misunderstandings. At the very least, we should inquire why the doctor feels antagonistic towards us, and extend apologies where necessary, along with any compensations owed." Xia Anren offered her rational analysis. "Indeed, we must ascertain the reasons." Chapter 37. Who has the right to teach me? Shun Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi exchanged a glance and solemnly nodded. Anren was right. They could not simply abandon their efforts in the face of adversity. Misunderstandings, once unresolved, remain eternally as such, mere reflections of our biases. Shun Qingxiu firmly believed that once the misunderstanding was rectified, the esteemed physician would surely alter his perception of them. However, how were they to encounter such a prominent figure? Soon, new dilemmas arose, and the trio furrowed their brows once more, seemingly at an impasse. Lin Ruoxi lamented, if only I had not pilfered that precious medicine to save Shen Yunshin back then, our circumstances would have been vastly different." Her tone was heavy with regret. Had she not stolen that dose, she would still be the undisputed heir of the Lin family's medical legacy, poised to carve a remarkable path in the medicinal realm of Sioux City, rather than being concealed by her family as she was now. Even if she had given that medicine to An, any outcome would surely have been preferable to their current plight. Alas, the weight of remorse. Do not dwell on self-blame. Who can predict the future? Shun Qingxiu consoled her. At that time, they had exhausted numerous efforts to find a substitute for An that matched his condition. Yet he was on the brink of death. To preserve their last flicker of hope, they conspired, and ultimately, Lin Ruoxi resorted to stealing the life-saving medicine from her home to save Yi Yunshin. By the way, Ruoxi, Don't you have a high school classmate with connections in the medical field? Perhaps she could assist us? Suddenly, Shun Qingqiu appeared to recall something and addressed Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi smacked her forehead, exclaiming, "Of course. How could I forget about you, Qing?" She had long been aware of Ning Yueqing's return from studying abroad and had intended to seek her out, but the situation regarding Shin Yunshin had delayed her. The reason Concord Hospital was the finest in all of Sioux City was due to its expansive herbal fields, generously provided by the city's elite. The maintenance of these fields incurred astronomical costs, yet Ning Yuanshan bore none of the expenses, as the affluent citizens had all contracted the work. They had repeatedly reassured Ning Yuanshan not to worry about the financial burden. His only tasks were to cultivate as many medicinal materials as possible and nurture the next generation. His granddaughter, Ning Yueqing, possessed talents surpassing even his own. It was highly probable that, as Ning Yuanshan aged, Ning Yueqing would inherit his legacy, continuing to serve those influential families. Amidst the fragrant herbs, a young maiden clad in a flowing white dress was engrossed in her work with the botanicals. Beside her lay a thick stack of papers, densely filled with text, yet all rendered useless. Ning Yueqing occasionally frowned, lost in thought, and then, in moments of inspiration, she would excitedly jot down her calculations on the paper, only to later crumple it in disappointment. This cycle continued, as she entered a state of unwavering focus, entirely oblivious even to Ning Yuanshan's arrival. "Yueqing, let us set aside the ancient prescription for now. I have something of great importance to discuss with you." Unbeknownst to them, Ning Yueqing had inadvertently come into possession of a severely fragmented ancient prescription, and she was determined to reconstruct it. However, completing such a prescription was no simple feat. Even seasoned masters in the medicinal arts could easily spend half a lifetime on such an endeavor. What hope did a fledgling young girl possess? Yet, Ning Yueqing's ambition soared high, and she resolutely insisted on completing the ancient prescription on her own. Ning Yuanshan paused briefly before continuing. "Hasn't your medical prowess recently encountered a bottleneck? I have arranged for you to study under a master. You shall become his apprentice and learn diligently." Ning Yueqing's hands stilled, and she looked up at her father with disbelief. "Father, you cannot be serious. Who could possibly teach me?" Her words were not unfounded. Indeed, no one possessed the qualifications. From a young age, she had demonstrated extraordinary talent in medicine, further honed by her studies abroad, far surpassing her peers. Now, she was even experimenting with the restoration of ancient prescriptions. To have such a prodigious talent relegated to an apprenticeship was simply unfathomable. Ning Yuanshan offered no further explanation. He had other matters to attend to concerning the evening banquet. "This is settled. To demonstrate our sincerity, you will personally pick him up tonight. Here is the address." But Father Ning Yueqing's expression was one of exasperation. However, before she could finish her thought, Ning Yuanshan hastily left, leaving her with a slip of paper. It took her a moment to process it. She, a renowned young medical prodigy, was to become an apprentice? Absurd. She found herself both amused and exasperated. Just then, her phone rang, and to her surprise, it was an old classmate calling. "Lin Ruoshi, have you finally remembered to call me?" Her mood lifted slightly. They were not merely high school classmates. Both hailing from families in the medical field, they often encountered each other outside of school. Their shared talents in medicine had fostered a close bond, and even after Ning Yueqing went abroad for her studies, their correspondence regarding medical insights had continued. Don't even mention it. I've run into some trouble," Lin Ruoshi lamented, revealing the misunderstanding she had faced. "Yueqing, do you have a way to find that divine doctor?" "Not a problem. I know most of the renowned physicians in Sioux City. I'll gather them one by one for you to recognize." Since Lin Ruoshi had not mentioned the matter of saving the old Dragon King, Ning Yueqing's response to the so-called divine doctor was rather nonchalant. After all, she was a genius in her own right. Many so-called divine doctors could not match her skills. "Thank you so much, Yueqing. I'll treat you to a meal soon," Lin Ruoshi exclaimed with delight at Ning Yueqing's readiness to assist. Meanwhile, Shun Qingqiu, who had been anxiously listening, felt her heart finally settle. "Let us not wait for another day. Today is the perfect occasion," Ning Yueqing suggested. "Tonight is my welcome banquet, and Ruoshi, you should come too. It will be delightful to have company." "Absolutely," Lin Ruoshi agreed enthusiastically. Not only had she resolved her means of meeting the divine doctor, but she would also have the opportunity to attend a prestigious gathering of influential individuals. It was truly an unexpected delight. "I'll come find you right away. I also have something outrageous to tell you," Ning Yueqing said as she left the medicinal field. Meanwhile, Xiao Yunrong was also preparing to depart, elegantly dressed in her evening gown, exuding an air of nobility and beauty that was almost blinding. "Brother Yunshin, are you ready?" she called out, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation and excitement. This was not only her first date with Brother Yunshin, but also her debut as a prominent young lady within the Su circle. She intended to make a small yet impactful impression on the social scene. "Please go ahead. I have not yet finished here." Yi Yunshin's voice echoed. "Someone will come to fetch me once I am done." Xiao Yunrong pouted. "Very well then. I shall take my leave first." It was only after the day of cultivation concluded that Yi Yunshin leisurely made his way to the appointed location. Curiously, he and Xiao Yunrong could have gone directly, yet Ning Yuanshan insisted on sending someone to retrieve him. The reason for this remained a mystery. At that moment, Ning Yueqing did not rush to meet Yi Yunshin, but first sought out Lin Ruoshi and the others. "Ruoshi, I have to tell you something utterly absurd. My father has inexplicably decided that I should become an apprentice. I, a distinguished doctor of medicine, with over a dozen authoritative academic articles published in the Lancet and proficient in ancient medical arts, am to become an apprentice? This is madness. Moreover, to demonstrate his sincerity, he insists that I go in person to fetch the individual. I am quite busy, and time is of the essence." At the entrance of the Jujin Hall villa, Ning Yueqing lamented. Upon learning of her astonishing achievements, Lin Ruoshi and the others were left astounded, marveling at Ning Yueqing's exceptional talent and formidable capabilities. The notion of her becoming an apprentice was indeed preposterous. However, Shun Qingqiu felt a stirring in her heart. Could this be the master mentioned by the renowned Dr. Su? Chapter 38. Why is it Shun Yunshin who is to be fetched? Her mind instinctively recalled the events that transpired at the hospital that day, when a supposedly deceased old Dragon King was miraculously revived by an unparalleled divine physician. Dr. Su had been present at that moment, had he not? Is it possible that Director Ning's words hold truth? Her expression shifted as she regarded Ning Yueqing, saying, "Miss Ning, becoming his apprentice might indeed allow you to learn something valuable." "Impossible," Ning Yueqing vehemently denied, laughing as if it were a ridiculous jest. "I know every divine physician in Sioux City, and none are worthy to be my master." With her head held high, Ning Yueqing exuded pride. Observing this, Shun Qingqiu ceased her persuasion, merely stating, "Could you take us along? We, too, wish to meet this person." "Huh?" Sister Qingqiu, Lin Ruoshi, and Xia Anren were momentarily bewildered, exchanging puzzled glances. Yet, Shun Qingqiu swiftly signaled them with her eyes. The two quickly understood. "Sister Qingqiu, you mean?" In the next moment, they echoed, "Yes, Yueqing. We also want to go. Miss Ning, please take us along to fetch him. Afterward, we can all attend the banquet together. Of course, that can be arranged." Though Ning Yueqing was perplexed, she readily agreed. Glancing at her watch, she realized, "Oh no, it is nearly time. We must go." The four promptly entered the car and headed towards their destination. On the way, Ning Yueqing turned to the passenger seat where Lin Ruoshi sat and inquired, "Enough about me. What about you, Ruoshi?" Upon mentioning this, Lin Ruoshi's eyes dimmed, and she forced a smile, saying, "My dear sister, my circumstances are far from as fortunate as yours." She recounted the past 3 years of being hidden away by her family due to the incident involving stolen medicine. Ning Yueqing was taken aback. "You mean, you stole the Su family's life-prolonging elixir as a substitute?" Lin Ruoshi nodded dejectedly. "Yes, you should understand how important An is to me. Not only I, but Sister Qingqiu and Anren have each paid a significant price to save him. However, I now find myself filled with regret." She abruptly shifted her tone, expressing, "I should not have administered the medication to him. At present, he utterly disregards our influence. Not only has he forgotten all we have done for him, but he also hurls insults at us. Furthermore, he stands by while Arwen desperately needs a blood transfusion, with his blood type as the only match. Yet he refuses to help, claiming it is none of his concern. He even struck Arwen out of sheer jealousy." Shin Qingqiu and Xia Anren chimed in, voicing their grievances against Yi Yunshin, their frustrations pouring forth in a torrent of righteous indignation. They completely overlooked the numerous injustices they had previously inflicted upon Yi Yunshin, including the repeated coercion for blood donations. Upon hearing this, Ning Yueqing was engulfed in fury. "Is this true? This Shun Yunshin is utterly ungrateful. You saved his life. Without your intervention, he would have perished long ago. How could he act this way?" "Ruoxiao, It is truly not worth it that you have been sidelined by your family because of him, perhaps taken aback by the plight of her dear friends over the years. Ning Yueqing felt a profound sense of empathy. Having studied abroad 5 years ago, she was unaware of Yi Yunshan's existence, as Shun Qingxiu and the others had taken him in just 3 years prior. Thus, upon hearing of him for the first time from Shun Qingxiu, she was overwhelmed with loathing, pondering how someone could be so ungrateful. A sense of indignation welled up within her. Ruoxiao, do not fret. I was absent before, but now that I have returned, I shall undoubtedly help you exact your vengeance. Should I encounter him, I will break his legs. Over the years, Ning Yueqing not only honed her medical skills abroad, but also learned self-defense techniques, now possessing a black belt in Taekwondo. Let's not dwell on him. It only sours my mood. By the way, are we nearly there? Lin Ruoxiao inquired, glancing around. We are close, Ning Yueqing replied, quickening her pace. Why are we not there yet? Yi Yunshan had been waiting for a while, glancing at his watch intermittently. This is the place. After disembarking, the four began searching the vicinity. Ning Yueqing wore a face of impatience, while Shun Qingxiu and the others appeared anxious and tense, uncertain if the person they were to meet was indeed the renowned healer they sought. Soon, they spotted an individual. Upon closer inspection, they all turned their gazes in unison. What is Shun Yunshan doing here? Realization dawned upon them as they recognized Yi Yunshan, leaving Shun Qingxiu and the others in a state of shock. Ning Yuening, unfamiliar with Yi Yunshan, mistakenly believed he was the esteemed master her father had instructed her to escort, who would also be her future mentor. Her expression darkened as she prepared to stride forward. Miss Ning, wait a moment. Shun Qingxiu swiftly intervened. What is it? He is not the person you are looking for. Shun Qingxiu bit her lip, saying, he is the Shun Yunshan we were speaking of. What? The revelation left Ning Yueqing's complexion paling dramatically. The individual awaiting her was not the master her father had sent her to find, but rather Shun Yunshan. Initially, she thought Shun Qingxiu was jesting, but the solemn expressions of the 3 young women confirmed the gravity of the situation. Ning Yueqing gradually comprehended the reality, her expression darkening further. Just as she was prepared to become an apprentice, her mood soured further upon encountering the ungrateful Shun Yunshan. She had been searching for an outlet for her frustration, and now it seemed she had found one. Is he truly the ungrateful Shun Yunshan? Very well. I shall assist you in teaching him a lesson. Ning Yueqing, in a fit of anger, was about to charge forward. Stop. Shun Qingxiu once again intervened. Miss Ning, the immediate priority is to retrieve the person, not to entangle yourself with Shun Yunshan here. Lin Ruoxi and Xia Anren echoed in agreement. Indeed, this person is quite cunning, as stubborn as a piece of chewing gum that one cannot shake off. He must have followed us here, deliberately orchestrating this encounter to capture our attention. It would be unfortunate if you were to become ensnared by him while attempting to assist us. Is he truly that despicable? With the 3 young ladies urging her, Ning Yueqing began to feel apprehensive. It was not the prospect of confronting Shun Yunshan that frightened her, but rather the fear of being ensnared in a troublesome situation. Much like a car accident, where one might be falsely accused of a collision they did not cause. Ning Yueqing had not anticipated that Shun Yunshan could be such a person, and her opinion of him diminished further. Once the 4 returned to the vehicle, Lin Ruoxi suggested, Yueqing, it would be prudent to confirm the location with Dean Ning. She suspected that the location might be incorrect. Otherwise, how could they have encountered Shun Yunshan? Ning Yueqing found this peculiar, but soon smiled. No need, I shall wait another 10 minutes. If he does not arrive, we shall consider him to have abandoned the appointment. She had never intended to meet him. Now that he had failed to show, it suited her perfectly. However, Shun Qingxiu hesitated to speak, but ultimately remained silent. At this moment, at the Sheridan Hotel, the guests had all arrived. Ning Yuanshan awaited Shun Yunshan's appearance. Meanwhile, even Xiao Yunrong had arrived. The moment she entered, a profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone set aside their tasks, their gazes riveted upon her. Firstly, her beauty was unparalleled. Secondly, the air of nobility she exuded was unlike that of any aristocrat among them. The Sioux Circle was also of considerable prestige, rivaling that of the Hu Circle. Yet, not a single debutante from the Sioux Circle possessed such an aura. Who is this esteemed young lady? The various dignitaries speculated. Ning Yuanshan smiled enigmatically. She comes from a notable lineage. A collective gasp resonated throughout the hall as the elite gazed at Xiao Yunrong with awe. Yet, Ning Yuanshan continued with a smile. However, she is not the focal point of the evening. Another shall take that role. I have dispatched my daughter to retrieve them, and they shall arrive shortly. Anticipation grew among the guests. Ning Yuanshan mused that his daughter must have successfully acquired the individual by now. At the designated location, 10 minutes swiftly passed, and still, no one appeared. From the beginning, only Shun Yinshan remained. Ning Yueqing chuckled. Ruashi, Miss Shun, you must bear witness that it is not I who am unyielding, but rather he who has failed to honor his commitment. With a sudden acceleration, she pressed the gas pedal, and the sports car surged forth like a wild beast, disappearing from sight, leaving Shun Yunshin alone and forlorn. Unbeknownst to Ning Yueqing, Shun Yunshin was, in fact, the very person she was meant to collect. Having stood before her for over half an hour, another 10 minutes passed, and still no one arrived. 20 minutes elapsed, and still no sign of anyone. 30 minutes ticked by. Yi Yinshan was furious. Where is everyone? Is there no sense of time? How ridiculous. I'm not going anymore. Such a waste of time. Frustrated by the delayed arrival of the guests, Yi Yinshan left in a fit of anger. Meanwhile, Ning Yueqing had already returned to the banquet hall with Shun Qingqiu and her companions, participating in the festivities as if nothing had occurred. When Ning Yuanshan saw his daughter had returned, he mistakenly believed she had fetched Mr. Yi, and he felt a weight lift from his heart. Chapter 39. Where is everyone? Where is tonight's most distinguished guest? Regarding tonight's welcoming banquet, every step taken by Ning Yuanshan was deliberate. First, inviting numerous eminent figures served to announce his daughter's return and her intent to establish herself in the Su circle, thereby familiarizing herself with the community. Second, knowing his daughter's great potential, he invited Mr. Yi as the evening's honored guest, intending to introduce his daughter as Mr. Ye's apprentice, from whom she could learn immensely, possibly even overcoming barriers in her medical practice and restoring ancient methods. The third aspect was to have his daughter personally welcome Mr. Yi, fostering familiarity and deepening their bond. The final step was the most crucial. With all arrangements in place, it was now time to officially commence the banquet. Ning Yuanshan sighed inwardly, pleased with his foresight in nurturing the next generation, unaware that his dear daughter had not invited Yi Yinshan at all, nor did she realize that the person they meant to invite was right in front of her. Shun Qingqiu, still somewhat anxious, tugged at the sociable Ning Yueqing, saying, Miss Ning, is it really all right that we Haven Tea brought him here? She couldn't shake off a sense of foreboding, feeling that the king of medicine from Su would be furious. It seemed to her that the person they were supposed to meet was the very divine doctor who had misunderstood them, and they had missed the opportunity. Ning Yueqing dismissed her concerns nonchalantly. It's fine, don't worry. I returned to this country to make a significant impact, not to be an apprentice. If word of this spreads in the overseas medical community, I will be the subject of ridicule. But if my father lays blame on me later, you all must testify that it wasn't my fault for not fetching him. It was he who stood us up. Ning Yueqing reminded them repeatedly. Shun Qingqiu and the others reluctantly agreed. At this moment, most guests had arrived at the banquet. Each guest hailed from various prestigious sectors, encompassing military, commerce, and politics, an intimidating assembly. The influence of the king of medicine, Ning Yuanshan, was indeed formidable. Everyone was here to bolster his reputation. Among the crowd, Xia Anren even spotted Wu Sanyi. In the past, the Xia family would have avoided the underground emperor of Su City, but times had changed. With the financial queen as their solid backing, they no longer regarded the minor Wu Sanyi with any concern. Xia Anren shot a fierce glare at Wu Sanyi before following Ning Yueqing. Since the three of them had come without being on a guest list, they made an effort to stay toward the back. Why do I feel as if someone is glaring at me? Dressed in a black tang suit and surrounded by many, Wu Sanyi suddenly turned around, puzzled, scanning the surroundings. A young man beside him chuckled, saying, How could that be, Dad? Who in the Su circle would dare glare at you aside from the Emperor of Su? Are they tired of living? Indeed, Dad. Everyone is more inclined to keep their distance from you. The speakers are all the adopted sons of Master Wu. Navigating the underground world, marrying and having children would only serve as leverage against oneself. Such vulnerabilities may invite perilous consequences. Hence, Master Wu has no biological offspring, yet his adopted sons abound. There are even whispers in the circles that if one possesses the audacity to call Master Wu father, he will gladly accept you as his adopted son. Of course, one must be sufficiently ruthless and capable. After all, no one wishes to become the next Ya Taishan. Another adopted son remarked. Laughter erupted among all present at the mere mention of that name. 3 years ago, the incident where Master Wu dealt Xia Taishan a resounding slap had long circulated within the circles, and the tale has retained its fervor for 3 years. As if it transpired yesterday, everyone regarded it as a jest. Listening to their laughter, Xia Anren clenched her teeth tightly, her countenance darkening. Just wait, Master Wu. There will come a time when you all kneel and weep. Xia Anren scoffed, convinced that day would not be far off. I extend my gratitude to all for gracing my daughter's welcome banquet amidst your busy schedules. At this moment, Ning Yuanshan took the stage to speak. Master Wu, narrowing his eyes, interrupted. Dr. Su, spare us these unfruitful pleasantries. Let us bring forth the heavyweight guest. Upon Master Wu's words, everyone noticed the empty seat directly in the center of the front row. It was well understood that this was reserved for the so-called mysterious guest. Initially, when Xiao Yunrong made her entrance, everyone assumed this seat was designated for her, given her unique and elevated demeanor. However, as Xiao Yunrong took a seat beside it, they realized she was not the one. Ning Yuanshan announced loudly. Now, let us extend the warmest applause to welcome the esteemed Dr. Yi. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, and the lights dimmed. In the realm of medical practitioners in Sioux City, there was no doctor by the surname of Yi. Yet the elite had but one thought. The individual whom Dr. Su held in high esteem must be extraordinary. Dr. Yi, a divine physician with the surname Yi? The trio of wealthy young ladies at the back changed their expressions upon hearing this. Before he changed his surname, Shen Yunshin's surname was also Yi, Lin Ruashi whispered. Xia Anren waved her hand dismissively. What of the surname Yi? Ruashi, you are too sensitive. Yi is a prominent surname. This implies that even if the divine physician who revived the old Dragon King shares the surname Yi, it does not prove he is Yi Yunshin. There are far too many with the surname Yi. A single brick could crush a multitude. Lin Ruashi opened her mouth, but refrained from further comment. When Dr. Su mentioned the divine physician bearing the surname Yi, Shen Yunshin's name involuntarily surfaced in her mind, stirring a faint emotion within her. Ultimately, it proved to be an overreaction. After 3 years of acquaintance, she knew full well that Yi Yunshin possessed no medical prowess. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced the darkness of the venue, illuminating the entrance to the stage. All eyes turned towards it, including Ning Yuanshan's. Dr. Yi was about to make his entrance from there. Xiao Yunrong's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation as she clapped enthusiastically, wondering how Brother Yunshin would appear. Only one person was devoid of anticipation, Ning Yueqing. As the minutes elapsed, it became increasingly evident that the anticipated guest had not arrived. 1 minute passed, yet there was no sign of the individual. 2 minutes, still absent. 3 minutes, nothing, and finally, 5 minutes. Both Ning Yuanshan and Xiao Yunrong were left in a state of shock, as were all the attendees present. Where was the distinguished guest? As the lights illuminated the venue, the absence became more pronounced, leading to a murmur of confusion among the crowd. What is going on, Director Ning? Where's the person you were supposed to bring? Xiao Yunrong exclaimed, her voice filled with indignation as she confronted Ning Yuanshan. He stammered, completely taken aback, struggling to find an explanation. His daughter had been sent to fetch Mr. Yi. She had returned, but where was Mr. Yi? At that moment, Xiao Yunrong received a phone call, and whatever was said on the other end visibly darkened her expression. By the end of the conversation, her demeanor had turned icy, her eyes reflecting a fierce and chilling anger. Director Ning, we shall no longer attend any of your events. You have been placed on the Xiao family's blacklist. With that cutting remark, she seized her bag and stormed out of the venue. Wait, Miss Xiao, could this be a misunderstanding? Ning Yuanshan called, but it was too late. Xiao Yunrong had already left in a furious huff. The implications of her words struck him like a bolt from the blue. Being placed on the Xiao family's blacklist was tantamount to being ostracized. Suddenly, a piercing ringtone echoed ominously in his ears, rendering him stiff with dread. He trembled as he glanced at the caller ID, and in that instant, overwhelming shock caused him to faint. In the corner of the venue, the sharp sound of high heels clicking against the floor resonated as Xiao Yunrong, with a stormy countenance and purposeful strides, advanced. The call she had received was from Yi Yunshin, who had informed her that no one had come to collect him, and thus, he would not be attending. This revelation fueled her fury, for not only had Ning Yuanshan neglected her esteemed brother, but he had also sabotaged their first rendezvous. Fuming with anger, Xiao Yunrong's gaze was fixed ahead, inadvertently colliding with 3 women who were observing the scene with interest. "That is the person I sent you to fetch. Move aside," she barked, forcefully pushing one of them aside as she pressed forward. Xia Anren stumbled from the unexpected shove, her temper flaring. "Who do you think you are? Did your family construct this path? You push someone and expect to walk away?" she retorted, intent on pursuing her. However, Shun Qingxiu swiftly intervened, saying, "Wait, look at her silhouette. Doesn't she resemble someone?" At this revelation, Lin Ruoxi and Xia Anren halted in their tracks, their eyes widening as recognition dawned upon them. "Isn't that the woman who chased us out of the hospital that day?" they exclaimed in unison, leaving Xia Anren momentarily speechless, her words caught in her throat. Xiao Yunrong had only crossed paths with them once, yet the impression she left was indelible. Her beauty and grace, which rendered them all feeling inadequate, coupled with her swift and ruthless methods of dismissing others, etched themselves deeply into the hearts of the three young ladies. The collective thought that echoed in their minds was, "I cannot compare to her." This sentiment was a profound sense of inferiority that transcended social circles. It was a visceral tremor from the lower echelons towards the upper echelons. How could she possibly be here? At that moment, Xia Anren set aside her grievances about being pushed aside and, with a face full of trepidation, inquired. "I'm not certain, but she must have been invited by the esteemed Dr. Su," Shun Qingxiu replied, shaking her head, her expression grave. "Though I do not know her identity, one thing is undeniable. She is not someone we can afford to provoke." Neither Lin Ruoxi nor Xia Anren spoke, clearly in agreement with Shun Qingxiu's assessment. Sometimes, reverence does not necessitate knowledge of the other's identity. A mere glance or an air of authority suffices. As Xiao Yunrong departed, the banquet hall descended into greater chaos. Regrettably, as they stood at the back, they were oblivious to the events unfolding ahead. "This is bad. Ruoxi, Miss Shan, come quickly." At that moment, they heard Ning Yueqing's voice from the front. They hurried to join her. "What's wrong?" My father, Ning Yueqing spoke in a disjointed manner. Shun Qingxiu and the others turned their gaze towards the stage, their eyes widening in disbelief. Dr. Su was rendered motionless, struck by fear from a phone call. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, his lips turned pale, and his breathing was as rapid as that of someone suffering from asthma. The assembly of dignitaries was left in stunned silence. Who could frighten Dr. Su so? Ning Yuanshan held the phone as if it were a death warrant, hesitating to answer. In truth, once Mr. Yi had not shown up and Miss Xiao had stormed off in anger, Ning Yuanshan sensed that something was amiss. He had ruined the banquet. Yet, he never anticipated that it would disturb Xiao Jinglan. That queen, there was no need to inquire. The matter had surely reached her ears. She was coming to demand accountability. Taking several deep breaths to calm himself, he finally answered the call. Hello, Queen Xiao." Yet his lips trembled. The esteemed doctor was nearly paralyzed with fear. "Is this how you conduct affairs, Ning?" The voice on the other end was laced with a chilling fury. "You were the one who invited Brother Yinshen, were you not? You sent the invitation, did you not? Originally, Brother Yinshen and my niece were to attend, but you called to tell him not to come and that you would send someone to collect him. And yet, where is that person? You've deceived him." The words crashed down like thunder, shaking Ning Yuanshan to his core. His scalp tingled with dread. Indeed, it was he who had delayed Mr. Yi's arrival. This was a selfish desire of a father, wishing for his daughter to have a moment alone with Mr. Yi before the banquet commenced to foster their relationship. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. His daughter had not brought Mr. Yi back at all. Brother Yinshen had claimed he waited for a long time. Yet no one came to collect him. Now he was angry and had returned home, and it was highly likely that he would never attend such gatherings again. "You may handle this matter as you see fit, but should it be mishandled, the consequences shall be yours to bear." Upon hearing Xiao Jinglan's words, Ning Yuanshan found himself enveloped in a shroud of fear, the world around him spinning uncontrollably. A critical surgical error could scarcely inspire such trepidation. His daughter had jeopardized a significant affair. He even began to mentally bow in supplication. "Queen Xiao, please quell your anger. I shall inquire into the matter forthwith and ensure Mr. Yi receives an explanation." The room fell into stunned silence. Ning Yueqing was utterly taken aback. How could the absence of one individual lead to such a cascade of repercussions? After terminating the call, the dreadful gaze of Ning Yuanshan turned toward her. Seeing her father glare at her with such intensity, Ning Yueqing felt her body tense up instantly, a sharp breath escaping her lips. It was terrifying. In her memories, her father had never displayed such an expression. As she gazed at him in fear, the realization of her blunder dawned upon her, prompting her to stammer, "Dad." Yet, Ning Yuanshan surged forward like a furious beast. With a resounding slap, he struck Ning Yueqing across the face. The force was so great that her fair complexion immediately turned visibly red and swollen. Stunned, Ning Yueqing stood there, her eyes vacant. The onlookers, including Shun Qingqiu, were equally paralyzed with fear, hesitant to approach. The atmosphere was stiflingly oppressive. After a prolonged silence, Ning Yueqing finally regained her composure, cradling her injured cheek. Her eyes misty. "Dad, you hit me. You struck me for the sake of a stranger? You deserved it." Ning Yuanshan retorted vehemently. "You should be grateful you are my daughter. Otherwise, I would have beaten you to death." Ning Yueqing's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly taken aback by her father's callous words. Instantly, her feelings of injustice and fury erupted. She shouted at Ning Yuanshan, "Is it not you, Dad, who is being unreasonable? Forcing a medical doctor to take on an apprenticeship? Do I not have any pride? Besides, I did go to fetch him. I was there. He simply did not show up. What does that have to do with me? You can ask Miss Shun and Miss Ruoshi." Ning Yueqing invoked Shun Qingqiu and Lin Ruoshi. Observing this, they felt compelled to speak up in her defense. "Dr. Su, let's be clear. Miss Ning did indeed go to fetch him, but did not find him. We even waited an additional 10 minutes before returning. Please do not blame Yueqing." It is you?" Ning Yuanshan's anger flared further upon seeing them. "Who allowed you to enter?" The previous day, Queen Xiao had personally called, specifically mentioning Shun Qingqiu, Lin Ruoshi, and Xia An'er by name. Under the pretense of controlling the guest list, he understood the deeper implications. Mr. Yi did not wish to see these three. Expel them. Soon, security arrived and forcefully ushered the trio out. "No, Dr. Su, get out!" Ning Yuanshan roared at them. "Dad, on what grounds do you expel my friends?" Ning Yueqing protested upon witnessing Lin Ruoshi and the others being forcibly removed. But Ning Yuanshan merely scoffed. "Friends? Nonsense. In the future, I shall minimize my interactions with these dubious individuals. In fact, tonight's incident was caused by the three of them." "What?" Upon hearing Ning Yuanshan's words, Ning Yueqing was utterly astounded. "I ask you, when you went to fetch the person, did you truly not see anyone?" Ning Yuanshan inquired. "No." Ning Yueqing emphatically nodded. "Not a soul? Speak the truth." Yet, Ning Yueqing hesitated. "There was one, but he is the adopted son of Miss Shun." "Then, that is precisely who I instructed you to pick up?" "What?" At that moment, it felt as though a thunderbolt had struck Ning Yueqing's head. Chapter 41. Your idol is also competing for Mr. Yi. What? Did I mishear? Ning Yueqing began to doubt the integrity of her own hearing. Shun Yunshan was the distinguished guest her father had sent her to retrieve. He was also to be her mentor? Surely not. There must be some mistake. Indeed, there was a misunderstanding, for prior to her departure, Shun Qingqiu and others had been whispering in her ear about how ungrateful Shun Yunshan was. Thus, the image of Yi Yunshan had solidified in her mind as a treacherous, shameless, and indolent individual. He clung to the three heiresses like a leech, voraciously draining their vitality. Now, she was suddenly informed that the scoundrel in her eyes was the esteemed guest she was to welcome. He was the very person her father would not hesitate to strike her for. How could she possibly accept this? "Father, you must be mistaken. Shun Yunshan is a vile person, lacking in virtue and a most ungrateful wretch. How could you elevate him to such esteem?" Ning Yueqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to reconcile the stark contrast in Yi Yunshan's portrayal, Ning Yuanshan was seething with frustration. Whose words have you been listening to? From Ruoshi and Miss Shun, of course. Ning Yueqing believed they, as the involved parties, were most qualified to assess Shun Yunshan. Upon hearing that it was indeed Shun Qingqiu and her companions, Ning Yuanshan's eyes nearly ignited with fury. They are utterly biased. They are perpetually self-centered, failing to consider others. Moreover, who in Su's circle is unaware of the connection between Shun Qingqiu and Mr. Yi? My daughter, how can you be so easily swayed by slander? Alas, thinking that a splendid banquet had been ruined by his daughter's actions, and that she had angered Queen Xiao and her companions, Ning Yuanshan's heart felt as though it were bleeding. The fact that she had not seen him was one thing, but the key issue was that Mr. Yi was standing right before her. He had been waiting for quite some time. This meant that during the waiting period, his daughter had countless opportunities to rectify the situation. all of which were manipulated by Shun Qingxiu and her peers. Such misfortune. Ning Yuanshan's heart brimmed with resentment towards Shun Qingxiu and her companions. They had severed the very foundation of the Ning family's rise. All right, father. I shall go and apologize to Shun Yunshan, seeking his forgiveness. Please do not be angry. Observing Ning Yuanshan's disapproving gaze, Ning Yueqing, aware of her own culpability, felt quite vexed. However, she did not take it too seriously. But I must make it clear that while I am willing to apologize, I will not yield an inch regarding the matter of becoming an apprentice. Just as Ning Yuanshan had finally begun to calm down, he was suddenly incensed once again by his daughter's words. Ning Yueqing, with an expression of unwavering determination, declared, "This is a matter of principle. I possess my own pride and shall never serve as an apprentice to someone of comparable or lesser ability. In the realm of medicine, there are always those who surpass others, and she was not averse to taking on an apprentice. But the individual must at the very least be of the caliber befitting a national physician." She articulated her standards for apprenticeship, even mentioning the esteemed Dr. Fu Longxing of the imperial capital's Jinfeng Medical Hall. "If you were like Dr. Fu, I would gladly accept the role of apprentice," she proclaimed, holding her head high with a proud demeanor. Ning Yuanshan, nearly enraged to the point of laughter, retorted, "Your idol, Dr. Fu, is also vying for Mr. Ye's attention and has faced rejection." The mere recollection of this incident still left him astounded. The more he pondered, the more he felt his daughter must not squander this opportunity, even if it meant offending Mr. Yi. This was non-negotiable. Otherwise, she would be denying me as her father. With a furious glare, Ning Yuanshan grabbed Ning Yueqing, exclaiming, "Come, we must go apologize." "No, this is no mere apology. It is a plea for forgiveness." His eyes shimmered with fervent intensity. However, at that moment, Yi Yun's was not at the Juden Hall. Aware that Yi Yun's had not dined, Xiao Jinglan had intentionally invited him for dinner. In the elegant ambience of the Black Pearl restaurant, Xiao Jinglan rested her chin on her hand, her bright eyes sparkling as she watched Yi Yun's eat. Feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, Yi Yun's inquired, "Aren't you eating?" "I'm not hungry," Xiao Jinglan replied, continuing to blink at him. Yi Yun's chuckled awkwardly and attempted to resume his meal, yet Xiao Jinglan remained fixed on him, unblinking. "Sister Jinglan, could you not stare so intently?" Xiao Jinglan laughed heartily. "What is the matter? Are you shy?" "Not all," Yi Yun sighed. For anyone being scrutinized so closely would find it difficult to enjoy their meal, especially with someone as stunning as Xiao Jinglan. "I specifically postponed an important meeting to resolve your matters," she said with a cheerful demeanor. The Ning family was left dumbfounded upon realizing they hadn't reached you, and they should be coming to apologize shortly. "There's no need," Yi Yun's replied nonchalantly. "I am merely having a meal. It makes no difference where I dine." To him, what was deemed a significant banquet by others was simply a place to eat. Indeed, were it not for Xiao Jinglan's encouragement, he would not have attended. Yet, others did not share his perspective. Ning Yuanshan regarded him as a distinguished guest of the banquet. Xiao Jinglan continued, "It is rather amusing. He has only himself to blame for stepping on his own toes, driven by selfish motives, resulting in a blunder. Had he not schemed for his daughter to meet Yi Yun's privately, would this situation have escalated to this point? By the way, the dragon blood ginseng from last time worked quite well." Yi Yun's dismissed the comment, shifting the subject. "I have benefited greatly and should send a token of appreciation to Xia Taishan. I feel it is essential to clarify my stance since I have severed ties with the three young ladies. I wish to avoid being in debt to anyone." However, Xiao Jinglan was unconcerned. "What token? That is merely the threshold to meet me. But if you feel uncomfortable, I can give him a call and personally express my gratitude as a form of return." Xiao Jinglan spoke with an air of benevolence, leaving Yi Yun's momentarily speechless. Is merely uttering a thank you sufficient to express gratitude? The words flowed effortlessly from the lips of Xiao Jinglan. Yet, she is the queen of finance. Given her stature, to personally convey her thanks to a figure like Xia Taishan indeed constitutes the most profound form of reciprocation. There is no comparison. Xia Taishan might even revel in the moment, boasting to others about her acknowledgement. As she spoke, Xiao Jinglan retrieved her phone, seeking Xia Taishan's number. At that moment, the Xia household was shrouded in desolation. Xia Taishan's countenance was so grim it seemed capable of squeezing water from stone. He was originally slated to attend the banquet at Ninji Wanshan that evening. Yet he refrained from going upon learning that his family's enterprises had come under attack, suffering significant losses. Even Xia Anren had returned, and it was evident that this was orchestrated by Master Wu's minions. Fury radiated from her being. Ever since that incident involving 3 slaps, Master Wu had disregarded the Xia family entirely. Malicious commercial rivalry had become a frequent occurrence. In the past, Xia Taishan could only endure such indignities. But now that he had allied himself with the Queen of Finance, did Master Wu dare to bully him? Xia Taishan's gaze darkened, his rage boiling to an extreme. Father, let us seek the assistance of the Queen. Xia Anren could no longer contain her frustration. No, Xia Taishan replied, shaking his head. We cannot resort to leveraging the Queen's connections over a mere setback. That is our trump card, to be used only in dire circumstances. Moreover, our relationship with the Queen has yet to reach a point where we can solicit her aid. It must be acknowledged that Xia Taishan possessed a degree of self-awareness. Receiving gifts does not equate to being obliged to assist. Suddenly, before he could finish speaking, the phone rang. A commanding female voice resonated through the line. Xia Taishan? Boom! Upon hearing that voice, Xia Taishan felt as if struck by lightning, nearly collapsing to his knees. Queen Xiao. Chapter 42. The illusion created by Yi Yunshin for the Xia family. What? Father, the Queen is calling you? Xia Anren's eyes widened in disbelief at the mention of her name. They could not have fathomed that the Queen would take the initiative to call them. Trembling, Xia Taishan stammered, Queen Xiao, at this late hour, how may I serve you? Do not be anxious. I am merely here to express my gratitude, Xiao Jinglan replied, leaving Xia Taishan momentarily speechless. Gratitude? Indeed, the dragon's blood ginseng you provided has yielded excellent results. Thank you. Upon hearing Xiao Jinglan's words, Xia Taishan was instantly engulfed in euphoric delight. Xia Anren, who had been listening intently, was equally overwhelmed with exhilaration. The Queen, breaking new ground, had called them solely to extend her thanks. They were astonished. Oh, it was nothing. It was my duty. Xia Taishan bowed repeatedly while holding the phone. Should there be any more such medicinal materials in the future, I shall be sure to deliver them to you. In the restaurant, Xiao Jinglan had intentionally activated the speakerphone, casting a cheerful glance at Yi Yunshin, as if to convey, see, a simple thank you, and they are utterly grateful. Yi Yunshin absent-mindedly rubbed his nose, remaining silent. Such is the advantage of high status. While others expend their wealth to curry favor, one need only utter a simple thank you to elicit profound gratitude. It makes the expenditure seem utterly worthwhile. Yi Yunshin could easily envision the scene on the other end of the phone, where Xia Taishan was nodding and bowing in deference. Unbeknownst to the father and daughter, Yi Yunshin was listening intently to their conversation, still basking in the joy of being thanked by Queen Xiao. Ha! The Xia family is destined to rise. After the call ended, Xia Taishan could not contain his laughter as the shadow cast by Lord Wu's oppression over their industry dissipated. Xia Anren smiled and remarked, Father, since Queen Xiao took the initiative to call and express her gratitude, it signifies that she holds our Xia family in high regard. This is a positive omen. Positive? This is a tacit acknowledgement of our relationship with her. Xia Taishan exclaimed, his confidence soaring. We have no reason to fear Lord Wu any longer. He let out a long, triumphant howl, as if to release the accumulated grievances of the past 3 years. He then turned to Xia Anren and said, Anren, prepare yourself. Tomorrow I shall host a gathering to invite Lord Wu to a banquet, a feast of destiny. A chilling light flickered in Xia Taishan's eyes. Times have changed. At tomorrow's banquet, I shall make Lord Wu understand who truly reigns in Su City. Excellent. Xia Anren echoed, her excitement palpable as she prepared to take action. Oh, and invite Xin Yunshin as well. Xia Taishan added. Xia Anren was puzzled. What does Xin Yunshin have to do with our grievances against Lord Wu? Have you forgotten why I endured those 3 slaps from Lord Wu? Xia Taishan said lightly, patting his left cheek twice with a grin. Xia Anren suddenly understood. Was it not because of Xin Yunshin? Had it not been for preserving Xin Yunshin's life, her father would not have humbled himself to plead with Lord Wu, who had close ties with the Emperor of Su, nor would he have received those 3 slaps. Tomorrow, we shall settle both old and new scores, starting from the 3 slaps Lord Wu gave me 3 years ago. Upon hearing this, Xia Anren grasped the significance of Xin Yunshin's presence at the dinner. Tomorrow, her father would assuredly retaliate for those 3 slaps. But a witness was necessary. Xin Yunshin was that witness. Xia Anren even recalled Yi Yunshin's previous assurance that he would make Lord Wu kneel and present his face for her father to strike. Now, there was no need for Xin Yunshin. her father could exact retribution himself. With this realization, Xia Anren hastily attempted to call Yi Yunshin, only to discover he had blocked her. This filled her with frustration, yet she restrained herself, thinking of the upcoming banquet. Using Xia Taishan's phone, she dialed. "Hello, Shun Yunshin. My father is hosting a dinner tomorrow. You must attend." At that moment, Yi Yunshin had already returned home after dinner. Upon hearing Xia Anren's voice, he frowned, preparing to decline. Xia Anren urged, "My father emphasized that your presence is crucial for tomorrow's gathering. In fact, the banquet cannot proceed without you." Yi Yunshin was perplexed. What gathering could not proceed without him? Considering there might indeed be something significant, he hesitated but ultimately acquiesced. All right. After confirming with Yi Yunshin, Xia Anren proceeded to call Shen Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi, inviting them to the banquet without divulging the specifics of the matter. This left the two of them perplexed. Anren first anxiously exclaimed that something had happened at home, only to soon after joyfully invite them to some gathering. How mysterious. Little did they know that Anren planned to have them witness a tragedy the following day. The Xia family believed they had secured a powerful ally in Xiao Jinglan, emboldening them against Wu Sanyi, unaware that Xiao Jinglan did not even recognize them, nor would he acknowledge any connection with the Xia family. "You gifted me the dragon blood ginseng, and my gratitude was already a form of reciprocity. There is no lingering debt between us." How she wished for tomorrow to arrive swiftly. The mere thought of it stirred such excitement in Xia Anren that sleep eluded her. In contrast, Shen Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi seemed less concerned about the impending dinner and more preoccupied with the unresolved banquet of the night. They had underestimated the influence of that esteemed physician. The mere absence of certain individuals was enough to halt the proceedings. Dr. Su even resorted to physical confrontation with Ning Yueqing, his own daughter. The bewilderment only deepened as they pondered why Dr. Su had sought to expel them upon sight. As if they were the architects of the chaos. Confounded, they decided to return to Jujin Hall, only to find a vehicle stationed at the entrance. "Get out!" A sharp rebuke rang out, and a figure was forcefully pushed out. To their astonishment, it was Ning Yueqing and her father. "Yueqing, what are you doing here?" Shen Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi were utterly taken aback. Just as Ning Yueqing was about to speak, Ning Yuanshan pulled her away, denying them the chance to converse. As if they were pariahs to be avoided at all costs. "Sister Qingxiu," this Lin Ruoxi was at a loss for words. "Let us go see," Shen Qingxiu urged. Following after them, they witnessed Ning Yuanshan leading Ning Yueqing to the entrance of the #1 villa at Jujin Hall. Suddenly, he knelt down with a thud, shouting, "Sinner Ning Yuanshan, accompanied by his unfilial daughter Ning Yueqing, comes to apologize to the esteemed physician." The scene struck Shen Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi like a meteorite, shaking their very cores and almost causing their eyes to bulge. Heavens, what were we witnessing? They realized that Dr. Su was kneeling at the entrance of the villa, presumably for the events of the evening. Wait a moment. Shen Qingxiu's mind raced as a revelation struck her, her pupils constricting. Was it possible that the revered physician who saved the old Dragon King resided within that very villa? With this realization, Shen Qingxiu's mind exploded like a ton of dynamite, her thoughts and essence shattered into dust. Chapter 43. Greetings, I am the fiancé of Yi Yunshin. Astonishing. The physician they had long sought resided in the #1 villa, so close to them. Initially, Shen Qingxiu and the others had even contemplated renting the villa, having made contact with the former owner, only to be abruptly informed that the ownership had changed at the last moment. They could hardly fathom who could directly purchase Villa #1. They had contemplated a visit, but due to Cheng Zuin's illness, the opportunity never arose. Now, the veil of mystery had finally been lifted, revealing that it was none other than the miraculous doctor who had saved the old Dragon King. At this moment, as the villa door remained stubbornly closed, Ning Yuanshan repeatedly shouted, "The sinner Ning Yuanshan, accompanied by his unfilial daughter Ning Yueqing, has come to apologize to the divine physician." Shen Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi watched in trepidation. After all, this was the savior of the southern border's Dragon King. Yet Ning Yuanshan was neglecting him. The pressure was palpable. Indeed, this was the essence of a top-tier figure. It was he who had failed to arrive at the appointed time, leading to Ning Yueqing's departure. Yet now they found themselves in a position to offer an apology. The allure of supreme power was undeniable. Simultaneously, they were eager to discover the identity of this extraordinary physician. Surely, they would soon have a chance to meet him, Lin Ruoxi mused. Dingling. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Shun Qingqiu's phone rang. It was a call from Cheng Zuan. Qingqiu, where are you? I feel dreadful. It turned out that Cheng Zuan's illness had flared up again. The blood bags had run out, and his condition was deteriorating. He could only rely on sleeping pills to force himself into slumber to alleviate the pain, but this was merely a temporary measure. What should they do? Shun Qingqiu felt a sense of helplessness. They were on the verge of meeting the divine physician. Yet at this critical moment, one had awakened. Let us wait a little longer. The physician will emerge shortly. Once Su Yiwang finishes his apology, we can directly invite the physician over. Lin Ruoxi was still reluctant to leave. Shun Qingqiu gritted her teeth. Then we shall wait. She too was unwilling to depart, especially as they were about to witness the true visage of the legendary figure. However, no matter how ardently Ning Yuanshan and his daughter knelt, the villa door remained obstinately shut. Shun Qingqiu, growing anxious, urged, "We can visit another time. Taking care of one is of utmost importance." "Very well then, after all. We are neighbors. We can visit at any time." The two women left, glancing back 3 times. Ning Yuanshan continued to shout, "The sinner Ning Yuanshan, creak." This time, the door surprisingly opened. Ning Yuanshan and Ning Yueqing immediately widened their eyes and peered inside. Ning Yueqing, in particular, felt a surge of nervousness. Clack, clack, clack. A tall and noble figure slowly emerged. "Miss Xiao, what brings you here?" Ning Yuanshan exclaimed. Ning Yueqing did not recognize Xiao Yunrong, yet she was transfixed by her presence. Xiao Yunrong's beauty was enough to make any woman feel inferior. "I am the fiancé of Brother Yunshun," Xiao Yunrong stated calmly. The words fiancé sent shockwaves through both father and daughter. Ning Yuanshan was somewhat more composed, merely feeling an increased sense of reverence towards Yi Yunshan. However, Ning Yueqing was at a loss. A fiancé? Wasn't Shun Yunshan already married? To Shun Qingqiu, no less, and their divorce cooling-off period had yet to expire. This did not constitute a proper divorce. How could there be another fiancé? Was Shun Yunshan involved in an extramarital affair? Ning Yueqing's impression of Yi Yunshan worsened even further. "Miss Xiao, please kindly inform Mr. Yi that the sinner Ning Yuanshan has come to offer his apologies." Ning Yuanshan hastily redirected the conversation. Xiao Yunrong coldly remarked, "At present, I am the sole occupant of the villa. Brother Yunshan has yet to return." "What? He hasn't returned?" Ning Yunshan's expression shifted, yet he resolutely stated, "If he has not returned, it matters not. We shall await Mr. Ye's return. Should you choose to wait, then wait you shall." With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut. Ning Yueqing felt exasperated. Having knelt for such an extended period, her knees throbbed with pain, and her upper body trembled incessantly. She could no longer suppress the urge to rise. "Kneel, Ning Yuansan Belovet, until Mr. Yi arrives. You shall remain in this position." Reluctantly, Ning Yueqing gritted her teeth and continued to kneel. It must be said that she was a person of stark convictions. She acknowledged her own mistakes, yet in her heart, Yi Yunshan remained a despicable individual, an immutable fact. The thought of being his apprentice was utterly unthinkable, unless his abilities could truly win her over. Ning Yueqing scoffed inwardly. "Why are you kneeling at my doorstep?" Before long, Yi Yunshan returned. Upon seeing him, Ning Yuanshan lowered his head even further, sincerely apologizing. "Mr. Yi, it is my fault. I should not have harbored selfish intentions and consequently neglected you. I apologize." Ning Yuanshan bowed 3 profound times, not forgetting to urge Ning Yueqing to join him. "Mr. Shenyi, I have been remiss. It is my error. Should there be any grievances, direct them at me and spare my father." The father and daughter vied to take responsibility, which left Yi Yunshan quite astonished. He mused to himself that Sister Jinglan truly possessed foresight, as the Ning family had come to apologize so swiftly. However, he felt no need for their apology, for they had not provoked his ire. Yi Yunshan smiled and gestured for them to leave. This unexpected gesture elicited a look of surprise from Ning Yueqing. She had anticipated that Yi Yunshan would seize the opportunity to reprimand them. Yet Ning Yuanshan grew anxious. Though the matter seemed resolved, it was not the outcome he desired. They had failed to provoke his anger. How could this be? He still hoped for his daughter to become Mr. Ye's apprentice. With a sharp clap, 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 Ning Yuanshan began to slap his own face. Ning Yueqing's expression changed dramatically. "Father, what are you doing? He has already forgiven us. Why are you punishing yourself?" Silence. Ning Yuanshan shot her a fierce glare, then turned with utmost sincerity to Yi Yunshun, saying, Mr. Yi, I do not wish for your presence to merely grace one of my gatherings. I aspire for a deeper relationship with you, to discuss the art of medicine. If possible, I would like my daughter to become your apprentice. Should you remain indifferent to this, I shall continue to strike myself until you perceive my sincerity. Upon hearing this, both Yi Yunshun and Ning Yueqing's expressions shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated that her father would ultimately desire for her to be Yi Yunshun's apprentice. Yi Yunshun furrowed his brow deeply, perplexed that a man of such stature in the medical realm would resort to such desperate antics. Father, what are you doing? Is this not shameful? Seeing Ning Yuanshan poised to persist with his self-imposed punishment, Ning Yueqing felt on the verge of a breakdown. With a furious glance at Yi Yunshun, she rose and pointed at him, declaring, Very well, father, since you are so eager for me to become his apprentice. Let me make myself clear. Unless he can restore the ancient formula, I shall not yield. Ancient formula? What ancient formula? Initially, Yi Yunshun felt exasperated with Ning Yuanshan and his daughter, but upon hearing the term ancient formula, his interest was piqued. During his recent seclusion, he had devoted himself to the study of medicine, mastering numerous methods for restoring ancient formulas, even crafting some of his own, though he had yet to put them into practice. However, to Ning Yueqing, the concept of an ancient formula was utterly foreign. She did not even know what it entailed. She shot her father an indignant glare, as if to say, This is the person you want me to apprentice under. Someone who doesn't even understand what an ancient formula is. To demonstrate that Yi Yunshun was indeed an outsider oblivious to the essence of ancient formulas. And to dissuade her father, she scoffed deliberately. You don't even know what an ancient formula is? It is the culmination of medical knowledge, each one meticulously documenting invaluable methods for concocting rare medicines, intricate and esoteric. I happen to possess a fragment, albeit incomplete. If you can restore it, I would gladly become your assistant. What do you say? Her intention was to intimidate Yi Yunshun into retreating, but to her surprise, he merely rolled his eyes. Who asked you for that? I want you to show me the ancient formula. At those words, Ning Yueqing was momentarily taken aback. She had been so explicit, yet Yi Yunshun wanted to see the ancient formula. Did he truly understand medicine? Nevertheless, even if he did, she could not allow him access. What if it were to be leaked? The ancient formula is not in my possession. Just as she contemplated a suitable excuse, Ning Yuanshan interjected with a hearty laugh. Haha, I brought it with me. He triumphantly produced a crumpled, yellowed piece of paper from his pocket. Father, you. Ning Yueqing's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, her frustration causing her to stamp her foot. She was astounded that her father had secretly brought the ancient formula. Seeing Yi Yunshun's interest, Ning Yuanshan was elated, having eagerly awaited this moment. He presented the ancient formula to Yi Yunshun, saying, Mr. Yi, this is the incomplete formula my daughter brought back from overseas. She has spent considerable time attempting to restore it, but has been unsuccessful. Could you please offer some guidance? Witnessing her father's blatant belittlement of her in front of others made Ning Yueqing's cheeks twitch with indignation, yet there was nothing she could do. Given the circumstances, she could only watch with curiosity to see if Yi Yunshun could indeed complete it. Yi Yunshun merely glanced at the paper and chuckled. You can't restore such a simple ancient formula? Truly pathetic. Chapter 44. You are still trying to intimidate him. He already has a successor lined up. What? Simple. Upon hearing Yi Yunshun declare it simple, Ning Yueqing's eyes widened in disbelief. She had been studying this incomplete formula since her return from overseas, and after all this time, she had made no progress. Yi Yunshun claimed it was simple. Many parts were erroneous. After such a lengthy period of restoration, this was all she had managed to produce. What had she been learning? Utterly disappointing. Yi Yunshun's voice continued to resonate. Ning Yueqing felt as though she might spew blood in frustration. Had she been pursuing the wrong direction in her research? An outsider should refrain from pointing fingers and belittling others. Do you have the audacity to point out my mistakes? Ning Yueqing's face flushed as she retorted sharply. As a distinguished prodigy in the medical field, a medical doctor with over 10 authoritative articles published in the prestigious Liuyet Dao magazine, how could she be so disparaged by an amateur? It was nothing short of an affront to her dignity. Yet in the next moment, her perspective began to shift. Yi Yunshun took out his pen and meticulously identified several errors, explaining each with remarkable patience. Ning Yueqing was utterly astonished. Even the esteemed Dr. Su, Ning Yuanshan listened intently, for these mistakes were ones he had overlooked. As the explanation deepened, Ning Yueqing found herself completely engrossed. She stared unblinkingly at Yi Yunshan, her eyes devoid of the previous disdain and contempt, replaced instead with sheer astonishment. She had not anticipated that the so-called worthless substitute, as described by Shun Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi, would possess such extraordinary prowess. If an outsider were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left agape. The esteemed Dr. Su and the brilliant medical prodigy were absorbing knowledge like elementary students. Mr. Yi, are you able to rectify this? Ning Yuanshan asked with trepidation. Yi Yunshan cast a fleeting glance at him and replied, "What do you think?" Realizing his faux pas, Ning Yuanshan hastily closed his mouth. Yi Yunshan picked up his pen and casually made corrections. In less than a minute, the adjustments were complete. "Here," he said, returning the unfinished prescription to Ning Yueqing. "Is that it?" The father and daughter were left in stunned silence. Indeed, for a prescription of such caliber, applying the restoration methods recorded in the ninefold profound technique is akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It's far too effortless. The duo inhaled sharply, and then scrutinized the prescription closely. The more they examined it, the more astonished and incredulous they became. Heavens, he truly has completed it. The contents are beyond my imagination. Tears welled in Ning Yueqing's eyes as she exclaimed in awe. She was utterly convinced. It had taken her 5 years to restore less than 1/5 of it, most of which was erroneous. Yet Yi Yunshan had accomplished the entire restoration in a mere 50 seconds? Ning Yuanshan glanced at her and said, "Now do you understand why I insisted you become Mr. Ye's apprentice? Why I urged you time and again to bring him back?" Ning Yueqing nodded vigorously, her pride humbled. "Yes, father, I see my grave error. I understand now." She realized why her father was so adamant about her apprenticeship with Yi Yunshan. Such a young divine physician was truly worthy. She also grasped the magnitude of the blunder she had nearly committed by almost missing the opportunity to engage with such a remarkable healer. However, one question lingered in Ning Yueqing's mind. Why was this exceptional young physician regarded as a mere substitute by Shun Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi? And what of her fiancé? What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and pay your respects. Ning Yuanshan's voice broke her reverie. "Oh." Ning Yueqing finally came to her senses and quickly knelt down to pay her respects. Yet Yi Yunshan's expression shifted, and he hurriedly refused. "What are you doing? I never said I would take on an apprentice. I have yet to even scratch the surface of the medical arts. I have barely comprehended 1,000th of the ninefold profound technique." But to Ning Yueqing, even that was a pinnacle beyond her reach. Ning Yuanshan quickly exclaimed, "Mr. Yi, it matters not if you do not take on disciples. Allow my daughter to assist you instead. In the future, she can handle any trivial tasks that may arise." To this, Yi Yunshan did not refuse, for he would inevitably require an aid in his alchemical endeavors. "Thank you, Mr. Yi." The father and daughter were overwhelmed with joy. After departing from Villa Number 1, Ning Yuanshan could no longer contain his excitement and burst into laughter. "Ha ha! My family is destined for greatness," he proclaimed. "Yueqing, I hope that you might become a national physician in the future." He patted Ning Yueqing's shoulder vigorously. Previously, the pinnacle of the Ning family's aspirations rested solely with him as the city's medical king, but now the landscape had changed. With his daughter becoming a disciple of Mr. Yi, limitless possibilities lay ahead. However, he added with a serious tone, "You must maintain distance from those girls from the Shun family. They are but obstacles on your path to success." As if struck by a thought, Ning Yuanshan issued this admonition. Ning Yueqing, who had been joyfully perusing a complete prescription, chuckled at his words. "Father, while it is true that Ruoxi and the others made some mistakes at the banquet, I hardly think they would serve as stumbling blocks. Her bond with Lin Ruoxi remains steadfast. Do you not believe me? Very well. Then you shall discover the truth for yourself." Ning Yuanshan realized that such matters could only be discerned by his daughter. The opinions of others were of little consequence. Just then, Ning Yueqing's phone rang. It was Lin Ruoxi calling. "Yueqing, have you met the divine physician? If so, hurry over here. An is gravely ill and has been vomiting blood." Lin Ruoxi's tone was urgent. Ning Yueqing instinctively glanced at Ning Yuanshan, who rolled his eyes in response, signaling that the decision was hers to make. "I shall come at once. I have some inquiries for you as well." Ning Yueqing wished to understand the true relationship between Mr. Yi and Shun Qingxiu. Why was there still no blood bag? Had Shen Yinshan not yet provided a transfusion for her? And what of the individual who was supposed to administer her blood? Were they still unaccounted for? Before Ning Yueqing could step inside, she was met with a cacophony of frantic shouts emanating from Villa Number 9. Perhaps genuinely terrified, Chang Zuan was no longer the refined gentleman of the past. Instead, he was roaring incessantly at Shun Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi, his emotions in turmoil. Akin to a wild beast, Shun Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi were frantically attempting to soothe him, assuring him that they had summoned the divine physician. Ning Yueqing stood at the threshold, incredulous at the scene before her. She could hardly believe that the man, now lying on the sickbed and so utterly unhinged, was the true love of the 3,000 gold. Yueqing, you have finally arrived. Please take a look at on. Lin Ruoxi soon spotted Ning Yueqing at the door and hurried to usher her inside. Wait a moment, Ruoxi, I must first ask you something. Ning Yueqing grasped Lin Ruoxi's arm, casting a glance toward Shun Qingxiu and Chang Zuan within, and in a hushed voice inquired, have Shun Qingxiu and Yi Shenyinshan divorced? Not yet. They're still within the cooling-off period for the divorce. Lin Ruoxi pointed to the divorce application affixed to the wall, the date circled in red ink. But it's merely for show, intended to intimidate Shun Yinshan. After a moment's pause, Lin Ruoxi continued, within a month, Shun Yinshan will realize his mistake and come to apologize to us. Her tone was unwaveringly confident. However, Ning Yueqing gazed at her in disbelief, exclaiming, are you trying to frighten him? But Shun Yinshan has already found another partner. Xiao Yunrong is his fiancée now. You must be joking. Ning Yueqing's teeth chattered. What? Miss Xiao? The Queen Xiao? Lin Ruoxi was unfamiliar with Xiao Yunrong. Upon hearing the mention of Miss Xiao, she instinctively thought of Xiao Jinglan. It's nothing. Ning Yueqing shut her mouth, yet a tempest brewed within her heart. Although they were still in the divorce cooling-off period, Mr. Yi already had a fiancée, he surely. There must be some misunderstanding. Shun Qingxiu was being foolish. Ning Yueqing cautioned, Ruoxi, I think it would be wise for you to clarify Shun Yinshan's true feelings before jumping to conclusions. What? What do you mean? This is his true intention. Lin Ruoxi replied, her face a mask of astonishment. To them, it seemed inevitable that Yi Yunshan would soon acknowledge his error. The divorce cooling-off period was imposing a deterrent upon him. But what if? I'm just saying what if? Mr. Yi has another woman by his side. Ning Yueqing interjected. He wouldn't dare. Lin Ruoxi shot her a sharp glare. With us around, he cannot possibly engage with any outside women. Though he might only pretend, he wouldn't dare to take it further. If he did, it would only be to provoke us, just a man-esque little tricks. For 3 years, they had meticulously controlled Yi Yunshan's social circle, allowing no other women to interact with him. Even if another woman attempted to show interest, she would receive a private warning. Such an incident had occurred before when a girl had expressed her feelings for Yi Yunshan multiple times, only to vanish after the 3 heiresses intervened. Ning Yueqing sighed, Ruoxi, I sense that you and Miss Shun have feelings for Mr. Yi. Why must you hurt him so? Can't you both coexist peacefully? Is a vanished moonlight truly that significant? Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoxi furrowed her brow in displeasure. Yueqing, what do you mean by that? You cannot comprehend our relationship with Shun Yinshan. Nor can you grasp what Awen means to us. She regarded Ning Yueqing with a peculiar expression. Yueqing, what has happened to you? Why do you seem like a different person after apologizing? And remember, his surname is Shun, not Yi. Before Ning Yueqing could respond, a voice filled with urgency interrupted them. What are you all discussing? Awen has coughed up blood again. It was Shun Qingxiu. Lin Ruoxi quickly took Ning Yueqing by the hand and hurried inside, explaining, Yueqing, I mean no harm. I simply don't want one Shun Yinshan to disrupt our relationship. Thus, Ning Yueqing fell silent, casting a deep glance at Lin Ruoxi. At that moment, she became increasingly convinced that Mr. Yi had unilaterally severed ties with the 3 heiresses. He had embarked on a new chapter in his life, complete with a new and stunning fiancée, something the trio remained unaware of. Father S. words resonate profoundly. The 3 daughters may very well become stumbling blocks on their own paths to success, and it is wise to distance oneself from them. After examining Chang Zuan, Ning Yueqing shook her head, stating, this is beyond my ability to treat. Miss Ning, I am aware that Awen's condition is quite challenging, but did you not meet that esteemed physician? Surely you have sought his forgiveness. Shun Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi merely intended to utilize Ning Yueqing as an intermediary to solicit the assistance of the renowned healer residing at Villa Number 1. Yet Ning Yueqing shook her head resolutely. Do not harbor such expectations. He will not lend his hand. Do not even think of attempting to explain or apologize. for there is no misunderstanding whatsoever. What? The two were taken aback. With the path to the healer now blocked, was there any hope left to save Alwyn? Suddenly, Lin Ruoshi recalled something and grasped Ning Yueqing's hand tightly. Yueqing, I remember you possess a fragment of an ancient prescription. Is there any hope with it? Ning Yueqing regarded her with a peculiar look. Truly, the medical student had hit the nail on the head. The ancient prescription, restored by Mr. Yi, could indeed save Cheng Zuan. However, it would only provide temporary relief. To ensure survival, a blood transfusion would still be necessary. There was no time to deliberate. Preserving Alwyn's life was of utmost importance. Miss Ning, I am willing to cover the costs of the prescription, Shen Qingxiu urged fervently. To her surprise, Ning Yueqing declined. I apologize, but I cannot make that decision at present. While the prescription is indeed mine, it has been restored by another. Strictly speaking, he possesses half the rights to its use. Upon hearing Ning Yueqing's explanation, Shen Qingxiu and Lin Ruoshi felt utterly distraught. Their singular desire was to cure Cheng Zuan's ailment. Why were there so many obstacles? Miss Ning, you must save Alwyn. We implore you. Shen Qingxiu beseeched. Lin Ruoshi added, please seek his consent. Theoretically, you each possess half the rights. A mere notification should suffice. Upon hearing this, Ning Yueqing's expression shifted dramatically. That one do, I must consult him first. She then called Yi Yunshun, cautiously inquiring, Master Yi, may I use the restored ancient prescription? Hiss. Upon hearing Ning Yueqing's address, Shen Qingxiu and Lin Ruoshi instinctively gasped. It turned out the one who restored the ancient prescription was the very healer who had revived the old Dragon King. At that moment, Yi Yunshun was on the verge of sleep. Receiving Ning Yueqing's call and being asked such a trivial question irked him. With a look of impatience, he replied, you can decide this matter for yourself. It is your prescription after all. Thank you, Master Yi. Thank you. Ning Yueqing's anxious heart finally found relief. Shen Qingxiu and Lin Ruoshi also exhaled in relief. It seemed that the esteemed healer was rather accommodating, though it remained a mystery why he held such disdain for them. Qingxiu, did I just hear Shen Yunshin's voice? Lin Ruoshi inquired with a curious expression. Shen Qingxiu, still basking in relief, hadn't he heard? How could that be? You must be imagining things. Reflecting on it, Lin Ruoshi concluded that due to the stress surrounding Alwyn's illness, she had indeed been on edge. It had been a while since she last saw Shen Yunshin. She wondered what expression he would wear when they met at the dinner party tomorrow. I shall take my leave now. Ning Yueqing contemplated her departure. By the way, the concoction from the ancient prescription requires time, and I fear that your Alwyn may not endure until then. Shen Qingxiu and the others wore grave expressions, understanding that what lay ahead was a true race against time for survival. Before the medicine from the ancient prescription arrived, it was imperative to ensure that Cheng Zuan's condition remained stable. Understood. Subsequently, Lin Ruoshi and her companion also attended to their personal care and rested. For the banquet on the morrow held great significance. However, Xia Anren found herself unable to sleep that night. The mere thought that the Xia family would soon reclaim their status as masters rendered her wide awake. She rose and descended to the lower floor, only to discover that her father was also awake. Xia Taishan sat on the sofa, savoring tea. Upon noticing Xia Anren's arrival, he smiled. Anren, still awake? Gulme, join your father for a cup of tea. This is exquisite Da Hong Pao, which I usually reserve for special occasions. Although Xia Anren lacked the refined palate for tea appreciation, she was aware that her father would indulge in tea whenever there was a matter of importance. According to him, partaking of tea before embarking on significant endeavors would clear his thoughts and maintain his composure. Naturally, Xia Anren accompanied her father for a cup. It all hinges on Shen Yunshin, his rise and his fall. Xia Taishan laughed heartily. Had it not been for the need to preserve Shen Yunshin's life, I would never have associated with a ruthless figure like Master Wu, nor would I have endured such humiliation. Xia Anren nodded in agreement thus. Shen Yunshin owes our family a debt that can never be repaid. Repay? What can a discarded pawn possibly offer? Xia Taishan scoffed. He then spoke earnestly. Anren, you must comprehend that this is a realm where the strong prey upon the weak, and the weak, in turn, oppress those even more vulnerable. Those 3 slaps revealed to Master Wu that we are but soft persimmons, and he has taken to bullying the Xia family for 3 consecutive years. Xia Taishan struck his own face with conviction, while Xia Anren harbored a burning resolve within her heart. Yet, all of this would come to an end tomorrow. Henceforth, Master Wu would be compelled to take a detour upon encountering us. Xiao Taishan drained his cup and declared with spirited bravado, at such a momentous occasion, I summoned Shun Yinshin to bear witness, signaling to Master Wu that the matter both begins and ends with Shun Yinshin. Xia Anren exhaled a breath of pent-up frustration. Indeed, my Xia family has shown him unparalleled kindness. That night, the father and daughter of the Xia family were both filled with fervor. However, Xia Anren's excitement differed somewhat from that of Xia Taishan. While he prioritized the family's honor, she focused on the gratitude owed to Shun Yinshin. The more formidable the Xia family became, the greater the debt Shun Yinshin would owe them, a debt that could never truly be settled. Meanwhile, in an upscale club in Sioux City, a gathering of Master Wu's men was underway. Why has the third master summoned us? Is something amiss? If the third master has need, we shall face any peril for you. Master Wu held 3 four-cornered walnuts in his hand, spinning them continuously. It is nothing of great import, merely that Xia Taishan suddenly invited me to dine. I find it perplexing. How could someone who typically cowers before me dare to extend such an invitation? What scheme lies beneath this fade? Chapter 46. The most significant event in Xia Anren's family history. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Master Wu's men shifted dramatically. After all, Xia Taishan is renowned in their circle. On ordinary days, one wouldn't even dare to invite third Master Wu to a meal, let alone encounter him. They'd have to take a detour. This meal might not be particularly enjoyable. Wu Sanyi squinted his eyes. Suddenly, one of them spoke up. Third Master, I've heard through the grapevine that the Xia family has been frequently associating with the financial queen, Miss Xiao. Could this be related? I've heard that too. Miss Xiao even took the initiative to call Xia Taishan to express her gratitude. What? Upon hearing these rumors, Wu Sanyi could no longer sit still. Although he mingled in the underworld, the reputation of the financial queen was indeed well known to him. To put it plainly, given his status, he would never have the chance to interact with individuals of that caliber. Yet Xia Taishan had managed to do so, and the latter had specifically thanked him. This suggested a connection beyond the ordinary. However, these were just whispers with no concrete sources, which afforded Wu Sanyi some time to verify the information. Quickly, find out what's going on. Wu Sanyi appeared particularly anxious. He abandoned his interest in women and hurried out of the private room. Wu Sanyi's ability to gather intelligence was remarkable. In less than half an hour, it was confirmed. Third Master, the gratitude indeed occurred. However, Miss Xiao merely said thank you, which does not imply that the Xia family's backing is the financial queen. Furthermore, it is said that Xia Taishan gifted Miss Xiao a rare medicinal herb of immense value, which earned him her simple thanks. Without that herb, Miss Xiao wouldn't even know who Xia Taishan is. Essentially, after her thank you, there is no further connection to the Xia family. Upon receiving this news, Wu Sanyi let out a long sigh of relief and erupted into laughter. That gullible Xia Taishan gave away a priceless herb just to receive a mere thank you, thinking he had secured a powerful ally. But soon, Wu Sanyi's expression turned sinister. Xia Taishan has grown too bold, thinking that with his supposed backing, he need not fear me. Wu Sanyi, tomorrow, I will ensure he regrets organizing this banquet. One of his adopted sons suggested. Father, should we slap Xia Taishan 3 times tomorrow? 3 slaps are hardly sufficient. Not only will I strike him, but each of you must also give Xia Taishan 3 slaps. Anyone who refrains will face my wrath. Wu Sanyi was filled with anticipation. Tomorrow's banquet was destined to be anything but tranquil. The Xia family anticipated that Wu Sanyi would attempt to assert dominance. Yet they remained unfazed. After all, they had secured the favor of the financial queen. No matter how arrogant Wu Sanyi became, it would be in vain. Would Wu Sanyi, a figure even the Emperor Su feared, not be afraid? The following day, Xia Anren brought Shun Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi to the banquet at the Yuerong Mountain Villa. Shun Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi were still unaware of the true purpose behind the Xia family's gathering. Xia Anren cheerfully recounted how Xiao Jinglan had personally called to thank them. Shun Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi were left astonished. Is that true? Your family is truly destined for greatness. The financial queen's gratitude is not something everyone receives. If you can maintain this connection, your family's future is boundless. As they say, although it was merely a word of thanks when spoken by the financial queen, it holds an immeasurable value. Indeed, Summer Anren nodded. My father intends to resolve some past grievances while the iron is still hot. Grievances? Both Shun Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi were taken aback. Isn't the purpose of today's meal to celebrate? 3 years ago, Lord Wu had struck my father 3 times, and in the years since, he has consistently suppressed our family's enterprises. It is only natural that we seek an explanation. Hiss. Upon hearing Summer Anren's words, Shen Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi both gasped sharply. So this was the ultimate aim of the dinner. However, upon reflection, it made sense. For years, they had been under Wu's oppressive thumb. Having finally established a rapport with Queen Xiao, it was only fitting that they seek retribution. Shen Qingxiu silently marveled at the formidable influence of Queen Xiao. Even before making a significant move in Sioux City, her mere presence had already disrupted the equilibrium of the city. But such matters should be resolved privately. Why invite us? Both Shen Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi were reluctant to be embroiled in the conflict between the two parties. Summer Anren smiled mysteriously, because I have also summoned Shen Yunshan. Shen Yunshan? Why have you called him? Upon hearing his name, both Shen Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi's expressions changed instantly. Because I want Shen Yunshan to understand that he owes my family a debt that can never be repaid. A cold gleam flashed in Summer Anren's eyes. She glanced at her watch. He should be arriving soon. Yi Yunshan had not practiced today. After Summer Anren had repeatedly urged him to attend the dinner, he left early. A phone call was not sufficient. A text message was also necessary. Yi Yunshan thought there might be an important announcement, and thus he set out. On the way, he received a transfer of 18 billion. As he pondered the origin of this sum, his phone rang. It was Ning Yueqing. Mr. Yi, have you received the money? This is the payment for the prescription we plan to invest in medical use, and you will receive half of all future profits. Only then did Yi Yunshan realize what the money was for. He sighed inwardly. Money is indeed easy to earn. Yet in the eyes of some, lives can be measured by monetary value. Gratitude can be quantified as well. Recalling Summer Anren's earlier words, Yi Yunshan couldn't help but sneer. 10 billion is considered a favor? Now, without lifting a finger, I can effortlessly gain 18 billion. However, you need not provide this money. I merely repaired a prescription. Yi Yunshan spoke the truth. Yet Ning Yueqing on the other end of the line trembled slightly. Mr. Yi can repair even higher-level prescriptions? We must pay you, of course. After all, it is you who restored it. Without you, this incomplete ancient prescription would be no different from worthless paper. Yi Yunshan chose not to elaborate further. His opinion of the Ning family slightly improved. Such sincerity is rare nowadays. Typically, one would pocket a complete ancient prescription without sharing the profits. Upon arriving at the Banyan Tree Resort, Yi Yunshan inquired, Uncle Xia, what is so urgent? To his surprise, he found Shen Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi present in the private room as well. However, understanding Summer Anren's intentions, they regarded Yi Yunshan with indifference. Yunshan has arrived? Please, take a seat. Perhaps anticipating the forthcoming events, Xia Taishan wore a beaming smile, and his demeanor towards Yi Yunshan softened considerably. Yunshan, the purpose of this invitation is to have you witness a historic moment. Soon, I shall trample Wu Sanyi beneath my feet. Xia Anren spoke with an air of arrogance, adding, do not misunderstand. My intention in inviting you is merely to convey that the debts owed to my family can never be repaid. To ensure Yi Yunshan comprehended her implication, she elaborated, did you not once claim you would repay our family's kindness, compelling Wu Sanyi to kneel and present his face for my father to strike? However, that is no longer necessary, for my father is fully capable of making Wu Sanyi kneel himself. Do not even think of denying it. We remember every word you said that day, and you cannot distance yourself from the matter concerning on. This was a last-minute addition agreed upon by the 3,000 young ladies, allowing them to justify their continued demands for Yi Yunshan's contributions once he grasped that his debts to them would forever remain unpaid. Ning Yueqing's prescription addressed only the superficial symptoms. A long-term solution would still rely on Yi Yunshan's resources. Upon hearing their words, Yi Yunshan's gaze turned icy as he regarded Xia Anren. Is this what you deem the most significant affair in the history of the Xia family? Would this gathering falter in my absence? Yi Yunshan was incensed. He had anticipated a matter of great importance, yet this was all there was. The crowd momentarily froze at his words before their faces ignited with fury. Xia Taishan retorted angrily, is this not a significant matter? This banquet signifies that the Xia family shall no longer endure the oppression of Wu Sanyi. You are clearly dismissing its importance. Do not forget the reason I endured those 3 slaps from Wu Sanyi. Shen Yunshan, you may not yet be aware, but our family has garnered the attention of Queen Xiao. Do you know who Queen Xiao is? She is the Queen of Finance. She personally called to express her gratitude to our family. Xia Anren's words were fervent and forceful. Yi Yunshin could hardly suppress his eye roll. So, this is the source of the Xia family's newfound bravado. It appears they have received a call from Sister Jinglan, but that is due to their circumstances. Yet they perceive it as their capital for rising. Uncle Xia, I strongly advise you to cancel this banquet while there is still time before Wu San arrives. Yi Yunshin warned earnestly. Sister Jinglan will not concern herself with the Xia family. Once Wu San arrives, Xia Taishan will find himself in a dire situation. What? Cancel the banquet? Shen Yunshin, do you not understand? Xia Anren exclaimed incredulously, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had clearly stated that Queen Xiao stood behind the Xia family. And yet Yi Yunshin suggested they cancel the gathering? Xia Taishan was on the verge of fury. He had summoned Yi Yunshin to serve as a witness. Essentially a mere instrument. And yet this young man dared to suggest retreat? Let me make this clear. Wu Sanyi will soon kneel before me. Xia Taishan declared vehemently. Who will you make kneel? However, before he could finish, a cold voice rang out. Wu Sanyi entered with an entourage of 20 to 30 imposing figures, their robust forms exuding an aura of fierce authority. The once spacious private room became instantly crowded. I apologize, Master Xia, for bringing such a large entourage. Surely, one private room can accommodate us? Mr. Wu's smile bore no warmth. With the utterance of these words, the atmosphere in the room grew heavy and tense. An unprecedented pressure enveloping Xia Taishan and his companions. Gulp. Xia Anren, unable to suppress her anxiety, swallowed hard. Truly, the presence of a top-tier figure from the underworld could strike terror into anyone's heart. However, Xia Taishan remained undaunted, retorting boldly. There is ample space. Even if Mr. Wu brings several times more people, it would still suffice. This statement implied that even if Mr. Wu brought along everyone he knew, Xia Taishan would not be intimidated. Who does Xia Taishan think he is, daring to speak thus to my father? Ah, it seems the audacity is itching to resurface. Isn't it? Mr. Wu's subordinates were displeased, clamoring to take action. Yet, Mr. Wu restrained them, his gaze suddenly fixating on Yi Yunshin. Is this not the castaway of the Yi family? What does your invitation to him signify, Xia Taishan? Although aware of the true nature of this gathering, Yi Yunshin found himself quite taken aback. The Emperor Su had urgent matters to discuss with this young man, and at such a critical juncture. Associating closely with him could lead to unfortunate entanglements, Mr. Wu menaced. The Dragon Blood Gemstone has already been sent for appraisal, and results will be forthcoming. Should it be revealed as a counterfeit, Emperor Su will undoubtedly seek retribution against Yi Yunshin. The protection of the Shun family would prove futile. What further incensed Mr. Wu was that, although this banquet was ostensibly in his honor, no one had touched their chopsticks. Yet, Yi Yunshin had already begun to eat heartily, clearly showing disrespect to Mr. Wu. Xia Anren and Shun Qingqiu exchanged eye rolls at this display. Nonetheless, Xia Taishan tacitly approved such behavior. This banquet was, after all, an opportunity for him to challenge Mr. Wu. The more nonchalant Yi Yunshin appeared, the more effectively he would achieve his aim. We all disregard you, Mr. Wu. And Yi Yunshin is no exception. This would surely drive Mr. Wu to the brink. Xia Taishan, your people are utterly oblivious to etiquette. The guest has yet to arrive. And he has already consumed nearly half of the meal? Mr. Wu questioned, his tone frigid. Yet, Xia Taishan merely smiled. Mr. Wu, I specifically invited him for you to witness all of this. A glimmer of interest sparkled in Mr. Wu's eyes. Xia Taishan pointed at Yi Yunshin, addressing Mr. Wu. 3 years ago, did I not plead with you to save him? And how did you respond? You struck me 3 times. I have held onto those slaps in my heart ever since. Xia Taishan's expression twisted into a grimace, and silence enveloped the room, his deep, resonant voice echoing within. Xia Anren clenched her fists, her heart racing in anticipation of a historic moment. Now, if you could extend an apology, I would let this matter lie. What do you say? This banquet was intended for him to establish his authority, not to sever ties. Forcing Mr. Wu to apologize would hold the same weight as delivering 3 slaps to him. Xia Anren cast a triumphant glance at Yi Yunshin, as if to convey, look, my father can compel Mr. Wu to submit. The room remained silent for a tense 15 seconds. With a hearty laugh, Master Wu suddenly erupted as if he had just heard an amusing joke. However, his expression soon darkened. Xia Taishan, Who do you think you are to demand an apology from me? Are you not afraid that it will be you who ends up embarrassed after all this fuss? As these words left his lips, his loyal subordinates stepped forward in unison. The atmosphere in the private room turned tense, charged with an aura of impending conflict. At that moment, Yi Yun's set down his cutlery, realizing without a doubt that Sister Jinglan was not the support behind the Xia family. It was all a misunderstanding on their part. Xia Taishan was foolish. With so many unfriendly gazes fixed upon them, Shun Qingxiu and the others felt a pang of anxiety. Yet Xia Taishan, maintaining his composure, retorted confidently, Master Wu, have you ever considered that if I lack sufficient confidence, would I dare to invite you to this meal? Upon hearing this, Master Wu chuckled. Then pray tell, where does your confidence lie? Master, I truly wish not to divulge it, for fear it might frighten you. Xia Taishan straightened his posture and gazed directly at Master Wu. Have you heard of the financial queen, Xiao Jinglan? She is my ally now, and to ask you to apologize is already a favor. At this proclamation, many anticipated Master Wu would falter. However, he displayed no reaction, some even wore expressions of disdain. Observing this, Yi Yun's appeared to have foreseen the outcome, continuing to eat with diligence. Master Wu would not be easily convinced. He likely already knew the truth. Yi Yun's was acutely aware of Master Wu's exceptional intelligence-gathering capabilities and his calm demeanor, suggesting he had thoroughly investigated before the banquet. Indeed, Master Wu narrowed his eyes, sneering. Xia Taishan, you claim to know the queen? Very well. Have her come here to confirm it in person, and then I shall believe you. Prior to this encounter, he had already uncovered everything. The financial queen had no connections to the Xia family. Yet, Xia Taishan firmly refused. What a joke. The queen is extraordinarily busy. Would she come for such a trivial matter? He presumed Master Wu doubted him. Even a phone call will suffice. It is essential to verify. Master Wu pressed on. Fine, let's make that call. Aware that Master Wu would not be convinced without confirmation, Xia Taishan quickly dialed Xiao Jinglan's number. Hello, who is this? A voice. Impatient and distinctly Xiao Jinglan's responded. Xia Taishan glanced at Master Wu, seemingly inquiring whether to proceed. With the queen on the line, continuing to seek confirmation would only lead to humiliation. Yet, Master Wu gestured for him to continue, indicating he should proceed. Until one sees the coffin, one does not shed tears, Xia Taishan thought to himself with a sneer. Then he bowed slightly, forcing a smile. Queen Xiao, it's me, Xia Taishan. I hope I'm not interrupting you. I just wanted to confirm our relationship. We have no relationship. I don't even know you. Who are you? Before he could finish, Xiao Jinglan coldly interrupted him. The atmosphere grew tense as her words resonated throughout the room. The scene became palpably awkward. All eyes turned toward Xia Taishan, who stood there, stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Not only he, but also Xia Anren and Shun Qingxiu were left utterly bewildered. What did Queen Xiao just say? It has nothing to do with the Xia family? How could that be? Just yesterday, Queen Xiao personally called to express her gratitude. No. Queen Xiao, what about the dragon blood ginseng that Xia Taishan wanted to mention? Beep, beep, beep. To his astonishment, the call was abruptly terminated. Stunned, Xia Taishan and his daughter Xia Anren were utterly bewildered. Ha ha ha. Is this your confidence, Xia Taishan? Is this the support behind the Xia family? Do they even know you? Master Wu burst into laughter. Just as he had investigated, Xia Taishan had traded a priceless herb for a mere thank you from the financial queen. Yet, that single thank you sent the Xia family into a frenzy of excitement. Thud! Xia Taishan collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. He could hardly believe this was reality. His once formidable support no longer recognized him, and instead had completely distanced themselves. This was disastrous. With the loss of his powerful backing, he had antagonized Master Wu entirely. Chapter 48. Shun Yinshin. Save my father. After enough laughter, Master Wu approached with a cruel demeanor, gently patting Xia Taishan's face. You were quite vocal just now, weren't you? Not only demanding an apology from me, but also hoping I'd let bygones be bygones? Suddenly, a group of 20 to 30 people surrounded them. Xia Anren was on the verge of tears. It's a misunderstanding. Master Wu, a misunderstanding. Xia Taishan trembled on his knees, repeatedly apologizing. He no longer bore even a hint of his previous arrogance. A misunderstanding? The way you were pointing at me and demanding an apology hardly seemed like a misunderstanding. As he spoke, a fierce glint flashed in Master Wu's eyes, and his gentle pat transformed into a powerful slap. With a resounding crack, he struck Xia Taishan across the face. Xia Taishan was since sprawling, not only losing teeth, but also covered in blood. What the hell do you think you are? Do you believe that having someone behind you makes you fearless? Let me tell you, I'm slapping you. Slap. 3 years ago, I showed you some favor and persuaded Su Shanghuang not to lay a hand on this kid. What the hell gives you the right to demand any favors from me? What is wrong with me slapping you 3 times? Slap. Master Wu pointed at Yi Yunshin and delivered yet another ferocious slap to Xia Taishan's face. Following the 3 slaps from 3 years ago, Master Wu had now delivered 3 more. Yi Yunshin continued his meal, indifferent to the chaos. Xia Anren, scared, clutched her head and sobbed quietly. Shun Qingqiu and Lin Ruoxi tightly embraced her, helplessly surveying their surroundings. Suddenly recalling that Yi Yunshin was still present, they all turned to him. To their dismay, they found him eating. How could he still have an appetite at this critical moment? Were you a starving ghost reincarnated? Shun Qingqiu and Lin Ruoxi glared at Yi Yunshin, their anger boiling over. Xia Anren gritted her teeth, casting a resentful glance at Yi Yunshin. Her father had received those 3 slaps from Master Wu in an effort to save him. This was where it all began. Not only did you not come to save my father, but you also had the audacity to continue eating. At the moment when father was struck by Lord Wu, the 3 daughters genuinely hoped that Yi Yunshin would rescue them, bravely shouldering all responsibilities in place of their father. However, their hopes were dashed. Yi Yunshin remained engrossed in his meal, seemingly indifferent to the turmoil unfolding around him. What did I say before we set off? Not only would I deliver 3 slaps to Xia Taishan, but everyone I brought along would do the same. Otherwise, I would take matters into my own hands. Surely, my intentions were clear? At that moment, Lord Wu let out a cold laugh, and the 2 or 3 dozen individuals accompanying him approached Xia Taishan with malicious glee. No, no, no. Xia Taishan's face turned pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably, nearly wetting himself. Lord Wu, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. I implore you. Show mercy and spare me this time. Hood. In a desperate bid for survival, Xia Taishan knocked his head against the ground fervently. No, Lord Wu, we acknowledge our mistakes. Even Xia Anren knelt before Lord Wu, pleading on behalf of Xia Taishan. With so many people delivering slaps, it was certain that he would be rendered unconscious. Yet, Lord Wu remained unmoved, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes. Clear the room. Expel all bystanders. Thus, Shun Qingqiu and her companions were roughly ushered out. Throughout this ordeal, Xia Anren frequently glanced back at her father. As the door to the private room began to close, she cried out in anguish, Shun Yunshin. Slap, slap, slap. The sound of agonizing screams soon echoed from within the room, akin to the cries of slaughtered pig. With each person delivering 3 slaps, Xia Taishan's face had swollen beyond recognition. Lord Wu patted his face and remarked, "This serves as your lesson. Next time you see me, you should proactively present your face for me to strike, understood?" Xia Taishan nodded fervently, rendered speechless. Only then did Lord Wu nod in satisfaction, ready to speak. Suddenly, a clattering sound of bowls and chopsticks interrupted from behind. It turned out that Yi Yunshin had finished his meal. He set down his silver chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and was about to leave. In an instant, all eyes turned towards him. Huh? Even Lord Wu's expression held a hint of surprise. Yi Yunshin's presence had been remarkably subdued throughout this dinner. He had been preoccupied with his meal, and with everyone's attention fixated on the arrogant Xia Taishan, it was only natural that they overlooked Yi Yunshin's presence in the room. They even forgot to expel him during the clearance. Fixated on Yi Yunshin, Lord Wu suddenly remarked, "Young man, do you intend to leave right after your meal?" "Why would I stay?" Yi Yunshin smiled. But the next moment, Lord Wu's expression shifted to one of cold menace, a chilling glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "You truly do not know, or are pretending not to know, that Emperor Su is looking for you? 3 years ago, the bloodstone you stole, if proven to be a counterfeit, will cost you your life." Upon hearing this, Yi Yunshin's gaze turned icy. He looked directly at Lord Wu and stated emphatically, "I shall reiterate, that bloodstone was not stolen by me. It was taken by Yi Yunze, the current young master of the Yi family. You should seek him out. In the past, he was too weak. Others dictated right from wrong. Now, he possesses the ability to control his own fate and will not allow any dirt to be cast upon his name. Do not even think about it." However, Master Wu chuckled. "Oh, young man, quite bold indeed. Have you forgotten the harrowing scene from 3 years ago when you nearly met your demise at the hands of Emperor Su?" Everyone regarded Yi Yunshin with the gaze one reserves for the deceased. To think, had I not spoken a good word on your behalf back then, you would have long since been dead. Why did strike Xia Taishan thrice? I was indeed fulfilling my duty. Master Wu's voice echoed on, even taking the liberty to kick the unconscious Xia Taishan. Addressing Yi Yunshen, he added, thus, you owe me a favor. The appraisal results will be revealed shortly, and it is only a matter of time before Emperor Su comes for you. It would be prudent to return with me now, lest you be captured later. What do you say? As his words fell, Master Wu's men began to encircle Yi Yunshen. He stood there, akin to a sheep lost among wolves, solitary and helpless. Witnessing this scene, Yi Yunshen couldn't help but sigh. Why must it be this way? Master Wu was never meant to be involved with you. For reasons unknown. Master Wu discerned a hint of compassion on Yi Yunshen's face, despite being the one ensnared. Seize him. Any resistance will result in broken legs. Boom. Yet, Master Wu's men arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Before he could comprehend how Yi Yunshen had retaliated, his men were sent flying. Outside Yurong Villa, Shen Qingxiu and her companions waited anxiously. Xia Anren was deeply concerned for her father's safety. Just as they deliberated on entering to check on him, a sudden crack echoed, the sound of shattering glass. Boom! In the next instant, the villa's glass shattered, and a figure shot out with remarkable speed. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was none other than Master Wu. You dare lay a hand on me, you little rascal? Just wait. Yet, Master Wu was not unconscious. He exited while cursing vehemently. The three young ladies were left in astonishment. Without delay, they rushed into the villa. Upon pushing open the door, they were immediately struck dumb by the scene before them. The private room was in utter disarray, with 2 to 3 dozen thugs sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. As for Yi Yunshen, he had long since vanished. This, Shen Qingxiu and her companions widened their eyes in disbelief. It was hard to fathom what had transpired in the private room during their absence. Father, what on earth happened in there? Xia Anren hurriedly assisted the dazed Xia Taishan. The latter's lips quivered slightly, uttering but a single word before losing consciousness again. Yay! Chapter 49. Wu goes to repay the Xia family's debts. Boom! The moment the name escaped his lips, Shen Qingxiu and her companions felt as if their heads had exploded. What has happened to Shen Yunshen? All understood that Xia Taishan referred to Shen Yunshen. Xia Taishan's eyes widened as he struggled to lift his hand, pointing towards the open window, his throat moving as if he wished to speak. The trio awaited Xia Taishan's continuation. However, in the next second, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The three exchanged bewildered glances, ultimately leaving with Xia Taishan. Qingxiu, do you think my father intended to say that Shen Yunshen abandoned him and fled? On their way to the hospital, Xia Anren spoke in a hushed tone. Shen Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi immediately displayed a look of belated realization. Could it be? Those are indeed desperate rogues. Did they not witness Shen Yunshen's fearful demeanor when Master Wu arrived? Not a word escaped his lips. He merely buried himself in his meal. The three young ladies recalled how Yi Yunshen had buried his head in his food, unaware that he simply wished to remain uninvolved. Truly a coward. He fled without rescuing my father, merely watching as he was beaten. Gazing at her father's battered visage, Xia Anren's hatred for Yi Yunshen reached its zenith. How dare he boast of having Master Wu kneel and present his face for my father's strike? Anren further recalled Yi Yunshen's prior promise to repay the kindness of the Lin and Xia families. Yet, here was Master Wu before him, and he could not utter a single sound. Witnessing her father being assaulted, he even fled directly. Shen Yunshen's words were mere nonsense. The debt owed to the Xia family would never be repaid. Anren had no need to be enraged. Had he truly possessed such ability, he would not have nearly been killed by Su Shanghuang 3 years prior. Lin Ruoxi spoke words of comfort. As they journeyed to the hospital, Master Wu had returned to his domain. Upon seeing Master Wu return, bloodied and battered, the 2 or 3 dozen men he had taken with him were nowhere to be found. Wu San's subordinates stared wide-eyed, incredulity etched upon their faces. Master San, what on earth happened? Weren't you attending the banquet at Mount Tai with the Xia family? How did you end up like this? Master Wu replied, it was that scoundrel Yi Yunshen. Learning that the 2 or 3 dozen fierce men brought by Master Wu had all been subdued by Yi Yunshen alone shocked everyone. Each of those men was known for their reckless courage. How could this be? Just Yi Yunshen? However, after the initial shock, a wave of anger surged through them. Insufferable. Even if he is skilled, how dare he lay a hand on Master San? Does he not know how to write the word death? Who does not know that the entire underground realm of Sioux City is under Master San's dominion? Arm yourselves. That brat may be able to fight, but can he truly overcome us all? The scene was terrifying. Within just one establishment, West City International, there were hundreds. Not to mention, this was merely a minuscule enterprise under Master Wu's vast portfolio. If he were to call for aid, Master Wu could gather thousands in an instant. Do not move. However, with a thunderous roar from Master Wu, the clamorous cries of battle were quelled. No need for you. Let the black and white monks take the stage. A cruel glint shone in Master Wu's eyes. Boom! The mere mention of the black and white monks sent a shiver down the spines of all his subordinates. Their gazes reflected palpable fear. Perhaps it's best to let this go, Master San. We can handle that Yi Yunshin ourselves. If these two fiends intervene, Sioux City will undoubtedly be engulfed in a tempest of blood. I command the black and white monks to take action. Master Wu's voice rose abruptly. The crowd was startled into silence, trembling in fear. Anger blazed in Master Wu's eyes as he bellowed. How could a mere rodent dare strike my face? I summoned the black and white monks to demonstrate to all that Sioux City is not solely under Su Shanhuang's reign, but also under my command, Wu San. Yi Yunshin never anticipated that Wu San's retribution would arrive so swiftly. He was still troubled by the scarcity of cultivation resources when Wu San appeared, accompanied by a retinue and bearing 2 iron cages. The cages were shrouded in blood-stained cloth, leaving one to wonder what lay within. Wu San, with a cruel grin, declared, "Boy, you are foolish to refuse my hospitality. Dare to cross me, and I shall ensure your existence in Sioux City becomes untenable." Yi Yunshin merely smiled, responding, "Wu San, I have spared you once. Do you truly dare to confront me again? Perhaps you should repay the Summer family for your debts. Impudent, you dare utter my true name." Wu San's eyes glinted with malice. Huh? You wish for me to repay the Summer family's grievances? That depends on your capabilities. He commanded, "Bring forth the black and white monks." With that command, one of his subordinates hastily lifted the blood-stained cloth covering the cages, revealing the contents within. Yi Yunshin's expression shifted as he beheld the figures inside, one black and one white, their features grotesquely twisted and menacing. They appeared human, yet their movements resembled those of savage beasts. Wu San sneered, "These are my prized possessions. You think your meager skills can challenge me? Have you ever encountered a martial arts master? They're my subordinates, the black and white monks. They were once ordinary masters, but during their training, they succumbed to madness, transforming into their current forms. Consequently, they're far stronger than typical masters." Wu San elaborated on the black and white monks as they emitted low growls, their blood-stained hands restlessly pounding against the bars of their cages, as if they could hardly contain their impatience. Wu San continued with a chilling laugh, "Boy, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Kneel and accompany me, or I cannot guarantee the integrity of your body. I too offer you a choice, Wu San." Yi Yunshin replied, "Go to the Summer family and apologize, and thus you may retain your position in this underground realm." Yi Yunshin extended a chance for reconciliation, recognizing that he held no personal vendetta against Wu San, who had channeled his wrath solely upon Summer Taishan. If Wu San were to humbly apologize, allowing Summer Taishan to slap him in return, their conflict could reach a resolution. However, upon hearing this, Wu San erupted in fury. "Kill him." A murderous intent enveloped Wu San, and with a sharp sound, the 2 iron cages swung open. Like ferocious tigers unleashed, the black and white monks emerged from their confines, an aura of extreme danger permeating the atmosphere. The air around them plummeted to a frigid chill, leaving Wu San's subordinates with a sense of dread, their blood seemingly congealing in their veins. This was the bloodlust emanating from the black and white monks. Once martial arts masters, they were now consumed solely by their insatiable thirst for blood, rendering them even more formidable. They lunged at Yi Yunshin as if he were prey. Yet they were swift. Yi Yunshin was swifter still. As he invoked the 9-fold mystical arts, the flaws in their assault became glaringly apparent. Initially, Wu San and his men had been smiling. After all, what does it matter that Yi Yunshin is a practitioner? Can he truly stand against the black and white monks? Yet gradually, their expressions grew increasingly uneasy. They could discern fear etched upon the faces of the black and white monks. Indeed, it was fear. The very beings who instilled terror in others were now revealing such an emotion. "Third Master, could it be that the black and white monks will be defeated?" One of the subordinates stammered, swallowing hard. "Nonsense. Impossible. Third Master Wu cursed, his face pale with fury. The black and white monks have slain countless foes for me. Have we ever witnessed their defeat? However, the subordinate hesitated to speak further, only to be silenced by a fierce glare from Wu. This gaze was peculiar, imbued with not just anger, but also anxiety and dread. The fear upon the faces of the black and white monks intensified. They had merely succumbed to madness, yet retained a semblance of humanity. Even they could feel trepidation in the presence of a stronger opponent. Boom, boom. The battle did not endure for long. The victor soon emerged. Bang, bang. Two thunderous explosions echoed in the air, followed by two figures launching forth like cannonballs. As the dust settled, all beheld who had been sent flying, the black and white monks. Not only had they been propelled away, but both also bore deep indentations in their chests, their ribs shattered. The sight was utterly horrific. Silence. An oppressive quiet enveloped the crowd. Third Master Wu had become a statue, utterly motionless. His subordinates trembled violently, each swallowing hard, their faces ashen with horror. None could accept this reality. In their minds, Yi Yunshin was at best a mere fighter, leagues away from a martial arts master. Deploying the black and white monks was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. But what was the outcome? It was the black and white monks who had fallen here. Wu San. At that moment, Yi Yunshin's voice jolted the onlookers back to reality. Third Master Wu shivered uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring down his brow, and to his utter dismay, he collapsed to his knees. All eyes turned toward Yi Yunshin, who, after calling Wu's name, began to approach them slowly. Goodness, he approaches us. Upon witnessing their leader kneel, the others followed suit, the scene strikingly grand. It was not an act of choice. Their bodies were simply beyond their control. If even the black and white monks had been vanquished, what chance did they have? Great elder, ancestor, Wu San acknowledges his mistakes. Please forgive us. Bang, bang, bang. Third Master Wu fervently bowed his head, continuing until he was on the verge of fainting, at which point Yi Yunshin instructed him to cease. Yi Yunshin regarded him solemnly. Wu San, how do you propose we resolve this matter? Upon hearing this, Wu San quickly responded, Mr. Yi, I understand the rules of our world. Wu San was indeed a resolute man. He drew a knife and forcefully severed one of his own fingers. His subordinates, eager to mimic, followed suit, each slicing off a digit. The scene was filled with the sound of sharp intakes of breath from the pain. Yet, Yi Yunshin remained unmoved. Upon witnessing the situation, Master Wu, suppressing his pain, continued, Mr. Yi, I am willing to offer 70% of my assets as compensation. Yi Yunshin remained indifferent. Is this how you intend to barter for the lives of so many? Master Wu was taken aback. 70% of his wealth was indeed a considerable sum. Then, Mr. Yi, from now on, Wu San shall be your subordinate, at your beck and call. Who acknowledged you as a subordinate? Do not conflate me with your kind. Before Master Wu could finish his sentence, Yi Yunshin impatiently interrupted. Helpless, Master Wu asked, then, Mr. Yi, how do you propose we resolve this? Yi Yunshin pondered for a moment. Wu San, are you not fond of collecting antiques? I presume you possess quite a few treasures. Take me to your home for a look. This was an attempt to turn the tables on Master Wu, hoping to discover a rare treasure akin to the dragon blood ginseng. True to his passion for antiques, Master Wu's residence was filled to the brim with artifacts. Mr. Yi, take your time to choose. Whatever catches your eye, feel free to take, or I can gift them all to you. However, after perusing the collection, Yi Yunshin still found nothing suitable for his cultivation. Just then, a jade bottle caught his attention, as it resonated distinctly with the ninefold mysterious arts. Noticing Yi Yunshin approaching the jade bottle, Master Wu's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety. Yi Yunshin uncorked the bottle, and a lifelike fruit resembling the head of Buddha fell into his hand. Buddha's head fruit? Yi Yunshin exclaimed. Seeing Yi Yunshin recognize it, Master Wu grew increasingly anxious. He hurried to Yi Yunshin, exclaiming, Mr. Yi, you may take anything in this residence, but that Buddha's head fruit must remain untouched, as it is a tribute to Emperor Su. A tribute to Emperor Su? Upon hearing this name, Yi Yunshin's eyes flickered, followed by a smile. What a coincidence. I happen to need this Buddha's head fruit, so it shall belong to me. That is absolutely out of the question. As Yi Yunshin insisted on taking the Buddha's head fruit, Master Wu felt faint. Mr. Yi, you are already on Emperor Su's radar due to the counterfeit dragon blood gem incident. If you take the Buddha's head fruit as well. Master Wu's throat constricted, unable to continue, his eyes betraying deep fear and trepidation. Should Yi Yunshin truly take the Buddha's head fruit, he would certainly face dire consequences with Emperor Su. Anyone who offended Emperor Su was destined for ruin. Yet, Yi Yunshin wore a sardonic smile, gazing at him, and what then? Will you kill me? Do you still see me as the vulnerable person I was 3 years ago? Boom! These words struck Master Wu like a thunderclap. His lips quivered. Indeed, Emperor Su remained the same as ever, the sovereign of Su City. But Yi Yunshin was no longer the same as before. With his ability to vanquish the black and white monks, perhaps even Emperor Su could not contend with him. In the future, a confrontation between these two was inevitable. What path should he now take? Looking at the Buddha's head fruit in Yi Yunshin's hand, Master Wu felt a pang in his heart. He suddenly realized he stood at a crossroads in life. Which side should he choose? Wu-san, you have played the role of an underground monarch for long enough. Have you ever contemplated ascending to the throne of Su City? Yi Yunshin suddenly spoke, his tone imbued with a profound gravity. As his words resonated, Wu-san felt his heart leap unexpectedly. He had never pondered such matters, for he had always believed that the underworld was his ultimate realm. Any ascent beyond that was beyond his reach. The brilliance of the sunlight was too overwhelming, and he feared being scorched. Yet, in the boundless darkness, who does not yearn for illumination? Can Mr. Yi protect me? Wu-san's throat constricted, his voice trembling. Yi Yunshin continued to smile serenely. I can certainly make an attempt. In that instant, a surge of long-forgotten fervor welled up within Wu-san. Taking a deep breath, he declared, Very well, Mr. Yi. Since you desire the Buddha's fruit, I shall present it to you. A smile finally graced Yi Yunshin's face as he patted Wu-san's shoulder. You shall not regret entrusting me with the Buddha's fruit today. It is for your future and your very life. With the Buddha's fruit in hand, Yi Yunshin exhaled deeply. This precious fruit would elevate his ninefold profound arts to a new echelon, enabling him to concoct the life-renewing elixir coveted by the Lin family. Chapter 51. The mysterious blood donor has been found. The life-renewing pill was the Lin family's treasured heirloom, crafted by a master of the healing arts in Longdu. It was seldom used, yet Lin Ruashi had stealthily appropriated it for her own consumption. Yi Yunshin could never forget that fateful night when, on the brink of death, a figure came stumbling toward him barefoot, one of her high-heeled shoes lost in her frantic dash. Countless vehicles pursued her, their shouts echoing with ferocity. Yet she placed a pill into his mouth before vanishing for 3 days. Rumors circulated that the Lin family had captured her and made her kneel in the ancestral hall for 3 days and nights. The depth of her devotion rendered the memory absurd in hindsight. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Once I transcend the ninefold profound arts, I shall return the life-renewing elixir to you. Yi Yunshin calculated the time, estimating that he could repay the debts owed to the Xia and Lin families before the cooling-off period for divorce concluded. It was perfect, everything could be resolved at once. Upon returning to the Jujin Hall, Yi Yunshin commenced his training. The most challenging aspect of the ninefold profound arts was the initial entry. Yet once that was achieved, the subsequent journey would be smooth sailing. Exhaling softly, he glanced at the jade vial beside him. He retrieved the Buddha's fruit, cradling it in his palm. A refreshing chill enveloped him, instilling tranquility and clarity within his mind. Yi Yunshin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. After this breakthrough, I wonder if my medical skills and profound arts will advance. The ninefold profound arts encompassed a vast array of disciplines. Martial arts were relatively easier to enhance, while the intricacies of medicine and feng shui posed greater challenges. With no time to waste, Yi Yunshin began the process of refining the fruit. In mere moments, he sensed an extraordinarily arcane energy coursing through him. The potency of the Buddha's fruit surpassed even that of the dragon blood ginseng. Yi Yunshin closed his eyes, enveloped by a mysterious force, and began to attune to its essence. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the villa, Xiao Yunrong was indulging in a bath. The natural hot spring water cascaded freely over her, the temperature rising dramatically until a mist enveloped Xiao Yunrong, rendering her figure elusive and ethereal. Suddenly, she cast her gaze into the mirror, observing her enviable silhouette, and let out a soft sigh. The reason for her discontent eluded her. Her skin was so fair, her bosom so ample, her waist so slender, and her thighs so elongated. With such a flawless physique, why did Brother Yunshin remain unresponsive? Was it not said that cohabitation would deepen their relationship? Yet, no tangible progress had been made thus far. Xiao Yunrong racked her brain, unable to decipher this perplexing conundrum. This quandary was far too challenging for her at present. After her bath, she refrained from drying off, allowing the crystalline droplets to cascade down her long hair and onto her fair, rosy skin. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, pondering where the flaw might lie. In the room, the sound of bones colliding resonated continuously. In the next instant, Yi Yunshin abruptly opened his eyes, a bright glimmer emanating from them. Upon reopening his eyes, they appeared even more luminous, with deeper pupils. He had broken through to the second level of a ninefold mystical arts. This breakthrough brought comprehensive changes. He felt an abundance of power surging within him, and his understanding of medicine and feng shui had deepened. Suddenly, Yi Yunshin instinctively glanced upstairs. To his astonishment, he could see the scenes unfolding in the bathroom. To his shock, Xiao Yunrong was admiring her own figure in the mirror. Yi Yunshin was momentarily dumbfounded, frozen in place. Who would have thought that Miss Xiao possessed such an exquisite form? Her curves were pronounced, her silhouette captivating. Undoubtedly, Xiao Yunrong was slender, in stark contrast to her mature and graceful aunt, Xiao Jingluan. He had sensed her allure when treating her ailments, but was unprepared for the stark perfection of her figure, slim in clothes, yet voluptuous without them. Particularly striking was the anxious expression on her face as she scrutinized her own form, occasionally turning to pinch her flesh, only to let out a melancholic sigh. Yi Yunshin found himself entranced, but suddenly felt warmth flooding his nostrils. He was bleeding. His face changed instantly as he hastily averted his gaze, preparing to reach for a tissue to staunch the flow. "Hey, Brother Yunshin, what are you doing?" A voice exclaimed from behind, startling him. Turning around, he saw Xiao Yunrong emerge, draped only in a bath towel, her hair damp and water droplets cascading down her body. Yi Yunshin's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly covered his nose, turning to flee. "Wait, Brother Yunshin, don't go. Are you bleeding?" Xiao Yunrong called after him. Her large eyes filled with excitement as she chased after him. "You really are bleeding. Honestly, was it seeing me that caused it?" Yi Yunshin offered no response. Retreating directly to his room, Xiao Yunrong felt an exhilarating rush. The anxiety that once clouded her charm dissipated entirely. "How splendid. Brother Yunshin noticed my nosebleed. It proves my allure remains intact." Little did she realize that Yi Yunshin's reaction stemmed from witnessing something he ought not to have seen. This is a fortuitous sign. Progress is being made. Shun Qingxiu, you three shall await my triumph, for soon I shall win over Brother Yunshin and flaunt my success before you. As night descended, Xia Taishan, who had been hospitalized, finally regained consciousness. "Father, how do you fare?" Xia Anren inquired eagerly. Xia Taishan's visage was marred, his face swathed in thick bandages after being slapped numerous times by a throng of 20 or 30 individuals. "Am I destined to remain subservient to Wu Sanyi for all eternity?" Xia Taishan felt a surge of indignation. Suddenly, he recalled something. "By the way, Shun Yunshin." His expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Father, please refrain from mentioning him." Upon hearing that name, Xia Anren was filled with ire. "He fled while you were being attacked." "What? That scoundrel actually ran away? I had thought he would come to my aid." Xia Taishan was nearly apoplectic. However, in the chaos, he had only vaguely perceived Yi Yunshin rising, never anticipating that he would abscond. Xia Taishan's discontent was palpable. "Daughter, I warned you. That lad is a heartless wretch. No matter how well you treat him, he will never remember your kindness. The moment trouble arises, he vanishes faster than a rabbit. I suggest you sever ties with him post-haste." Yet Xia Anren was reluctant. "Father, do not concern yourself with that. Shun Yunshin will never be able to repay our family's debts, and we must also add the sin of his failure to come to our aid." Xia Anren believed that their past favors could tether Yi Yunshin to them, convinced that he must be tormented by his conscience. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Lin Ruashi calling. "Anren, come quickly. The mysterious blood donor has been found." Lin Ruashi's voice crackled with excitement over the line. "What? Found?" Xia Anren exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes. After I offered a reward, someone finally contacted me, claiming to be the person who donated blood that day at the hospital. If Yi Yunshin were present, he would undoubtedly be taken aback, for he himself was that blood donor, while others could merely impersonate him. But the three young ladies were unaware of this. They believed they had indeed located the elusive benefactor. On has hope. Xia Anren hurriedly left the hospital to rendezvous with Shun Qingxiu and Lin Ruashi. "Who is this blood donor?" Lin Ruashi handed over the individual's identity information. revealing it to be entirely unfamiliar. Moreover, the person demanded 5 million upfront before agreeing to donate blood. Is this individual trustworthy? Xia Anren furrowed her brow. The blood test report he sent seems credible, Shun Qingxiu remarked. Additionally, An's condition is deteriorating. With that, the three young ladies turned their gazes toward Cheng Zuan, who lay on the bed, coughing incessantly. Though he had ceased spitting blood, his vitality appeared significantly diminished. Well, since there is a blood test report, Xia Anren no longer harbors doubts. Shun Qingxiu recalled something. For the sake of caution, it will be prudent to inquire about Miss Ning's prescription as well. Or I'll ask. Lin Ruoxi promptly decided to call Ning Yueqing. At that moment, Ning Yueqing was tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep, for tomorrow she was to apprentice under Mr. Yi. Just then, Lin Ruoxi's call came through. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Yueqing answered, "What is it, Ruoxi?" "Nothing much. I just wanted to check on the progress of the ancient prescription you were working on," Lin Ruoxi replied. Upon hearing this, Ning Yueqing hesitated before her expression shifted, and she countered, "Has the blood type issue been resolved?" She had clearly stated that her ancient prescription could only alleviate symptoms but could not address the root cause. Sustaining life still depended on blood transfusions. It's been resolved. The mysterious blood donor has been found. Lin Ruoxi's tone was filled with excitement. Ning Yueqing, however, sat up in bed, her face a mix of astonishment. "Found? Are you sure?" "Yes. A reward of 5 million was offered before they were located," Lin Ruoxi replied, her expression reflecting lingering anxiety. "Fortunately, they were found. Otherwise, Alwyn's condition would have worsened, and I wouldn't know what to do." But Ning Yueqing was left dumbfounded, her expression fluctuating between uncertainty and disbelief. "The blood donor has been found? This is impossible. How could Mr. Yi donate blood again?" It was only later that Ning Yueqing learned the truth, that the enigmatic blood donor was indeed Yi Yunshin. Yet, this was to be the last time he would donate blood, after which their association would be severed. "Ruoxi, you wouldn't have been deceived, would you?" Ning Yueqing's expression was peculiar. "Deceived? Who would joke about something as critical as life?" Lin Ruoxi responded dismissively. "Besides, the blood test report has been sent. All the formalities are in order." To assuage Ning Yueqing's doubts, Lin Ruoxi sent over the blood test report. It truly indicated the same blood type as Cheng Zuan. Nevertheless, Ning Yueqing still harbored a sense of foreboding, feeling that Lin Ruoxi was most likely misled. After all, the blood donor was Mr. Yi. Very well. The ancient medicinal concoction is already in production and should be ready for use soon. However, Ning Yueqing chose not to press further. She wished to keep Mr. Yi's secret and knew that if it were a lie, it could be easily exposed. The blood type could easily be verified through testing. The following day, Ning Yueqing set out early to begin her apprenticeship. Lin Ruoxi made a point to inquire about this matter, eager to uncover the true identity of the renowned healer. Ning Yueqing deflected, citing her desire to focus on her medical studies as her reason. "Why do I feel that Yueqing has been somewhat distant lately?" As they made their way to the hospital, Lin Ruoxi suddenly frowned. It must still be due to that banquet, Shun Qingxiu and Xia Anren speculated. Lin Ruoxi pondered this, realizing that aside from that, she could think of no other reason. However, they could hardly be blamed for the event of the Ning family banquet. Subsequently, they arrived at the hospital. After retrieving the blood bags, they were to settle the payment. Yet, upon reaching the hospital, they did not encounter the so-called blood donor. Instead, a nurse hurriedly brought a blood bag and a card. She declared that these were the blood bags they required, along with the bank account number for the remittance. The other party expressed a desire to minimize their interactions with them. Furthermore, the hospital had already conducted tests confirming they were indeed of the same blood type. The three young ladies finally breathed a sigh of relief and promptly proceeded with the transfer. Upon hearing that the blood type matched, Cheng Zuan's spirit soared. As the blood coursed into Cheng Zuan's veins, his mental state began to improve gradually. The three young ladies exhaled in relief as well. From the initial results of the transfusion, everything appeared to be perfect. Cheng Zuan felt completely at ease. He would no longer require Yi Yunshin. By the way, has there been any news about Brother Shun during this time? After feeling slightly better, Cheng Zuan casually inquired. "Don't mention him." Shun Qingxiu shook her head, responding with exasperation. "He has become increasingly reckless lately, even turning a blind eye to those in peril." She was still troubled by Yi Yunshin's refusal to assist Xia Taishan and his failure to provide blood for Cheng Zuan. Consequently, Cheng Zuan fell silent, his demeanor shifting from gentle and refined to dark and brooding. A chilling, murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he pondered. Yi Yunshin, now that a new blood donor has been found, you are no longer needed. It will be best for you to depart this world soon. Once the three young ladies stepped out, he made a phone call. It was time to act. Tonight, I wish to hear news of Yi Yunshin's demise. That is not feasible. Not at this time. However, the other party refused. Chung Zuin's expression darkened. Why is that? The voice on the other end was filled with trepidation. The underground world of Sioux City has shifted recently. Not only has Third Master encountered trouble, but even the black and white forces have been crippled. Third Master has instructed us to refrain from taking action for now. Chung Zuin was astonished to learn that the assassin he had hired was connected to Wu Sanyi. How could this be? Despite his shock, Chung Zuin could not wait any longer. Proceed, and I will double Wu Mian's payment. Money makes men reckless, and birds perish for food. Upon hearing Chung Zuin's offer of double the price, Wu Mian was intrigued. Wu Mian was one of Wu Sanyi's many adopted sons. However, he was inept, his only focus being women, and he had ruined countless innocent young ladies under the pretense of being Wu Sanyi's son. Recently, he had set his sights on Ning Yueqing, who had just returned to the country. After agreeing to Chung Zuin's request, Wu Mian swiftly made arrangements. To avoid detection by Wu Sanyi, he discreetly evaded everyone. Chung Zuin, convinced that after tonight Yi Yunshin would no longer exist, felt elated as he awaited good news from Wu Mian. Yet in the next moment, Chung Zuin suddenly felt a wave of discomfort, initially dismissing it. As seconds turned into minutes, the sensation intensified. An hour later, Chung Zuin erupted in a torrent of blood. This sight horrified the nurse who had come to check on him, prompting her to summon a doctor immediately. Upon examination, the doctor's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently instructed the nurse to halt the blood transfusion. It was a synthetic blood. Upon infusion, it would not yield improvement, but rather exacerbate the situation. Boom! Upon hearing the doctor's words, Chung Zuin's pupils contracted into perilous slits. It was over. Chapter 53. Qing Xiao, please save Brother Shan. He is on the brink of death. What? It is synthetic blood? Have they been deceived? With a sudden jolt, Chung Zuin found himself engulfed in a void, stumbling back onto the hospital bed. A profound sense of suffocation filled his chest, threatening to obliterate his heart. This was an unforeseen circumstance, the very scenario he dreaded the most. Yi Yunshin was in grave danger. This was Chung Zuin's greatest fear. Had he known the blood bags were counterfeit, he would never have sent someone to eliminate Yi Yunshin. Upon receiving the alarming news, Shun Qingxiu and the others arrived, their faces as pale as parchment. Are you certain? This is no trivial matter. They spoke urgently to the doctor. Indeed, we have conducted numerous blood extraction tests. It is indeed synthetic blood. After repeated examinations, the result confirmed it was artificial. This synthetic blood could cause confusion. With a thunderous realization, Shun Qingxiu and the others trembled. Their faces drained of color, cold sweat cascading down their brows. It was over. Everything was irrevocably lost. If the blood bags were fake, what would become of Zuin's condition? The three ladies were stricken with terror, their expressions reflecting impending disaster. Zuin's illness could not be postponed any longer. They had believed this time would proceed without incident, only to confront such a calamity. I told you that person was unreliable. You insisted on believing him. Xia Anren lamented. Lin Ruoxi and Shun Qingxiu shared her grim demeanor. The hospital's initial tests indicated matching blood types. Who could have anticipated it was synthetic blood? Amidst the squabble of the three ladies, Chung Zuin could no longer decipher their words. The side effects of the erroneous transfusion surged within him, compounded by his mounting dread. With a resounding thud, he collapsed from the bed, uncontrollably trembling on the floor. Enough with the noise. It was Shun Qingxiu who first noticed Chung Zuin's distress. She commanded, "We need to think of a way to salvage this. Find the person who administered the transfusion and confront them directly." Before leaving, the trio attempted to reassure Chung Zuin. "Zuin will be fine. That person hasn't gone far, and we will certainly track him down." However, Shun Qingxiu returned swiftly, her countenance devoid of hope, her face ashen. "We cannot retrieve him. We have been blacklisted. The account used for the remittance is overseas, and it will self-destruct in no time." Chung Zuin felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, his pupils narrowing to pinpoints. Before he could utter a word, Lin Ruoxi entered, her complexion equally pallid. "I have discovered the truth. They are a group of professional fraudsters. Not only is the blood test result fabricated, but even the identity of the person who contacted us is counterfeit. Everything about them is a lie. We have been thoroughly deceived. From the very beginning, they were after our money. Another wave of despair crashed over Chung Zun, rendering him voiceless as he succumbed to hopelessness, his eyes closing to a void of desolation. In that moment, his breath quickened, as if the weight of the world pressed upon him. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Yi Yinshin was in peril. The individuals he had hired must have already gone to eliminate Yi Yinshin. Yi Yinshin could not perish. Otherwise, all would be lost for him. Chung Zuan, in a frenzy, frantically dialed the phone. He intended to call Wu Mian, urging him not to take the life of Yi Yinshin. An unexpected turn of events had rendered Yi Yinshin's survival imperative. If Yi Yinshin were to perish, so too would he. That individual was his sole beacon of hope. Answer the phone. Answer it, please. Chung Zuan fixated intensely on his phone, yearning for the other party to pick up. Yet, how could Wu Mian possibly answer? At that moment, he had already gathered his men and was en route to eliminate Yi Yinshin. Adhering to the underworld's code, which mandated severing all communications when engaging in violence. Bang! Crack! Chung Zuan, in a fit of rage, smashed his phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Subsequently, he collapsed to the floor, utterly drained of strength, and began to weep uncontrollably. I'm going to die, Qingqiu Ruashi. I'm about to perish, ah! The trio of golden girls rushed to embrace Chung Zuan, uniting their efforts to calm his frayed emotions. On, it's all right. Although we have been deceived, we still have Shun Yinshin. They resolutely declared, if necessary, we can abduct Shun Yinshin and compel him to donate blood. Despite understanding that this could lead to irreparable consequences, they were willing to take the risk for Chung Zuan's sake. However, rather than finding solace, Chung Zuan's emotional state spiraled further out of control. What tormented him was not merely the deception. The trio's plight had no bearing on his distress. His concern lay solely with Shun Yinshin's life. Shun Yinshin was on the brink of death. The golden girls exchanged puzzled glances as Chung Zuan finally revealed, Qingqiu, you must go save Brother Shun. Time is running out. Shun Yinshin, what has happened to him? Their confusion deepened with his abrupt statement. I just received word that Wu San's men are coming to kill Brother Shun. Qingqiu, you must hurry to save him. It will be too late if you don't. Chung Zuan divulged everything, omitting only his own involvement in the plot against Yi Yinshin. At that moment, only the golden girls could rescue Shun Yinshin. He was his sole chance for survival. What? The trio gasped in shock, leaping from their seats. Just as one crisis seemed to abate, another emerged. How could Wu San's men target Shun Yinshin? They pondered, reflecting on the previous banquet with Wu San. Following the cleanup, it was evident that Shun Yinshin had unwittingly offended Wu San. He had managed to escape, but could he elude fate indefinitely? It's infuriating enough already, and now we must clean up Shun Yinshin's mess. What audacity he has to provoke Wu San! Xia Anren shouted in exasperation. Hurry! The one seeking to kill Brother Shun is Wu Mian, Wu San's ruthless adopted son. If we delay, it will be too late. Seeing the golden girls hesitating, Chung Zuan shouted once more. All right, the golden girls promptly set about reaching out to their respective connections. Their strategy was straightforward. Save Shun Yinshin. Then bring him to Chung Zuan for a blood transfusion. As a precaution, Shun Qingqiu summoned their butler, Liang Bo, the only martial arts master of the Shun family. Although advanced in years, it was still within her capabilities to protect Yi Yinshin from Wu Mian. However, while they were searching for assistance, Wu Mian's men had already arrived. With a thunderous crash, the door of Ning's pharmacy was forcefully breached. Dozens of individuals surged in, swiftly surrounding Yi Yinshin and his companions. Ning Yueqing had never encountered such a scene before and was momentarily paralyzed with fear. Yet, Yi Yinshin furrowed his brow, recognizing the situation. Wu San's men? Are you Shun Yinshin? At that moment, a young man in a floral shirt approached, and his entourage parted respectfully. Wu Mian, is that you? What is your intention? Ning Yueqing immediately recognized him. Wu Mian chuckled. Miss Ning, someone has paid me to eliminate this young man. Allow me to dispatch him first, and then I shall come to seek your company. Wu Mian's gaze bore a hint of cruelty as he looked at Yi Yinshin. Will you choose to end it yourself? Or shall I take action? If I intervene, you might not even retain a complete corpse. Ha ha ha. Wu Mian erupted into laughter. Throughout this, Yi Yinshin remained silent, methodically stepping toward Wu Mian. So, You are Wu San's adopted son? And what of it? Wu Mian, emboldened by his numbers, felt invincible. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, Yi Yunshin struck him across the face with tremendous force, causing one side of Wu Mian's face to cave in, his teeth mingling with blood as several were lost. With a thunderous crash, Wu Mian was sent flying. He collided with the hood of a car, triggering its piercing alarm. Chapter 54. Young Master. Mrs. sent me to rescue you. Before anyone could react, Yi Yunshin lunged forward once more. Like an eagle seizing its prey, he grasped Wu Mian's face and slammed it against the car hood with brutal force. Bang, bang, bang. The hood crumpled as if struck repeatedly by a heavy hammer. More horrifyingly, Wu Mian's face was now a grotesque mask, devoid of its former contours. Stunned. At that moment, both Ning Yueqing and Wu Mian's men were left dumbfounded, eyes wide with disbelief. Who would have anticipated the prey would turn upon the hunter? Even more surprising was Yi Yunshin's swift and decisive action. They were caught off guard. Wu Mian was already bloodied and disfigured. In terms of ruthlessness, even those who lived on the edge of danger could not compare. Kid, you're finished. How dare you strike Wu Xiao? He is the adopted son of Wu San. You are slapping Wu San's face. His dignity is shattered. Following the shock, fury erupted. Wu Mian's henchmen roared in unison. What are you all waiting for? Kill him. I want to tear him to shreds. Wu Mian, not rendered unconscious, screamed in a frenzied rage. Despite being sidelined among Wu San's many sons, he still bore the title of Wu San's adopted son. Who would not treat him with respect? Never had he endured such humiliation. Now, he yearned to flay Yi Yunshin alive. Wu Mian's henchmen brandished their machetes and charged forward. Yet, a strange smile crept across Yi Yunshin's lips as he tossed Wu Mian's phone back to him. Call Wu San. What? Everyone was struck with disbelief, staring at Yi Yunshin. This boy not only refused to flee after striking him, but even dared to call him foster father. In the next moment, Wu Mian's eyes flashed with a sinister glare. You have guts, kid? At this moment, Master Wu was still contemplating how to handle the situation with Emperor Su in the future. A pressing matter loomed ahead. The authenticity appraisal of the blood gem was imminent. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was his foster son, Wu Mian. Spit it out. Master Wu had grown increasingly dissatisfied with his son, who only indulged in debauchery and women. However, an angry grunt emanated from the other end. Just as Master Wu was about to erupt in fury, he faintly heard Yi Yunshin's voice on the line. Wu, your foster son is coming to kill me. Come and collect him. Boom! In that instant, it felt as if the air had been siphoned away. Master Wu sprang from his chair as if his backside were ablaze, his mind a blank slate. What kind of mess had this fool stirred up? His heart raced with trepidation as he hurriedly gathered his men and rushed over. Fortunately, Ning's pharmacy was not far, and they arrived promptly. Seeing a throng of people approaching, Wu Mian wore a grotesque smile. Shun, you're finished. My foster father is coming, and you, Ning Yueqing, will not escape either. However, before he could finish his sentence, Master Wu delivered a resounding slap, sending Wu Mian flying 10 meters away. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Ning Yueqing's eyes widened in disbelief. She had almost called her father, yet Master Wu had struck Wu Mian instead. Wu Mian's men were equally bewildered. It was Wu Mian who had been struck. Not only did Master Wu not avenge young Master Wu, but he even attacked him. Foster father, why are you hitting me? Wu Mian, dazed and reeling from the blow, clutched his face in confusion. Yet, the furious Master Wu paid no heed, delivering slap after slap as if they were mere cabbages. Smack, smack, smack. Blood splattered, and teeth flew. Wu Mian was on the verge of being beaten to death. Stunned, not only Ning Yueqing, but everyone present was in shock. They could scarcely believe their eyes. The usually protective Master Wu was aiding an outsider in assaulting his own foster son. Thud! With only a breath left, Master Wu knelt before Yi Yunshin. What? Boom! At that moment, all witnesses were no longer merely shocked. They were in a frenzy. The formidable Master Wu, feared in the underground circles of Su City, had actually knelt before Yi Yunshin. Oh my! Ning Yueqing trembled violently. Her gaze towards Yi Yunshin now tinged with a hint of fear. Previously, she had only known of Yi Yunshin's unparalleled medical skills. She had not anticipated that even a ruthless figure like Master Wu would fear him. Mr. Yi, I was wrong again. I failed to discipline my subordinates properly. Master Wu sobbed openly. The sight of Master Wu, typically so fierce, trembling in fear of one man, gradually helped Wu Mian regain his senses. As his adopted son, he naturally knew that in recent days, his adoptive father had submitted to someone. However, not being at the core of the matter, he remained unaware of the identity of this individual. A terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. Indeed, the person you intend to kill, Mr. Yi, is the very one to whom your adoptive father has yielded. Wu Mian, you have landed yourself in grave trouble. No one can save you now. The furious roars of several adopted sons confirmed his suspicions. In that moment, Wu Mian collapsed, his mind nearly bursting from the revelation. His entire being trembled uncontrollably. When he lifted his gaze, he found himself locking eyes with Yi Yunshin. Ah, ah, ah. Wu Mian screamed hysterically, akin to a madman. Even his trousers were stained with a yellowish wetness. He was utterly terrified. Yi Yunshin fixed his gaze upon him. Who did this? Speak quickly. Wu Sanyi delivered another slap. Trembling, Wu Mian uttered a name. Cheng Chengzawun. The atmosphere grew eerily tense. Chengzawun? Yi Yunshin was equally taken aback. Indeed, he had solicited 5 million to kill someone a long time ago, but had not acted until today, for reasons unknown. Wu Mian, amidst tears and snot, recounted the tale. Wu Sanyi, infuriated, bellowed, For 5 million, you nearly brought about my demise. From this day forth, you are no longer my adopted son. Depart. Our ties are severed. With a forceful kick, Wu Sanyi sent him sprawling. Wu Mian trembled uncontrollably, cursing Chengzawun's entire lineage in his mind. It was you, Cheng, who betrayed me. Yi Yunshin chuckled coldly. Chengzawun had often displayed murderous intent towards him, and now he could no longer restrain himself. Wu Sanyi made a gesture across his throat. Speaking fiercely, Mr. Yi, shall I deal with this Cheng fellow? He has provoked my true wrath. No need. He won't survive much longer anyway. Yi Yunshin replied dismissively. The primary issue was that Chengzawun's methods were woefully inadequate. Instead of hiring a reliable assassin, he sought out a few thugs to carry out the task. After dismissing Wu Sanyi, he left the great medicine hall, where Ning Yueqing had nearly finished her teachings. Lost in the shock of Wu Sanyi kneeling before Yi Yunshin, she had failed to notice his departure. However, midway, he encountered an old acquaintance, Liang Bo. Young master, are you unharmed? You terrified this old servant. Seeing Yi Yunshin safe, Liang Bo let out a long sigh of relief. Yi Yunshin looked at him quizzically. Liang Bo. What brings you here? Liang Bo explained. This old servant just received a call from Miss, stating that Wu Sanyi's men were coming to kill you and instructed me to bring you back. I'm so relieved to see you safe. But what of Wu Sanyi? Liang Bo glanced around, failing to catch sight of Wu Sanyi at all. He had prepared himself for a fierce battle. Yi Yunshin furrowed his brow. How did Shen Qingxiu know that Wu Sanyi intended to kill him? Before Yi Yunshin could ponder further, Liang Bo seized his arm. There is no time to waste. Young master, you must return with me at once. Chapter 55. The 3,000 Gold's secret weapon against Yi Yunshin. Shen Qingxiu had issued a deathly order to Liang Bo, insisting that he bring Yi Yunshin safely before her. Although Yi Yunshin was reluctant, he ultimately followed along, harboring questions for Chengzawun. Inside the hospital, Shen Qingxiu and the others anxiously awaited news. Chengzawun trembled, his pallor betraying his fear. Each passing second felt like an eternity, as the stakes were his very life. At that moment, he received a call from Uncle Liang, informing him that Yi Yunshin had been rescued and was unharmed. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. What wonderful news! Thank heavens! Brother Shun is safe. Chengzawun, overwhelmed with joy, wept tears of relief. The weight on his heart finally lifted. This was no mere act. His emotions were genuine. He turned to Shen Qingxiu, exclaiming, Qingxiu, when Uncle Liang returns, I must express my heartfelt gratitude to him. Thank you truly. Chengzawun was moved to tears, and the three young ladies concurred that Uncle Liang was indeed the greatest benefactor in Yi Yunshin's salvation, having been the one to bring him back. Of course, Chengzawun's news was equally vital. Ah Wen, your magnanimity is commendable. Despite Yi Yunshin's hostility towards you, you respond with virtue. The three young ladies gazed at Chengzawun, touched by his sincerity. His concern and panic were palpable. When Yi Yunshin was in peril, he was more anxious than anyone else, and upon hearing of Yi Yunshin's safety, his joy surpassed that of any brother. It is only right, although Brother Shun harbors animosity towards me. I hold him in high regard and am grateful for his companionship during my absence these past 3 years. He has even saved my life. Chung Zuin feigned innocence with a disarming smile. The three young ladies cast him admiring glances, internally acknowledging the stark contrast between him and Yi Yunshin. Despite his own grave illness, he was still preoccupied with Yi Yunshin's well-being, a rare and commendable selflessness. In stark opposition to Yi Yunshin's narrow-mindedness and ingratitude, the difference was unmistakable. Shen Qingqiu immediately proclaimed, "One, Yi Yunshin owes you a life. When he recovers, I shall ensure he pays you his respects." Indeed, he must acknowledge that it was Wen's selflessness that led to his rescue. And as for the blood transfusion, that is his way of repaying you, One. Lin Ruoxi and Xia Anren chimed in, their previous guilt over Yi Yunshin's blood donation dissipating. With their objective achieved, Chung Zuin fell silent, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips, unnoticed by anyone. The three young ladies only saw his virtuous demeanor and concern for Yi Yunshin's life, oblivious to the fact that it was he who had dispatched the very person who sought to harm Yi Yunshin. Just then, Uncle Liang returned with Yi Yunshin. "Miss, I have safely brought the young master back. I shall take my leave now." Uncle Liang departed. Upon seeing Yi Yunshin, Shen Qingqiu's first words were, "Yi Yunshin, you must bow to One." At these words, Yi Yunshin's expression shifted. "Why? Do you not understand? Had it not been for Wen's relentless insistence on saving you, you would have perished long ago." Even in his weakened state, he worried for your life. One must possess a heart of gratitude. Fortunately, Liang Bo arrived just in time. Otherwise, would you still be standing here conversing with us? I believe you owe us all a bow. The command of the three young ladies was imperious. Yet, Yi Yunshin merely smiled, raising 3 fingers. "Firstly, I am fine. This has nothing to do with you. Secondly, how did Chung Zuin know I was in trouble? Perhaps this incident is connected to him? Thirdly, you have been used. He has only ever considered himself. Wu Mian had confessed everything. It was Chung Zuin who had contacted him to orchestrate his own demise. But why did he send Shen Qingqiu and the others to rescue him? Quite simply, he feared for his life. Should he perish, he would lose his sole source of blood. It was already revealed that the blood donor was a fabrication, making Yi Yunshin the only remaining hope. Why would he allow himself to die? However, upon hearing this, the expressions on Shen Qingqiu and the others turned grave. Was Shen Yunshin ungrateful? It was they who had dispatched Liang Bo to save him, yet he completely denied any acknowledgement. He even harbored malicious suspicions about Chung Zuin's intentions. The three young ladies were incensed. "Shen Yunshin, do you not have any shame left? If it weren't for us, and for An, you would have perished long ago. It is one thing not to express gratitude, but to cast doubt upon us is intolerable. Why not just have someone end your life instead?" Yet, no one noticed Chung Zuin's panic-stricken expression, his eyes betraying his guilt. Was he losing his mind? How could Yi Yunshin possibly know? Did Wu Mian reveal something? That was implausible. In their line of work, reputation was paramount. Revealing the identity of the employer was unthinkable. Moreover, Yi Yunshin lacked the standing to compel Wu Mian to divulge the truth. However, Chung Zuin was not present during the incident and remained unaware of what transpired. He assumed Liang Bo had simply rescued Yi Yunshin. In reality, Wu Mian was on the verge of being killed by Wu Sanyi. Yi Yunshin chuckled. "If you doubt me, you may inquire with him why he knew someone intended to kill me. He was incessantly urging you to rescue me. If that isn't an indication of guilt, what is?" Yi Yunshin's piercing gaze fixed upon Chung Zuin, akin to a sword poised to pierce his heart. Chung Zuin was terrified. His intention in saving Yi Yunshin was not to receive a bow of gratitude, but rather to preserve his own life. Qingqiu, Ruoxi, ceased pressuring Xinge. "I do not want to bow into me, no. He coughed repeatedly, yet dared not meet Yi Yunshin's eyes. "Shen Yunshin, enough already." Shen Qingqiu glared at Yi Yunshin. "One must not be so shameless. While you may refuse to bow, at the very least, you must provide blood for An. He was worried about you even in his grave condition. There is no room for negotiation. You must donate blood to An. You still owe us both a debt of gratitude." This was one demand the three young ladies would not relent on. With nowhere else to turn, their sole hope rested upon Shen Yunshin. They would not allow him to depart. Yet, Yi Yunshin scoffed coldly. "What? Do you still believe things are as they once were? From my perspective, if you truly had any gratitude towards me, then everything would be negotiable. The key point is that the one who sought my death was sent by Chung Zuin, and you expect me to provide blood? Dream on." With that, Yi Yunshin turned to leave. "Shen Yunshin, you cannot walk away. Try to leave. I dare you." If you dare to leave, then never think of returning to us again. We shall consider it as having rescued a treacherous wolf." The three young ladies fixed their gazes fiercely upon Yi Yunshin. This was their trump card. In the past, Yi Yunshin had dreaded this. Suddenly, Yi Yunshin broke into a smile. Had they not already decided against my return? The divorce application has been signed, and it was you who urged me to do so. He further mentioned the divorce registration application, causing the three young ladies' pupils to constrict, rendering them speechless with rage. He glanced at the date. Soon, in just over half a month, he would be leaving this place. Shen Qingxiu trembled in fury. Was this a hint for her to concede? In her dreams, Lin Ruoxi and Xia Anren immediately interjected. "Sister Qingxiu, don't listen to him. The time has not yet come. He is still flaunting his confidence with us." They believed that Yi Yunshin's boldness stemmed from the fact that the divorce cooling-off period had not yet elapsed. Moreover, they still had reasons to rely on Yi Yunshin. Cheng Zuan, more concerned about his health, said, "Qingxiu, I think you should find an opportunity to soften your stance with Brother Shun. I sense he is not jesting. He had long been aware of everything, even having secretly torn up Yi Yunshin's blood transfusion records. Given such circumstances, how could Yi Yunshin ever consider returning? Yet if that were the case, his blood supply would remain unresolved. You need not worry about that. Alwyn, we can manage Shen Yunshin. He will certainly comply and provide you with the blood you need," the three young ladies expressed with unwavering confidence. The outcome was predetermined, albeit the journey was fraught with twists and turns. As Yi Yunshin exited the hospital, he received a call from Ning Yueqing. "Mr. Yi, the Yao family has somehow obtained news of the ancient prescription I restored and wishes to purchase it at a high price." The Yao family? Upon hearing this, Yi Yunshin's expression shifted. Was this the family of Lin Ruoxi? Chapter 56. A woman who surpasses Xiao Yunrong. Yi Yunshin had little interaction with the Yao family. After Lin Ruoxi had stolen the family's only life-saving medicine, she had become a pariah within her clan, nearly facing expulsion. It was only through her parents' intervention that she had escaped with a mere relegation to obscurity. Because of this incident, Lin Ruoxi seldom returned to the Lin family, which had grown unwelcoming. If such a sacrifice were worthwhile, it would be different. The crux of the matter was that Lin Ruoxi now regretted her decision. She lamented that she should never have used the family's sole life-saving medicine to save him. It would have been better to reserve it for Awen. Lin Ruoxi often pondered. Had she given the medicine to Awen instead of Shen Yunshin, would everything now be different? She would then retreat into solitude, consumed by melancholy. Compared to Xia Anren's bluntness, this silence was deafening. "Hello, Mr. Yi? Are you still there?" Not hearing a response, Ning Yueqing could not help but probe. Only then did Yi Yunshin return to reality, his face devoid of expression. "Such trifles. Decide for yourself. After all, it is your prescription." Yet, Ning Yueqing still appeared troubled. Though she understood his words, making a decision felt precarious, as this ancient prescription was not her work but Yi Yunshin's. "By the way, you can inform the Lin family that a surprise awaits them soon," Yi Yunshin declared in anger. To speak with astonishing candor or not at all, upon uttering these words, Yi Yunshin left Ning Yueqing utterly astounded on the other end of the line, her heart tumultuous with waves of disbelief. What did Mr. Yi say in his concluding remark? Would the Lin family indeed have an unexpected revelation? Yi Yunshin was well aware of the Lin family's ulterior motive for collaboration. It stemmed from an incident 3 years prior when Lin Ruoxi absconded with the sole, life-prolonging elixir from his household. The Lin family's reliance on their status as a pharmaceutical titan had been irrevocably compromised. Over the years, he had frequently heard whispers of the Lin family scouring for valuable ancient prescriptions, desperate to compensate for the loss of the life-saving elixir stolen by Lin Ruoxi. However, ancient prescriptions are not easily acquired. After 3 arduous years of searching, they had yet to uncover even a trace. Upon learning that Ning Yueqing possessed an idle ancient prescription, it was no surprise that they would stop at nothing to obtain it. "What is the surprise Mr. Yi speaks of?" Ning Yueqing inquired tentatively. "Just inform the Lin family that is precisely what they have long desired," Yi Yunshin replied irritably before abruptly terminating the call. For reasons unknown, an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloped him. The weight of gratitude often proves more burdensome than monetary debts. Just because the 3 young ladies once saved him, does that eternal gratitude grant them the right to wield such influence over him? They could forever command him with such reasoning, remaining perpetually exalted. Yi Yunshun intended to part ways with Shun Qingqiu and the others. Yet he envisioned a clean break, devoid of any entanglements, wishing to owe them nothing at all. Of course, the 100 instances of blood transfusions were due to Cheng Zuin's interference, unbeknownst to Shun Qingqiu and the others. That did not count. With a darkened expression, Yi Yunxin realized he must swiftly repay the Lin family's debt of gratitude. Otherwise, it would remain a thorn in his heart. He also had obligations to the Xia family. He promptly contacted Master Wu, who readily acquiesced, but added, "I have a matter to attend to first. I shall certainly visit the Xia family once I am done." Yi Yunxin discerned an unusual urgency in Master Wu's tone, as if something significant were about to transpire. At that moment, Master Wu was hastily en route to Suong province. "Faster, faster, quicker," he urged, as he sat in the car, drenched in sweat, as if facing an imminent threat. This agitation stemmed from the recent revelation regarding the authenticity of the blood ruby he had just received a call about. In the heart of the city, a golden Rolls-Royce glided to a halt before a towering edifice. A cadre of impeccably dressed individuals awaited, each one a formidable titan of commerce in Sioux City. They lined up to open the door. As the door swung open, a man clad in a pristine white suit emerged, his hair meticulously styled, and his attire crafted by the finest Italian artisans. "Mr. Yi." The business magnates bowed in unison. This man was none other than Yi Jiaxin's true heir, Yi Yunze, who had orchestrated Yi Yunxin's downfall 3 years ago. Now, he stood as a commercial behemoth in Sioux City. Having risen to prominence through the dragon's blood ruby he had surreptitiously acquired from the Su Shanghuang. After betraying Yi Yunxin, he had substituted a counterfeit for the original, which he subsequently auctioned abroad, amassing a fortune that facilitated his current stature. However, in his moment of glory, he remained oblivious to the fact that Su Shanghuang was already in the process of verifying the ruby's authenticity. When he initially forged the counterfeit, it was an exact replica of the dragon blood gem, and he believed that in this lifetime, Emperor Su would never discover the truth. Likewise, Yi Yunxin remained unaware of the impending storm, immersing himself in cultivation during this period. After refining the Buddha's head fruit, he had firmly solidified his mastery of the second level of the ninefold mystical arts. This meant that he could now concoct the Lin family's life-prolonging elixir. He merely needed to gather the requisite herbs. Additionally, he had solutions for the ailments of the old Dragon King and the malevolent presence afflicting Xiao Jinglan. Everything was falling into place. However, the sole anomaly was Xiao Yunrong. This young girl, usually cheerful and always trailing behind him like a little shadow when he was not in training, returned today unusually quiet, her face marred by a frown. "What troubles you?" Yi Yunxin couldn't help but inquire. Upon hearing him speak, a smile instinctively flickered across Xiao Yunrong's face, but quickly faded. "It's nothing," she sighed. This ambiguous demeanor left Yi Yunxin quite perplexed. Just as he was about to press further, his phone rang. To his surprise, it was Xiao Jinglan calling, and the first thing he heard was, "Is my niece all right?" Connecting her unusual behavior to the inquiry, Yi Yunxin felt compelled to ask Xiao Jinglan about it. Yet, Xiao Jinglan appeared unfazed, responding with a relaxed demeanor. "It's nothing serious. The little girl is merely feeling jealous." "Jealous?" Yi Yunxin was taken aback, instinctively retorting, "But I haven't been in contact with any other women." The only ones he had interacted with were Shun Qingqiu and her companions, who had long since stopped caring. "Hee, Brother Yunxin, you truly are an open book," Xiao Jinglan chuckled, then added, "It doesn't concern you directly, yet in a way it does." This answer left Yi Yunxin even more astonished. Xiao Jinglan then recounted the events, and he finally understood. It turned out that although the matter of him saving the old Dragon King was tightly sealed, certain individuals of notable status were aware of it, such as the city mayor, the finance director, and the head of security. They were eager to uncover the identity of the miraculous doctor who resurrected the old Dragon King. Initially, the old Dragon King was reluctant to divulge anything, but after being pestered, he revealed a hint. The doctor was quite young, in his 20s. This revelation set the circle abuzz. The inquiries shifted from the identity of the miraculous doctor to whether he was married or had a significant other. The motivations of these individuals mirrored those of Long Li and Xiao Zhan, who wouldn't desire a physician of such remarkable skill. Yet, there was a twist. Many were more intrigued by the promising future of this doctor, given his close ties to the Dragon King of the South. To have him as a son-in-law would equate to a connection with the old Dragon King, despite the old Dragon King's clear declaration that he was already taken. by his granddaughter no less. These individuals were undeterred, openly expressing their willingness to play second fiddle. They even boasted about their daughters, elevating them to almost mythical statuses. Some even attached photographs and basic information, claiming that should he take an interest, they could arrange a meeting. Yi Yunshin was left dumbfounded. All of this because of that? Indeed, all of this. However, they likely regard their daughter, Yunrong, with indifference, Yi Yunshin remarked with a smile. After all, Xiao Yunrong, a paragon of beauty, is a young lady from the illustrious Longdu, and she ought to command admiration effortlessly. No, there is indeed one who stands apart. Yet, Xiao Jinglan's tone was peculiar. Merely gazing at the photograph, I could sense the pressure on my niece. If she were to encounter the real person, my niece might very well be overshadowed. Upon uttering such striking words, Yi Yunshin was momentarily taken aback. Is there truly someone capable of eclipsing Miss Xiao? When did such a figure emerge from our Su circle? How had I never heard of her? To think she could rival Xiao Yunrong? Just take a look. With a chime, Xiao Jinglan sent over a photograph. Chapter 57. Brother Yunshin. Could it be that I do not measure up to her? Initially, Yi Yunshin was skeptical that any woman could surpass Xiao Yunrong in beauty, but upon viewing the photograph, he found himself convinced. Notably, it was not an artistic shot, nor did it bear any traces of digital alteration. It was simply the original image. She stood resplendent in white against the backdrop of an ancient campus steeped in history. Her hair cascading like a waterfall, an expression devoid of joy or sorrow. Her autumnal eyes seemed to speak, yet they contained an abundance of untold stories. The background was familiar to Yi Yunshin. It was none other than his alma mater, Sioux City University. The photographer had skillfully intertwined the ancient elegance of the university with the girl's beauty, a dance of light and shadow akin to adding the final strokes to a masterpiece. It was unclear whether the girl enhanced the school's allure or vice versa. This was a design for an admission notice, Yi Yunshin mused internally. He now comprehended why someone as proud as Xiao Yunrong would feel an influx of pressure, sensing a rival in her midst. This young woman possessed not only beauty, but also a unique tranquility. She radiated an essence akin to sunlight filtering through the leaves. The gentle strumming of strings that evokes a sense of serenity, drawing one in unwittingly. If the photograph was so enchanting, how much more so would the real person be? Who is she? Yi Yunshin could not help but inquire. I knew you would be intrigued, Xiao Jinglan replied with an air of foresight, continuing, her name is Lu Nanxing, the daughter of the current city leader, and she happens to be your junior. Xiao Jinglan had perused Yi Yunshin's profile and was aware of his graduation from Sioux City University. This junior of yours is quite remarkable. She has single-handedly elevated this year's application rate for Sioux City University. It is said that applications have surged by a staggering 20% compared to previous years, all due to a single photograph. Xiao Jinglan exclaimed. Yi Yunshin, upon hearing this, could not suppress his astonishment. Can one photograph truly wield such influence? Subsequently, Xiao Jinglan elaborated on the photograph's origins. It turned out that the president of Sioux City University had commissioned the daughter of the city leader to pose for several photos to enhance enrollment. The school selected the most striking image to feature in this year's admission notice. The result was explosive. 99% of the incoming students were drawn to Lu Nanxing. Some even compared her to the most beautiful campus belle in a century of Sioux University's history. Gasping, Yi Yunshin found himself at a loss for words. One photograph, directly boosting enrollment by 20%? Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Yi Yunshin couldn't help but recall Shun Qingxiu and the others. The three socialites were once the flower of their respective schools, yet none had garnered such fervent admiration. This girl was even more extravagant than a celebrity. Yunshin, do you wish to meet her? Xiao Jinglan inquired directly. She maintained a neutral stance on this matter, especially since the 30-day cooling-off period for the divorce had yet to conclude. During this time, anyone interested in Yi Yunshin would have to rely on their own merits. Just as Yi Yunshin was about to respond, a sulky face appeared before her. Xiao Yunrong. Why is my brother Yunshin interested in her? What does she have that I don't? Xiao Yunrong puffed her cheeks in discontent. To prove her worth, she even deliberately accentuated her ample bosom. However, compared to Lu Nanxing, Xiao Yunrong faltered in grace. At present, he regarded Xiao Yunrong merely as a sister. I don't care. Yunshin, you promised to always be with me. You must not take an interest in her. Before Yi Yunshin could utter a word, Xiao Yunrong huffed. Although Lu Nanxing piqued his curiosity, Yi Yinshun felt no compulsion to pursue it. If fate deemed it so, they would meet again. All right, I have no interest in them, he reassured her, dismissing all those women, including the city's first daughter, Lu Nanqing. Only then did Xiao Yunrong beam with joy. Yet, the nature of fate is enigmatic. When one yearns excessively, it eludes them, but when one does not seek it, it quietly approaches. Setting aside these trivial matters, Yi Yinshun focused on his tasks, compiling a list of items needed by Old Dragon King and Xiao Jinglan. Some he would have to procure personally. Jinglan, I will visit the antique market tomorrow to try my luck. The rest I leave in your capable hands, Yi Yinshun remarked. Xiao Jinglan immediately smiled. All right, Yinshun. Seeing Yi Yinshun preoccupied with his business, Xiao Yunrong also smiled. The following day, Yi Yinshun ventured to the antique market. Fortune smiled upon him. He quickly spotted a vessel he admired. Just as he reached for it, he inadvertently brushed against something soft. Both Yi Yinshun and the young woman behind him froze. He had accidentally placed his hand on the back of her hand. Turning to look, he found a tall girl before him. What caught his eye was her delicate, masked face, revealing only a pair of lively, gem-like eyes. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, exuding an air of noble elegance. She resembled a regal peony, yet pure as a lily. More importantly, this aura felt strangely familiar, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. The girl was not alone. Several friends accompanied her, all of whom were equally astonished by the scene. The goddess Zhou, whom countless people adored, had just been touched by a stranger. Apologies. Realizing his gaffe, Yi Yinshun quickly withdrew his hand. The girl shook her head, signaling that it was all right, and with a warm smile, she spoke. Sir, I spotted this vessel first. May I have it? I can treat you to a meal. Her laughter was as refreshing as a spring breeze, soothing to the ears. Moreover, the invitation to dine is a temptation few men can resist. However, this particular vessel is an essential item he provided to Xiao Jinglan for exorcism, and it must not be relinquished. Everything else may be forfeited, but this one item is non-negotiable. With a smile, Yi Yinshun declined. Why? Lu Nanqing inquired, her expression one of astonishment. There is no reason, Yi Yinshun replied, offering no further explanation. He gestured toward a few other items on a nearby shelf. Miss, you may examine these other pieces. They are all marketable. But do not touch those, he continued, pointing to several pieces behind him, for those are cursed items. This was something he discerned after achieving the second level of his profound technique. With that, Yi Yinshun picked up a vessel and departed, leaving Lu Nanqing momentarily stunned. Her companions were equally astonished, their eyes wide in disbelief. Could anyone truly reject the most beautiful girl at Tsu University? Unbelievable. That he turned down? Lu Nanqing's lips parted slightly as she struggled to comprehend the situation. Since her admission to Tsu University, she had risen to fame overnight. Rarely had any man turned her down. Yet in the span of just 2 days, she had faced rejection twice. The first instance occurred yesterday. And what was the meaning behind his mention of cursed items? Was there any truth to it? Cursed items is a term from the antique world, referring to artifacts with dubious origins or those tainted by malevolent energy, disrupting one's fate or feng shui. Lu Nanqing's expression shifted, her astonishment deepening. Who exactly was he? Girls are often intrigued by individuals who dare to act differently from the norm. They may forget the mundane, but will remember those who stand out. Suddenly, Lu Nanqing broke into a smile. I believe I may know who he is. What do you all think of this person? She inquired, and several girls exchanged glances before sharing their opinions. Very handsome, quite young, and rather unconventional. Indeed, he differs from other boys who merely seek to please Nanqing. Overall, he certainly leaves a memorable impression. But to say he is exceptional, that might be overstating it. They concluded, their opinions tempering. Just average? Lu Nanqing chuckled lightly. Yet, it is this unremarkable man who has kept me at bay. Gasp. Chapter 58. Another beauty competes for Yi Yinshun. Her companions assumed she referred to the recent rejection. Gasping in shock. In fact, Lu Nanqing was referencing an entirely different matter. 2 days prior, her father had introduced her to a suitor with the hopes of an alliance, only to be rejected. In her life, it was the first time she had faced rejection, and her immediate response was not anger, but bewilderment. She yearned to discover who had turned her down. Although she had inquired with her father, he had not revealed specifics, only stating that her rejecter was exceptionally skilled in medicine, possessed profound feng shui knowledge, and was notably youthful. These 3 characteristics perfectly matched the man who had just declined her. In Sioux City, there are few young men with remarkable medical prowess. Those who are also adept in feng shui, capable of distinguishing cursed items from genuine antiques, are even rarer. It was nearly a certainty. The man who had just rebuffed her was indeed the same individual who had turned her down yesterday. Unacquainted, yet having been rejected twice, Lu Nanxing found herself astonished and, for the first time, profoundly intrigued by a man. 3 times is a charm. I, Lu Nanxing, shall not be denied a 3rd time, she mused, a hint of a smile gracing her lips, eager to take action. At that moment, in the hospital, Xiao Yunrong suddenly sneezed, feeling an inexplicable chill. She raised her head, casting a hostile glance at a man clad in a tailored suit, none other than Lu Shernan, the mayor of Sioux City. Hasn't Brother Yinshin already dismissed him? What's he doing here? Xiao Yunrong muttered discontentedly. Despite being rebuffed, Lu Shernan continued to visit her grandfather daily, and the purpose of his visits was painfully apparent to anyone with discernment. Just then, Yi Yinshin arrived. After leaving the antique street, he had headed to the special care facility where Old Dragon King resided. Yinshin is here. Come in. Old Dragon King exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Yi Yinshin. I have never encountered such a remarkable young man. It feels as if we should have met much earlier. Little Lu, have you not always been curious about the miraculous doctor who saved my life? He's right before your eyes. Old Dragon King gestured towards Lu Shernan. However, Lu Shernan's expression shifted, for he recognized Yi Yinshin. The Shin family had previously brought Yi Yinshin to a promotional gala he hosted, and he was aware of Yi Yinshin's association with the prominent young ladies. Yet, he had not anticipated that the miraculous doctor who had revived Old Dragon King was. In fact, Yi Yinshin, he had assumed it to be some exceptional prodigy. He had even introduced his daughter to others, only to find that it was Yi Yinshin who had turned her down. Lu Shernan's expression flickered with uncertainty, momentarily pondering if there had been a misunderstanding. Dragon King, let us begin. Yi Yinshin, oblivious to Lu Shernan's thoughts, commenced treating Old Dragon King. Lu Shernan observed closely. From his perspective, the procedure seemed simple, merely a few casual acupuncture points. Yet the results were profoundly evident. Old Dragon King's complexion visibly improved. Brother Yinshin is truly amazing, exclaimed Xiao Yunrong and her niece, Xiao Jinglan, their excitement palpable. Lu Shernan stood frozen in disbelief. Could it truly be that the adopted son of a Shun family was that miraculous doctor? While he lacked medical knowledge, he was certainly not blind. It was clear from Old Dragon King's reaction that his condition had indeed improved. Yi Yinshin instilled hope in Old Dragon King, declaring, your illness is only just beginning to be treated. Approximately 8 sessions will lead to your complete recovery. Yinshin, thank you. Old Dragon King expressed his gratitude, then shared significant news. Upon learning that I had survived, the Hulong Pavilion and the War Department were all in a state of panic. Those old fellows at the Red Wall have been incessantly calling for my retirement, urging me to enjoy my twilight years. But with you here, I feel I can still fight. Let those rascals tremble at my return. Old Dragon King burst into hearty laughter. Everyone present could envision the scene. The venerable Old Dragon King, rejuvenated, donning his military uniform once more, ready to engage in battle, instilling fear in the hearts of adversaries. The mere thought was exhilarating. Even the outsider Lu Shernan could not suppress the fervor swelling within him. As for Xiao Yunrong and Xiao Jinglan, their eyes blazed with intensity. Meeting Brother Yinshin was of utmost importance. It could be said to have altered the very fate of the Xiao family. Lu Shernan could not help but salute Yi Yinshin, exclaiming, Mr. Yi, prior to my political career, I served in the military for a few years. I could be considered a soldier of sorts. Here, I wish to sincerely thank you for reviving the Old Dragon King, ensuring that the war god of Longwa remains unyielding. His words bore no trace of ostentation, but were heartfelt and genuine. Yi Yinshin was taken aback. Mayor, you flatter me. This is merely my duty. After all, he was the mayor, a figure to whom even the Emperor of Su would show a modicum of respect, and the Shun family revered him greatly. Yet here he was, bowing in gratitude. Just as Lu Shernan prepared to rise, Yi Yinshin's expression shifted, his gaze fixed upon the antique bracelet adorning Lu Shernan's left wrist. Mayor, wait a moment. Where did you acquire that bracelet? Yi Yinshin's demeanor grew serious. During their handshake, he had distinctly noticed a wisp of dark energy flickering from the bracelet. Oh, this bracelet? It was a birthday gift from my daughter. At this mention, Lu Shernan's face lit up with joy, and he curiously inquired, Is there something wrong with it? How long have you worn this bracelet? Yi Yinshan questioned. Almost 3 years. Why do you ask? Lu Shiren responded. Old Dragon King, Xiao Yunrong, and Xiao Jinglan exchanged looks of astonishment. After wearing it, have you found yourself suffering from fewer ailments, yet feeling more fatigued at times? How did you know? The mayor's complexion changed. This bracelet is not merely blessed. It is an accursed object, feeding off your vital energy to grow stronger. As he spoke, Yi Yinshan grasped Lu Shernan's wrist, forcefully removing the bracelet. With a sharp crack, a plume of dark energy erupted from it, accompanied by a piercing scream, akin to a vengeful spirit's roar. Everyone was taken aback. Xiao Yunrong, having witnessed malevolence before, turned pale with fright. Lu Shernan was the first to recover. Falling to his knees, "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your rescue. You claim this bracelet was a gift from your daughter. Yet I suspect she is unaware of its true nature," Yi Yunshan deduced. Indeed, Lu Shernan nodded. "I shall remain vigilant and investigate this matter thoroughly." A glint of determination crossed his eyes. Yi Yunshan had not only saved his life, but also dispelled his doubts. Such a man was worthy of his daughter's hand. Even if she were to pursue him as a mere junior, it would be a glorious endeavor. On the way home, he pondered how to persuade his daughter regarding this marriage. After all, she was a proud individual. Being rejected by a stranger would surely infuriate her. To his surprise, her first words were, "Dad, about the marriage proposal you mentioned, can you discuss it again? I want to give it a try." What? Lu Shernan was momentarily stunned, questioning whether he had misheard. His daughter, so proud, was not only unperturbed by rejection, but was now the one pursuing. "Father, rest assured, I will do everything in my power to win him over, employing all my efforts so as not to disappoint you." Lu Nanxing playfully remarked that if this matter were to leak out, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. The most beautiful flower of Su University, actually pursuing someone who had turned her down? Xiao Yunrong remained blissfully unaware that her most formidable rival had already emerged. Shin Qingxiu, too, remained oblivious to the extent of Yi Yunshan's popularity. After Xiao Yunrong, yet another celestial beauty had set her sights on Yi Yunshan. The three of them were still hoping that Yi Yunshan would recognize his mistake and return to humble himself before them. Yet, it had already been a week. Why had Shin Yunshan not yielded? Did he not feel a sense of urgency? In Villa Number 9 of Jujin Hall, the three heiresses stared perplexedly at the numerous red circles marked on the calendar. Chapter 59. Yi Yunshan, my patience has its limits. Hurry back. Following the formal divorce cooling-off period, they found themselves counting down the days. With each passing day, they marked another circle. The three heiresses even wagered on how many days Yi Yunshan could endure. Xia Anren predicted 5 days. Lin Ruoshi suggested 7 days. Shun Qingxiu chuckled, asserting they did not truly understand Yi Yunshan. Ultimately, she bet on him returning within half a month. However, more than 10 days had passed, and Yi Yunshan remained utterly unresponsive. Anxiety began to permeate the air. "Sister Qingxiu, do you think Yi Yunshan will really leave us?" Lin Ruoshi asked, her sensitivity surfacing. "Absolutely not," Shin Qingxiu replied with conviction. "During the cooling-off period, he will undoubtedly regret and come back to apologize to us." She understood Yi Yunshan well. Despite his current indifference, in the final days of the cooling-off period, he would be more anxious than anyone else. Hearing this, Xia Anren felt a wave of reassurance wash over her and chimed in, "I agree with Sister Qingxiu. Having left us, he can't escape the influence of Emperor Su. Even if he doesn't care about us, he must regard Emperor Su's opinion." Cheng Zuan rolled his eyes. "He left long ago, yet you all remain fixated on the cooling-off period." However, he was currently preoccupied with his own needs and lacked the time to engage in their tedious analyses. He contemplated giving Yi Yunshan a call, intending to falsely claim that the three heiresses had recognized their errors and were hoping for his return. In his view, Yi Yunshan had departed due to the hurt inflicted by the three heiresses. But what if they did apologize? Would Yi Yunshan come back? At that moment, after leaving Lushur, Yi Yunshan bid farewell to the old Dragon King. Xiao Yunrong was in high spirits, delighted to witness Yi Yunshan garnering admiration from an increasing number of influential figures. She instinctively assumed the role of a girlfriend, taking pride in her husband's capabilities. Just then, Ning Yuaqin called, informing him that she had mastered the techniques Yi Yunshan had taught her and was on her way to pick him up. Yi Yunshan agreed with a smile. He mused that although Ning Yuanshan's daughter lacked innate talent, her skills in herbal medicine were commendable. The art of medicine encompasses much more than merely healing. Alchemy and the cultivation of medicinal herbs are equally integral. Compared to ancient prescriptions, alchemy and herb cultivation offer a more accessible entry point. In the future, she could very well become a renowned master in the medical field. Before long, Ning Yueqing arrived. Mr. Yi, however, her gaze was first drawn to the figure of Xiao Yunrong beside her. Upon noticing the presence of an outsider, Xiao Yunrong, who had just moments ago been beaming with joy, immediately concealed her smile, adopting an air of aloofness. Is this the masteress' wife? Ning Yueqing inquired cautiously a moment later, which caused both Yi Yunshin and Xiao Yunrong to change their expressions, especially Xiao Yunrong, whose cool demeanor faltered for less than a second at the utterance of that title. Did she just refer to me as masteress' wife? Xiao Yunrong's eyes initially lit up with surprise, followed by a delighted smile as she exclaimed, "What did you just call me? Please say it again. Master's wife?" Ning Yueqing instinctively replied. Deep down, she understood that due to the previous banquet where she had tea brought Yi Yunshin, Xiao Yunrong held a rather unfavorable impression of her. Yet, the title of Master's wife served as a bridge to strengthen their relationship. Master's wife is here, Xiao Yunrong replied with enthusiasm. Then turned to Yi Yunshin with a face full of excitement. Brother Yunshin, look, as we walk down the street. Everyone says we look like a couple. Don't shout such things in public. Yi Yunshin frowned, attempting to prevent any misunderstandings. He had not consented to be Xiao Yunrong's boyfriend. Ning Yueqing blinked innocently. But you truly are Master's wife. Miss Xiao, standing beside Mr. Yi, you are indeed a match made in heaven. Another round of flattery ensued. Xiao Yunrong was increasingly pleased, her smile growing ever more radiant. Each call of Master's wife resonated warmly in her heart. Gulme, let Master's wife give you a hug. Previously harboring a negative impression of the Ning family due to the banquet, they were now embracing. She even presented a check. Thank you, Master's wife. You are too kind. Ning Yueqing exclaimed in surprise, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. She had not anticipated that a few utterances of Master's wife would yield a monetary reward. Today marks our formal introduction, Master's wife. I have not prepared anything for you, so I shall offer you a medical project. Xiao Yunrong remarked with a smile. Ah, a medical project? Ning Yueqing was momentarily taken aback. But soon, an assistant stepped forward, presenting a confidential contract. This contract was a closely guarded secret, unknown even to the entirety of Sioux City. As Ning Yueqing perused it, her mind erupted in disbelief. A project offered by the Xiao Group? She could not help but exclaim, clutching the contract with trembling hands. Huff, 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 Ning Yueqing gasped in excitement, her words tumbling over one another. At that moment, she was unaware that this project would instigate a monumental shift in the power dynamics of Sioux City. Take it, consider it the first gift from Master's wife. The more Xiao Yunrong observed Ning Yueqing, the more she appreciated her. Oh my, thank you, Master's wife. Xiao Yunrong beamed. Say it a few more times. Master's wife, Master's wife, Master's wife. Each utterance from Ning Yueqing brought Xiao Yunrong immense joy. Yi Yunshin could not help but shake his head. The friendships among girls often arise in the most inexplicable ways. However, what is this Master's wife nonsense? I am neither your master nor Xiao Yunrong's husband. The title of Master's wife is utterly absurd. Just then his phone rang. To his astonishment, it was a call from Cheng Zuin. What is the matter? Are you relieved yet regretful that you didn't team manage to kill me last time? Yi Yunshin harbored a distinctly different attitude towards Cheng Zuin. Since he has attempted to end his own life more than once, I shall not let him off the hook. Is Cheng Zuin seeking me out? Or does he wish to draw upon my lifeblood? I am currently the only one capable of saving him. However, having already performed 100 transfusions, what makes you, Shun Qingxiu, think I would offer him another? Shingo, what are you talking about? When have I ever sent someone to kill you? I worry you may not have time. Despite the murderous intent surging within, how could Cheng Zuin ever confess to such things? He patiently continued, Shunge, you should return swiftly. Qingxiu and the others have realized their mistakes. They are willing to apologize and promise to treat you well in the future. Of course, the divorce application will be rendered void. Let us coexist harmoniously henceforth, shall we? Cheng Zuin's tone was sincere, and those unaware of his true nature might indeed be swayed. Yet, Yi Yunshin nearly laughed aloud. A leopard cannot change its spots. Would Shun Qingxiu and the others truly acknowledge their errors? Who is even aware of their missteps? On. Whom are you calling? Just as he thought, before he could respond, Yi Yunshin heard Shun Qingxiu's voice on the other end. Qingxiu, I. Cheng Zuin's tone was clearly flustered. Give me the phone. Shun Qingxiu demanded icily, extending her hand towards him. Hand it over. Observing Cheng Zuin's hesitation, Shun Qingxiu raised her voice, a rare display of authority. Reluctantly, he relinquished the phone to her. Qingxiu, please do not be angry. I was merely concerned for Shanggu and took the liberty of calling, stating you all had recognized your mistakes. I only wished for Shanggu to return. Nothing more. I apologize. Upon hearing Cheng Zuin's explanation, Shun Qingxiu's expression softened slightly. Yet her gaze grew increasingly frigid. Lin Ruoxi and Xia Anren could not suppress their sighs. I understand your good intentions, but you cannot make calls on our behalf. They chided. How many times have we said that you should not concern yourself with Yi Yunshin's matters? You only need to focus on your recovery. The trio of heiresses maintained a unified, resolute stance regarding Yi Yunshin. Accustomed to their lofty status, how could they ever bow in submission? To yield would mean either never or infinitely. Even when in need of his assistance, it was inconceivable. Once the precedent was set, Yi Yunshin would surely take advantage of it. Shun Qingxiu seized the phone, suppressing her fury as she declared, Yi Yunshin, my patience has its limits. If you wish to avoid my wrath, return promptly. Chapter 60. How dare these insignificant beings harass my husband? Indeed, Yi Yunshin, we have indulged you enough. Do not wait until the divorce cooling-off period concludes to realize you should return. By then, it may be too late. The haughty voices of Lin Ruoxi and Xia Anren echoed in agreement. A cold smile crept upon Yi Yunshin's lips. The trio of heiresses certainly did not disappoint him. They bore no sense of remorse, even issuing commands from their lofty perches. And they believed he would return? He had truly thought the heiresses had changed. Shermu, who is your husband calling? Ning Yueqing inquired curiously from the side. Moreover, she was astute enough to omit titles such as Mr. Yi or Master, directly referring to him as your husband. Observing Yi Yunshin's cold, dark expression, Xiao Yunrong quickly deduced the identity of the caller. Yet she coldly remarked, I don't know. Perhaps it's some insignificant person. How dare such a lowly individual disturb my husband with harassing calls? Xiao Yunrong suddenly stepped forward and abruptly ended the call. This damned scoundrel. How dare he disconnect my call? Shun Qingxiu, infuriated, hurled her phone onto the sofa. Lin Ruoxi and Xia Anren also bore expressions of discontent. Beside them, Cheng Zuin's face shifted slightly. Did you just hear something? It sounded like someone was calling out husband, husband. Upon hearing this term of endearment, Shun Qingxiu and the others exchanged peculiar glances. Surely not? How could we have missed that? I distinctly heard someone cursing at us. Xia Anren suddenly interjected, her expression changing dramatically. Cheng Zuin's demeanor shifted again, and he remained silent. He was certain he had not misheard. Someone had indeed called out husband. Who could it be? Was it Yi Yunshin's new girlfriend? The thought struck him with surprise, as he was only aware of Yi Yunshin's determination to sever ties with the three wealthy ladies, oblivious to the fact that he had already found someone new. If that were the case, Yi Yunshin could never return to their side. This was undoubtedly unfavorable for him. Qingxiu, since Shun Yunshin is so ungrateful, let us disregard him. Once the deadline arrives, we shall proceed with the divorce. What nonsense is this? How could he think he could survive alone after hanging up on us? At that moment, Lin Ruoxi and Xia Anren's complaints echoed through the air. Cheng Zuin's expression grew increasingly enigmatic. He thought to himself, they have new love interests and are already calling them husband. Do you truly believe he would obediently return to your side? In such circumstances, there could be but one solution for Ah Wen's predicament. Lin Ruoxi hesitated to speak further. Shun Qingxiu promptly summoned the two to the front yard. It was then that Lin Ruoxi finally voiced her thoughts. I will return and seek help from my family. With so many of them, there must be a way. Upon hearing this, Shun Qingxiu and Xia Anren's expression shifted. But isn't your relationship with your family quite strained? They nearly expelled you from the family tree. This issue traced back to Lin Ruoxi's act of taking away the family's most crucial, life-saving medicine. Ultimately, it all stemmed from Yi Yunshin. Shun Yunshin, each of us has made tremendous sacrifices for you. How can you treat us this way now? Do you even have a conscience? Xia Anren seethed with anger. Lin Ruoxi sighed, her gaze resolute. There are no regrets in this world. For Alwyn, I am willing to lower myself and plead with them. I will kneel if necessary. For 3 years, Lin Ruoxi had scarcely contacted the Lin family, even regarding Cheng Zuin's illness. She had not sought their assistance, managing everything herself. Yet now, she found herself at a loss. Since the Lin family had not expelled her from the family tree 3 years ago, she remained a member of the family, retaining the right to seek their help. The Lin family mansion appeared grand and imposing. However, it must be noted that 3 years prior, Lin Pharmaceuticals was far more prosperous than it is now. Every household in the Lin family resided in vast estates, with various limited edition sports cars parked at their gates. Currently, there are only a few 100,000 nanny vehicles available. The root cause of this predicament lies with Lin Ruoxi, the eldest daughter of the Lin family, who possesses the highest medicinal talent. She has stolen the family's treasured heirloom and administered it to an inconsequential outsider. This act not only inflicted severe losses upon the Lin family, but, even more devastatingly, the once subservient rival pharmaceutical groups, upon learning that the Lin family had lost their ancestral elixir, united to suppress them. While it did not lead to bankruptcy, their vitality was greatly diminished, and they would never reclaim their former glory. In the conference hall of the mansion, Lin Batian, the head of the Lin family, sighed heavily, troubled by a pressing matter that had captured the attention of the entire family. Has the girl from the Su Medical Wong family responded? Lin Batian inquired. Not yet. Miss Ning has neither agreed nor refused. She has been stalling us. Lin Waning, Lin Ruoxi's cousin, replied, shaking her head. Lin Baishan's brows furrowed deeply. Just as he was about to speak, someone burst into the room, exclaiming, Master, Master, someone is kneeling at our doorstep. What? Someone is kneeling at our door? Who is it? Lin Batian and Lin Waning exclaimed in surprise. It's the eldest young lady, Lin Ruoxi. Boom! Upon hearing that name, Lin Batian sprang to his feet, his eyes filled with disbelief. In the next moment, he erupted in anger. Does she still have the audacity to return? Does she not realize who has brought such calamity upon the Lin family? And now she dares to appear before me. Indeed, kneeling at our door. Is she hoping for us to accept her back? Impossible. Lin Waning shouted in response. Every member of the Lin family harbored disdain and resentment. Let her kneel. I dare anyone to open the door. Lin Baishan's face remained cold as he turned to Lin Waning. Waning, you must visit the Su Medical Wong family again. We need a definitive answer regarding the ancient prescriptions. Are they willing to cooperate or not? Yes, grandfather. Lin Waning was about to leave when Lin Batian added. Use the back door. I do not wish for that unfilial daughter to see any member of our family. In the crowd, a middle-aged couple exchanged complex glances, hesitating to speak. Yet, the words lingered on their lips, unvoiced. Yi Yunshen arrived at the Ning family pharmacy, prepared for the day's lessons. Suddenly, someone came to report Miss. There are people here to see you. They are from the Lin family. Ning Yueqing's expression shifted. What do they want again? Yi Yunshen looked at her. Did you not convey my message to them? I mentioned that the Lin family would have a surprise, something they have long desired. Ning Yueqing chuckled. The master was preoccupied with whether to collaborate with them and forgot to mention it. Now, shall I relay it? Yi Yunshen replied, indeed. But add one more condition. Lin Ruoxi's return to the family. Understood. Ning Yueqing was delighted at the prospect of her classmate returning to the family. Soon after, Lin Waning and Ning Yueqing met. Lin Waning brought up the matter of the ancient prescriptions, seeking a definitive answer regarding their collaboration. With a cheerful smile, Ning Yueqing replied, we can collaborate, and the Lin family will soon experience a surprise that you have long wished for. Chapter 61. The Appraisal of the Dragon Blood Gemstone. Surprise? Well, my Lin family has long desired. Upon hearing these words, Lin Wanying's eyes flickered with a peculiar light. The other representatives wore expressions of bewilderment. Miss Ning was actually weaving fantasies for them. The surprise had already been unveiled. Surely, Miss Ning jested. Regaining her composure, Lin Waning forced a smile and said, we seek the ancient formula you possess. We have come with sincerity for this purpose. Spare us the surprises. Very well, I agree, Ning Yueqing replied. It was clear to her that Lin Waning was skeptical, yet she too was unaware of the nature of the surprise that Yi Yunshen had mentioned. In addition, you must agree to one condition. Allow Lin Ruoxi to return home, and you shall not harbor animosity towards her in the future. What a shocking declaration. As soon as Ning Yueqing's words left her lips, the representatives of the Lin family widened their eyes in astonishment. Lin Waning was a pariah within the family. Had she not stolen the most crucial medicinal elixir 3 years ago, the Lin family would not have faced such decline. However, Lin Waning quickly recalled Ning Yueqing's relationship with Lin Ruoxi as classmates. Reluctantly, she had no choice but to acquiesce, especially since Ning Yueqing had already consented to collaborate on the ancient formula. At the entrance of the Lin family mansion, Lin Ruoshi remained kneeling. After hours of kneeling, just as she was on the verge of losing consciousness, a voice echoed in her ears. "No need to kneel any longer. Your grandfather has accepted you." Lin Ruoshi did not raise her head to see who spoke, but the words seemed to lift a weight from her shoulders, causing all her resolve and willpower to dissipate in an instant. Her vision darkened, and she fainted. When she awoke, she found herself within the Lin household. The members of the Lin family, led by Lin Batian, wore grim expressions as they cast her scornful glances. "You truly are fortunate, Lin Ruoshi, to have such a good classmate in Miss Ning. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't care about your fate." Lin Batian scoffed heavily. "Humph. You must have sought out Miss Ning, achieving your objective. But do not rejoice too soon. I have merely allowed you to return to the Lin family. Not that we have forgiven you. You remain a traitor to the family, a wretched being." All eyes were upon her. She was forbidden from handling any family matters due to her past transgressions. The entire family treated her with the utmost suspicion, as if she were a thief. Yet, her parents, Lin Haiwen and Qi Meiqian, embraced their daughter tightly, filled with both sorrow and nostalgia. "It is good that you have returned. It is good that you have returned," they murmured. Lin Ruoshi, throughout this ordeal, had yet to grasp the situation. Had she not sought out Ninghua Qing? However, she soon ceased to dwell on this matter, for she had more pressing concerns at hand. She instructed Shun Qingxiu and Xia Anren to bring Cheng Zuan to the back courtyard of the Lin family mansion. To her astonishment, it was a series of rehabilitation clinics. Each clinic was staffed with 1 or 2 renowned physicians. This was the medical lineage of the Lin family. Even if it had diminished since its former glory 3 years prior, in the realm of medicine, it still stood as the pinnacle in Sioux City. The 3 hastily summoned the esteemed doctors from the rehabilitation clinics to examine Cheng Zuan. The outcome was most gratifying. Wonderful. The doctor stated that although Aowen's affliction cannot be resolved, there exists a means to stabilize his condition. "Ruoshi, the ability to delay Aowen's illness rests entirely upon you. You have rendered us an immense service." Shin Qingxiu expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi shook her head, replying, "This is merely my duty. I believe that any one of us would do the same." Each of the 3 golden sisters is fully aware of the sacrifices made for Cheng Zuan. This has been proven countless times in the past. In truth, I find it intolerable how Shun Yunshin, in her position of power, displays such contempt. Suddenly, Lin Ruoshi's tone shifted as she coldly declared, relying on Aowen's lack of a blood bag, "They take pleasure in humiliating us time and again, as if our demise would compel us to bow before them. I merely wish to convey that we can resolve our issues without him. In fact, it would be a struggle for him to survive without us." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 3 golden sisters turned icily resolute. They had afforded Shun Yunshin ample opportunity, which she did not cherish, repeatedly displaying disdain towards them. Now they have resolved their issues independently. Shun Yunshin's hopes have been dashed. The cooling-off period for the divorce is swiftly approaching. If Shun Yunshin possesses any wisdom, she ought to come forth and apologize to us soon. Shin Qingxiu spoke with chilling clarity, keeping track of the countdown to the divorce cooling-off period daily. Yet, the 3 golden sisters remain unaware that Lin Ruoshi's return to the Lin family is due to Yi Yunduan. "I have repaid half of the debt I owe to Lin Ruoshi," thought Yi Yunduan, gazing into the horizon with profound contemplation. "Now, I merely need to concoct the life-saving elixir for the Lin family." He dialed a phone call to Xiao Jinglan, inquiring about the progress of the medicinal materials. Although he is capable of crafting the Lin family's life-prolonging pill, the required ingredients are exceedingly rare. "Not yet, but I believe there is another matter you must heed." "Little brother." "What?" Yi Yunduan expressed a hint of surprise. "The southern region has been tumultuous of late, with numerous factions converging towards the provincial city. Significant events are likely on the horizon." Xiao Jinglan's tone was grave. "The provincial city?" Yi Yunduan was momentarily taken aback, then sensed an unusual air. He recalled that Emperor Su was indeed in the provincial city, and that Master Wu had mentioned Su's recent endeavors in Dragon Blood Gemstone appraisal. At this moment, outside a luxurious estate on the outskirts of the provincial city, representatives from various cities had gathered. Each individual possessed a formidable identity, encompassing the military, commerce, and political spheres of the province. Even Master Wu, amidst them, felt a sense of suffocation. In this vast estate, no one dared to utter a sound. All present were holding their breath, gazing intently towards the interior of the estate. The reason was simple. Each person had been invited to witness a historical moment. Though the outcome of the appraisal loomed in their minds, until the official results were announced, no one dared to jump to conclusions. The atmosphere was oppressively tense. The wait was excruciating, especially in such an environment. A single minute felt like a century. As seconds ticked by, some began to swallow nervously. Suddenly, the estate's doors creaked open. All eyes were instantly drawn to the scene. Emerging from a crowd was a refined middle-aged man, the esteemed gemstone appraiser, Zhuang Yinshan, renowned throughout the provincial capital. His eyes were famously dubbed as human identification devices, capable of discerning the authenticity of any gemstone. Master Zhuang, what is the verdict? Is it real or fake? A voice trembled from the crowd. Zhuang Yinshan remained silent, merely shaking his head with a deep sigh. The atmosphere erupted. Witnessing Zhuang's sigh, the influential figures from the entire Suhang circle were thrown into a frenzy. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the onlookers. Not a single soul dared to utter a word. Yet an unspoken terror began to spread like wildfire. Wu Sanyi stood frozen in shock, consumed by a singular thought. It was over. Suffocation. The entire assembly felt as though they were gasping for air. Everyone understood the implication of Master Zhuang's headshake. It signified that the dragon blood gem was indeed a counterfeit. It meant that the Su Emperor had been deceived, and, most ominously, it heralded an impending storm for the entire Su circle. No one could withstand the wrath of the Su Emperor, especially after he had previously spared this individual. Chapter 62. The surprise prepared by the city leader. That young man possessed an audacity beyond measure. 3 years prior, he not only dared to steal the Su Emperor's dragon blood gem, but also orchestrated a deceit so elaborate it defied belief. Did he truly fear for his life? Indeed, he accomplished what none among us would even dare to contemplate. It must be acknowledged that he is quite the character to provoke such a reaction from the Su Emperor. The eminent figures present began to murmur amongst themselves. The audacity required to astonish such a distinguished assembly was nothing short of monumental. Everyone was well aware of the events surrounding the theft of the Su Emperor's blood gem 3 years ago and how he ultimately chose to overlook the incident. However, none anticipated that the matter was far from resolved. Instead, it had brewed a tempest of even greater proportions. Being deceived is far more severe than mere theft, as it signifies a total loss of dignity and, even worse, profound humiliation. That Wu San is one of yours from Su City, isn't he? Suddenly, a voice from among the elite broke the tension, causing the gaze of the entire assembly to converge upon Wu San. Overwhelmed with fear, Wu San stood there, momentarily stunned. I remember now. He indeed hails from your city. At the time, you were his guarantor. Listening to these words, Wu San felt as if he would bleed from the shock. His expression grew increasingly fearful, his body trembling uncontrollably. A prominent figure approached him, casting a cold gaze. Wu San, prepare yourself. The person you vouch for has committed another offense, and you cannot evade responsibility. Wu San felt his life force wane under the weight of fear. I was not the only one who acted as a guarantor back then. He is merely a kingpin in the underground circle of Su City, not of significant weight. The primary guarantor is someone far more influential. Yet, the other dignitaries were uninterested in his explanations and departed one after another. Desperate, Wu San could only call Yi Yunshin. Sister Jinglan, please hold on for a moment. I need to take a call. He cut off his conversation with Xiao Jinglan. Wu San shouted anxiously, Mr. Yi, we are in serious trouble. The dragon blood gem of the Su Emperor has been identified as a fake. Not only are you in grave danger, but I am as well. What shall we do now? Master Wu is on the verge of tears. As the guarantor, he is certainly liable to face repercussions. Although it is termed accountability, with the temperament of Emperor Su, one cannot predict how he will deal with him. Moreover, I have even provided you with the Buddha's head that Emperor Su desires. Master Wu is truly terrified. Upon reflection, he has unwittingly satisfied all the conditions for his own demise set forth by Emperor Su. I had thought there was some grave matter at hand. After all, you are a clandestine sovereign. How could a mere dragon's blood gemstone instill such fear in you? Yi Yunshin scoffed disdainfully. Taken aback by this remark, Master Wu was rendered speechless. In his eyes, Yi Yunshin had indeed transformed beyond recognition, to the point where even he, Master Wu, felt compelled to submit and tremble. Yet, confronting Emperor Su is akin to striking a stone with an egg, is it not? Most believe that Emperor Su refers to the Emperor of Su City. However, they are mistaken. It actually denotes the Emperor of the entire Su region. How vast is the entirety of Su province? It encompasses no less than 20 cities. Yet only one person is revered as king. How terrifying is that? Nevertheless, Yi Yunshin remained unperturbed, saying, "Do not panic, as I have stated. I shall make you the Emperor of Su City. Simply treat this as if nothing has transpired. I shall resolve this matter personally." After ending the call, a glint of coldness flashed in Yi Yunshin's eyes as he murmured to himself, "Yi Yunza, you have sullied my name for 3 years. Now that the truth has come to light, do you believe you can remain uninvolved?" He then redialed Xiao Jinglan's number. "Sister Jinglan, I need a favor. Please investigate a person named Yi Yunza. It would be best to uncover his financial transactions over the past 3 years, as well as the places he has visited and the individuals he has interacted with." This was no challenge for Xiao Jinglan. However, she hesitated regarding Yi Yunza. "He is my brother, though we share no blood relations," Yi Yunshin replied matter-of-factly. "I see." Xiao Jinglan quickly grasped the situation. She had researched Yi Yunshin's origins and was well aware of the rumors surrounding the true and false heirs of the Yi family. A cold smile crept upon Yi Yunshin's lips. The Yi family had rapidly developed over the past 3 years, soaring ahead of other families as if propelled by a rocket. He was almost certain that the Yi family's meteoric rise was inextricably linked to the authentic dragon's blood gemstone. The news regarding the appraisal results of the dragon's blood gemstone swiftly circulated throughout the Su region, although it remained classified and was disseminated within a limited circle. Those who had been following the matter closely could still catch wind of certain rumors. The Shun family. Typically, Shin Xuechong would not return home until at least 7 in the evening due to his demanding work schedule. Yet today, he arrived home by 4 o'clock, and his hurried return astonished Kong Fengyi. "What is the matter? Why are you home so early today?" "A significant crisis has arisen. There is sudden news from Emperor Su that the dragon's blood gemstone in his possession is counterfeit." "What?" Boom. Upon hearing this news, Kong Fengyi nearly fainted. "Is Yunshin not in danger now?" She burst into tears. "What are you still dawdling for? Quickly think of a way to save Yunshin. Emperor Su will not spare him." She shouted at Shun Xuechong. "Am I not pondering how to address this?" Shun Xuechong replied, equally agitated. The news spread with startling suddenness, leaving everyone utterly unprepared. He forcibly steadied himself and suddenly had a flash of insight. Although rumors circulated within their circle that Emperor Su's dragon blood gem was a counterfeit, there was no concrete evidence implicating Yunshan. In the absence of indisputable proof, Emperor Su would likely refrain from recklessly seeking trouble with Yunshan. After all, apart from Lord Wu, another prominent figure had vouched for him back in the day. Kong Fengyi's eyes brightened. "Xuechong, are you suggesting that if Yunshan remains hidden at our residence for the time being, Emperor Su will be unable to act?" Shun Xuechong fervently nodded. "That is indeed the reasoning, but the pressing issue is that Yunshan has severed ties with us. If Emperor Su were to discover this, the consequences would be dire." A look of concern etched itself across Shun Xuechong's face. Kong Fengyi's expression shifted, and she promptly interrupted him. "Given the current situation, why are you still fretting over severed ties? Quickly call Yunshin back." Everyone understands the reasoning, yet the execution is far from simple, Shun Xuechong lamented inwardly. "I'll give a try." Sigh. After concluding his call with Xiao Jinglan, Yi Yunshin intended to return to the Jujian Hall Villa. However, after just a few steps, a business vehicle bearing municipal license plates halted before him. The door swung open, and a middle-aged man personally emerged to express his gratitude. "Mr. Yi, thank you for saving my life last time. May I have the honor of inviting you to a meal at my humble abode?" The visitor was none other than the mayor. "Mayor, you seek my assistance, don't you?" Yi Yunshin astutely remarked. Such forthrightness was shocking. Upon hearing this, not only was the mayor momentarily taken aback, but even his secretary, Xiao Ma, stared at Yi Yunshin in bewilderment. What an audacious young man, to speak so directly. Perhaps due to their familiarity with the nuances of politics, both the mayor and Secretary Xiao were accustomed to half-truths and veiled suggestions, preferring to leave matters open to interpretation. Yet, Yi Yunshin had cut straight to the mayor's true intentions, leaving him with little room for dignity. However, the mayor, after a brief surprise, burst into hearty laughter. "Indeed, nothing escapes the perceptive eyes of Mr. Yi, but I am not here to request your assistance. Rather, I have prepared a surprise for you." The mayor chuckled enigmatically. A surprise? Yi Yunxian was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, a tremendous surprise. Mr. Yi, you will undoubtedly adore it. The mayor exchanged a knowing glance, one that men readily understand. Chapter 63. Son-in-law, I have set my sights on Yi Yunxian. My daughter shall only marry him. Before long, Yi Yunxian arrived at the mayor's residence. Nestled within an ordinary residential area, it was nonetheless a place where countless elite figures aspired to gain entry. To be invited into the mayor's home was a mark of unparalleled honor. The door was opened by an exceptionally poised and capable woman, presumably the mayor's wife. Just as Yi Yunxian was about to greet her, the mayor's wife eagerly seized his hand and exclaimed with excitement, "Little Yi, my wonderful son-in-law, you have finally arrived. Come in, come in. Dinner will be ready shortly. Please have a seat for a moment." The mayor's wife warmly welcomed him into the house, creating an atmosphere as familiar as that of family. Yi Yunxian was taken aback. "Xiao Yi, good son-in-law, is this the first time meeting the mayor's wife? What's going on?" He quickly glanced at Mayor Liu. Ahem. Mayor Liu's expression changed immediately. He began to cough violently, attempting to alert his wife. However, she remained oblivious. Pouring a glass of water for Yi Yunxian before sitting beside him, her eyes sparkling with delight. "He looks quite impressive. My future grandson or granddaughter will undoubtedly be beautiful," she mused, her smile blossoming like a flower as she beamed at Yi Yunxian. She repeatedly referred to him as her good son-in-law, even fantasizing about her future grandchild. "Come here." Seeing this, the mayor hurriedly pulled him aside, lowering his voice. "Did I not tell you to be mindful of your image? How can you greet someone by calling them son-in-law right off the bat?" It was only then that the mayor's wife realized her gaffe and sheepishly replied, "I was just too excited to see my future son-in-law." It slipped out. Despite this being her first encounter with Yi Yunxian, she had been hearing about him daily and felt a sense of familiarity. After a brief pause, she continued, "Old Liu, I have made my choice regarding a son-in-law. No one else will do. I even have a red envelope ready for him." The mayor's wife produced a thick red envelope from somewhere, containing no less than several tens of thousands. The mayor's eyes nearly bulged out. Where did you get so much money? Given his position, he was particularly sensitive to financial matters. The mayor's wife replied with a huff, "Don't worry. This money is what I've saved from being frugal. It was originally meant as a dowry for Nanxing, but now it's for my future son-in-law. It's essentially the same. Xiao Yi, since it's our first meeting, I don't have much prepared, but please accept this generous red envelope," she insisted, shoving it into Yi Yunxian's hands. He was startled and quickly refused. "Annie, what are you doing? I cannot accept this money. What could possibly be wrong with it? I like you, and if I say you should take it, then you should." Yi Yunxian was taken aback by the mayor's wife's unexpected strength, as she insisted on placing the envelope into his hands. The mayor simply advised Yi Yunxian not to take offense. "Your aunt is just that kind of person, enthusiastic." With a perplexed expression, Yi Yunxian held the envelope. Was this merely enthusiasm? It was enthusiasm taken to an extreme. How could one be so familiar upon first meeting? And to give a red envelope as well? During his 3 years at the Shun family, Shun father and mother had treated him well, yet none had shown such overt warmth. Soon, the dishes were ready, and the mayor's wife brought out the steaming food. "Where's Nanxing? Still asleep? Hurry and call her down for dinner." Yi Yunxian gazed up at the stairs in a daze, realizing their daughter was at home. He instinctively recalled the weathered photograph on the admission notice. The remarkable girl who had elevated the enrollment rate of Sioux City University by 10% solely based on a single photograph. The formidable rival who even made Xiao Yunrong feel pressured. Just then, a girl descended the stairs, her eyes still heavy with sleep and her face devoid of makeup. The two individuals locked eyes, and, at that moment, the air was imbued with a profound stillness. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, Lu Nanxing, who had been enshrouded in drowsiness, was instantly awakened, her pupils dilating in astonishment. "Dad, wait for me." The words were scarcely out of her mouth when she vanished. Upon her reappearance, she seemed transformed, radiating an ethereal beauty as if she had stepped out from the pages of a comic book. However, what astonished Yi Yunxi was not merely her stunning appearance, but rather the familiarity of her visage. "Is it you?" Yi Yunxi could not suppress his exclamation, his face an embodiment of disbelief. Lu Nanxing flashed a mischievous smile. "We meet again." The girl he had encountered at the antique market was indeed Lu Nanxing, perhaps by design. She was adorned in the very attire depicted on her admission notice. Her white dress was immaculate, untouched by any blemish, and her exquisite features were flawless. Her expressive eyes sparkled with vivacity, seemingly imbued with the power of speech, casting affectionate glances toward everything around her. Her aura was unparalleled, akin to a rare flower blooming atop a lofty peak, both pure and aloof. She resembled the most distant morning star at the edge of the far north. Resplendent yet solitary, a coexistence of elegance and nobility, she embodied both grace and a hint of warmth. In that moment, the scene from the admission notice materialized vividly in Yi Yunshi's mind. A gentle breeze, the blazing sun, a century-old prestigious school, and a white-clad maiden, Lu Nanxing. This enigmatic girl, who evaded all caution like the southern celestial star, had finally appeared before him. Nanxing, sit beside Brother Yunxi. The city mayor's wife promptly pulled out a chair, positioning it adjacent to Yi Yunxi. All right. Lu Nanxing effortlessly settled beside him, a subtle, almost imperceptible smirk gracing her lips. The mayor boldly declared, "You should spend more time with your brother Yunxi. It will be beneficial for you." The couple's intentions were transparent. They wished for the two children to interact more, hoping for a spark to ignite between them. In the eyes of the mayor's wife, they could very well become one family in the future. Understood, Brother Yunxi. I will frequently seek you out for fun. Lu Nanxing's smile was sweet, yet beneath that charming facade lay the essence of a little imp. The entire family exuded warmth and enthusiasm. Yi Yunxi hesitated, caught between words. Lu Nanxing leaned closer, her bright eyes sparkling as she whispered, "You mustn't refuse. You've already turned me down twice. Will you reject me a third time?" In such proximity, Lu Nanxing appeared as delicate as a porcelain doll, causing Yi Yunshi's heart to race uncontrollably. Refused twice? Wasn't it just that one time at the antique street? Indeed, many sought introductions through the old Dragon King, and he had turned them all down. Perhaps Lu Nanxing was among them. The mayor's wife further urged, Xiao Yi, don't be shy. I am quite direct, so I shall speak plainly. Both Lao Lu and I wish to see our daughter wed to you. Once Nanxing graduates from university, they can marry, or if you can't wait, they may do so now. Thunderstruck, Yi Yunxi felt as though struck by lightning. No, this was too forthright. The mayor's wife was utterly formidable. The fact that the mayor did not intervene only confirmed his approval. What on earth is happening? Setting aside his lack of intentions to marry, it seems that both Xiao Yunrong and Lu Nanxing share a similar sentiment, considering they have only met twice. Moreover, he has been divorced, which prompts Yi Yunshan to remark, "But I'm a man who has been divorced once. And so what?" The city's first lady dismisses his concern, saying, "Little Yi, we are well aware of your past. Even if you were divorced, it was merely because that girl from the Shun family was blind. You are exceptionally caring and a commercial genius, adept in both politics and business, a true polymath. Now, with your remarkable medical skills and expertise in metaphysics, where could one possibly find a son-in-law as versatile as you? During this meal, allow me to speak candidly. I like you, and should you agree, you could instantly become a member of the Lu family. We harbor no objections. Moreover, you and the Shun girl have yet to share even a bed, so it's essentially a marriage of convenience." The city's first lady displayed unprecedented openness, continually serving Yi Yunshan food, seemingly eager for him to marry her daughter immediately. What delighted her even more was discovering that Yi Yunshan currently held an open-minded attitude towards choosing a partner. This implied that the granddaughter of the old Dragon King, Miss Xiao, had not succeeded in winning his affections. "There's still hope for our daughter," though Lu Nanxing remained silent. The upward curve of her lips and her mischievous gaze betrayed her excitement. Yi Yunshan was taken aback. Could it be that Lu Nanxing harbored feelings for him? The city's first lady even advised her daughter, "Nanxing, if you are eager to obtain a marriage certificate, the household registration book is in the second drawer of our bedroom, and it is not locked. Do not concern yourself with your father and my opinions. Simply take it and register." With that, she cast a glance at Yi Yunshan. Yi Yunshan, nearly choking on his tea, thought to himself, how direct. This is a tad frightening. The family banquet left him in a cold sweat, as the city's first couple was excessively enthusiastic. Although Lu Nanxing remained mute throughout, Yi Yunshan could clearly feel her fervent interest. "Yunshan, take this." After the meal, the city's first lady handed him a key. "Auntie, this is..." Yi Yunshan's eyes widened in astonishment. "It's the key to our home," she replied with a smile. "Take it. You are always welcome at our house, as if it were your own. Additionally, we have prepared a room for you. so feel free to stay whenever you wish. To his utter surprise, the city's first family had even arranged a room for him. The first lady excitedly guided him around her home, introducing every room. While Yi Yunshun was bewildered, he felt a warmth of gratitude. They were treating him as a genuine son-in-law. By the way, we have purchased a new house in the neighboring community. It will serve as your and Nanqing's marital residence. Come, and he will take you to see it. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunshun felt utterly overwhelmed. A marital residence already? This is beyond shocking. Just as he grappled with how to decline, he received a phone call from Shen Xuechang. Yunshun, where are you? Something serious has happened. The urgency in Shen Xuechang's voice was palpable. The appraisal results for the Dragon Bloodstone have come back. It's a counterfeit. Given the temperament of Emperor Su, he will undoubtedly not let you off easily. You must return home at once. Only the Shun family can protect you now. Chapter 64. Shun Qingxiu. Are you aware that you can endanger Yunshun? Despite understanding the difficulty of bringing Yi Yunshun back, given the severed ties and his strong sense of pride, Shen Xuechang believes that with the right persuasion, Yi Yunshun can be convinced to return. Yunshun, you currently only know that the Dragon Blood Gem is a counterfeit, yet you lack direct evidence to prove that it was you who switched it. Thus, the Shun surname still holds significance. You must promptly revert your household registration name. Shen Xuechang repeatedly emphasized the importance of returning home. At this moment, only the Shun family can ensure his safety. No need, Uncle Shun. I am in a very secure location. Yi Yunshun unexpectedly declined. He even smiled at the mayor's residence, knowing that Emperor Su cannot reach him here. Shen Xuechang was momentarily taken aback. In such critical times, where could possibly be safer than the Shun family? It was evident that he was being obstinate and unwilling to return. Yunshun, please listen to Uncle Shun. Shen Xuechang patiently attempted to continue the conversation, but Yi Yunshun hung up the phone directly. Xiao Yi, whose call was that? The mayor and his wife detected something amiss. Yi Yunshun chuckled. I might encounter some trouble during this period. Upon hearing this, the mayor and his wife were incensed. Bang! The mayor slammed his hand on the table. Who dares to commit such acts under my nose? Is there no law anymore? Who would dare to harm my esteemed son-in-law? I will be the first to oppose it. The mayor's wife brandished her keys in anger. They had come to regard Yi Yunshun as their son-in-law, and it seemed highly likely that he would indeed become one. How could they tolerate hearing that someone wished to harm Yi Yunshun? They would not allow it. Mom and Dad, I believe whoever intends to harm brother Yunshun will be in for a misfortune, Lu Nanqing remarked with a smile. Having observed Yi Yunshun's demeanor, she noted that he remained composed, without a trace of fear in his tone. After all, who would dare offend a feng shui master? Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, another visitor arrived. It was a middle-aged man clad in a suit, exuding an aura somewhat akin to that of the mayor. Uncle Zheng, what brings you here? Lu Nanqing inquired, astonished. Yi Yunshun was also acquainted with him. Vice Mayor Zheng Shiji of Su City. Yi Yunshun quickly bowed in respect, as he knew that apart from Lord Wu, another had vouched for him 3 years ago. This very Vice Mayor Zheng. In fact, it was Zheng who had been the primary reason Emperor Su had spared him, rather than Lord Wu. Zheng Shiji cast a puzzled glance at Yi Yunshun, seemingly surprised to find him there. He then turned to the mayor and asked, Are you already aware? Aware of what? The mayor had yet to recover from his earlier fury. The matter concerning the Dragon Blood Gem. Vice Mayor Zheng revealed the results of the Dragon Blood Gem appraisal. Then his gaze fell upon Yi Yunshun, his tone laden with complexity. This time, I may not be able to protect you. It would be wise to leave Su City soon. The mayor's intentions were clear. He would no longer advocate for Yi Yunshun. Such a guarantee inherently bore immense risk. Yet this time, he was contending with the tempestuous Emperor Su. The repercussions of inciting the emperor's wrath were dire. Blood could flow like rivers, and tens of thousands could fall. The latter had summoned the dignitaries from 10 cities in Su province to witness the appraisal results, serving as a warning that no one would be able to provide sanctuary this time. He had come specifically to caution the mayor against wading into these treacherous waters. I understand. The mayor inhaled deeply. Zheng Shiji, believing the mayor comprehended the gravity of the situation, nodded and continued. Old Lu should maintain his distance during this period. The emperor has declared that anyone associated with Yi Yunshun will be thoroughly investigated. Well, I shall see how he intends to investigate me. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the mayor, shaking the ears of all present. Zheng Shiji was momentarily stunned, questioning whether he had misheard. What did the mayor just say? He initially thought it was merely the emperor's influence causing turmoil in Su province. Was he truly under the impression that Su province belonged solely to him, a mere retired royal? Old Zheng, if you refuse to protect him, I shall take it upon myself. I will make it known that Su province is not his fiefdom. The mayor's rare display of anger was astonishing. Zhang Shiji stared at him in disbelief, as if witnessing a ghost. The mayor was determined to safeguard Yi Yunshan. Had he lost his senses? No, this was no simple protection. It was a blatant declaration of opposition against the emperor. Little Yi, rest assured, in this territory of Su City, my words still carry weight. Should anyone dare to lay a hand on you, I will ensure they face the consequences. The mayor exuded an air of authority. The mayor's wife further reassured. Little Yi will be fine. The emperor is merely a powerful individual. His previous dominance was due to the deference shown to him. Does he truly believe he is above the law? This statement provided Yi Yunshan with a clearer understanding of the stature of such a formidable figure. His ancestors had once basked in glory, holding sway in military, commerce, and politics, yet they had not reached the level of omnipotence. This was also why, 3 years prior, when Zheng Shiji was merely the deputy mayor, the emperor had chosen a compromise and refrained from pursuing further investigations. Wait, mayor, you're not serious. Zheng Shiji exclaimed, utterly perplexed. What's your aim? Aren't you concerned about the repercussions? The emperor's family lineage was profound, like an ancient tree with deep roots. A mere mayor couldn't withstand such power, and the Liu family could also find themselves in peril. Yet, the mayor smiled mysteriously. Old Zheng, my career will not be affected. It may even ascend as a result. This action is not solely about safeguarding my future son-in-law. It is a matter of allegiance. Even if I cannot protect him, what about the formidable old Dragon King backing him? That is a mountain capable of crushing anyone. Will one simply stand by and watch? As the formidable army approaches, Emperor Su will finally comprehend the magnitude of the existence he has provoked. Suddenly breaking his silence, Yi Yunshi declared, in truth, the Dragon Blood Gem is a counterfeit, and Su Shanghuang has merely been a pawn. The true thief of the gem remains unknown. What? The city couple was utterly astonished. Yi Yunshi proceeded to elucidate the situation. In the Shun family residence, Shun Xuechang and his wife were exasperated by their child's obstinacy. Upon learning that Yi Yunshi was unwilling to return, they were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. If necessary, I shall forcibly bring him back, Shun Xuechang insisted. However, Kong Fengyi firmly countered, to untie the bell, one must be the one who tied it. Yunshi severed ties because of Qingxiu. It is only fitting that she should be the one to bring him back. She personally made the call. Shun Qingxiu, how long will you persist in your obstinacy? Do you not realize you may be endangering Yunshi? On the other end of the line, Shun Qingxiu was momentarily struck dumb by these words. Chapter 65. He is the one being that Yi Yunshi fears most in this life. Am I truly putting Yunshi in jeopardy? Shun Qingxiu quickly regained her composure. Mother, has something happened to Shun Yunshi? Kong Fengyi immediately divulged that the Dragon Blood Gem was a forgery, conveniently omitting the details of Yi Yunshi's severed ties. After grasping the full context of the situation, Shun Qingxiu felt a tempest brewing within her. This was serious indeed. In her eyes, with Yi Yunshi adopting the Shun surname, the crisis for Su Shanghuang should have been averted. Yet, unforeseen complications arose. The Dragon Blood Gem is a fake? Was it swapped? How audacious of Shun Yunshi! 3 years prior, it was Yi Yunshi who had stolen the Dragon Blood Gem, nearly leading to Su Shanghuang's lethal wrath. Now that the gem was revealed to be a counterfeit, it could only be attributed to Yi Yunshi's machinations. Qingxiu, I beseech you, during this time, please take care of Yunshi and bring him home. We are his only hope. Kong Fengyi implored, fearing Shun Qingxiu's reluctance. Shun Xuechang's tone was unprecedentedly stern. Regardless of your relationship with Yunshi or what has transpired, he is in grave danger, and you must bring him home. Given the urgency of the situation, should Shun Qingxiu refuse, Shun Xuechang's wrath would surely follow. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Qingxiu ultimately acquiesced. Understood, father, mother. She sensed her parents' tension and seriousness, fully aware of the severity of Yi Yunshi's predicament. Yet, once she hung up the phone, she couldn't help but break into laughter, her demeanor transforming entirely from her usual aloofness. What has you so amused, Qingxiu? Lin Ruoshi and Xia Enren approached, their faces filled with curiosity. Yunshi is in quite the predicament. My parents just informed me that the dragon blood gem in Su Shanghuang's possession has been confirmed as a fake. What? A counterfeit? Then Shen Yunxi is in serious trouble. Su Shanghuang will surely hold him accountable. Not only were Lin Ruoxi and Xia Anren shocked, but Cheng Zuan, who was eavesdropping from the next room, wore an expression of disbelief. Yet, if Shen Yunxi is in danger, why is Qingqiu not concerned? How could she still be laughing? Xia Anren, filled with confusion, instinctively felt a tightening in her heart upon hearing the news. Lin Ruoxi also exhibited signs of anxiety. The dragon blood gem was a counterfeit, and it was inevitable that Emperor Su would trace it back to Shen Yunxin. This time, no one would dare to intervene. There would be no repeat of the situation from 3 years ago, where someone lent their support. Shen Yunxin was doomed. Shen Qingqiu, pursing her lips, let out a cold laugh. My mother mentioned that the Su Emperor has only identified the dragon blood gem as a forgery, without absolute evidence linking it directly to Shen Yunxin. Therefore, in the short term, they will not take action. Thus, the Shen family can still preserve his life. Consequently, Shen Yunxin will not dare to sever ties with the Shen family, nor will he have the audacity to seek a divorce from me. Understanding dawned upon them after Shen Qingqiu's analysis. His fate now rested entirely in Qingqiu's hands. He had no choice but to comply. Previously, he had been so arrogant, planning to confront them head-on. In the blink of an eye, he now needed their protection. Reflecting on the events involving Yi Yunxin during this period, excitement gleamed in their eyes. Cheng Zuan also exhibited a sinister smile. The situation had reversed. They had weathered the storm. Now, it was Yi Yunxin who needed to seek their favor. To survive, he must align himself with the Shen family. A divorce would mean facing the repercussions from the Su Emperor. One must truly recognize oneself and understand their own worth. Do not sacrifice your life for a fleeting moment of glory. Shen Qingqiu wore an expression of certainty that Yi Yunxin would yield and admit his mistakes. He ought to be wise and come forth to seek their pardon, seeking their protection. Now, they wouldn't even have to seek him out to provide blood for awing. He would voluntarily offer it, even eager to do so. The three of them, Shen Qingqiu included, laughed heartily. The divorce-esque cooling-off period posed no threat to him. But what about the Su Emperor? Is he afraid? Ha. Speaking of which, I have heard a rumor over the past 2 years that the true thief of the dragon blood gem 3 years ago was not Shen Yunxin, but the true heir of the Yi family, Yi Yunza. Yi Yunza? As Shen Qingqiu unveiled this secret, Lin Ruoxi and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. Cheng Zuan also perked up to listen. In essence, Shen Yunxin had not lied. It was indeed Yi Yunza who framed him. This fact was apparent to everyone in the Yi family, yet they still chose to defend Yi Yunza, collectively cementing the accusation against Shen Yunxin for stealing the dragon blood gem from the Su Emperor. Upon hearing this revelation, Lin Ruoxi and Xia Anren's faces paled. They recalled that Shen Yunxin had indeed mentioned this matter before. However, no one believed him and instead rebuked him loudly. If true, to be betrayed by one's closest kin and have no one believe in oneself, how utterly despairing that must be. Shen Qingqiu continued. If it were indeed the true heir of the Yi family who committed the act, then the dragon blood gem being a forgery is also part of Yi Yunza's scheme. The genuine one must be in his possession. Gasp! Shen Qingqiu's words were nothing short of shocking. Upon hearing this, including Cheng Zuan, everyone's minds felt as if they had exploded. This hypothesis was terrifying. It entirely overturned everything that had transpired. Shen Yunxin was merely a scapegoat for the true heir of the Yi family. Yet within this circle, who truly cares for the truth? People only acknowledge the truths they deem acceptable. Shen Qingqiu swiftly shifted the conversation. The Su circle believes that Shen Yunxin stole the dragon blood gem and was subsequently cast out of the Yi family like a stray dog. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoxi and Xia Anren were taken aback, then chuckled. Indeed, 3 years ago, it was already established that Shen Yunxin was the thief of the dragon blood gem, and there is no possibility for a reversal of that verdict. This illustrates the darker side of this circle. People only recognize the truths they choose to embrace. This is a universal order that everyone must adhere to. For instance, the dragon blood gem of Emperor Su is a counterfeit, and Shen Yunxin is under immense suspicion. It is almost a foregone conclusion that Emperor Su will take action against him. Those who attempt to intervene, even if they proclaim the truth, will be seen as transgressors of the established rules, facing hostility from all sides. Shun Qingxiu and the others believed that Yi Yunshun would inevitably feel compelled to apologize to them. After all, he was Emperor Su, the most feared entity in Yi Yunshun's life, akin to the King of Hell. However, the reality was that Yi Yunshun remained unfazed, treating the matter with indifference. He had already entrusted Xiao Jinglan with the investigation. The task at hand was challenging, yet it posed no difficulty for Xiao Jinglan. Results should be forthcoming soon, right? Yi Yunza, your days of fortune are numbered. He now possessed the capability to overturn the situation. The Yi family's Eisenberg Manor, one of the most opulent estates in Sioux City. The Yi family's rapid development over the past 3 years had been remarkable. 3 years ago, they were merely a third-rate family in Sioux City, yet now they stood at the pinnacle. Their speed of advancement left other families in the dust. The specifics of this transformation remained a mystery. Inside the manor, a young man clad in a tailored suit was leisurely savoring tea, basking in tranquility. His gold-adorned secretary could not help but exclaim, "Young Master Yi, the current stature of the Yi family owes much to your efforts. One might even say that all the glory has been crafted by your own hands. You have single-handedly elevated the once ordinary Yi family to a prestigious lineage." Aware that such flattery was intentional, Yi Yunza nonetheless felt a surge of satisfaction. It is not solely my merit. My brother's contributions are indispensable. Without his efforts, the Yi family's prosperity would not exist. Yi Yunza's smile turned cold. The dragon blood gem had forged the current brilliance of the Yi clan. Yet the blame lay squarely on Shun Yunshin's shoulders. Eldest young master, trouble is brewing. At that moment, someone burst in, flustered and panicked. What is the matter? Why this commotion? Yi Yunza barked, incredulous. The Yi family was flourishing, with assets exceeding billions. What could possibly be amiss? News from the provincial capital indicates that Emperor Su has discovered his dragon blood gem is a counterfeit. With a crash, Yi Yunza's teacup shattered in his grasp, fragments scattering. What did you say? Repeat that. He questioned, suspecting he was hallucinating, demanding clarification. Emperor Su had someone authenticate his dragon blood gem, and the result confirmed it was a fake. Now all of Su province is aware of this. Boom! Upon receiving this news, Yi Yunza's mind went blank. Chapter 66. Let Yi Yunshin continue to bear the blame. His greatest fear was that the truth about the dragon blood gem being a counterfeit would be uncovered. The rise of the Yi family was solely due to his past deception, where he had skillfully forged replicas to masquerade as genuine treasures. The authentic gem had long been auctioned off overseas. How could the Yi family have ascended so rapidly in the past 3 years? It was all thanks to the exorbitant prices fetched at auctions. If the truth about the dragon blood gem's authenticity were to be revealed, everything the Yi family possessed would dissolve into nothingness. Moreover, the scheme he orchestrated against Yi Yunshin 3 years prior could also come to light, leading to a true catastrophe. Steady yourself. I will devise a plan. Mother and father, please return quickly. We are in grave trouble. Yi Yunza forced himself to regain his composure and called upon his parents, Yi Ziyuan and Rin Jin, to discuss strategies. What? Su Shanghuang has discovered that the blood gem is a fake? How could this happen? Yunza, did you not assure us that it would never be discovered? Upon hearing this news, both Yi Ziyuan and Rin Jin were thrown into a state of panic. The substitute he had used back then was crafted from the finest materials and workmanship. Even the most esteemed gemologist would struggle to discern its authenticity in a short span of time. This was precisely why the entire Yi family had guarded this secret so fervently. It was their greatest fear, yet they had also been lulled into a false sense of security. And now, the truth had been exposed. Father, mother, Su Shanghuang has already learned that the dragon blood gem is a fake. It is only a matter of time before a thorough investigation leads back to our family. Yi Yunza, who had propelled the Yi family to its current stature, undoubtedly possessed a measure of capability. Besides his astute analysis of circumstances, he remained ever vigilant against potential threats. Whenever a hint of trouble arose, he would prepare for the worst. Clearly, this was the direst outcome concerning the dragon blood gem. Yi Yunza's voice trembled as he dialed a number, nearly breaking into tears. Eldest sister, it's bad. Second sister, it's terrible. Third sister. It turned out that Yi Yunshin had 3 elder sisters, Yi Zian, Yi Zifei, and Yi Zimei. They were undoubtedly the jewels of the Yi family, exceptionally adept. They had previously managed several of the family's enterprises. They had treated Yi Yunshin well in the past, imparting to her the business acumen that had allowed her to surpass them. However, following the revelation of Yi Yunza, as the true heir. And after his repeated machinations against Yi Yunshun, their demeanor towards her had undergone a dramatic shift. Their prior affection had turned into disdain. Soon, the three sisters arrived. All three were strikingly beautiful, and as triplets, their appearances, figures, and demeanors were nearly indistinguishable. Eldest sister, second sister, third sister. Upon seeing them, Yi Yunza rushed forward to embrace them. In public, he was the suave gentleman in a suit, captivating countless young women. Yet before his three sisters, he was but a naive brother in need of their affection. Yunza, do not worry. We will help you devise a plan, the three sisters said with affectionate smiles. Stroking his head, after offering their comfort, the Yi family convened to discuss serious matters. On the road, we devised a strategy. Yi Zian chuckled. The discovery by Emperor Su that the Dragon Blood Gem is a counterfeit is indeed a fatal blow to our Yi family. It could lead to our utter ruin. However, if we consider it from another perspective, perhaps things have not yet reached such dire straits. Yi Yunza's eyes sparkled as he seemed to have an epiphany. Sister, do you mean Yi Yinshin? The second sister, Yi Zifei, uttered that name. 3 years ago, when the Dragon Blood Gem was stolen, Yi Yunshun was the scapegoat. This time, Emperor Su will undoubtedly target Yi Yunshun first, and then turn to our Yi family. If Yi Yunshun can resolve the issue on his end, our family will be in the clear. It's as if we are perpetuating the mistake, allowing Yi Yunshun to bear the blame once more, repeating the events of 3 years ago. After all, he was the thief who was thrust into the limelight back then. Haha, Zian, Zifei, you are truly brilliant. How did I not think of that little wildling? Yi Yinshin, Yi Ziyuan, and Renjin could not help but burst into laughter. Yet, how shall we implement this plan? Renjin inquired. It's quite simple. Yunza, you must first obliterate all evidence from the auction 3 years ago, such as financial records, contacts, and so forth. We will intentionally leak some information suggesting that Yi Yunshin swapped Emperor Su's Dragon Blood Gem and even fabricate evidence that the gem was in Yi Yunshin's possession. The rest will unfold naturally. We shall wait for Emperor Su to seek out Yi Yunshin himself. The speaker was the third sister, Yi Zimei. The three sisters, the prize jewels of the Yi family, effortlessly redirected the blame onto Yi Yunshin with just a few words. Destroying evidence, spreading rumors, fabricating proof. This entire process was exceedingly simple for the Yi family. Through such methods, Yi Zian and her sisters had unknowingly dealt demise to countless business rivals. Yi Ziyun felt an overwhelming sense of relief, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Yi Yinshin had to bear the brunt of the blame once 3 years ago, and now he must do so again. Yet this time, no one would be able to save him. However, he feigned concern, saying, eldest sister, second sister, third sister, it may not be appropriate for us to let him continue to take the fall, especially since he is no longer part of our Yi family. Before the three sisters could respond, Renjin interjected, what is inappropriate about it? Though he is no longer with us, what the kindness we have shown him. Have we raised him for all these years in vain? Indeed, he owes us this much. They echoed, the debt of nurturing surpasses all. He may not share our bloodline. Yet we have raised him for over a decade, and he must repay us. Yi Ziyuan sneered repeatedly. What does it matter if Yunza asks him to take the blame once? To be frank, as long as we desire it, we can make him take the fall for anything, and his refusal would be an act of ingratitude. Yi Zian frowned slightly. Father, let us refrain from discussing an outsider. To be blunt, regardless of how well he treats you, it is inevitable that he may harbor ulterior motives in the future. Those not of our kin will surely have different intentions. Indeed, with every cause comes an effect. We, the Yi family, have raised Yi Yunshin for over a decade. Now that we are in trouble, he must bear the weight of it all. This is surely the will of heaven. Yi Zifei and Yi Zimei chimed in unison. Thus, the crisis of the Yi family was resolved. At the very least, this is the belief held by the Yi family. Once the plan was devised, they sprang into action without delay. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Jing's efficiency was remarkable, and soon enough, news arrived. Indeed, little brother, you were correct. This Yi Yunja is certainly embroiled in issues. She promptly sent the intelligence over. To Yi Yunsin's astonishment, there was not only the financial flow from the past 3 years, but also additional evidence. For instance, a list of sold items and even video footage from the auction site. Yi Yunja would never have anticipated that these were the very pieces of evidence he desperately sought to destroy, only to be uncovered entirely by Xiao Jinglan. Now, all of it lay firmly in Yi Yunsin's hands. Upon witnessing Yi Yunja's distinct figure and visage in the video, Yi Yun-sun could not help but chuckle. Yi Yunja, let us see how you intend to evade this time. The accounts from 3 years ago shall be settled together. A chilling glint flashed in Yi Yun-sun's eyes. Just then, as he perused the evidence, the phone rang unexpectedly. It was an unfamiliar number. Yi Yun-sun answered. Hello, who is this? Brother Yun-sun, it's me, I've come to find you. A sweet voice rang out from the other end. Who? Yi Yun-sun's expression instantly changed. It's me, Lu Nanxing. Boom. Yi Yun-sun felt as though his head might explode. It was actually Lu Nanxing. As he instinctively reached to hang up, Lu Nanxing exclaimed, Don't hang up on me. I'm about to arrive at Jujiantang. With that startling declaration, Yi Yun-sun's face twitched. This little girl was truly relentless. She had even discovered where he lived. And what was that she said? She was almost there. Boom. Chapter 67. The Master and Junior Master are both unparalleled beauties. Wait, what are you coming here for? Yi Yun-sun felt overwhelmed. The mayor's family was exceedingly enthusiastic. And even if they explicitly stated their desire for him to become the mayor's son-in-law, it somehow didn't evoke disdain. He could only avoid them. Yet, he never anticipated that Lu Nanxing would directly come to his home. I'm back from school for the weekend, on vacation, Lu Nanxing declared nonchalantly. I heard from my dad that you live in Jujiantang. How impressive. It's a renowned scenic area in Sioux City, and I've always wanted to visit. I'll be there soon, so wait for me, Brother Yun-sun. Upon hearing that Lu Nanxing was nearly there, Yi Yun-sun's expression drastically shifted. Without further examination of Yi Yunja's evidence, he hurriedly dashed out of the villa. A vacation meant she would be staying here, didn't he? At that moment, the mayor's vehicle had already parked at the entrance of the villa area. Wow, is this the Jujiantang villa? The scenery is magnificent. As soon as she alighted, Lu Nanxing marveled at the surrounding landscape. Of course, it wasn't merely the scenery that captivated her. It was the people, even more so. The mayor behind her wore a worried expression. Dear, do you think our sudden visit might be inappropriate? However, the mayor's wife replied, What's inappropriate about it? What do you know? This is called having the advantage of proximity. Our daughter is indeed beautiful, but compared to the granddaughter of the old Dragon King, she possesses no advantage whatsoever. If we don't strive harder, we shall lose. This is competition. Do you understand? Second place is merely the first loser. The mayor's wife spoke with fervor, her words flowing like a torrent. However, the mayor found her comments rather offensive. The troubling part was that not only did his wife create a scene, but their daughter also fully cooperated throughout. He was acutely aware of his daughter's elevated standards. How could she possibly succumb to someone like Xiao Yi? It left him questioning whether she had been possessed. There was no room for hesitation. After all, Xiao Yi would inevitably become the son-in-law of the Lu family. It would be better for them to establish a rapport sooner rather than later. Nanxing, be astute and seize the opportunity before you. Unlike your father, the mayor's wife earnestly admonished Lu Nanxing. Lu Nanxing nodded earnestly. I understand, Mom. I will not disappoint your expectations and will strive to win over Brother Yunxin as soon as possible. Just then, Yi Yun-shun, who had arrived at that moment, overheard her remark, and his face paled, particularly when he saw Lu Nanxing approaching with numerous bags in tow, making her way to his home. He quickly called out, Lu Nanxing, Brother Yunxin. Upon turning to see Yun-shun, Lu Nanxing dashed over, reaching out for a hug, only to be deftly evaded by him. Brother Yunxin, you are so considerate. You knew I was coming and waited at the door, she smiled. Yi Yunxin thought to himself that he was not waiting for her, but rather trying to prevent her from coming. What do you need all those bags for? He inquired, eyeing the multitude of luggage behind her. With a bright smile, Lu Nanxing replied, Of course it's for my stay. I'll be on vacation for 3 days, so I have quite a few changes of clothes. These bags are incredibly heavy. Could you please help me carry them? After entrusting her luggage to Yi Yunxin, she sauntered past him with her long, fair legs on display, leaving him with no chance to stop her. The Jujin Villa area was a labyrinth of pathways, and first-time visitors would undoubtedly get lost. Yet, Lu Nanxing effortlessly navigated her way to Villa Number 1, which surprised Yi Yunxin. He hurried to catch up, intending to intervene, but heard Lu Nanxing say, As a reward for helping me with my luggage, you can choose what I wear next. Once inside the villa, Lu Nanxing's curiosity was piqued by everything around her. Ultimately, she selected a room close to Yi Yunxin's master bedroom and began to make the bed. She opened her 2 large suitcases filled with outfits, causing Yi Yunxin to quickly avert his gaze, only to catch a glimpse of alluring lingerie in another suitcase. Lu Nanxing then pulled out various styles of clothing and said, "Brother Yinshin, you choose. Why are you doing this?" Yi Yinshin was left speechless by the provocative scene before him. "Wasn't this a reward for letting you choose your outfit?" Lu Nanxing responded, her cheerfulness evident. Yi Yinshin, feeling as though he had been shocked, instinctively moved away, exclaiming, "Lu Nanxing, quickly put those clothes away and leave." Yet, she shook her head defiantly. "I want to leave. This room is closer to you, Brother Yinshin, so I'll be staying here." With that declaration, Yi Yinshin's expression changed drastically. If Xiao Yunrong were to find out, there would be chaos. "No, you cannot stay here," he insisted. "I'll arrange a hotel room for you outside. You can stay there." However, Lu Nanxing's stance was unexpectedly resolute. "No, I want to live closer to Brother Yinshin. If you won't allow me to stay, I will go outside and proclaim that I am your wife." A mischievous glint flickered across Lu Nanxing's face as she flopped onto the bed, her long, fair legs playfully swaying. Yi Yinshin understood that she was indeed capable of such antics. Though she appeared sweet and gentle, she was in truth a little devil. He had realized this during the first banquet in the city. With no other recourse, Yi Yinshin conceded to her request. "Brother Yinshin, I knew you would be the best, and let me stay." Lu Nanxing wiggled her legs, her smile as sweet as honey. It was only at this moment that Yi Yinshin comprehended that the girl's intentions had all been a ruse. Her true aim was to remain in this villa. By the time he grasped the situation, it was too late. He had already acquiesced to the young lady. Truly, the daughter of the city's elite was exceptionally cunning. At that moment, a voice from outside the villa called out, "Master, I have arrived." It was Ning Yueqing, arriving as usual for her studies. However, upon pushing open the door, she was taken aback. The villa now boasted another stunning beauty, one whose allure rivaled that of Miss Xiao. "Master is truly remarkable." Noticing Ning Yueqing's unabashed scrutiny of Lu Nanxing, Yi Yinshin felt compelled to explain, "Little Ning, she is another masteress wife? A little mistress?" Ning Yueqing interjected eagerly before Yi Yinshin could finish the introduction. Upon hearing this title, both Lu Nanxing and Xiao Yunrong reacted with surprise, followed by expressions of sheer joy. "Did you call me what?" Yi Yinshin immediately admonished, "Do not speak carelessly. One misunderstanding is already enough. Now you are assuming the identity of my girlfriend. Let us not create another misunderstanding. How is it speaking carelessly? She has already been brought home." Ning Yueqing laughed. "But master, your taste is impeccable. Only the most exquisite beauties can capture your attention." She gave a thumbs up, secretly comparing Lu Nanxing to Lin Ruoxi, who seemed quite lacking in comparison. Lu Nanxing beamed even more brightly. "I've grown weary of ordinary compliments. This is the first time I have heard such a praise. Sister, do you truly think I am beautiful?" "Of course, not merely a beauty of the world. You are akin to a celestial maiden descended to earth. You look somewhat familiar. You are that person, aren't you?" Ning Yueqing's tone became animated as she focused her gaze on Lu Nanxing. Lu Nanxing responded with enthusiasm, signaling with her eyes. Su University, she whispered. "I remember now. The most beautiful campus flower. You are the one who received the admission letter from Su University, right?" Ning Yueqing exclaimed. "Yes, that's me," Lu Nanxing replied, her face alight with excitement. Before Yi Yinshin could interject, Ning Yueqing praised, "Master, your discernment is truly commendable. The little mistress is indeed a rare gem, a stunning beauty. Then I shall call you little mistress from now on," Ning Yueqing declared, relishing the title. Much to Lu Nanxing's delight, in a surprising turn of events, the two young women embraced each other, leaving Yi Yinshin utterly bewildered. Previously, Xiao Yunrong and Ning Yueqing had shared a similar camaraderie. How was it that this was now occurring again? Ning Yueqing's thoughts were straightforward. She aimed to foster good relations with all the masteress wives, hoping to form a sisterly bond. In doing so, even if Yi Yinshin did not acknowledge her as a student, he would have no choice but to recognize her. It is evident that both Xiao Yunrong and Lu Nanxing find great utility in Ning Yueqing's strategies. After hearing the repeated address of Little Master Mother, Lu Nanxing basked in the attention, already envisioning himself as the master of the villa. However, at that moment, Ning Yueqing stealthily summoned Yi Yinshin aside, saying, "By the way, Master, I just spotted the great Master Mother on my way here." "What?" The words struck like thunder, and Yi Yinshin's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. Xiao Yunrong was returning? Wouldn't that lead to a confrontation? Particularly since Xiao Yunrong regarded Lu Nanxing as a rival. A collision of celestial bodies, indeed. With Lu Nanxing now residing in the villa, Yi Yunshin had been devising ways to ensure Xiao Yunrong vacated the premises, ideally departing not just from Su City, but from Su Province altogether. After all, Xiao Yunrong was living here every day. This was still her home. To his dismay, she was arriving sooner than anticipated. I must intervene. Our master is truly busy. Watching Yi Yunshin's retreating figure, Ning Yueqing couldn't help but sigh. To be pursued by two extraordinary beauties must surely be the dream of every man. She instinctively thought of her former classmate, Lin Ruoxi. Technically, she too should refer to Lin Ruoxi as Master Mother. Yet, at this juncture, the trio of golden daughters remained blissfully unaware that their master had already departed, still naively awaiting an apology from him. At Villa Number 9, ever since discovering that the Dragon Blood Gem was a counterfeit, Shun Qingxiu and her companions were in high spirits, as if all past grievances regarding Yi Yunshin had been resolved. They were convinced that Yi Yunshin would certainly return to admit his faults, unless he had a death wish. Qingxiu look. ISNT, that Shen Yunshin. Chapter 68. Yi Yunshin. Do you still wish to share our affection for Awing? While watering the flowers in the courtyard, Xia Anren immediately spotted Yi Yunshin standing at the entrance of the Nine Rooms Hall. Indeed, Shun Qingxiu, Xia Anren, and even Cheng Zuan turned their gazes towards the sound. Yi Yunshin truly stood at the door of the Nine Rooms Hall, pacing back and forth, furrowing his brows in distress, beads of cold sweat threatening to break forth. It seemed he was grappling with a significant decision. Had he come to admit his mistakes so soon? I had thought it would take several more days. In the next moment, the trio of golden daughters erupted in laughter. To them, Yi Yunshin's appearance at the Nine Rooms Hall at this hour could signify nothing but a plea for refuge. Clearly, he had learned that the blood gem of the Su sovereign was a sham. Yet, Cheng Zuan scrutinized Yi Yunshin's figure and pondered. Why isn't brother Yunshin coming over? Yi Yunshin stood at the entrance of the Nine Rooms Hall, looking around, as if waiting for someone. But the moment they caught sight of the anxious expression on Yi Yunshin's face, the golden daughters understood. He was indeed grappling with an internal conflict, wishing to apologize to them, but unable to lower his pride, entangled in a state of indecision. After all, in their previous encounters, he had exhibited nothing but rebellion and resistance. When Awing was gravely ill and in need of a blood transfusion, he had not extended a helping hand. Now, with the situation becoming urgent, did he seek their assistance? Such good fortune is rare in this world. He is well aware of this reasoning. Yet it seems quite difficult for him to lower his pride. Look at his anxious demeanor. He must be afraid that we would disregard him and is hesitant to approach. Xia Anren could not help but let out a cold snort. Had she foreseen this day? He should never have made their relationship so strained. If only he had taken the opportunity to reconcile, to admit his faults and acknowledge his mistakes. They would not have turned their backs on him, as Lin Ruoxi observed. Shen Qingxiu's face bore a hint of coldness. Adults must take responsibility for their words and actions. Since he has made the decision to leave us, he should not seek us out when trouble arises. Yet, the three young ladies were eagerly awaiting Yi Yunshin's approach. Despite his current hesitation, it was inevitable that he would eventually come to them. The formidable influence of Su Shanghuang had dismantled all the advantages Yi Yunshin had previously established with the trio. Where is he? Why has he not arrived yet? Minutes passed, and Yi Yunshin continued to pace, showing no intention of heading to Villa Number 9. Little did the three young ladies know that his urgency stemmed from devising a way to delay Xiao Yunrong, entirely unrelated to them. He would not seek them out. As more time elapsed without any sign of Yi Yunshin at Villa Number 9, they grew increasingly impatient. How long must he prolong this? Is his pride truly that significant? The three young ladies, having observed his every expression, could not help but express their frustration. They ceased all other activities and fixated on Yi Yunshin, eager to witness when he would finally complete his mental preparations to apologize. This moment had been long anticipated since the day he had left the hospital without permission. They had yearned to see him kneel before them in contrition. At last, this moment seemed to be within reach. Yet 1 minute passed. 5 minutes went by. 10 minutes elapsed, and still, Yi Yunshin did not come forth to apologize. Shen Qingxiu's expression darkened with each passing moment. Why was he delaying? Was it truly such a difficult choice? Xia Anren could hardly contain her impatience. Faced with life and death, there are no trivial matters. Shen Yunshin should understand this better than anyone. Anren, perhaps we should grant him a bit more time. He must be feeling immense guilt and regret, and is likely terrified. He simply does not know how to confront us, Chang Zuan suggested. I owe my life to the blood he once provided. Now that he is in trouble, I believe we should not press him too hard. Upon hearing this, Shun Qingxiu and the others burst into laughter. On, you are too kind. Rest assured, we will not make things overly difficult for him. As long as he sincerely seeks forgiveness and promises never to err again, we shall forgive him. However, after having defied them numerous times and even contemplating a divorce from Shun Qingxiu, a certain degree of retribution was essential. Moreover, they needed to see genuine remorse. Only by meeting these criteria would they consider sparing Yi Yunshan's life. Unbeknownst to them, all of this was merely coincidental. The three young ladies had misunderstood the situation. After waiting a while longer, having failed to devise a way to intervene, Yi Yunshan began to feel a sense of urgency. Until the matter between the two women was resolved, he could not even focus on his own cultivation. Look, Shun Yunshan must be on the verge of desperation by now. It seems he is prepared for the worst. His hesitation is nearly at an end. What is there to ponder? In the face of death, dignity and pride are utterly trivial. At this moment, the three young ladies were expressions of eager anticipation and excitement, tinged with a hint of confusion. Yi Yunshan should promptly apologize before them, rather than wallow in hesitation and self-doubt. After all, with the Emperor Su threatening his very life, how could he still be concerned about his pride? Shun Qingxiu could not help but shake her head. A man too consumed by his own self-respect can never achieve greatness. Being overly concerned with appearances and swayed by dignity can lead one down a path contrary to success. If he could not bear to part from them, he should never have feigned indifference or boasted of his strength. Returning now to seek their protection would only incite their disdain and contempt. And he still dares to think of sharing the love of On among the three of us? Spare me. Shun Yunshan will never be worthy of comparison with On. I can no longer wait. Seeing Yi Yunshan remain merely anxious without taking action, Xia Anren could hardly contain herself. Furiously, she strode over. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, Yi Yunshan assumed it was Xiao Yunrong returning. However, when he turned, he found it was Xia Anren. Yi Yunshan, are you truly so spineless that admitting fault to us is insurmountable? Pride? Your life is at stake, and you still cling to your pride. Shun Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi approached with equally stern expressions. Yi Yunshan furrowed his brows. What are you talking about? Who is admitting fault to you? Shun Qingxiu was nearly laughing in disbelief. Was he still pretending? You know better than anyone what we are discussing, don't you? She said coldly. Yi Yunshan, could you not be so hypocritical? You are standing right here. Does that not indicate the issue? Huh? Yi Yunshan was momentarily taken aback. I'm living here. What problem is there with that? Lin Ruoxi's smile was icy. So, when we uncover the truth, you refuse to acknowledge it? Should I remind you? The dragon blood gem, identified by Emperor Su, was revealed to be a counterfeit. At this revelation, Yi Yunshan finally comprehended why the three young ladies exhibited such peculiar attitudes. It was indeed the matter of the dragon blood gem. Did he still believe he deserved their protection as he did 3 years ago? Did he think that his indecision was an appeal for their forgiveness to continue receiving their safeguarding? Yi Yunshan, stop pretending. Don't think we are unaware. You fear Emperor Su will hold you accountable, which is why you've come seeking our protection, for we are your only hope now. Yet, now that you are here, abandon all notions of pride. Do you think you still possess any dignity in our presence? Your life is paramount. As long as you obediently comply, we shall not abandon you. The three young ladies declared in unison. Yi Yunshan gazed at them with a frigid stare. These three women are delusional. He was already detached from them, yet they still believed he would grovel for forgiveness? Why do they assume he is indispensable to them? Even if he were to apologize, could the Shun family truly ensure his safety? Do they think the situation remains unchanged from 3 years ago? Time moves on, and people inevitably change. Shun Qingxiu is no longer the person she was 3 years ago, and I am certainly not the Yi Yunshan of 3 years past. Begone. Do not hinder me and my companions. Yi Yunshan's voice resonated like thunder, cold and commanding. This declaration struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving all present in stunned silence. The 3,000 noble ladies gazed at Yi Yunshan in shock. Did Shun Yunshan truly dare to dismiss them? Was this a display of contrition? Did he not desire their protection? Was he not afraid for his life? You audacious fool! How dare you command us to leave? The young ladies were incensed, taken aback by his audacity. Not only did he refuse to admit his faults, but he also had the gall to order them away. They were, after all, his only safeguard at this moment. Unbelievable. Alien. In that instant, Shun Qingxiu and her companions felt an overwhelming sense of estrangement from Yi Yunshan. Was this truly the Yi Yunshan they knew? Are you all deaf? I said to get lost and stop bothering me. Yi Yunshan raised his voice sharply, his impatience palpable. How tiresome it was to encounter these three. Their relevance had long since faded, yet they insisted on buzzing about like persistent flies. He had more pressing matters at hand, needing to devise a plan to intercept Xiao Yunrong without time to engage with the 3,000 ladies. Yi Yunshan disregarded them entirely, his gaze searching the distance for Xiao Yunrong. Yet Shun Qingxiu and her companions stood there in shock. The disdain in Yi Yunshan's eyes was genuine, indicating a profound aversion towards them. In that moment, clarity dawned upon them. The only explanation was that Yi Yunshan's pride was excessively strong, too concerned with appearances. He had come seeking refuge and to apologize, but upon having his true feelings laid bare, he was left humiliated and enraged, ultimately harboring animosity towards them. Suddenly, Shun Qingxiu felt a pang of pity for Yi Yunshan. Was he truly willing to forsake his very life for the sake of pride? Brother, please cease this folly and return. The safest place for you is within the confines of the Qingxiu residence. Can we not live as we once did? The five of us? Sheng Zuan interjected, feigning concern. Upon returning, Yi Yunshan would be nothing more than a mobile blood bank for him, with no other prospects. Who would wish to live among your four? Do you even deserve it? And do you truly believe you have a say in this matter? Unexpectedly, Yi Yunshan erupted in a tirade. Shang Zuan was momentarily rendered speechless, while the 3,000 ladies stared at Yi Yunshan as if he were a specter. To completely extricate himself from their grasp, Yi Yunshan extended 3 fingers. First, I did not come seeking you. Please do not flatter yourselves. In 12 days, the cooling-off period for the divorce will conclude, and at that time, Shun Qingxiu, we shall be formally divorced. A mere few days make no difference. Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment, particularly Shun Qingxiu, whose expression darkened. Did he truly believe their interest was due to the divorce cooling-off period? Should it not have been a threat posed by Su Shanghuang? Yi Yunshan, you have truly lost your mind. Yet Yi Yunshan paid no heed, continuing, second, I am no longer afraid of Su Shanghuang, nor do I require your protection. I shall reveal the truth of the dragon blood gem to the world. So be swift in your departure. Yi Yunshan anxiously glanced at the time. If they did not leave soon, Xiao Yunrong would return. The 3 young ladies bore expressions of incredulity upon their faces, their minds consumed with a singular thought. Insanity. Yi Yunshan must surely be mad. The Emperor Su was the very person he feared most. As the 3 young ladies remained frozen in disbelief, Yi Yunshan's impatience grew palpable. This is the 3rd and final time I shall say it. I am living quite well now. Since parting from you, I have established a new life. I kindly ask that you refrain from appearing before me like an annoying, pestilent ointment. It spoils my mood. The 3 young ladies felt as though they might bleed from their mouths. What a surprise. Completely unexpected. They had anticipated Yi Yunshan would kneel in apology, begging for their protection. Instead, he told them to leave? How could they possibly believe it? Each statement he made grew more absurd than the last. What on earth had come over Shun Yunshan today? In the past, he would never have uttered a word of defiance, no matter how harshly he was reprimanded. What had caused this sudden departure from his usual demeanor? Shun Yunshan, have you thought this through? The Emperor Su may take action against you at any moment, be it in a few days or the very next second. This means you will remain in peril with every passing moment. Are you certain you wish to continue this charade? We are giving you your final opportunity. Lin Ruoshi admonished sternly. This was her last warning. Who was pretending? I do not require your opportunities. Please leave at once. You are a nuisance. Very well. We shall depart. But do not say we did not warn you. Once you miss this chance, there will be no second store. The 3 young ladies stormed off in frustration. They were indeed infuriated. A simple apology could have sufficed for forgiveness. Yet, he insisted on maintaining a facade of indifference, presenting a scowling countenance to whom? They could not believe that Yi Yunshan was genuinely thriving. Those who truly live in fear and trepidation are often the ones who proclaim otherwise. It was merely a matter of pride. People are often reluctant to expose their flaws to others. They firmly believed that Yi Yunshan would come to regret his actions today. For the sake of a trivial semblance of dignity, he had forsaken an extraordinary opportunity to preserve his own life. Let be known, he was dealing with the Emperor Su. Should the Emperor desire to eliminate someone, it would be an effortless task, if he so wished. Yi Yinshin could find himself lifeless on the streets by morning. Without the protection of his Shun's surname, how would he manage? Shun Qingqiu was genuinely angry this time. What shall we tell Uncle and Aunt? How will we handle this? At that moment, Lin Ruoxi inquired, what about Shun Xuechong and Kong Fengyi? They have issued a stern command to bring Shun Yunshin back at any cost. If he cannot be brought back, they will not recognize her as their daughter. And yet, this incident had occurred. It would be difficult to explain to Shun's parents. If asked, I shall speak the truth, Shun Qingqiu said, her brow furrowed, her voice icy. You must testify that it was Shun Yunshin who refused to return and told us to leave. Of course, he is the one who rejected the return. Why should we demand he come back? That would be foolish. The two resolutely agreed to testify on Shun Qingqiu's behalf should her parents inquire. Little did they know that Yi Yunshin was not merely putting on a facade of arrogance. He spoke the truth. He was not afraid of the Emperor Su. The purpose of my presence here is not to seek refuge among them, but rather to prevent the meeting of two exquisite individuals. At this moment, the affairs of the Emperor Su are not worthy of occupying my thoughts. My concern is for my great-aunt in the villa. She must be taking action now. The azure sky and the white clouds complement the shimmering private pool of Villa No. 1 at Zhujiantang, glistening under the radiant sunlight. At this juncture, Lu Nanqing has donned a refreshing swimsuit and emerged from the villa. Just then, Ning Yueqing, who was in the backyard planting medicinal herbs, beheld this scene, her eyes widening in astonishment. The herbs fell from her hands to the ground. How beautiful! Truly enchanting! She resembled the most luminous star in the night sky. Now, adorned in swimwear, she ascended to an even greater allure. Her tall and slender figure rivaled that of a runway model, with skin as fair and radiant as porcelain. Her physique was magnificently showcased in the swimsuit. Draped over her upper body was a semi-transparent veil, imparting an ethereal beauty that evoked a sense of budding allure. A beauty both enticing and elusive. A beauty that could topple kingdoms. So breathtaking, even women might feel a pang of inferiority in her presence. Ning Yueqing marveled inwardly, acknowledging her as the most beautiful campus belle. In terms of figure, looks, and grace, she was indeed unparalleled. Splash! She dove into the water, sending ripples cascading across the pool's surface. She appeared as a mermaid emerging from her hidden depths. Ning Yueqing was utterly entranced. By the time she regained her composure, Lu Nanqing had already completed her swim. Indeed, such splendid sights can easily leave one spellbound. Ning Yueqing silently reflected. In this circle, she had encountered numerous beauties, and she herself was considered one. In terms of poise, she surpassed Lin Ruoxi by a notch. Yet, she had never before encountered a woman like Lu Nanqing, who approached perfection in every aspect. She truly resided on a cloud, a rarity in the mortal realm. Such encounters are fortuitous, yet unattainable. If one were to name a peer, it could only be Xiao Yunrong. Yet, both of these remarkable women happened to be her mentors. Suddenly, Ning Yueqing felt a twinge of envy towards Yi Yunshin. How fortunate he must be to have such two exceptional mentors. Chapter 70. Yi Yunshin, are you hiding women? Setting aside everything else, merely to behold them at home every day must be a delight for the eyes. With a splash, Lu Nanqing emerged from the pool, her hair cascading and her body glistening with water droplets. The drops cascaded down her hair, arms, cheeks, and every exquisite curve of her divine form, infusing her fresh purity with a touch of post-bath allure. Perhaps noticing Ning Yueqing's astonished gaze, Lu Nanqing flashed her a warm smile. In that moment, Lu Nanqing couldn't help but widen her eyes, her cheeks flushing. Such beauty transcends all boundaries of attraction. Sister Yueqing, are you familiar with Sister Xiao? Do you know when she will return? With a towel in hand to dry her hair, Lu Nanqing approached Ning Yueqing and seated herself, inquiring with a cheerful demeanor. If Yi Yunshin were present, he would instantly discern that this little girl was bursting with mischief. She was indeed a little imp. It should be soon. But why do you ask, little junior sister? Are you not afraid of encountering Master's wife? Ning Yueqing inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. To be candid, setting aside the inclination to please the junior master, she believed that it was rather uncommon for women to audaciously visit a man's abode. One reason being a sense of guilt, and the other, trepidation. What if she were to confront the lady of the house, and a conflict ensued? Such a scenario seemed highly plausible, especially with a master as exceptional as hers. Women from all walks of life clamored for his attention. Ning Yueqing mused that had she been a touch more formidable or beautiful, she would undoubtedly have joined their ranks, rather than remain confined to the role of an apprentice. However, Lu Nanqing merely chuckled. Why should I be afraid? Sooner or later, I shall meet her. Rather than waiting, it is more appropriate for me, as her younger sister, to take the initiative. I believe Sister Xiao will appreciate my presence. Lu Nanqing gazed toward the horizon, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. There was an unspoken sentiment lingering in her heart. She aspired to be the foremost, and singularly so. She intended to triumph over Xiao Yunrong. Ning Yueqing's smile faltered as she remained silent. Whether or not Sister Xiao would like her was uncertain. But what she did know was that her master was undoubtedly in a state of turmoil. Just as Yi Yinshan pondered how to intervene, Xiao Yunrong arrived. "Oh, Brother Yinshan, what brings you here? Were you waiting for me?" she exclaimed, her face alight with surprise. After all, her brother Yinshan was often preoccupied with his cultivation. Even when they resided under the same roof, it was sometimes a challenge to catch a glimpse of him. This was the first instance of him waiting at the door for her return. "Huh? I suppose so," Yi Yinshan responded, his smile somewhat awkward, betraying a hint of unease. Although Xiao Yunrong regarded him with curiosity, she did not harbor any suspicions. Suddenly, she let out a deep sigh, as if burdened by unspoken worries. "What troubles you?" Now, it was Yi Yunshan's turn to be taken aback. Shouldn't Xiao Yunrong be delighted to see him? With a downcast expression, Xiao Yunrong replied, "Some leads have been uncovered regarding the individuals who conspired against grandfather. Sister Lonely and the others took it upon themselves to apprehend them, but they fell into an ambush. Fortunately, no one perished, yet everyone sustained varying degrees of injury." Upon hearing Xiao Yunrong's words, Yi Yunshan instinctively recalled the few dark-clad assailants he had dispatched earlier. They appeared like phantoms, unseen and unheard. Did Lonely and Xiao Zhan sustain injuries as well? Yes, Xiao Yunrong's gaze fell. Brother Xiao Zhan fared relatively better. But Sister Lonely has been gravely wounded. She has sustained facial injuries that could lead to disfigurement. At this revelation, Yi Yunshan's expression shifted. He held a profound impression of Lonely, always wielding her flying daggers with cold precision, yet revealing a softer side in his presence. Even going so far as to incur favors to persuade him to join Longxi. The thought of her losing her beauty was utterly devastating. "I shall visit her when I have the opportunity," Yi Yunshan sighed. "Really?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunrong's face lit up with joy. She embraced Yi Yunshan's arm, exclaiming, "Brother Yunshan, you are truly wonderful. I knew you would not stand idly by." Her expression was exceedingly animated. "Sister Lonely has been so considerate towards me. If she were to be disfigured, I would suffer even more." With a swift motion, she reached out to grasp Yi Yunshan's arm. "Brother Yunshan, let us return home." The moment those words escaped her lips, Yi Yunshan's expression shifted dramatically. He nearly forgot the pressing matter at hand. He quickly interjected, "Yunrong, we shall not be going home today. I propose we stay somewhere else for a few days." Yi Yunshan reasoned that since Lu Nanqing would not be staying long, a mere 3 or 4 days would suffice. During this time, he intended to take Xiao Yunrong away for a brief getaway, a chance to relax and unwind. By the time their little excursion came to an end, Lu Nanqing would have departed. It seemed like a perfect solution for everyone involved. Staying outside? Isn't that inappropriate?" Xiao Yunrong exclaimed, her face flushed with surprise as she gazed at Yi Yunshan in bewilderment. "I did not mean to express reluctance. But are we perhaps moving a bit too quickly? I'm not quite prepared." Observing the bashful expression on Xiao Yunrong's face, Yi Yunshan felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim in frustration. Where was her mind wandering? "I merely intend to have you stay somewhere else. It is not as if we are to engage in anything improper. No, I mean simply to explore a new environment, not necessarily to cohabit." Yi Yunshan clarified to Xiao Yunrong. However, this sounded like a date. Her eyes brightened, and her face radiated joy, just when Yi Yunshan thought he was making progress. Xiao Yunrong's expression shifted as she seemed to recall something. Her countenance fell, and she shook her head in refusal. "I'm afraid that may not be possible at this time. Sister Lonely is still injured, and I must visit her tomorrow. We should return home." As she spoke, Xiao Yunrong turned towards the first villa. "Wait," Yi Yunshan interjected hastily. Brother Yunshan, is there something else?" She turned back, her eyes filled with curiosity. Yi Yunshan found himself momentarily speechless. Just as he hesitated to articulate his thoughts, Xiao Yunrong suddenly changed her demeanor, leaning closer to him and inhaling deeply. "What is it?" This action caused Yi Yunshun to feel a twinge of discomfort. Brother Yunshin, something is amiss. Xiao Yunrong's gaze sharpened, her words deliberate and precise. The moment those words left her lips, Yi Yunshin's complexion shifted, shock coursing through him. He was drenched in cold sweat. Had she uncovered something? Xiao Yunrong's gaze bore into him, as she pronounced, "You carry the scent of another woman's perfume." A jolt of realization struck Yi Yunshin as if he had been struck by lightning, leaving his mind blank. He quickly attempted to explain, "That belongs to Xiao Ning." "Impossible. Miss Ning distinctly carries the fragrance of medicine. This is clearly a woman's perfume. Was she a bloodhound? How could she discern such details? Furthermore, there are traces of perfume from Shun Qingqiu, Lin Ruoxi, and Xia Yanren. Have you rekindled old flames with them?" Xiao Yunrong's tone turned icy, her words laced with accusation. "No." Yi Yunshin opened his mouth to respond, but as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he found himself at a loss for words. He suddenly realized that he could not adequately explain himself. "No wonder you suggested we stay elsewhere. It seems you sought convenience for yourself, all while planning a getaway for us." Xiao Yunrong's temper flared. Suddenly, a thought struck her as she glanced towards the direction of the first villa. "That person is surely at home now. Isn't sneaking into my house while I'm away? I shall uncover which bold woman dares to intrude." Upon finishing her words, Xiao Yunrong stormed off towards the villa. Chapter 71. The Emergence of the Greatest Rival. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yi Yunshin promptly followed suit, utterly unaware that the three affluent ladies, having returned, were now considering a second retreat. Xia Yanren, suddenly struck by a thought, inquired, "Sister Qingqiu, what do you think would be Shun Yunshin's reaction if we simply walked away?" The moment those words escaped her lips, Shun Qingqiu and Lin Ruoxi were momentarily taken aback. What reaction could he possibly have? Certainly, he would be sulking. Yet, once he had calmed down, he would undoubtedly regret it. Shun Qingqiu asserted with unwavering certainty. Lin Ruoxi nodded in agreement, remarking, "After all, he came to us seeking refuge today. Having failed to achieve his purpose and instead leaving things in disarray, he must be feeling quite vexed. Perhaps he is still standing there in place." Lin Ruoxi proposed a possibility. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. "Let us return and take a look. We might just witness his impotent fury and self-reproach." They were completely confident that Yi Yunshin would ultimately bow to them. No one would jest with their own life. For Yi Yunshin, in the presence of the three affluent ladies, merely played the role of a jester. The more he displayed his aloofness and individuality, the more he became a source of amusement in their eyes. His arrogance would not earn their admiration. Rather, it would only serve to demonstrate how increasingly dependent he was on them. The outcome was predetermined, regardless of how convoluted the process might be. Where is he? Where has he gone? However, upon arriving at the designated spot, they were left dumbfounded. Not a single soul was present. Where is Shun Yunshin? He certainly left in a hurry. Shun Qingqiu scoffed. The three affluent ladies quickly realized that Shun Yunshin's reaction was slower than they had anticipated. Typically, when someone is driven by emotions, they would soon regain their composure and feel regret. Yet, Shun Yunshin had simply walked away. This indicated that he had yet to grasp the seriousness of the situation. Nevertheless, he would eventually come to that realization and feel even more remorseful. Undoubtedly, the three affluent ladies were in no rush. The one who should be anxious was Shun Yunshin. Not having spotted him, they returned with smiles on their faces. On their way, they cast a glance at Villa Number 1. Initially, it was merely a reflexive response, but they soon beheld a man and a woman hurrying along. Although they were a bit distant and unclear, the woman's silhouette was remarkably graceful. Both her poise and figure were exceptional, rivaling that of supermodels and celebrities. It is indeed advantageous to be a person of significance. Such a figure is undoubtedly a rare beauty of this world. The three affluent ladies felt a genuine envy. As they observed Xiao Yunrong's silhouette, their admiration was not for her physique or elegance, but for the distinguished individual residing in Villa Number 1. It went without saying that a woman of such allure could only be possessed by someone of high status. Perhaps she was even a prized possession of a prominent figure. Being part of this circle, they were acutely aware that many influential individuals harbored such tendencies. Yet, if the three affluent ladies were to discover that the Yi Yunshin they found amusing was indeed that significant figure, what would their sentiments be then? At this moment, Yi Yunshin was in a state of utter disarray, overwhelmed by matters concerning women. The two women were on the verge of a collision, a veritable cataclysmic encounter. It could very well escalate into a fierce confrontation. However, with determination, Xiao Yunrong was resolute in disregarding Yi Yunshin's warnings. Ultimately, she arrived at the entrance of Villa No. 1, her anger propelling her to fling the door open. "Where are you? Come out!" Xiao Yunrong shouted. In the next moment, a stunningly beautiful girl, clad in revealing attire and exuding a captivating aura, appeared before her, gazing back with a look of confusion. Boom! Upon seeing the girl's visage, Xiao Yunrong's expression froze. It was her. She had anticipated that the woman hidden within the villa could be anyone, even Shun Qingxiu. But never did she imagine it would be Lu Nanxing, the very rival who instilled a sense of pressure within her. The most beautiful school belle who irked her so. Hadn't Brother Yunshin already dismissed her? How had they become entangled again? Moreover, Lu Nanxing had the audacity to confront her directly. Particularly, the way Lu Nanxing's outfit suggested an alluring beauty, veiled yet enticing, only heightened Xiao Yunrong's frustration. Her blood pressure surged, and she nearly felt faint from anger. Why'd it have to be her? If it had been anyone else, Xiao Yunrong would have been utterly confident in her ability to outshine them and assert that Brother Yunshin was hers, and she could never compete. Yet, Lu Nanxing was a different story. She possessed a beauty and figure that rivaled her own, and her aura surpassed Xiao Yunrong's. Moreover, she was still in school, reigning as the most beautiful belle. The very fact that she resided here indicated a close relationship with Brother Yunshin, perhaps even that he favored this type. Xiao Yunrong felt she had no advantage. The mere thought that Brother Yunshin might truly favor Lu Nanxing darkened Xiao Yunrong's expression further. The two women locked eyes. Though no words were exchanged, the moment their gazes met, the atmosphere within the villa shifted palpably. Sparks flew. Both women instinctively straightened their proud postures, neither willing to concede an inch. Hearing the commotion, Ning Yueqing hurried over. Upon witnessing the standoff between the two women, she was taken aback. Unable to contain herself, she leaned closer to Yi Yunshin and whispered, "Master, aren't you going to intervene? These two are no pushovers, and neither will yield." Yi Yunshin shot her an exasperated look. "This is precisely why I insisted that girl should not stay here. And yet, you keep calling her little mistress, as if you revel in the chaos." Ning Yueqing replied, "I had no idea things would escalate like this. Master, I apologize for my lack of foresight." She awkwardly chuckled, realizing she had inadvertently sparked a fierce rivalry. "You must be Sister Yunrong, right? Brother Yunshin has spoken of you. You're truly beautiful." Suddenly, Lu Nanxing dashed up to Xiao Yunrong, affectionately taking her hand and smiling brightly. Xiao Yunrong forced a smile, replying, "You're quite beautiful too, schoolbell." Yet, she discreetly withdrew her hand from Lu Nanxing's grasp, casting a resentful glance at Yi Yunshin. It seems that Yi Yunshin is being reproached for having only her, amidst a throng of beautiful women surrounding him. However, she understands that the more capable a man is, the more alluring women he attracts. This is not a fault of Brother Yunshin. Rather, it is a testament to his excellence. At this moment, it becomes necessary for her to intervene and filter out those women, to suppress them all. "School beauty, you moved into my home without even a word of greeting. Doesn't that count as trespassing?" Xiao Yunrong glared at her with hostility. To her surprise, Lu Nanxing merely smiled. "Who said I didn't greet you? I called Brother Yunshin right before I arrived, and he even came to the door to welcome me." Lu Nanxing proudly puffed out her chest. Xiao Yunrong widened her eyes in disbelief. "You came uninvited, leaving no room for refusal." "Of course, I had to come out." Just as Xiao Yunrong was about to continue, Lu Nanxing interjected, "Sister Xiao, please refrain from addressing me with such a hostess demeanor. I am aware that neither of us has captured Brother Yunshin's heart. Our situation is one of fair competition. It seems I hold a slight advantage over you." Upon hearing Lu Nanxing's words, Xiao Yunrong felt utterly stunned. What a formidable little girl. She actually understood the situation. Xiao Yunrong instantly realized that this may be her fiercest rival, more challenging than the combined efforts of Shun Qingxiu, Lin Ruoxi, and Xiao Anren. Previously, Xiao Yunrong only felt that Lu Nanxing had a superior aura. Little did she expect that in terms of speech, behavior, and strategy, Lu Nanxing would prove to be quite a handful. She was a little devil, knowing to assess the situation before taking action. Lu Nanxing was far more astute than the self-important fools Shun Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi. Although Shun Qingxiu and her companions had spent 3 years with Yi Yunshin, which held significance, Xiao Yunrong thought little of them. Now, however, Lu Nanqing was a rival she could no longer overlook. Even if Lu Nanqing had only known Yi Yunshin for 3 days, it was ultimately her own fault for not winning over Brother Yunshin by now. Had she succeeded, she was certain that Lu Nanqing would not dare to compete with her. Chapter 72. The most beautiful school beauty's scheme succeeds. Seeing Xiao Yunrong rendered speechless by her surprise, Lu Nanqing wore a smug expression. And who says I came to stay for free? I am here to learn life experiences from Brother Yunshin. My father says I'm still young and should gain more knowledge from him. Isn't that right, Brother Yunshin? Seizing the opportunity, Lu Nanqing wrapped her arm around Yi Yunshin's. Xiao Yunrong was left dumbfounded. The little girl was more cunning than she had imagined. Yet, Yi Yunshin could not deny it, and could only discreetly withdraw his arm from Lu Nanqing's embrace. Indeed, he had said such a thing. However, Sister Xiao need not worry. I understand the principle of first come, first served, so I am willing to play the role of the smaller one. Lu Nanqing looked up at her with an innocent demeanor. Xiao Yunrong's brows furrowed even deeper. Her possessiveness was exceptionally strong. She would not allow anyone to claim Brother Yunshin. Not even her own aunt. How could one possibly agree to share Yun Shungu with another woman? Absolutely not. Yun Shungu is mine. No one else can take him away. This is unacceptable. Have you come to my home to learn about life experiences? Miss Ning diligently studies medicine and still manages to come every morning and leave in the afternoon. Now, please leave. Xiao Yunrong insisted that Lu Nanqing vacate the premises. How could she allow such a formidable rival to reside here? If necessary, I will find you a temporary villa. You may choose from villas 2 to 8 at Zhujiantang. The first villa is off limits, and the 9th is occupied by Shun Qingqiu and her companions. The remaining villas 2 to 8 are open for negotiation. There is no need for her to reveal her identity. Simply being the daughter of the city's mayor is sufficient. What? That won't do. How far are the other villas from Yun Xinge? I intend to stay here. Lu Nanqing resolutely refused to leave. The two women were locked in a fierce argument, which infuriated Xiao Yunrong. Is she trying to take over my home? Just as it appeared they were about to escalate into a full-blown quarrel. Yi Yunshin quickly exchanged glances with Ning Yueqing. The latter understood immediately and called for Yi Yunshan to come and teach her medicine. Yi Yunshan felt as if she had been granted a reprieve and followed Ning Yueqing to the villa's backyard. While they were present, Lu Nanqing displayed a demure and innocent demeanor. However, once they departed, she instantly transformed, revealing a devilish grin. Sister Xiao, you cannot compete with me. Give up. I am younger and more innocent than you, and I am still the campus belle. Men will always prefer 18-year-old girls, and for that reason alone. You cannot compare to me. Lu Nanqing haughtily scoffed, entirely dismissing Xiao Yunrong. This infuriated Xiao Yunrong. How could she, a distinguished young lady from the capital and the granddaughter of the Dragon King, be outmaneuvered by a mere university student? The speed of her transformation was astonishing. She had not even registered the change. It seems this is her true self, purely a little demon brimming with mischief. Today, Yi Yunshan taught Ning Yueqing with exceptional dedication. Knowing the circumstances, Ning Yueqing felt a twinge of sympathy for Yi Yunshan. Who could withstand the rivalry of two such stunningly beautiful women? Yet, it also highlighted the demand for their master. They both cherished their teacher. If only the 3 daughters of Shun Qingqiu valued their master and junior master even a fraction as much, their master wouldn't have felt compelled to sever ties and leave them. You, who treat Yi Yunshan as insignificant, are pursued by 2 extraordinary beauties as if she were a treasure, leading to conflicts. Alas, they brought this upon themselves. Ning Yueqing sighed, returning to her studies with renewed focus. Unbeknownst to them, dusk was approaching. Yi Yunshan finally steeled herself to return to the villa, only to find the 2 women still at an impasse. One insisted on expelling the other, while the other was determined to stay. Neither would yield to the other, and tensions escalated. Yi Yunshan had no choice but to intervene. Let's eat first. Then, master, I shall take my leave, Ning Yueqing said, preparing to exit. Xiao Ning, you must stay and join us. What? Ning Yueqing was taken aback. Yi Yunshan dared not let Ning Yueqing leave, for he could not control the situation alone. While cooking, Xiao Yunrong was nearly driven to exasperation. To his astonishment, the little girl, Lu Nanqing, could cook. Yet another disadvantage. The frustration. At the dining table, Lu Nanqing cheerfully served Yi Yunshan a piece of meat. Brother Yunshan, try this braised pork. I made it myself. It's absolutely delicious. You didn't expect that I could cook, did you? You'll be happy in the future. Yi Yunshun was about to respond with a smile when another pair of chopsticks reached over. What is so good about braised pork? It's all fat, so greasy. Brother Yunshun, eat more vegetables. The two, Xiao Yunrong and Lu Nanxing, glared at each other. Before long, Yi Yunshun's bowl was filled to the brim with the dishes they served. Ning Yueqing stood by, utterly dumbfounded. Was this madness? It was just a meal. No wonder Master Wen Ti let her leave. She exchanged an understanding glance with Yi Yunshun. If he were to fend for himself in such a situation, he would surely go mad. After dinner, Yi Yunshun insisted that Ning Yueqing stay. As soon as she agreed, Lu Nanxing stealthily entered Ning Yueqing's guest room. Sister Yueqing, having studied abroad for so long, do you have any quick methods for falling asleep? Lu Nanxing inquired. Ning Yueqing, thinking Lu Nanxing had trouble sleeping at night, felt no suspicion. I don't have any methods, but apart from sleeping pills, I know a facial massage technique that can help one fall asleep sooner. Would you like me to teach you? Lu Nanxing's eyes lit up. Sure, that sounds great. Due to Lu Nanxing's unexpected visit, Yi Yunshun had not practiced at all that day, so he planned to rise early the next morning for training. However, as soon as he returned to his room, Xiao Yunrong followed, clutching a blanket. Brother Yunshun, since we've been living together for so long, we should sleep together. Ning Yueqing nearly lost her mind. Goodness, it had only been half a day. Before Yi Yunshun could speak, a bright voice chimed in. Brother Yunshun, my room is so cold. I think I should come and sleep with you, okay? As Lu Nanxing's words fell, she caught sight of Xiao Yunrong, who also held a blanket and wore light clothing. Xiao Yunrong's gaze gradually turned icy. What are you doing here? I was just about to ask you the same. And why are you holding a blanket? The two women began to bicker again. Whenever they met, it seemed there was never a moment of peace. Unable to bear it any longer, Yi Yunshun shut the door firmly. A voice echoed from within. You both should go back. I'm going to sleep. But neither was willing to leave, each wary of the other, fearful that the other would sneak into Yi Yunshun's room while they were gone. Ultimately, neither would concede, and they decided to sleep on the floor outside Yi Yunshun's room. Even on the floor, their eyes remained fixed on one another. As time passed, night deepened. Yet both remained wide awake, with not a hint of drowsiness. Lu Nanxing could no longer persevere, yawning with evident fatigue. Sister Xiao, aren't you tired? I'm feeling a bit sleepy. Observing Lu Nanxing's weariness, Xiao Yunrong's face twisted into a cold smirk. If you're tired, then go to sleep. I'm not sleepy at all. Internally, she scoffed, thinking how inexperienced the young girl was to challenge her, feeling sleepy at such an early hour. Well then, before you sleep, I recently learned a facial massage technique that is quite effective against the signs of late-night fatigue. Would you like to try it, Sister Xiao? Xiao Yunrong was taken aback, gazing at her in surprise. I didn't expect you, at such a young age, to understand massage techniques. Let's give it a try. After all, she had no intention of sleeping that night. With a silly grin, Lu Nanxing approached Xiao Yunrong and gently began to massage her face. Before long, Xiao Yunrong succumbed to slumber. Oh, it really works, Lu Nanxing exclaimed in astonishment. However, glancing at the now asleep Xiao Yunrong, a mischievous grin spread across her face. Success. Brother Yunshun, here I come. With a wicked smile, Lu Nanxing opened the door and slipped inside. Chapter 73. The three beauties observed the two stunning women competing for Yi Yunshun's affection. During his usual moments of respite, Yi Yunshun would close his eyes to contemplate the profound intricacies of the ninefold mystical arts. This comprehensive and profound knowledge required accumulation, gradually permeating his mind. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound, as if someone had stealthily entered his room. He abruptly opened his eyes, only to witness a startling sight. A woman was climbing onto his bed. Dressed rather lightly, she was enveloped in the unique fragrance of youth, causing Yi Yunshun's heart to race. Lu Nanxing, he exclaimed in shock. What are you doing in my room at this late hour? Lu Nanxing giggled playfully in his ear. Did I not mention? My room is cold. I came to your warm room, Brother Yunshun. Yi Yunshun's expression shifted drastically, yet he found himself unable to move with Lu Nanxing on his bed. Where's Sister Yunrong? He inquired. They had come under the same blanket, indicating that they both wished to sleep with him. But ultimately, it was only Lu Nanxing who had entered. Oh, Sister Yunrong? She's fast asleep, quite soundly, Lu Nanxing added with an air of pride. This was her accomplishment. She had hypnotized Xiao Yunrong. Naturally, such cleverness was not something she wished Brother Yunshun to know. Seeing the situation, Yi Yunshun wore a helpless expression. Look, she's already asleep. You should return to your room. It's quite late. Lu Nanxing blinked innocently, pretending not to hear, and instead leaned in closer. Brother Yinshen, are you hinting at something? With a sigh, Yi Yunshun felt exasperated. He had no such intention. He merely wanted Lu Nanxing to obediently return to sleep. Yet, she had completely misconstrued his words. At that moment, Lu Nanxing had already climbed onto his bed, her entire form curled up there. Who would have thought Brother Yinshen liked me so much? She chuckled with a playful tone, deliberately lowering her voice. You've lived with Sister Yunrong for so long without progressing to this stage, yet here I am, and you can't wait. The long hair, imbued with the fragrance of youth, cascaded downwards, with a few strands playfully brushing against Yi Yunshin, stirring his heartstrings like the gentle caress of foxtail grass. The room was shrouded in dimness, yet Yi Yunshin could still discern the maddeningly mischievous glint dancing within her eyes, while her cool nightgown barely concealed her porcelain skin. As the saying goes, beauty is best judged by the legs. Lu Nanxing's long, slender limbs epitomized the vitality and exuberance of her youth, reflecting a lustrous sheen akin to white jade, making it nearly impossible not to be captivated. Yi Yunshin inhaled deeply, embarrassed. He was indeed being stirred by a mere girl in her early 20s. Adopting a stern expression, Yi Yunshin admonished, "Get down at once, or I shall call your father." "I won't, because I know Brother Yinshen would never do that. Besides, my parents support our relationship." Lu Nanxing replied, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Yi Yunshin was taken aback. Indeed, Lu Nanxing's parents were even more fervent than he. She blinked playfully and continued, "Brother Yinshin, you need not do anything. Just let me hold you for one night, and I would be content." With that, Lu Nanxing leaned slightly forward, preparing to embrace him. The tumultuous scene before him left Yi Yunshin dizzy. Suddenly, he sprang up and spread a makeshift bed on the floor. He dared not venture outside. If he did, this girl would likely cling to him relentlessly, and once Xiao Yunrong awoke, there would be no hope for rest. "You may sleep here. The bed is yours. Do not come down," he warned, fearful that Lu Nanxing might attempt to repeat her earlier antics. Lu Nanxing remained perched above, but she chuckled gleefully, having achieved her aim. She had successfully entered Brother Yinshin's room and shared the same space with him. Moreover, this audacious endeavor had yielded unexpected results. Brother Yinshin was fond of her. He was utterly defenseless against her charms. Thrilled, Lu Nanxing tossed and turned on the bed, unable to sleep, thinking to herself how alluring she truly was, and that she would undoubtedly claim him in the future. Meanwhile, Xiao Yunrong was still dozing at the door, waking up groggily as noon approached. "Where is Brother Yinshin?" she inquired, noticing Ning Yueqing, who was studying herbs alone in the backyard. "Oh, Master has gone up the mountain alone and instructed me not to let anyone follow," she replied. Yi Yunshin was deliberately avoiding these two women. Still sensing something amiss, she approached Yi Yunshin's room and faintly heard soft breaths emanating from within. Wasn't Brother Yinshin supposed to be in the mountains? As a realization struck her, Xiao Yunrong's expression shifted dramatically. She flung open the door with a crash. Boom! The sight before her ignited Xiao Yunrong's fury. "Oh, Lu Nanxing, how dare you be in Brother Yinshin's room? What'd you two do last night?" she shrieked in a frantic rage, as if struck by lightning. The sky had fallen. Upon waking and opening her eyes, she was aghast to find Lu Nanxing asleep in Yi Yunshin's bed. A bolt from the blue. Lu Nanxing, disturbed by the commotion, stirred awake. Upon seeing Xiao Yunrong, she couldn't help but smile and say, "I haven't done anything. I merely took a nap in Brother Yinshin's room." Brother Yinshin is truly a paragon of virtue, managing to restrain himself and even sleeping on the floor. I like him even more. Lu Nanxing recounted the events of the previous night. Yet how could Xiao Yunrong be deemed trustworthy? At that moment, Xiao Yunrong felt as if she had been struck by divine lightning, unable to absorb any information. She could only believe her eyes, which beheld her rival, Lu Nanxing, disheveled and seated upon Brother Yinshin's bed. "Ah, get out. You come out this instant." Xiao Yunrong tugged at Lu Nanxing, dragging her outside, her face flushed with indignation. Lu Nanxing, unwilling to back down, retorted, "If we're going out, then let us go." Who was afraid of whom? Their quarrel was so loud that even Ning Yueqing in the back courtyard was startled. Upon stepping out, she was left dumbfounded. The two matrons were actually embroiled in a brawl. Instinctively, Ning Yueqing sought her master, yet Yi Yunshin had already retreated to the mountains. The conflict between these two women rivaled the ferocity of a nuclear war. With no other choice, Ning Yueqing attempted to intervene, but it proved futile. Neither Xiao Yunrong nor Lu Nanxing would heed her. Their focus was solely on one another, their eyes ablaze with fiery passion. Their argument escalated from within the villa to outside it. The other residents of Jiujian Hall, accustomed to luxury, heard the commotion and came out to investigate. Recognizing one as a princess of the capital and the other as the daughter of the city's wealthiest family, they collectively chose to remain silent, pretending not to notice. However, one household was the exception, the Villa Number 9, home to the three young ladies. Qingxiu, come out and look. There's a fight. Xia Aaron shouted. Impossible. This is Jiujian Hall. Who would dare fight here? Initially, Shun Qingxiu was skeptical, but upon stepping outside, she was astounded. Not only was there indeed a brawl, but it involved two of the most stunningly beautiful women known to mankind. How exquisite they were! Cheng Zun, who emerged afterward, couldn't take his eyes off the two. The three young ladies appeared as mere ugly ducklings in comparison. Wait, that one looks familiar. It didn't take long for the three young ladies to recognize her. Isn't that Miss Xiao? Chapter 74. The three young ladies ponder, what kind of man could provoke such fervent competition? They had seen Xiao Yunrong at the Ning family's banquet and had a memorable encounter with her at Sioux City Hospital. Thus their impression was particularly vivid. This was their third encounter with Xiao Yunrong, yet they never imagined it would unfold in such a manner. However, beauty is beauty. Even during a quarrel, they remained breathtaking. Not only Cheng Zun, but even the three young ladies found it impossible to avert their gaze. Xiao Yunrong and Lu Nanxing were so stunning that even those of the same gender were captivated. Soon, their attention shifted to the other woman embroiled in the conflict with Xiao Yunrong, and they recognized her as well. Heavens! She is Lu Nanxing, the daughter of the city's wealthiest family. With just an admission letter, she elevated the enrollment rate at Sioux University by a remarkable 10%. What a beauty! But how could such a campus goddess disregard her image and engage in a brawl? At this moment, the identities of the two individuals were unveiled, and therein lay the true horror. Both Xiao Yunrong and Lu Nanxing were individuals of exceptional status and striking beauty. How could they so shamelessly engage in a quarrel? It was utterly bewildering. Perhaps due to their shock, Shun Qingxiu and the others were eager to understand the reason behind their altercation. Please stop fighting. Masters, do not fight. A voice of mediation emerged amidst the chaos. A stunning woman, Yu Qing, positioned herself between the two, forcefully halting their confrontation. Yu Qing. Lin Ruoshi's eyes widened in disbelief. What did she just call them? Masters? The revelation was staggering. They were aware that Yu Qing was the owner of Villa Number 1, the legendary physician who had cured the esteemed Xiao Longwang. The fact that Yu Qing referred to them as masters implied that both Miss Xiao and Miss Lu were women of the villa's owner. Boom! Upon this realization, the three young ladies were struck with a profound shock, their minds feeling as if they had been struck by thunder. What astonished them even more was the fact that these two extraordinary beauties were quarreling over a single man. Good heavens! Shun Qingxiu took a deep breath and remarked, I cannot fathom how individuals of their standing would lower themselves to squabble over a man. It is utterly insane. Indeed, another interjected, especially since Miss Lu is the city's premier heiress, renowned as the most beautiful flower among the elite. Despite her youth, her reputation has already reached the upper echelons of society. As far as I know, dozens of young masters from distinguished families are eagerly awaiting her graduation to propose. The situation was nothing short of astonishing. It was difficult to comprehend the magnitude of a man who could incite such rivalry between two prominent young ladies. Was he a dragon from the heavens? Who was he truly? Cheng Zun and his companions were left to ponder what kind of man could possess such magnetic allure. The three young ladies directed their gazes towards Villa Number 1. Even though the quarrel between Xiao Yunrong and Lu Nanxing resembled an impending tsunami, leaving them profoundly shaken, the deeper inquiry still pointed towards the influential figure residing in Villa Number 1. Why were these two enchanting women embroiled in conflict? Surely, it was a struggle for affection. Each desired to receive more love from this singular individual, and therein lay the true terror of the situation. Their minds buzzed incessantly. Who was the owner of Villa No. 1? Not only did he possess unparalleled medical skills, but he also incited such fierce competition among these two breathtaking women, leading to such a raucous dispute. It felt as though they were squabbling like two shrews. I suspect the owner of Villa Number 1, the famed physician, must be quite young, not much older than they are. Apart from his extraordinary abilities and charm, he likely possesses exceptional looks. Otherwise, such ethereal beings would not behave in this manner. Xia Anren articulated the reasoning behind it all. Just look at Miss Xiao and Miss Liu. They are both so young and beautiful. Their standards are incredibly high. If that physician were exceptionally skilled, but much older, they would still not find him appealing, let alone engage in such a quarrel. Only a man of unparalleled perfection could incite such fervor in them. Such an exquisite man? Shen Qingqiu instinctively shuddered. I truly wish to meet him, Lin Ruoxi exclaimed, and then proposed to Shen Qingqiu, Sister Qingqiu, when shall we pay him a visit? Though our status may not suffice, we are neighbors nonetheless. What if we happen to cross paths? The three young ladies found themselves enveloped in a profound sense of inferiority in the presence of the master of Villa One. Just a brief encounter to behold him would suffice. Indeed, Shen Qingqiu nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with longing. Naturally, the three young ladies were acutely aware of their own limitations, recognizing that such a celestial being was beyond their reach. Their sole desire was to cure Aowen's ailment at the earliest opportunity and then catch a glimpse of this perfect man to satiate their curiosity. What does a flawless man truly resemble? Shen Qingqiu promptly resolved. Once the matters concerning Shen Yinshan are settled, we shall pay a visit. Otherwise, under the looming threat of Su Shanghuang, they could not find peace. As if summoned by their fears, Shen Qingqiu's phone rang at that moment. It was her father, Shen Xuechang, calling with a tone as frantic as a restless ant on a hot pan. Daughter, have you brought Yinshan back? Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqiu's expression immediately shifted. No, but Dad, you mustn't blame me. It's not that I do not wish for Shen Yinshan to return. Rather, he himself is unwilling. I am powerless in this regard. You can ask Ruoxi and Anren. Shen Qingqiu handed the phone to Lin Ruoxi and the others. Indeed, Uncle, it is Shen Yinshan's issue. He is the one reluctant to return. Sister Qingqiu has pleaded with him more than once, yet to no avail. So you cannot place the blame on her. Lin Ruoxi and Xia Anren both testified on Shen Qingqiu's behalf, affirming that she had not brought Yi Yinshan back to the Shen family, and that it was not her fault. To their surprise, Shen Xuechang readily accepted their words. Ah, I knew that child would resist coming back. Even Qingqiu's efforts proved futile. What shall we do? In the background, they could hear the voice of their mother, Kong Fengyi, exclaiming, at this point, there is no choice, if necessary. We shall bring Yinshan back by force. He must stay with the Shen family during this period. The couple spoke with urgent tones, and Shen Qingqiu gradually sensed something amiss. Mom and Dad, is there something wrong? It was not merely a trivial matter. It was a crisis of monumental proportions. The incident involving Yinshan's substitution of the Dragon Blood Gem had been confirmed. The media was fervently reporting on the affair. Boom! Shen Xuechang's declaration was shocking, causing Shen Qingqiu, Lin Ruoxi, and Xia Anren's minds to explode with disbelief. Even Cheng Zuin stared wide-eyed in astonishment. The truth about Shen Yinshan's involvement in the Dragon Blood Gem substitution had been verified. Previously, it was established that the gem was counterfeit, but there had been no proof linking it to Shen Yinshan. Yet now, concrete evidence had surfaced. Quick, turn on the television. As they switched on the TV and beheld the overwhelming wave of public discourse, a singular thought resonated in Shen Qingqiu's mind. It is over. Not only was there tangible evidence implicating Shen Yinshan, but footage from the scene had also emerged. The entire Su circle was in uproar. News from the provincial capital indicates that Emperor Su Shang is poised to make his first statement regarding the matter at hand. Meanwhile, within the opulent confines of the Yi family's Eisenberg Manor, the three sisters, Yi Zian, Yi Zifei, and Yi Zimei, gathered in anticipation. Dressed impeccably in a suit, Yi Yunze sat among them, receiving their adoring glances. Young master, we have meticulously followed your instructions and disseminated the information. Major media outlets are now fervently reporting on this incident, and the narrative has shifted in our favor. The video has been edited to ensure its authenticity remains indistinguishable. A team stood before them, the very orchestrators who had spread the news of Yi Yunshi being swapped with the Dragon Blood Gem, including the fabrication of evidence. Very well. Here is your reward. Now, you may take your leave, Yi Yunze declared, tossing them a briefcase brimming with cash. Thank you, young master. We shall certainly assist you in any such endeavors in the future, they exclaimed, hastily departing with their bounty. Their involvement extended beyond this scheme. They had also played a role in the events from 3 years prior. A sinister smile crept across Yi Yunza's face as he mused, "Yi Yunshi, my dear brother, I am eager to see how you will escape this predicament. After all, there has not always been someone to rescue you." Chapter 75. Has Sister Jingwan arrived? Yi Yunza had long been privy to Yi Yunshi's movements. Aware that the three golden girls who had once poured their all into saving him 3 years ago had since found new affections. To be precise, they had never truly held feelings for Yi Yunshi. He had merely been a substitute, living in the shadow of their true love for 3 years, even shedding his original surname for Shun. With the return of their beloved, Changzun, the affection of the three golden girls had returned to its rightful owner. The relationships had become superficial, particularly in recent times, nearly reaching the brink of dissolution. Shun Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi were entirely enamored with Changzun and had no inclination to concern themselves with Yi Yunshi's plight. Even if they were to learn of Yi Yunshi's wrongful accusations, who would advocate for his vindication? Justice requires status and power. And who would dare to offend Emperor Su Shang for a fallen dog? In the past, Shun Qingxiu and her companions possessed the capability to intervene. But that was no longer the case. Yi Yunshi had truly become a forsaken soul, abandoned and alone. The machinations of the Yi family had thrust him into an abyss. After the three sisters proposed their solution, Yi Yunza swiftly set it into motion. First approaching the gang that had framed Yi Yunshi 3 years prior to fabricate the evidence chain. This gang was notably adept, capable of not only forging certifications and physical evidence, but also fabricating videos, blurring the lines between authenticity and deception. By preemptively exposing this information, the Yi family was sure to incite the wrath of Emperor Su Shang, effectively intimidating any forces that might support Yi Yunshi, such as the Shen family. These steps solidified the accusations against Yi Yunshi regarding the theft of the Dragon Blood Gem, rendering any chance of exoneration nearly impossible. With this, Yi Yunza's safety was assured, as Yi Yunshi bore the brunt of all accusations, leaving the Yi family unscathed. The eldest sister, Yi Zian, elegantly sipped her red wine, exuding glamour and grace. Beside them, Yi Zifei sighed, expressing her sympathy for Yi Yunshun, who, despite having committed no wrongdoing, bore the weight of such unjust blame and infamy. The youngest, Yi Zimei, coolly puffed on a lady cigarette and remarked, "This is his due. If he isn't sacrificed, then Yunza will face calamity. He is a relative sharing our bloodline. Sacrificing an outsider to preserve our entire clan is a deal too advantageous to pass up." The Yi family's bloodline took precedence above all, having coexisted for over a decade. Even a mere stone could be warmed by their presence. Yet in their eyes, he was still lesser than a stranger sharing their blood type. Suddenly, Yi Yunza rose, bowing deeply to his three sisters, Yi Zian, Yi Zifei, and Yi Zimei. "Eldest sister, second sister, third sister, I must express my gratitude. Without your clever strategies, I would surely be doomed." His sincerity was palpable. At that moment, Runjin smiled and interjected, "Yunza, let us not forget your father's daily offerings and prayers. Had he not sought blessings from the Bodhisattva for the prosperity of the Yi family, where will we find a scapegoat like Yi Yunshin?" "Thank you, father." Yi Yunza bowed once more to Yi Ziyuan, who, in turn, chuckled and waved his hand. "What does this signify?" "It indicates that raising Yi Yunshin has had some merit. Our family's strength is now intricately linked to him." The Yi family had risen to prominence by selling the exorbitantly priced Dragon Blood Gem. With Yi Yunshin as a buffer, all of Emperor Su's enmity was drawn towards him. Was there not a connection to Yi Yunshin? With the issue resolved, laughter erupted among them. If there were any remaining means to trace back to the Yi family, it would only be through Yunza's team of forged evidence. Yi Zian suddenly recalled something and solemnly advised Yi Yunza, just in case, have those individuals book the earliest flight abroad to avoid the storm. Yi Yunza nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, eldest sister, I have already arranged for their departure, even changing their identities multiple times. They will be impossible to trace." The three sisters nodded in agreement, relieved. They approached matters from the perspective of the Yi family. Yet Yi Yunza harbored a deeper wish for Yi Yunshin's demise. "This time, I have orchestrated everything perfectly. Why are you still alive? Only with your death can the title of young master of the Yi family be eternally mine." A flicker of murderous intent glimmered in Yi Yunza's eyes. Little did he know that each step of his plan was anticipated by Yi Yunshin, who held in his possession all the auction evidence he had destroyed, and even more, enough to condemn him to death. However, Yi Yunshin's focus was not on Emperor Su at that moment. In the rear mountains of Zhujiantang, Yi Yunshin remained in seclusion, avoiding the petty squabbles of Zai Yunrong and Lu Nanxing, for to him, these two women were far more fearsome than Emperor Su. "Master, where are you? Something terrible has happened." Suddenly, the call of Ning Yueqing echoed from below the mountain. Yi Yunshin had instructed that unless faced with an insurmountable issue, he should not be disturbed. This indicated that an insurmountable problem had indeed arisen. In the next instant, Yi Yunshin vanished from his location. In the villa district of Zhujiantang, Ning Yueqing was anxiously calling out loudly. Xiao Yunrong and Lu Nanxing ceased their argument and began searching together. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them. It was none other than Yi Yunshin. They were instantly taken aback. How had Brother Yunshin arrived? What was the matter? In a flurry of confusion, Yi Yunshin looked at Ning Yueqing and inquired. It was then that she regained her composure and hurriedly relayed that she had identified Yi Yunshin as the one who had switched the Dragon Blood Gem. This incident had been circulating throughout Su City, and it was not difficult to ascertain. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunshin chuckled and remarked, "It must have been the Yi family, right?" Though he smiled, the three women felt an abrupt drop in temperature, as if they had plunged into a frigid abyss. Xiao Yunrong, Lu Nanxing, and Ning Yueqing all shivered violently. Such behavior was unmistakably characteristic of the Yi family, as they had previously used similar tactics to frame him 3 years prior. Yi Yunshin had not anticipated that even after distancing himself from the Yi family, they would still pursue him. "It must be you, Yi Yunze," he sneered, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. He was aware that Yi Yunze had a dedicated group that fabricated various incriminating evidence against his competitors. It was in this manner that he had been ensnared with fabricated evidence 3 years ago. Yi Yunshin had long considered them as potential allies who could prove that Yi Yunze was indeed the real culprit. He had already arranged for someone to investigate these individuals. Everything was part of his meticulously crafted plan. Lu Nanxing immediately raised her hand, exclaiming, "Brother Yunshin, I can have my father apprehend those wicked individuals for you." After saying this, she shot a provocative glance at Xiao Yunrong, as if to say, "I can alleviate Brother Yunshin's troubles. Can you?" Xiao Yunrong was infuriated, just about to retort when a sultry voice echoed from behind them. "There's no need to trouble the city mayor. I shall take care of it." Upon hearing the voice, Xiao Yunrong's face lit up with joy. "Aunt, what brings you here?" Everyone turned to see a mature lady adorned in a vibrant long gown, exuding an air of regal elegance intertwined with an enchanting allure as she gracefully approached them. Her cascading waves of hair showcased the charm befitting her age, and her fiery red lips, along with her captivating peach blossom eyes, sparkled with an alluring charisma. Even from a distance, Yi Yunshin could sense her flirtatious glance directed at him. He could not deny that every time he encountered Xiao Yunrong, he felt a refreshing spark. The financial queen was simply irresistible, mature yet refined, noble yet commanding, her presence imbued with a hint of seduction, embodying countless qualities within her. Lu Nanxing stood in stunned silence, gazing at Xiao Jinglan as she approached, as if she had seen a ghost. After all, for someone of her age, the impact on a college student like Lu Nanxing was undeniably profound. With Xiao Jinglan backing her, Xiao Yunrong finally regained some confidence, shooting a fierce glare at Lu Nanxing as if reclaiming her authority. "Who are you to deny my father assistance? He is the city mayor." Lu Nanxing exuded a fierce demeanor. Xiao Jinglan, however, was far too wise to engage in trivial matters with a girl of Lu Nanxing's age. With a gentle smile, she remarked, "Firstly, it is inappropriate. What would it signify for the esteemed city mayor to intervene in the power struggles of the elite? Secondly, it would be a waste of resources. Capturing those individuals is no simple feat and would require considerable financial and human investment." Lu Nanxing found herself momentarily speechless. Yet her stubbornness prevailed as she retorted, "So, do you have a solution?" Only Yi Yunshin exchanged knowing smiles with Xiao Jinglan. "Have they arrived?" "Yes, indeed." Chapter 76. Who were the occupants of Xiao Yunrong's vehicle? This left Lu Nanxing and Xiao Yunrong utterly perplexed. Who were they? A thunderous sound erupted, and in an instant, the entire Zhujiantang villa was abuzz. A helicopter descended gracefully. Not only were Lu Nanxing and Xiao Yunrong rendered speechless, but the entire vicinity of Zhujiantang displayed expressions of shock. "Heavens, Qingqiu, you must come and see. What is that?" In Villa Number 9, Xia Anren summoned Shun Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi outside. Shun Qingxiu recognized them at once. They are from the Brain Trust, trained under the Financial Queen, tasked with assessing various risk probabilities. Wow! Lin Ruoxi and Xia Anren gasped in astonishment. Xiao Jinglan was the ultimate goal for Shun Qingxiu. Naturally, they had heard whispers regarding the formidable female monarch. The Brain Trust was one such entity, and they were acutely aware of its terrifying capabilities. From the helicopter emerged approximately 10 individuals, each clad in black suits with matching ties, their expressions inscrutable. Perhaps it was mere illusion, but each one emanated an overwhelming sense of depth and pressure. Anyone caught in their gaze felt as though their very soul could be pierced. Shun Qingxiu and her companions watched from afar, their hearts surging with tumultuous waves. Members of the Brain Trust were akin to walking computers. Why had they, who had long been stationed in Longdu, suddenly descended upon Sioux City? What would be the purpose? Greetings, Mr. Yi. The Brain Trust is at your service. You may command us as you wish. All members of the Brain Trust bowed in unison to Yi Yunshun, signifying their readiness. Mr. Yi, we have confirmed that the group responsible for your predicament 3 years ago is the same one that has now fled Sioux City for overseas. However, we have already locked onto their whereabouts and will soon apprehend each one. The leader of the Brain Trust informed Yi Yunshin. Lu Nanqing was astounded. The Brain Trust had anticipated everything. This was undoubtedly linked to Yi Yunshin's prior orders, as he had instructed the Brain Trust to monitor this particular group under Yi Yunza. Even the evidence pertaining to Yi Yunza's overseas auction was under the Brain Trust purview. Lu Nanqing was deeply impressed by the Brain Trust's efficiency. Had it been her father, the pursuit would have consumed vast resources and taken months to yield results. Xiao Jinglan smiled. With my brother Yunshin here, no one shall dare to touch you. Indeed, as long as I am present, no one would dare harm you. Our family will never permit it. We made that clear during your last visit to our home. Xiao Yunrong and Lu Nanqing each grasped Yi Yunshin's arm, expressing their sentiments. Despite their ongoing dispute, the two women shared a unified stance on this matter. No one was permitted to lay a hand on their brother Yunshin. However, even without their intervention, Yi Yunshin held no fear of Emperor Su, for he was no longer the vulnerable Yi Yunshin of the past. Allow me to handle this. You need not concern yourselves. Yi Yunshin wished to spare Lu Nanqing and Xiao Yunrong from involvement, as their presence might complicate matters further. He had to attend to the wounds of Longxi and the members of the Kunping team, and he departed swiftly. As he passed by Villa Number 9, he noticed the 3 young ladies, causing a profound change in his expression. Cursing under his breath, he hastily left the area. The 3 young ladies also spotted Yi Yunshin. Qingxiu, did you see that? Shun Yunshin is back. Shun Qingxiu took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, I suspect he has returned to apologize, though he lacks the courage to admit it. Yet he pretends to be disdainful, which irks us. In any case, it's not our urgency. When Emperor Su's people truly come for him, he shall learn the meaning of fear. In the eyes of the 3 young ladies, this was undoubtedly the most pressing moment for Yi Yunshin, and thus they remained unperturbed. What piqued their curiosity, however, was the significant figure residing in Villa Number 1. They unanimously believed that the presence of the intelligence brain group in the Jujin Hall Villa could only be associated with that prominent individual, as no one else matched the required status. This conviction only strengthened their resolve to pay a visit once Shun Yunshin's matters were resolved. At this moment, Yi Yunshin had arrived at a grand military compound situated in the suburbs, the designated area for tending to the wounded. Mr. Yi, you have finally arrived. I implore you to save my brother. He is on the verge of death. The compound was filled with injured personnel. Upon Yi Yunshin's entrance, the team members reacted as if they had encountered a savior. These individuals feared not death, but rather the failure to complete their mission and avenge the old Dragon King. Among the crowd, Xiao Zhan was also present. This iron-willed man had his hand wrapped in thick bandages, stained with blood, enduring the pain of infection with a bitter smile. I was careless this time, and it has cost my brothers dearly. Yi Yunshin was slightly moved. Everyone, line up. I will treat you one by one. He proceeded to heal the wounded. What he expected to be a lengthy process turned out to be remarkably swift. With a mere silver needle, he punctured the wounds of the injured, and the profuse bleeding ceased as the injuries healed. Remarkable. Absolutely extraordinary. Xiao Zhan was astounded, and his estimation of Yi Yunshin elevated to new heights. What they had previously witnessed was merely the tip of the iceberg. Yi Yunshin's medical prowess surpassed their wildest imaginations. In just half an hour, the majority of the injured were almost fully recovered, requiring only rest. Thank you, Mr. Yi. You are our benefactor. We shall vow to protect you with our lives. A resounding roar erupted from the two armies, reverberating through the air. Every member, including Xiao Zhan, exhibited fervent expressions. Previously, their unwavering allegiance was solely pledged to the old Dragon King. But now, without question, another figure had joined their ranks. Yi Yunshin. Anyone who dared to threaten their benefactor would find themselves at odds with the entirety of the Kunping army and the Longxi army. Where's Miss Long? Yi Yunshin inquired, having noticed Long Li's absence within the military compound. Xiao Zhan's countenance shifted subtly at the question. After a moment's silence, he finally spoke. She has been disfigured and has not emerged from her room for several days. Yi Yunshin asserted with conviction, "Take me to her." For him, the remedy for disfigurement was rather straightforward. Xiao Zhan led Yi Yunshin to her room and knocked on the door. "Long Li, Mr. Yi has arrived. Open the door. He can heal you." Yet, there was no response from within. This time, Yi Yunshin knocked, but silence prevailed once more. Xiao Zhan sighed apologetically. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. This disfigurement has inflicted a deeper psychological wound on Long Li, especially since you are." He hesitated, swallowing his words. It was evident to any discerning observer that Long Li harbored feelings for Yi Yunshin, though she had kept them concealed. Now, even if Yi Yunshin could restore her appearance, she seemed reluctant to reveal herself as she currently looked. Yi Yunshin did not press the matter. Instead, he produced a small vial. "Please give this to Miss Long. She should apply it daily, and her skin will heal in a few days." After handing the vial to Xiao Zhan, Yi Yunshin took his leave. No sooner had Yi Yunshin departed than the door creaked open, and Long Li swiftly took the medication. Shortly thereafter, a vehicle arrived, one that Yi Yunshin recognized as belonging to Xiao Yunrong. However, the individual who emerged was astonishing, Lu Nanqing. Their camaraderie with Xiao Yunrong appeared quite amiable, the two of them walking together like sisters. Could it be? Were they truly sharing a vehicle? The notion was unfathomable. Yi Yunshin was perplexed. Had they not regarded each other as formidable rivals? When had their relationship transformed so drastically? Brother Yunshin. Upon spotting him, both women rushed toward him, causing a stir among onlookers. Hearts raced, and minds swirled with disbelief as they beheld such beauty. To possess even one of them would be akin to a stroke of fortune. To have both? It was beyond imagination. I recognized one of them, the daughter of the city's mayor, Miss Lu. She is the most beautiful campus belle in the history of Su University. Others recognized Lu Nanqing as well, capturing photographs of the duo. As the commotion escalated, Yi Yunshin felt a strong urge to withdraw. Yet, Xiao Yunrong clung to him, playfully asking, "Why are you leaving, Brother Yunshin? Are you afraid of our relationship being seen? What is there to fear? If Lu Nanqing has feelings for someone, she will undoubtedly make it known to the entire world." Her eyes twinkled playfully. "You two must have something going on, right?" Yi Yunshin had long sensed that something was amiss between the pair. With a sheepish grin, they exchanged glances, sticking out their tongues in a light-hearted manner. "Well, Brother Yunshin, we wish to lend a hand, so we devised a plan," said Xiao Yunrong, revealing their scheme. By accompanying Yi Yunshin on shopping dates, they would effectively declare him as their man, thereby intimidating Su Shanghuang. Their presence beside Yi Yunshin would serve as a bold proclamation of support against Su Shanghuang. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunshin's expression shifted dramatically as he firmly rejected the idea. "No way. Absolutely not. Didn't I tell you? No meddling." The matter concerning Su Shanghuang had always been an obsession for Yi Yunshin. He yearned to resolve it himself. After all, if he needed assistance, he could simply call upon the old Dragon King. Lu Nanqing, her eyes wide with indignation, retorted, "How is this meddling?" Yi Yunshin rolled his eyes. "Things are not as simple as you think. You're being overly naive. This could very well put you in danger." This was indeed a plausible concern, as his relationship with Su Shanghuang was not one of absolute enmity. The conflict stemmed from Yi Yunjia, the true heir of the Yi family, who had instigated matters. The dragon blood gem was stolen and swapped by him, a crucial detail. If this issue remained unresolved, all else would be in vain, and if pressed, Su Shanghuang might very well retaliate against them. Though still young, Lu Nanqing had finally mustered the courage to assist Yi Yunshin, only to be met with such refusal. Her expression fell, and she stamped her foot, declaring, "I don't care. We believe it will be helpful. so you must accompany us on our outing. Was she truly angry? Yi Yunsin glanced at Xiao Yunrong, who huffed in agreement, turning her head away. Thus, Yi Yunsin found himself in quite a predicament. It seems you two are the ones eager for shopping spree. He attempted to placate them. This is no trivial matter. I must take responsibility for you both. Upon hearing this, their expressions brightened slightly, yet they remained somewhat aloof. Once I finish my affairs, I will set aside a day to accompany you. 2 days, no, 3. Lu Nanqing bargained, pushing her luck. Not feasible, is it? If not, I'm going to sleep right here, she proclaimed, preparing to lie down on the street. Alarmed, Yi Yunsin hastily acquiesced. Now, that is more like it. Lu Nanqing beamed. Brother Yunsin is so sweet. Just as she leaned in for a kiss, Yi Yunsin swiftly evaded. Xiao Yunrong observed Lu Nanqing with a curious gaze, seemingly wanting to ask, how do you manage this? Noticing her scrutiny, Lu Nanqing proudly huffed. You and T be able to replicate this. It's the advantage of youth. Someone like me can be spoiled by Brother Yunsin, while someone like you would be deemed a nuisance. Realizing she was being called old, Xiao Yunrong was incensed and nearly retaliated. Yi Yunsin exerted considerable effort to finally send the two on their way. Yet he understood that both Xiao Yunrong and Lu Nanqing were exceedingly beautiful. After the commotion caused by the two individuals, it was inevitable that a stir would ensue. Indeed, the intelligence team contacted them regarding the leaked photos of the two women accompanying him on a shopping date. Yi Yunxin's expression changed immediately. Is there any way to contain this information? This action was taken to protect them from any potential repercussions. Furthermore, he was determined to resolve his own matters without relying on others for support. The intelligence team, renowned for its efficiency under Xiao Jinglan's command, swiftly addressed the situation. Mr. Yi, all information regarding your photos has been contained. However, some have already circulated beyond our control, though we have blurred the images and videos, they reported. Yi Yunxin finally sighed in relief, expressing his gratitude for their efforts. Following the intelligence team's intervention, the photos and videos of Xiao Yunrong and Lu Nanqing alongside Yi Yunxin ceased to spread. However, within certain circles, whispers persisted about the two ethereal beauties accompanying a mysterious gentleman on a shopping excursion. Leading the charge was Shun Qingqiu, who, upon discovering this, was utterly astonished. Aren't these the two women who previously quarreled over the influential figure residing in Villa No. 1? The three young ladies were taken aback. During the altercation between Xiao Yunrong and Lu Nanqing, all residents of the Jujian Hall bore witness. They marveled at the breathtaking beauty of the two women, speculating on the extraordinary man who could incite such rivalry. Now, the news of their shopping outing had emerged. Could it be that the man they had linked arms with was indeed the owner of Villa No. 1? As this thought crossed their minds, they fell silent. For a long time, they had yearned to meet the esteemed healer residing in Villa No. 1, hoping to enlist his help for Ah Wen's ailment. They believed him to be a paragon of talent. Now, with the photos and videos before them, they were closer to the truth than ever before. Shun Qingqiu promptly inquired, who among you can enhance the clarity of these photos and videos? The intelligence team had preemptively blurred the leaked material, resulting in Xiao Yunrong and Lu Nanqing appearing clear, while the man they held was obscured, as if concealed by a mosaic. Lin Ruoshi remarked, I have some experience. Let me give it a try. She then began to manipulate the keyboard with both hands. The figure of the man in the video was magnified repeatedly. The previously indistinct areas began to sharpen. Shun Qingqiu and Xia Anren found their breaths growing rapid, palms sweating, and hearts racing. What could the distinguished figure from Villa No. 1 possibly look like? Lin Ruoshi shared their anxiety, her hands trembling as she attempted to decipher the image. She was not mistaken. The individual capable of inciting such admiration from these two stunning women must undoubtedly be a young man. Observing the physique, he bore some resemblance to Yi Yunxin. Wait, Yi Yunxin? The thought suddenly flashed through Lin Ruoshi's mind, leaving her momentarily stunned. What's wrong, Ruoshi? Shun Qingqiu and Xia Anren couldn't help but ask. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Ruoshi voiced her suspicions. Pointing at the computer screen, she said, Don't you think this person's physique resembles Yi Yunxin's? Chapter 78. Do you think he is Yi Yunxin? Does he bear some resemblance to Yi Yunxin? The words, startling in their audacity, hung in the air. Upon the utterance of Lin Ruoshi's words, both Shun Qingqiu and Xia Anren found their minds momentarily blank. Previously unnoticed, her reminder illuminated a striking resemblance. Indeed, their figures were quite elongated. Yet, how could that be possible? With a laugh, Xia Anren remarked, Ruoshi, Are you suggesting that Shun Yunshen is the notable figure of villain number one? That's implausible. Don't jest. There are countless individuals who resemble Shun Yunshen. Can you claim they're all prominent figures of villain number one? Let us not overthink this. We must move on. Shun Qingqiu echoed her sentiment. Together, they dismissed this possibility. How could they possibly accept such a notion? In their eyes, Yi Yunshen was merely Shun Yunshen, a pitiable creature reliant on them for survival. Despite his current rebelliousness and disrespect towards them, they firmly believed he would ultimately return to their side, continuing to provide support to Chengzuan. They held this conviction unwaveringly. To acknowledge that Yi Yunshen was the distinguished individual of villain number one would equate to undermining their long-held beliefs. Indeed, Lin Ruoshi also felt she had overthought the matter. Steadying herself, she resumed her investigation. The figure in the image grew increasingly distinct. The hearts of the three young ladies raced with anticipation. Beep, beep, beep. Yet, in the next moment, a large red warning box suddenly appeared on their laptops. Their computers were infected with a virus. The intelligence team had deliberately installed a viral device to prevent anyone from clarifying the photo or video. Anyone who dared attempt to enhance the clarity of the images would succumb to the virus. How absurd! The trio felt as deflated as a punctured balloon, all their hopes dissipating into thin air. Heaven knows how much anticipation they had just harbored. Xia Yanren further remarked, he shares a resemblance in stature with Shun Yunshen. Cheng Zuin scoffed, do you still believe it's Shun Yunshen? Isn't my physique similar to his? Why isn't anyone considering me? At this revelation, Shun Qingqiu and the others suddenly realized. Indeed, Cheng Zuin's physique also bore resemblance. As they gazed at him, they mentally juxtaposed his figure with that of the individual in the video. They had been indulging in fanciful speculation. However, the trio belonged to a rather radical faction within a small circle, contemplating the idea of clarifying the photos and videos. Most people would not entertain such thoughts, nor would they find such trivialities amusing. At this moment, in a lavish club located in Sioux City, a group of young elites gathered amidst a haze of vibrant lights and flowing drinks. They were the scions of prominent families in Sioux City, forming a close-knit circle. With one individual at the center, Yi Yunza. Since becoming the heir of the Yi family, Yi Yunza understood that every casual circle represented a web of connections. He actively integrated himself and quickly ascended as the leader of this group. Everyone, have you seen the intriguing news? Two stunning beauties have been spotted accompanying a gentleman on the pedestrian street. Chuckled Chen Luho, the young master of the Chen family, a subordinate of the Yi family. Stunning beauties? Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gaze, their expressions tinged with astonishment. These young masters, accustomed to a life devoid of pressure, regarded women and alcohol merely as pastimes. Ordinary beauties fail to capture their attention. They yearn for something that will truly dazzle them. Chen Luhai presented the photograph, and instantly, the young masters were captivated, eagerly expressing their interest. Unlike the three wealthy heiresses, who fixated on ambiguously defined males, these young men were drawn to the two distinctly portrayed women. Let Yishao take a look too. Chen Luhai eagerly handed over the photo. However, Yi Yunjia displayed a complete lack of interest, firmly believing that women would only hinder his ascent. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Yi Yunjia's gaze fixed upon the photograph as if he had unearthed a revelation. His expression shifted from surprise to gloom, then suspicion, and finally, as he regarded Lu Nanxing, a look of sheer terror crept upon his face. Aren't they remarkable? Even stars pale in comparison to these two. Chen Luhai chuckled. Yi Yunjia's smile was devoid of warmth as he retorted, if you wish to avoid your family's annihilation, do not entertain thoughts of them. What? Chen Luhai and the others exchanged incredulous glances. Is there something about these two women that Yi Xiao knows? Chen Luhai inquired. Yi Yunjia pointed at Xiao Yunrong and Lu Nanxing, declaring, one is a princess from the capital, and the other is the daughter of the city's mayor. Neither of you can afford to provoke them. A collective gasp echoed through the room as the weight of his words sank in, plunging everyone into a state of sheer terror. No one had anticipated that these two exceptional women bore such illustrious backgrounds, certainly not within the reach of young men like them. My curiosity lies with the man in the center. Who is he to earn the favor of such distinguished ladies? Yi Yunjia mused, his eyes glimmering with intrigue as he scrutinized the man in the photograph. Yi Xiao, we've spotted your brother in the pedestrian street. Would you like to see him? Another individual rushed in with the report. This revelation momentarily stunned all the young masters present, including Yi Yunja, who looked up in astonishment. Who? Yi Yunjin? Yes, that's him. Upon hearing the name, Chun Luhai and the others laughed, fully aware of the history surrounding the Yi family and the complex relationship between Yi Yunjin and Yi Yunja, who were not blood-related. Yi Yunja's expression fluctuated as he sought confirmation. You are indeed my brother? I did not misjudge. For he believed that Yi Yunjin would be hiding at home, avoiding the outside world, especially after the events implicating him in the swap of the Dragon Blood Gem. When has a criminal, once identified, roamed freely without consequence. Thus, Yi Yunja deemed it highly likely that he had been mistaken. Confirmed, it is indeed Yi Yunjin. The messenger persisted. Yunze's surprise deepened. If it was truly Yi Yunjin, his presence in public at such a critical time suggested one of two possibilities. Either he was utterly unconcerned about the Dragon Blood Gem incident, or there were deeper, hidden circumstances at play. Could it be that the Shun family had expelled his brother? To ascertain the situation, Yi Yunja resolved to investigate personally. As the photos and videos have been obscured by the intelligence team, no one recognized that Yi Yunxin was the man being escorted by two stunning beauties. Consequently, Yi Yunja did not pursue this line of thought. After dismissing Xiao Yunrong and Lu Nanxing, Yi Yunxin wandered aimlessly, feeling considerably lighter. Just as he contemplated the possibility of acquiring some cultivation resources, a sudden, urgent honking erupted behind him. Turning around, he was taken aback to see a row of sports cars trailing closely behind him, exuding an aura of distinct flair. Initially, Yi Yunxin presumed he had obstructed their path and was about to step aside when, unexpectedly, the foremost sports car accelerated with full force, barreling toward him. Just before the imminent collision, it executed a stunning drift, narrowly skirting past him. Following suit were 1, 2, 3 more cars. The powerful gust of wind whipped through Yi Yunxin's clothing. A group of young gentlemen emerged from the vehicles, encircling him. Yet, Yi Yunxin's gaze fixated on the figure at the back, his expression growing increasingly frigid. That man, observing him with a hint of amusement, was unmistakable to him. He recognized him even in ashes, his half-brother, the true heir of the Yi family, Yi Yunja. Chapter 79. Yi Yunxin. Have you severed ties with the Shun family? The circumstances he found himself in today were entirely due to Yi Yunja's machinations. Not only had Yi Yunja usurped his identity as the young master of the Yi family, but he had also taken away his family, his love, and relentlessly plotted against him, placing him in perilous situations time and again. In a single night, he had plummeted from being a beloved scion of a prestigious family, living in comfort, to a forsaken outcast, abandoned by all, lying helplessly by the roadside. Yi Yunxin could never forget the night he was cast out of the Yi family, nor the look in Yi Yunja's eyes, cold, twisted, and frenzied, like a deranged maniac. Yet, that moment imparted a profound truth to Yi Yunxin. In life, one cannot solely rely on family and lineage. True strength lies in self-empowerment. An individual's opulence can indeed be deemed as a grand legacy. The 3,000 gold coins taught him not to trust in love, while Yi Yunja and the Yi family instilled in him the lesson of skepticism towards familial bonds. Yi Yunja, I never anticipated you would dare to appear before me. Yi Yunxin initiated, his voice low, imbued with a touch of nostalgia. Yet, in the next instant, he raised his voice, bellowing, Aren't you afraid of death? Ha ha ha. Yi Yunja could not suppress a laugh. This chilling demeanor was starkly different from what his parents and 3 sisters had witnessed. Here, without the presence of others, he did not need to mask his true self. This was the authentic Yi Yunja. His laughter carried a hint of madness. Why should I fear appearing before you? Have you truly deluded yourself into believing you hold any significance after joining the Shin family? Shun Luhua and other young masters regarded Yi Yunxin with scorn. Everyone believed that 3 years prior, Yi Yunxin would meet his demise. Yet he had somehow survived and aligned himself with the Shun family. But what of it? The Emperor of Su desires your downfall, and the Shun family cannot shield you. To be frank, Yi Yunxin, you truly astonish me. I did not expect you to have the audacity to roam freely at such a critical juncture. I assumed you would cower within the confines of the Shun family. Yi Yunza cast a cold, piercing gaze at Yi Yundong and scoffed. What is this? Have you relinquished your resistance? Do you believe that this time, there is no escape from the clutches of Emperor Su, destined to meet your demise at his hands? I could offer you a path to salvation, kneel and apologize to Emperor Su and surrender the genuine dragon blood gem. Ha ha ha. He firmly condemned Yi Yundong, attributing the theft of the dragon blood gem solely to him. Chen Luhua and other young masters echoed his derisive laughter. Young Master Yi, you are being rather unfair to him. Even if he surrenders the dragon blood gem, it is a road to ruin. One remarked. Indeed, the majesty of Emperor Su is not to be challenged. One warning is sufficient, but a second is not to be tolerated. This boy is as good as dead. No one can save him. Not long ago, the appraisal results of the blood gem had sent shockwaves across Su province. Those aware of the situation trembled in fear. Yet, here stood this audacious boy, daring to roam freely under the immense pressure imposed by Emperor Su. It was uncertain whether to ascribe it to boldness or sheer recklessness. However, Yi Yundong remained unfazed, casting a frigid glance at Yi Yunza, and replied with a smile, I apologize, but while you fear Emperor Su, I do not. You shall be disappointed. At this declaration, everyone fell silent for a moment. Once they regained their composure, Yi Yunza could not help but smirk derisively. I see you have been stunned into silence. You do not fear Emperor Su? Is he not your greatest dread? Have you forgotten how, 3 years ago, you were discarded like a dog by his men? Yi Yundong remained silent, his expression cold and resolute, as a glimmer of determination gathered in his eyes. He seemed to realize something, revealing a mixture of surprise and mockery. Yi Yundong, do you truly believe anyone will come to your rescue this time? Or that Shun Qingxiu, Lin Ruoxi, and Xia Anren will still protect you? Do not harbor such delusions. This time is different. Emperor Su is furious and has declared that no one can save you. Moreover, as far as I know, your supposed saviors have ceased to care for you. They prefer their own moonlight. 3 years ago, they saved you because you resembled their ideal. What will you do now? A twisted, cruel anticipation flickered in Yi Yunza's eyes. Ruthless and unfeeling. This was the true nature of Yi Yunza. He relished in the spectacle of his prey's desperate struggle for survival at the brink of death. Yet, in Yi Yundong's eyes, a sudden flash of chilling resolve appeared, his gaze towards Yi Yunza now filled with disdain. What is this? Are you angry? Do you wish to strike me? Come, give it a try. In the face of Yi Yundong's abyss-like stare, Yi Yunza, undeterred, boldly stepped forward. As their eyes locked, sparks flew, the atmosphere thick with tension and hostility, as if a myriad of blades were clashing and colliding. The chill was palpable. Nearby, Chen Luhua and the other young masters shivered involuntarily, retreating a step in fear. The confrontation between the two brothers was utterly terrifying. Despite having no blood relation, their bond resembled that of brothers, an extraordinary circumstance that only heightened the fateful nature of their duel. Yi Yundong, do you not realize? You were born to be a mere substitute. This holds true within the Yi family and in the Shun family as well. Will you ever live a life of your own? How dare you display such murderous intent towards me? It is truly laughable. Do you believe I hold you in any regard? Yi Yunja wore a disdainful expression, embodying his deep understanding of Yi Yunjin, with every word striking at the latter's vulnerabilities. Being treated as a mere substitute on 2 occasions had indeed struck a nerve with Yi Yunjin. A palpable bloodlust flickered in his eyes as he launched a fierce punch forward. Yi Yunja was groomed by the Yi family to be the next head of the household, excelling in various disciplines, including martial arts, where he had achieved notable success. Few young men in Sioux City could surpass him. Yet, when confronted by Yi Yunjin's blow, he felt utterly immobilized, as if bound by invisible chains. All he perceived was the rapid enlargement of a fist in his field of vision. Bang! In the next instant, Yi Yunja was struck heavily, sent sprawling backward. His face caved in, blood gushing forth. The atmosphere froze. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at Yi Yunjin. Did he truly dare to act? Chen Luhua and the other young masters instinctively prepared to retaliate, but Yi Yunja bellowed, stand down. Instantly, Chen Luhua and the others were taken aback. Confusion etched on their faces as they looked at Yi Yunja, rising with a sinister grin. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and continued to gaze at Yi Yunjin. What is this? Have you suddenly found your temper? Did I strike a nerve? But I spoke nothing but the truth. You are nothing more than a discarded pawn, your fate inscribed in your very bones. Had you found a true home, I would not hold you in such contempt. To this day, you remain the laughingstock of the Yi family. Upon hearing Yi Yunja's words, the previously bewildered Chen Luhua and his companions suddenly comprehended the situation. Why did Yi Yunjia intervene to prevent them from attacking Yi Yunjin? Simply because he deemed him unworthy. In the eyes of the young masters, Yi Yunjin would forever be a forsaken stray, without a place to call home and devoid of kin. Even if the Shun family recognized him as a foster son, it was merely an act of charity. He remained utterly alone, with nothing to his name. No one loved him, nor cared for him. Perhaps one day, he would perish on the streets, his corpse left unclaimed. Yi Yunjia continued to mock him. Does anyone care for you? Soon, the Emperor of Su will strike against you. Will your wife, your confidant Lin Ruoxi, or Xia Anren come to your aid? Or is there truly anyone in this world who would concern themselves with you? Crack, crack, crack. Yi Yunjin's fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning pale. The sound of bone creaking resonating in the tense air. He was on the verge of losing control. Have you been wandering outside? Have you severed ties with the Shun family? Yi Yunjia exclaimed, seemingly catching on to something. Chapter 80. Master Wu intends to apologize to the Xia family. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Even Yi Yunjin's breathing quickened. Yi Yunjia's perceptive abilities were indeed impressive, as he had deduced the severing of ties with the Shun family. Boom! But in the next moment, another car arrived. Out stepped Shun Xuechong and his wife, Kong Fengyi. They swiftly shielded Yi Yunjin, their eyes blazing with fury as they glared at the crowd, demanding, "Who said that?" Yun Shun remains an integral part of the Shun family. Who claims otherwise? Indeed, the discord between him and my daughter does not equate to his severance from the Shin clan. Kong Fengyi clutched Yi Yunshin's arm with unwavering determination and indignation. They could no longer afford to wait. The Emperor Su had unequivocally confirmed that Yi Yunshin was the one who had swapped the Dragon Blood Gem. They urged their daughter to swiftly bring Yi Yunshin home, yet progress was painfully slow. They were resolute, even if it meant resorting to force. They would drag Yi Yunshin back home. They firmly believed that the Shun family was the sole sanctuary capable of safeguarding Yi Yunshin. Nowhere else would suffice. This matter was concealed from Shun Qingqiu, as they took matters into their own hands. The couple gazed intensely at Yi Yunjia, declaring in unison, "Yi Yunjia, we are aware of your identity as the eldest son of the Yi family, and your role in plotting against Yin Shun, but let it be known, the Shun family shall never relent in this conflict." A thunderous impact reverberated within Yi Yunshin's heart, stirring a tempest of emotions. He never anticipated that the ones who stood by him in his time of need would be the very parents of Shun, with whom he had severed ties. This sensation was wondrous, akin to reclaiming something once lost. "Fear not, dear child, we have come for you. We shall take you home." Kong Fengyi tenderly caressed Yi Yunshin's cheek, her eyes shimmering with tears. This time, Yi Yunshin offered no resistance. He allowed Shun Xuechong and his wife to protect him as they departed. As he passed by Yi Yunjia, he paused momentarily, his gaze as frigid as winter. This time, it was Uncle Shun and Aunt Kong who saved you. He was not jesting. Had Shun Xuechong and his wife arrived even slightly later, he would have undoubtedly taken drastic measures. It was not merely a rescue of him, but rather a rescue of Yi Yunjia. Yet Yi Yunjia merely scoffed with disdain. "Spare me. Do not overestimate yourself. This time, it is also the Shun family that has rescued you." He increasingly felt that Yi Yunshin had severed ties with the Shun family. Shun Qingqiu had even signed the divorce application, awaiting the expiry of the cooling-off period. However, he chose not to expose this, as he wished to savor the unfolding drama. The Emperor Su would undoubtedly take action against Yi Yunshin. No one could intervene. The Shun family's decision to reclaim Yi Yunshin placed them squarely in opposition to the Emperor Su. The Shun family risked obliteration. Not only would Yi Yunshin perish, but the Shun family would face ruin as well. Let us depart and brace for the impending storm. Soon, Yi Yunjia and his companions exited the premises. Inside the vehicle, Kong Fengyi held Yi Yunshin's hand tightly, reluctant to release her grip. Tears streamed down her face, her eyes swollen with distress. She recounted her panic upon the revelation of the Dragon Blood Gem incident, sharing how sleepless nights plagued her and how she struggled to eat, fearing that with every closed eye, she would dream of Yi Yunshin meeting a tragic end at the hands of Emperor Su. In response, Yi Yunshin merely smiled. "Aunt Kong, do not worry. The Emperor Su cannot harm me." To his surprise, Shun Xuechong and his wife turned pale at these words, prompting Kong Fengyi to hastily cover his mouth. "Yin Shun, do not utter such things. We will ensure your safety." She grasped Yi Yunshin's hand. "Even if we have enlisted the vice mayor as a guarantor." Yi Yunshin simply smiled in silence, not responding. The so-called guarantor proves utterly ineffective. Furthermore, during the last gathering at the Shi family residence, they had already expressed their unwillingness to involve themselves in this matter, and they dare not become entangled. Nonetheless, Yi Yunshun did not refuse to accompany them back to the Shun family. Firstly, he could not disappoint the good intentions of Shun's parents. Secondly, Shun Qingxiu had recently not been residing at the Shun household, and he felt no aversion to the Shun family in her absence. Upon arriving home, they prepared a sumptuous dinner for Yi Yunshun, with Kong Fengyi continually serving him meat, while advising him, "During this period, you must not go anywhere. It would be best if you do not step outside the doors of the Shun residence. To stay at home peacefully." Unable to withstand the nagging, Yi Yunshun reluctantly acquiesced. With Xiao Yunrong and Lu Nanqing around, he dared not return to Zhujiantang, and thus he decided to reside at the Shun family. It was merely a change of environment for his cultivation. "Mom, Dad, I'm back." However, to Yi Yunshun's surprise, Shun Qingxiu had unexpectedly returned. Although taken aback, he quickly composed himself and entered a state of cultivation. He had resolutely decided to sever ties with Shun Qingxiu, intending to treat her as a stranger from now on, and he would not allow any stirrings of emotion to arise upon encountering her. Yet, Shun Xuechong and his wife looked astonished. "Qingxiu, why have you returned?" The fact was that Shun Qingxiu had not come back since Yi Yunshun's departure. What a coincidence that she returned today, accompanied by Xia Anren and Lin Ruoxi. Occasionally, one must return home. The next moment, she noticed her parents' strange expressions and could not help but inquire, "Dad, Mom, what is wrong? You seem unhappy to see me." After a moment of hesitation, Shun Xuechong and his wife decided to inform their daughter that they had brought Yi Yunshun back. "What? You brought Yi Yunshun back?" Upon hearing this news, Shun Qingxiu's expression changed dramatically, nearly causing her to rise from the sofa in shock. Kong Fengyi hurriedly interjected, "Dear, please do not be agitated. We were worried. The outside world is so perilous. Who knows when the people from Su Shanghuang might come knocking. I took the liberty of bringing Yunshun back." Shun Qingxiu was nearly faint with anger upon hearing this. "I wondered why Yi Yunshun didn't come to Zhujiantang today. It turns out he went to you." Lin Ruoxi and Xia Anren stood by, equally stunned into silence. They had naturally assumed that Yi Yunshun had come seeking them at the Zhujiantang villa, but he had not gathered the courage to confront them, leading to a mental buildup. They had believed that he would appear daily, yet today he did not show up, having instead been brought back by her parents. "Yi Yunshun has returned. He must have sought you out." Shun Qingxiu seethed with fury, convinced that it was Yi Yunshun's doing rather than her parents who sought him out. "No, you misunderstand. Yunshun did not seek us out. We sought him." The couple quickly clarified. "You did not see it, but today, Yunshun was surrounded by a group of ruffian young masters, trapped in their sports cars. Moreover, Yunshun's brother, that young master from the Yi family, was also present. This is what we have witnessed, yet there remains much unseen. Shun Yunshun, after all, is your husband. How can we not feel anguish?" Ignoring her parents' sentiments, Shun Qingxiu took a deep breath. "It is over. Shun Yunshun has succeeded." Lin Ruoxi, astonished, remarked, "I never anticipated that Shun Yunshun would be so astute, recognizing that he could not prevail here, and thus circumvented us to win over your parents instead. Enough of this. My parents have always harbored guilt towards him, and now it seems they will certainly bring him back to protect him." Shun Qingxiu felt helpless. Xia Anren furiously exclaimed, "Yi Yunshun is truly despicable. They have been waiting for Yi Yunshun to apologize all along." Just the thought of Yi Yunshun returning to the Shun family without offering an apology infuriated Shun Qingxiu. In her mind, she cursed Yi Yunshun 100 times. "Where is your pride, Shun Yunshun? Where is your dignity? How is it that you are so resolute with us, yet so spineless before my parents?" However, Lin Ruoxi offered comfort. "Qingxiu, do not be so upset. Consider it from another perspective. This indicates that Shun Yunshun lacks capability. In the end, he had to resort to shamelessness to return to the Shun family, and that in itself is a form of submission." This realization struck Shun Qingxiu. Indeed, although he did not apologize to us, he did so to my parents. The outcome is the same. He has bowed down. Therefore, when we request him to donate blood for An, he should not refuse. Shun Qingxiu immediately thought of Cheng Zuin's blood transfusion issue. Xia Anren and Lin Ruoxi nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Having chosen to bow down, he will surely donate blood for An. This is fortuitous for us." Unbeknownst to the three young ladies, Yi Yunshun was entirely immersed in his cultivation at that moment. It was not until midnight that he concluded. By this hour, the three young ladies were sound asleep. Yet, Yi Yunshin's phone rang at that very moment. It was a call from Master Wu. On the line, Master Wu stated, "Boss, I have completed my matters. I now have time to apologize to the Xia family. Would it be acceptable for me to go tomorrow?" Chapter 81. Yi Yunshin. Who is the woman you have been secretly acquainted with? Hurry, we must go to the Xia family tomorrow. Yi Yunshin spoke coldly. He yearned to sever all ties with Shun Qingqiu and her companions as soon as possible. Otherwise, the weight of his indebtedness to them was unbearably uncomfortable. Especially the Xia family's favor could have been repaid long ago, but Master Wu had been dragging his feet. Yi Yunshin even contemplated the drastic measure of forcibly bringing Master Wu to the Xia family to apologize. Thankfully, Master Wu took the initiative to mention it. Recently, Master Wu had been preoccupied with matters concerning the Dragon Blood Gem, during which he learned some clandestine information about Yi Yunshin. The situation was astonishing. He had numerous influential figures backing him, and he had no reason to fear Su Xianghua. Consequently, he promptly proposed to apologize to the Xia family. Master Wu, on the other end, eagerly agreed. Understood. I will go to the Xia family tomorrow. Since the last banquet with Master Wu, Xia Taishan has been in a state of decline. On one hand, he suffered immense psychological trauma. He had initially thought that by aligning himself with the financial queen, the Xia family would soar to new heights and no longer fear Master Wu. However, it turned out that it was merely his delusion. Queen Xiao not only denied any connection with the Xia family, but also feigned ignorance of them. Inevitably, he found himself once more on the receiving end of a reprimand from Master Wu. On the other hand, the repercussions were far too significant. Now, everyone in the circle was aware that he had been struck by Master Wu numerous times, causing a severe blow to his personal reputation. The Xia family had lost face to an alarming degree. Some partners even leveraged this incident to terminate their collaborations. The impact of this event on him and the Xia family was monumental. The Xia family was in utter disarray. Xia Taishan had become increasingly despondent, his hair graying at an alarming rate. Nightmares plagued him almost nightly, and he had just been jolted awake from one, drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Master Wu's voice. Boom! The unexpected sound sent Xia Taishan bolting upright, startled from his dream. In a flurry of panic, he stammered, "WW Master?" He felt as though he had encountered a formidable adversary. Master Wu wasted no time. "Xia Taishan, gather your entire family, along with Shun Qingqiu and Lin Ruoxi, tomorrow. I have important matters to discuss." What? Before Xia Taishan could utter another word, Master Wu hung up. Thunderstruck, this was akin to a bolt from the blue for Xia Taishan. What on earth was happening? Anxiety coursed through him. He had provoked Master Wu recently. What could possibly necessitate gathering the entire Xia family? This was dire. A sense of foreboding washed over him. In the next moment, a realization struck him, and his complexion turned ashen. This was bad, very bad. What should he do? Xia Taishan paced nervously back and forth. As the dawn of the following day arrived, Xia Taishan still had not devised a plan to confront the situation, prompting him to investigate any recent occurrences. Meanwhile, since returning to the Shen household, Yi Yunshin had scarcely exchanged a word with Shun Qingqiu, not even a glance. This silence had left Shun Qingqiu and her companions thoroughly exasperated. At long last, just as Yi Yunshin was about to step out, Shun Qingqiu could no longer contain her frustration and shouted, "Stop." Yi Yunshin paused, turning to face them. "Is there something you need? Now that you've returned to my home, there is no need to maintain that aloof demeanor." Shun Qingqiu admonished coldly. Lin Ruoxi and Xia Anren regarded him with equal disdain. They believed that Yi Yunshin's return to the Shun family signified capitulation. Yet he carried himself as if he were still superior. Hypocrisy. Yi Yunshin merely rolled his eyes. Who was pretending? If it weren't for Shin father and mother insisting on my return, would I have come back? Fine, we won't call you out on it. But since you are here, you must provide blood to An, right? When you lower your head, you must act accordingly. You need to contribute something to remain in the Shun household. Do you understand? Shun Qingqiu insisted, seizing Yi Yunshin's hand. Lin Ruoxi chimed in. You must offer something in return. Yi Yunshin found their expectations amusing. So, returning means admitting fault? That I must give blood to Cheng Zuan? Your self-perception is rather inflated, don't you think? I would never give him a single drop of blood in my lifetime. Let him wait for his demise. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a call from Ning Yueqing. However, the phone was filled with a cacophony of noise, and it took quite a while before a voice emerged. Master, where are you? Why didn't you come back yesterday? The two madams have started fighting again, Ning Yueqing lamented. Yi Yinshun listened carefully and indeed recognized the quarrel between Xiao Yunrong and Lu Nanqing. Shun Qingxiu and the others also faintly heard the clamor, which was unmistakably that of women, and not just one. What on earth is happening? Is Yi Yinshun in contact with other women besides the three of them? This is utterly absurd. They glared at Yi Yinshun, as if demanding answers. Yet, Yi Yinshun was already troubled and had no time to address their accusations. Perhaps one of them had noticed Ning Yueqing was on the phone with him, for the call was quickly handed over to another voice. Brother Yinshun, where have you gone? I was so scared sleeping alone last night. It was Lu Nanqing's voice. Before Yi Yinshun could respond, another voice took over. Brother Yinshun, make this wretched girl leave. I can hardly stand it any longer. She actually said that from now on, she would take the lead and leave all the household chores to me. It infuriates me. Xiao Yunrong bit out furiously. Master, please hurry back. I cannot mediate this fight alone. You can't just walk away and leave me to deal with this mess. Finally, it was Ning Yueqing, her frustration palpable. Hearing this, Yi Yunshun could only reply helplessly. All right, I will return immediately. Hanging up the phone, he turned to the three young ladies blocking his way and said, You see, I have matters to attend to and cannot afford to waste time with you. Do not leave. You must give on a blood transfusion. And who are the women you were speaking with? We demand an explanation. The expressions of the three grew increasingly frosty, towering over Yi Yunshun with disdain. Yi Yunshun was not inclined to indulge them. It is none of your concern, and I have no obligation to explain anything to you. With that, he attempted to leave. If it's none of our concern, what about the debt of gratitude you owe us? At that moment, Xia Anren questioned him. Unable to bear it any longer, she resorted to invoking their past favors. The debt you owe us could never be repaid in a lifetime, and you begrudge us a mere blood transfusion for on? Xia Anren declared vociferously. Yi Yunshun's gaze turned icy as he replied, Who says I have not repaid it? I have already settled the debt to your family. What? The words were shocking, and both Shun Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances with Xia Anren, who wore a similarly bewildered expression. You mean you've already repaid the debt? When did this happen? I was unaware. Suddenly, Xia Anren's countenance shifted. You cannot be implying that Master Wu would extend his hand and allow my father to hit him? Yes, today Master Wu should visit the Xia family to apologize, hence I have repaid this debt, Yi Yunshun stated. Ha ha ha. The unexpected announcement sent everyone into a fit of laughter, disbelief etched on their faces. You could make Master Wu apologize to the Xia family? Who was it that fled the last banquet so swiftly? If you had lingered even a moment longer, you would have surely faced dire consequences. Indeed, it was because you feared Master Wu would escape that my father ended up being struck. I almost wished to kill you. Upon hearing this, Yi Yinshun furrowed his brows deeply. What did I ever flee? It was I who incapacitated all of Wu Sanyi's men. Mind you, it was during that encounter that Wu Sanyi ultimately capitulated. Nevertheless, Yi Yunshun chose not to engage further. In any case, you shall await news today. He was disinclined to entangle himself with them any longer. Yet, the three remained resolute, adamantly blocking his path, insisting that he could not leave. What are you doing? At that moment, Kong Fengyi emerged from the kitchen, fuming, and forcefully separated them. If Yunshun is compelled to do anything against his will, you tell mother, and I shall deal with her. She shot a fierce glare at Shun Qingxiu. Shun Qingxiu was nearly exasperated. Relying on my parents' protection, do you think I cannot handle you? Qingxiu, fear not. Today, I am determined to let him bleed for this. I would rather forego this favor. Initially, Xia Anren had not anticipated that Yi Yunshun would reciprocate this favor. After all, she had little hope of persuading Wu Sanyi to present his face for a father to strike thrice. A favor that cannot be repaid is akin to none at all. It is better to allow Yi Yunshun to bleed instead, even if this seemed rather callous, perhaps even risking a rupture in their relationship. Xia Anren could no longer afford to dwell on such matters. Everything hinged upon Yi Yunshun's willingness to bow his head without shedding blood. Dingling. The next moment, Xia Anren's phone rang. What is it, father? Anren, something has happened. Return home at once. Upon answering, she was met with her father Xia Taishan's voice, filled with alarm. What significant event has transpired? Hearing this, Xia Anren felt bewildered. It cannot be explained over the phone. Just hurry home. Bring Lin Ruoxi and Shun Qingxiu with you. After uttering these words, Xia Taishan abruptly hung up. Xia Anren set down her phone, feeling somewhat disoriented. The lack of specific information from her father left her anxious. The unknown is the most terrifying of all. Shun Xingqiu and Lin Ruoxi were equally perplexed. Why are we to accompany her? Upon their swift return home, Xia Anren and the others were astonished to find a multitude of family members gathered. Their uncles, elder relatives, and all manner of kin had arrived. Like Xia Anren, they bore expressions of bewilderment, utterly unaware of the situation at hand. Xia Taishan, with a grave demeanor, surveyed the room before speaking in a low voice. Everyone, I must announce something. If things go awry, our Xia family may no longer exist. What? His shocking declaration rendered everyone speechless, their eyes widening in disbelief. What do you mean our family will cease to exist tomorrow? Father, are you jesting? Xia Anren was astonished, thinking her father was joking. Shun Qingqiu and Lin Ruoxi shared her confusion. What on earth is happening? It is true. Wu San just called me, instructing that I gather everyone today for an urgent matter. I fear for our future, Xia Taishan said, his expression steeped in despair. Boom! The other members of the Xia family, upon hearing this, stood in stunned silence, their faces stricken with shock. Upon recognizing that it was the infamous Wu Sanyi, they gradually comprehended the gravity of the situation. Wu Sanyi intended to ensnare them all. This was why he summoned every member of the Xia family. At last, Wu Sanyi revealed his predatory ambitions, poised to strike against the Xia clan. A wave of terror swept through the entire household. What should we do? Wu Sanyi is coming to kill us. I do not wish to meet my demise. Taishan, think of a solution quickly. The air was filled with anguished cries. Wu Sanye's impending assault was something the Xia family could not withstand. Fleeing was out of the question, as the underground network spies were ubiquitous throughout Sioux City. However, when Shun Xingqiu exchanged glances with Lin Ruoxi, they were puzzled as to why Wu San would target the Xia family and summon them both. Xia Anren remained in a daze for quite some time before she barely regained her composure. She looked at Xia Taishan and questioned, Father, could there be some misunderstanding? Why would Wu Sanyi suddenly turn against us? We have not provoked him. Although Wu Sanyi had consistently oppressed the Xia family in the past, he had always been somewhat restrained. Why would he now gather everyone for an assault? I have no idea, Xia Taishan replied. Wu Sanyi is capricious. If his thoughts could be deciphered, he would not be Wu Sanyi. This was nothing short of an apocalypse for the Xia family. Without understanding Wu Sanyi's motive for the assembly, they could not devise an appropriate response. They were even incapable of pleading for mercy. All faces turned pale as paper. The Xia family was about to be annihilated without cause. Head of the family, it's bad. Wu Sanyi is here. At that moment, a panicked individual rushed in to report. Xia Taishan immediately inquired, how many men does Sanyi bring? Many, at least several convoys. I estimate it must be all of Wu Sanye's resources. Upon hearing this, the Xia family fell into a hushed silence, while Xia Taishan gasped sharply, his legs trembling with fear. All of Wu Sanye's resources? How many people could that entail? A chill ran through them. Many members of the Xia family fainted from terror. Xia Anren bit her teeth tightly, her face ashen, trembling all over, her mind blank. Shun Qingqiu and Lin Ruoxi, however, were alert, contemplating whom they might call for help. In that moment, the thought of seeking assistance vanished. It was a time of great crisis. The entire Sioux province was in disarray due to the turmoil surrounding the Imperial Dragon Bloodstone matter, and all forces were on high alert, preoccupied with self-preservation. Who had the capacity to concern themselves with others? At this moment, the three of them recalled Yi Yunshin's words, and Xia Anren's teeth chattered as she muttered, Shun Yunshin, did you not say that my debt of gratitude has been repaid? Why is Wu Sanyi still intent on attacking us? If I perish, I shall haunt you as a vengeful spirit. As Xia Anren lamented internally, a commotion arose outside the Xia villa. Wu Sanyi had arrived. The scene outside was utterly astonishing, with vehicle after vehicle arriving. A throng of people, a dark mass, advanced toward the Xia villa, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Heaven help us, it was a full-scale assault. What merits have the Xia family to deserve such wrath? Upon recognizing the scale of the confrontation, every member of the Xia family felt their hearts race, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Xia Anren's face turned ashen, quietly contemplating the demise of the Xia family. Amidst a throng of people, Master Wu and his entourage entered. His gaze swept across the assembly, ultimately resting on Xia Taishan. Is the entire Xia family present? Xiao Taishan, dejected, nodded, "Yes, Master Wu. Do as you will. We shall not resist. Our fate is sealed." "Good," Master Wu replied with satisfaction, then turned to the crowd. "Everyone kneel." The sight of nearly 10,000 individuals collapsing to their knees was nothing short of spectacular, shaking the very ground beneath them. "We have come to apologize, my sincerest regrets." Master Wu led the fervent chorus from the floor. The cacophony of apologies echoed like a thunderous wave. Witnessing this, every member of the Xia family, including Xia Taishan and his daughter, was left utterly dumbfounded. Xia Anren's expression was one of sheer disbelief, akin to encountering a ghost. "Father, am I imagining things? Master Wu is actually kneeling?" Shun Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi nearly fell to the ground in astonishment. What was happening? Xia Taishan pinched himself hard, gasping at the sharp pain. It was real. Master Wu, accompanied by such a multitude, had not come to cause trouble, but rather to kneel in apology. Gradually, the Xia family members began to comprehend the magnitude of the situation, their expressions reflecting utter shock. Yet, the question lingered. Why? Why was Master Wu offering an apology? Seemingly sensing Xia Taishan's confusion, Master Wu explained, 3 years ago, I slapped you thrice, didn't I? I humiliated you in your circle. Today, I have come to allow you to return the favor. Please go ahead." With that, Master Wu moved forward on his knees, presenting his face for Xia Taishan to strike. Xia Taishan, taken aback, dare not comply. No, Master Wu. I'm already immensely grateful that you're not making things difficult for the Xia family. I could never strike you." As he attempted to assist Master Wu to his feet, the latter refused to rise. "Please, do strike me. I have come here solely for you to do so." The astonishment was palpable. Xia Taishan was rendered speechless, while Xia Anren's eyes widened in disbelief. As if witnessing the surreal, could it truly be that Xin Yunxin was correct? Master Wu was genuinely presenting his face for her father to strike. "Impossible," Xia Taishan pleaded. "Master Wu, please do not jest. Rise." Yet, he remained paralyzed by fear, especially after the previous banquet incident. How could he dare to strike? No, Master Xia. I am quite serious. Please do hit me. Then I shall stand." To his utter astonishment, Master Wu wore a rueful smile as he implored. The two men engaged in an absurd dance of mutual deference, even kneeling before one another. The scene was utterly preposterous. Xia Anren questioned her own sanity. At last, Master Wu grew impatient, seizing Xia Taishan's hand and directing it toward his own face. "Will you strike or not? If you refuse, I shall truly annihilate the Xia family." Master Wu exclaimed in anger. Xia Taishan, startled, instinctively delivered slap. Smack! Wu Sanyi received a resounding slap across his face. Hiss! Many members of the Xia family felt a heavy weight in their hearts, inwardly lamenting that it was over. However, the anticipated rage did not materialize. Instead, Wu Sanyi bore a look of relief. After the first slap, and with 2 more to come, Xia Taishan was left in a daze. Staring at the hand that had just struck, no longer was he filled with fear. Instead, he tentatively inquired, "So, I'm here? Come on, let us get on with it." A glimmer of excitement flickered in Xia Taishan's eyes as he struck again. Slap! Wu Sanyi remained silent. Xia Taishan, fully liberated from his inhibitions, summoned all his strength for the final blow, swinging his arm down hard. Slap! Wu Sanyi staggered back from the force. What a thrill! After delivering 3 slaps, a rush of unprecedented exhilaration surged through Xia Taishan, as if he had avenged a grievance from 3 years past, leaving him feeling utterly refreshed. One side of Wu Sanya's cheek was already swollen, yet he showed no anger. Instead, he looked at Xia Taishan and advised Xia Taishan, "I have returned the 3 slaps. Do not claim that I owe you any more. Everything was settled, and debts were cleared." Xia Taishan couldn't shake the feeling that he perceived a sharp glimmer in Wu Sanyi's eyes as he spoke. Of course, Xia Taishan quickly replied that after delivering the 3 slaps, he felt as though a knot in his heart had been untied. However, Shun Qingxiu, Lin Ruoxi, and Xia Anren were on the verge of madness. Why was this happening? Was Wu Sanyi genuinely here to repay the 3 slaps? But, Sanyi, may I ask why you came to apologize? Xia Taishan curiously inquired. Shun Qingxiu and the others held their breath, yearning to know the answer to this question. After all, how could one possibly make Wu Sanyi kneel and receive 3 slaps? Chapter 83. The reason for the 3 slaps is Yi Yunshin. All eyes in the room were fixed on Wu Sanyi, with each person breathing rapidly, especially Shun Qingxiu and her companions. Wu Sanyi paused momentarily, casting a meaningful glance at Xia Taishan. I initially did not wish to disclose this, but since you have asked, I shall tell you it is because of Yi Yinshin. Boom! The mention of this name was like a thunderclap, shocking everyone present, including Xia Taishan, Shun Qingxiu, and Xia Anren, to their core. Yi Yinshin. It was indeed because of him. How could this be? Every individual in the room trembled violently, cold sweat pouring from them like a torrential rain. This is impossible. Sanyi, could you be mistaken? Xia Anren bravely ventured to ask, and the entire Xia family hurriedly nodded in agreement. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. How could Yi Yinshin possess the ability to compel Wu Sanyi to apologize? Indeed, Yi Yinshin had claimed on more than one occasion that he would make Wu Sanyi endure 3 slaps as repayment for the Xia family's kindness towards him. Yet, no one believed he could accomplish such a feat. Shun Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi clutched their heads in disbelief, their faces a portrait of incredulity. It felt as though they were caught in a dream. If he truly could make Sanyi come to apologize, then he would be a person of great significance. Xia Taishan would not believe a word. How could you think I would jest with my own face? It was merely a sudden retort from Master Wu that plunged the entire assembly into silence. Indeed, who would jest with their own dignity? Especially someone like Master Wu, who values his reputation and cherishes his life. Would he really come to endure humiliation for a mere jest? Absolutely not, whether you believe it or not. It is all because of Yi Yinshin. I have repaid the Xia family's kindness on his behalf, and from now on, I have no further ties with them. Furthermore, if you dare to publicize today's incident, a trace of menace emanated from Master Wu. Xia Taishan instinctively recoiled. I understand clearly. Xia Taishan did not think that after slapping Master Wu 3 times, he would instill fear in him. He recognized that Master Wu had not come to him out of fear, but due to other external influences. What everyone found hard to accept was that this person was indeed Yi Yinshin. The entire Xia family, along with the 3 young ladies, remained in shock, unwilling to accept that the one who compelled Master Wu to apologize and be slapped was truly Yi Yinshin. Yi Yinshin had genuinely repaid the Xia family's kindness. In front of the entire Xia family, as well as Shun Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi, Master Wu allowed Xia Taishan to slap him 3 times. It felt surreal. Master, I have ensured that Xia Taishan returned the 3 slaps. From now on, you owe the Xia family nothing. After leaving the Xia residence, Master Wu promptly reported the outcome. Well done, Yi Yinshin replied, clearly satisfied with the result. He exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Though it was merely 3 slaps, it represented a long-standing debt of gratitude. In this day and age, it is kindness that is the hardest to repay, especially with Xia Anren constantly mentioning it. Finally, it is settled. To be honest, the Xia, Shun, and Lin families are truly foolish, forcing you into such a position. Wouldn't it be better for the 3 ladies to remain by your side? Master Wu scoffed, particularly the Xia family, who, for the sake of their pride, insisted on making a mountain out of a molehill. Now, the debt of gratitude is settled, and the big shot has no ties with you anymore. It's a pity the big shot wasn't he present. Otherwise, it would have been amusing to see their expressions when I said, I came to apologize on your behalf. Their eyes nearly popped out. Master Wu spoke animatedly, while Yi Yinshin rolled his eyes. I still owe them kindness. And, you here dancing around? Even after receiving 3 slaps, Master Wu remained jovial. This proved his worth to Yi Yinshin. Working for such a person promises an unlimited future. The shadow of Emperor Su still loomed over the entire Su city, yet Master Wu felt no fear, for he was already aware of Yi Yinshin's background. Emperor Su could not touch him. It was indeed peculiar. What made Shun Yinshin capable of sending Master Wu to apologize to me? It made no sense at all. Within the Xia residence, Xia Taishan, Shun Qingxiu, and the others were still puzzled about why Yi Yinshin was the reason for Master Wu's apology. It was not just Xia Taishan who was confused. Even the 3 young ladies who understood Shun Yinshin could not fathom it. Was Shun Yinshin truly someone of great significance? However, for someone of Master Wu's stature, not only is the current Shun Yinshin incapable of this, but even the resplendent Yi Yunjia cannot achieve it. When it comes to who in Su province possesses such immense influence, the only answer is the Emperor Su. A grave situation has arisen. At this moment, an earth-shattering piece of news has emerged from the provincial capital. The Emperor Su is set to personally address the matter of the Dragon Blood Gem. Boom! Upon the revelation of this news, Both Shun Qingxiu and Lin Ruoxi, as well as Xia Anren and her father, felt their hearts tremble. A tempest surged within them. The Emperor Su intends to handle this matter personally? I understand now. It is due to the Emperor Su. Master Wu must apologize. Shun Qingxiu exclaimed. No wonder Master Wu was so eager to apologize. It turns out it was for this reason. Realizing the implications, Lin Ruoxi's expression changed dramatically. I comprehend now. Master Wu was not mistaken. His apology was indeed prompted by Shun Yunshin. Shun Qingxiu, filled with excitement, declared, the evidence regarding the Dragon Blood Gem is already conclusive at the Emperor Su's side, and he's prepared to take action against Shun Yunshin. Master Wu must have received the wind early and, not wishing to have any association with Shun Yunshin, is willing to endure the slap as a means to sever ties. With Shun Qingxiu's explanation, everyone suddenly understood, their expressions reaching a peak of astonishment. Xia Taishan slapped his forehead. No wonder he emphasized Yi Yunjia so much. Now it makes sense. Xia Anren inquired curiously. But Master Wu and Shun Yunshin do not have a direct connection, do they? The matter of the slap is between my father and Master Wu. Shun Qingxiu shook her head. Have you forgotten? Why did Master Wu slap Uncle Xia 3 times back then? Wasn't it to act as a guarantor for Shun Yunshin? That is the crux of the matter. A guarantor must also bear the consequences of the Dragon Blood Gem being switched. Shun Qingxiu believed she had unraveled everything. Xia Anren and Lin Ruoxi were left in shock, marveling at Master Wu's cunning. To ensure his absolute safety, he wishes to sever all ties with Yi Yunshin. However, this indirectly confirms that the Emperor Su's actions will not be insignificant. Can we protect Shun Yunshin? On the way back, Lin Ruoxi couldn't help but feel anxious. Even someone like Master Wu, who had minimal connections with Yi Yunshin, felt the need to completely distance himself. What of them, who have much deeper ties? If the Emperor Su unleashes his wrath, the entire Lin family could be implicated. 3 years ago, Lin Ruoxi would have acted without hesitation. She could have stolen the life-saving medicine of the Lin family. What was the threat posed by the Emperor Su? But now, with Cheng Zuin's return, she felt regret. Moreover, having just returned to the Lin family, if her grandfather found out, there would be no forgiveness. Ruoxi, do not worry. He is currently in my house, Shun Qingxiu reassured. But in the next breath, she shifted her tone. As for whether we can protect him, it entirely depends on his attitude, implicitly indicating that it hinges on Yi Yunshin's cooperation. Although Cheng Zuin's survival relies on Yi Yunshin's support, it seems imperative to ensure his safety. Yet if he remains disobedient, solely focused on surviving without providing assistance, what meaning would there be in them taking such great risks to protect him? Time is running out for him. A cold glimmer flickered in Shun Qingxiu's eyes. Shortly thereafter, the 3 returned to the Jujian Hall villa, intending to visit Cheng Zuin, only to spot a familiar figure from a distance. Shun Yunshin, Chapter 84. Shun Qingxiu's method of protecting Yi Yunshin. It was utterly unexpected for Yi Yunshin to appear near Jujian Hall. They had just been discussing him. Yi Yunshin felt as if he were on the verge of vomiting blood. In a city as vast as Su, could such encounters truly be so fortuitous? Pretending not to hear, Yi Yunshin quickened his pace, eager to leave. Stop! Don't go! But Shun Qingxiu and her companion sprinted after him, blocking his path. Didn't T.U. say you had matters to attend to? What are you doing here? The 3 young ladies stared at him with astonishment and suspicion. Today, Yi Yunshin had left them profoundly shocked. Old Master Wu had personally visited to let Xia Taishan slap him, all because of him. Although the intent was to sever ties, it could be considered a way to repay the Xia family's kindness. Previously, Yi Yunshin had come to the Jujian Hall villa seeking their protection. Yet now, having successfully returned to the Shun family, what reason could he have for returning to Jujian Hall? Why does it concern you? Yi Yunshin's brow furrowed deeply, his expression one of disgust. He was nearly driven to madness. These 3 women were like an inescapable ointment, always popping up. Why was he here? If he didn't return soon, his 2 lively treasures at home would likely tear the place apart, as Yi Yunshin attempted to circumvent them. Shun Qingxiu and her companions glowered, resolutely blocking his way. You were right. Old Master Wu indeed came to my house today to apologize, and he even allowed my father to slap him 3 times. But the reason for the apology was certainly not due to your esteemed influence. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunshin's expression shifted. What do you mean? You might not be aware, but the Emperor Su intends to personally deal with you, Xia Anren remarked with a cold smirk. Old Master Wu would rather receive 3 slaps from my father than be associated with you. Stunned by Xia Anren's words, Yi Yunshan was taken aback. Old Master Wu had already delivered the apology and received 3 slaps in return. Yet he was being informed it was due to Emperor Su. What did Emperor Su have to do with this? Regaining his composure, Yi Yunshan's gaze sharpened. Did Old Master Wu explicitly admit that he apologized because of me? Did he say I had repaid the Xia family's kindness? At this, Shun Qingxiu and her companions were momentarily speechless. Indeed, Old Master Wu had said precisely that. Yi Yunshan was truly adept at seizing opportunities. Fine, I shall consider this as you having repaid the Xia family's kindness, Xia Anren said with an exasperated expression. One that conveyed a sense of your gain at my expense, which left Yi Yunshan thoroughly displeased. In the next moment, she shifted her tone. While my family's debt has been settled, what about the troubles with Emperor Su? Xia Anren looked at him with a gleeful expression. News has already arrived from the provincial capital that Emperor Su intends to personally take action against you, just as he did 3 years ago. What will you do now? This time, Emperor Su is furious and has declared that no force shall intervene to protect you. You're finished. To this, Yi Yunshan merely smiled, replying, there is no other way. When the soldiers come, we shall meet them, and when the water rises, we shall build a dam. The 3 daughters of the Jin family gazed at him in astonishment. Was he truly unafraid? The fiery temper of Shun Qingxiu and her companions flared up at his apparent bravado. Yi Yunshan, are you out of your mind? Would it kill you to be honest? When Emperor Su stands before you, you will surely regret this bravado. Who do you think you are to stand against him? You're a classic case of someone who forgets the pain after the wound has healed. It would hurt to be humble and just comply with a little blood donation for on. Is that too much to ask? Hearing Lin Ruoshi voice their true thoughts, Yi Yunshan couldn't help but smile coldly. You might as well give up on that notion. I have stated clearly that I will not donate blood to Cheng Zuan, and I will not waver. Therefore, your tactics are futile against me. Besides, you cannot protect me, either. Do you truly believe that the surname Shun grants me immunity? Upon hearing these words, Shun Qingxiu's fury ignited. Lin Ruoshi and Xia Anren's expressions changed dramatically. This insufferable brat, who had benefited from the Shun family, who had even had his life secured by a 10 billion investment from them, dares to speak of the Shun family in such a manner. Noticing Shun Qingxiu's face turning pale with anger, Yi Yunshan added, I am merely stating the truth. Why are you so upset? He had sensed the uncertainty in Shun's father and mother regarding his safety when he returned to the Shun family. Yet, Shun Qingxiu acted as though she was completely assured of his protection. Enough, Shun Qingxiu managed to suppress her rage. I will give you a day to consider. If you do not come to me to apologize by this time tomorrow, I will no longer concern myself with you. Leave my house. Shun Qingxiu was genuinely furious. At such a critical moment, he still provoked them. This was not childishness, but sheer insanity. Yi Yunshan shrugged and then vanished from their sight. Upon returning to Villa No. 1. Xiao Yunrong and Lu Nanqing ceased their quarrel. They approached him together. Brother Yunshan, I just saw Shun Qingxiu and the others confront you. It didn't harm you, did they? Xiao Yunrong's face was filled with a fierce determination. Lu Nanqing also wore a stern expression, radiating hostility. Their principle was that when they were alone, they would quarrel fiercely over Brother Yunshan. However, when faced with Shun Qingxiu and the other daughters, they stood united against a common foe. No, in fact, I managed to provoke them. They actually believed that without their protection, I would perish at Emperor Su's hands. Yi Yunshan recounted the events. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunrong burst into laughter. Where does their confidence come from? However, I likely won't be staying here for the next couple of days. Uncle Shun and Aunt Kong are worried about me, Yi Yunshan stated. Xiao Yunrong and Lu Nanqing were astute enough to recognize that Shin Xuechong and his wife genuinely cared for Yi Yunshan, so they did not press the matter further. Meanwhile, Shun Qingxiu and her companions returned to Villa No. 9, dismissing Yi Yunshan's words entirely. Instead, they felt exhilarated. Sister Qingxiu, he is just clinging to his pride and suffering for it. Who doesn't he cherish their own life? Just wait. When Emperor Su makes his move against him, he will undoubtedly come looking for us, and he won't be able to shake us off. Indeed, being with us is his safest bet. Shun Qingxiu sighed and remarked, while that may be true, Shun Yunshan has indeed spoken some truths. What truths? Lin Ruoshi and Xia Anren inquired with curiosity. The Emperor Su intends to deal with him personally. I cannot guarantee the safety of my Shun family in this matter. Shun Qingxiu expressed, her emotions a tumultuous mix. with a hint of urgency in her brow. Last time, my family had to pay a hefty sum of 10 billion as a bribe just to secure a reprieve for him. But what about this time? The Emperor Su has issued a resolute decree forbidding any intervention, which means Shen Yunshen is likely facing dire consequences. Lin Ruoshi and Xia Anren exchanged anxious glances upon hearing this shocking revelation. Wen's recovery relies on Yi Yunshen. He cannot perish. At this moment, the three young ladies felt a blend of joy and trepidation. They were pleased that Shen Yunshen would ultimately come to humble himself and apologize, though it was merely a matter of time. Yet, they were also concerned about whether they could protect him. If Shen Yunshen were to meet his demise, Awen would be in peril as well. But Qingqiu Jie, since you have expressed such concerns, you must have devised a plan, right? Suddenly, Xia Anren blinked and asked. Chapter 85. For the rest of our lives, Yi Yunshen, just provide blood for Awen. They all understood Shen Qingqiu well. The moment she issued an ultimatum to Yi Yunshen, it was evident she had already crafted a strategy. Indeed, I possess a method to address this. Shen Qingqiu affirmed with a nod. However, it is a last resort. It must not be employed unless absolutely necessary. Shen Qingqiu shifted her tone, piquing the curiosity of Lin Ruoshi and Xia Anren. What do you mean by a last resort? I have secretly arranged for Shen Yunshen's death certificate. Shen Qingqiu's words struck like thunder, causing Lin Ruoshi and Xia Anren's expressions to shift dramatically. A death certificate? The two gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide as saucers, as if they had encountered a ghost. No one had anticipated that Shen Qingqiu's solution would be so drastic. I understand now. Xing Suye, you intend for Shen Yunshen to feign death, correct? Lin Ruoshi's mind raced, swiftly grasping Shen Qingqiu's intent. Yes, the Emperor Su is utterly enraged, forbidding any external forces from interfering, and even our three families cannot ensure his safety. The only way to break this deadlock is to have Shen Yunshen fake his death. Otherwise, I can't think of no other solution. Shen Qingqiu's tone turned grave. Only by making the Emperor Su believe that Shen Yunshen is truly dead can we find respite. After all, once a life is extinguished, all grievances are rendered moot. To this end, I have meticulously arranged the circumstances and rationale for his feigned demise. Shen Yunshen will be said to have taken his own life out of guilt. Hiss! Upon hearing Shen Qingqiu's words, Lin Ruoshi inhaled sharply. Xia Anren was on the verge of madness, her heart racing uncontrollably. This plan was utterly audacious. It was bold and perilous. Should it fail, the repercussions would be catastrophic, for they would be deceiving the Emperor Su right under his very nose. Yet at this juncture, no better alternative presented itself. I have arranged for his future life, allowing him to exist under a different identity, which will also facilitate blood donations for Awen. Although he may lose his original name and life, he will still survive. In this world, what could possibly hold greater significance than the gift of life? Shen Qingqiu remained utterly oblivious to the fact that her actions were erasing the traces of a person's existence and irrevocably altering the course of another's life. On the contrary, she believed she had saved Yi Yunshen. Pride and arrogance were evident upon her countenance. It is indeed true that survival is of utmost importance. Everything else is but an illusion. Sister Qingqiu, you have once again rescued Shen Yunshen from the clutches of Su Shanghuang. He ought to be profoundly grateful to you. Lin Ruoshi and Xia Anren chimed in unison. It is indeed a fact. No one has ever escaped from Su Shanghuang's grasp twice. Yi Yunshen is the first. Yet, both times, it was due to Shen Qingqiu's intervention. She transformed the impossible into the possible. Shen Qingqiu shook her head, asserting, I do not seek his gratitude. His thanks are worthless. For the rest of my days, it suffices to provide blood for Awen. Lin Ruoshi and Xia Anren nodded fervently. In their eyes, this time Yi Yunshen had no choice but to comply. Such a monumental favor mandates Shen Yunshen's obedience. He must willingly offer his blood. Sister Qingqiu has once again preserved his life. Unbeknownst to Yi Yunshen, Shen Qingqiu had secretly prepared his death certificate, and he could become a corpse at any moment. At that moment, within the first villa, he stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, answering a phone call. Mr. Yi, we have located and apprehended the group that forged evidence to frame you. They are currently en route to meet us at Miss S' residence. It was a call from the intelligence unit. Understood. I shall come over now. Upon hanging up, a glint of coldness flickered in Yi Yunshen's eyes. The capture of the group responsible for fabricating evidence meant they could identify Yi Yunza as the mastermind. coupled with the evidence that Sister Jinglan had previously uncovered. It would suffice to exonerate him. The theft of the Dragon Blood Gem and the subsequent switch were not his doing. It was Yi Yun's. The farce surrounding the Dragon Blood Gem must come to an end. Yi Yunshan mused, his gaze penetrating as he stared into the horizon. He sensed an impending storm, the clouds gathering ominously. At that moment, Xiao Yunrong and Lu Nanxing rushed in. "Brother Yunshan, do you truly not require our assistance?" Both girls' eyes sparkled with anticipation. Upon learning that Su Shanghuang would arrive in Su City the following day, Xiao Yunrong had intended to inform her grandfather and aunt directly. There was no room for leniency. With the Dragon King of Nanjing and the financial queen present, how dare a mere royal provoke them? Yet, Yi Yunshan interjected, "I will handle my own grievances." In response to Xiao Yunrong's repeated inquiry, he reiterated his stance. "Very well," she replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Yet her gaze towards Yi Yunshan conveyed even greater admiration. He faced his challenges alone, relying on no one. Such responsibility and sense of security were indeed commendable. Yi Yunshan surmised that the old Dragon King and Sister Jinglan must already be aware of Su Shanghuang's impending arrival in Su City. They would undoubtedly stand up for him. He was determined to resolve this matter independently, without involving others. Thus, he began making phone calls to notify everyone. First, the contact was made with the venerable Dragon King, Xiao Quanglong. "Grandfather Xiao, it is I. There is a matter regarding Emperor Su that I wish to discuss. You need not assist me. Allow me to resolve it alone. My grievances with Emperor Su are my own, and I do not wish for anyone to intervene." This declaration left the elderly Dragon King, currently residing in a sanatorium, momentarily taken aback. Understood. Initially, he had intended to intervene, but having heard Yi Yunshan's resolute stance, he acquiesced. He trusted Yi Yunshan's discernment in handling matters with propriety. "Please also convey to Grandfather Xiao that Sister Jinglan should refrain from taking action." Yi Yunshan continued. The Dragon King instinctively glanced at his daughter, Xiao Jinglan, his expression one of heightened astonishment. How'd he know she was with him? "Very well, I shall relay your message." Xiao Jinglan was evidently privy to more inside information. The intelligence team had not only uncovered evidence of Yi Yun's gemstone trafficking, but had also apprehended a group involved in fabricating evidence. It was believed that Emperor Su was not a fool. If irrefutable evidence were presented before him, and he still chose to act against Yi Yunshan, then they would not hesitate to retaliate. Yi Yunshan then placed a call to the mayor. The mayor was currently in discussion with Deputy Mayor Zhang Shiji regarding the impending visit of Emperor Su to Su City. When Yi Yunshan's call came through, they were both taken aback, particularly Zhang Shiji, who looked utterly bewildered. Was Yi Yunshan truly frightened? How could he suggest that the mayor refrain from involvement? With the mayor's protection, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Yet now he was requesting the mayor to withdraw? Was this not foolish? Did he wish to court disaster? Having previously visited the mayor's residence, he was well aware of the mayor's stance. Yet, in the next moment, the mayor responded, "Understood. I shall not intervene." Zhang Shiji's expression changed dramatically, his face akin to one who had seen a ghost. He turned to the mayor and inquired, "Mayor, were you not previously fully supportive of Yi Yunshan? Why the sudden withdrawal?" The mayor merely offered a silent smile, understanding that after Yi Yunshan's call, he now grasped the latter's intentions. He wished for no one to meddle, confident in his ability to handle Emperor Su himself. If Emperor Su were wise, he would let matters lie. Should he choose to challenge Yi Yunshan, Su City would become his grave. Zhang Shiji was left further perplexed, yet only the mayor comprehended the underlying intricacies. Subsequently, Xiao Zhan, Long Li, Chen Tianhu from the Tiger Ben army, and Han Xiao from the Wolfang army all received calls from Yi Yunshan. The message was the same. Concerning Emperor Su, do not involve yourselves. I shall handle this alone. This left them exceedingly frustrated. They had hoped to seize this opportunity to make a favorable impression before their benefactor. Particularly, Longli harbored unspoken feelings. Her disfigurement had healed remarkably. The ointment provided by Yi Yunshan was miraculous. After just a few days of application, the scabs on her face had fallen away, granting her a second chance at life. Knowing that Emperor Su intended to take action against Yi Yunshan, she felt an overwhelming urge to confront him directly. Yet, in her heightened emotional state, she was rebuffed. This left Long Li with nowhere to vent her frustration. There will be opportunities, Xiao Zhan could only offer in consolation. Though they refrained from action this time, the four armies await an opportunity. an occasion to fight for Yi Yunshan. With each notification from Yi Yunshan, prominent figures withdraw from the matter. Furthermore, the mayor and deputy mayor publicly declared their non-involvement in the affairs concerning Emperor Su, expressing hope that he would discern right from wrong, ensuring that no villain escapes justice while no innocent person is wronged. The entire circle of Sioux City is in an uproar. The 3,000 wealthy individuals, upon receiving the news, were utterly astonished. Behold, the mayor has made a public statement. Gasping, the three of them read the mayor's declaration, their hearts racing throughout the ordeal. Not only would the mayor not intervene in Emperor Su's affairs, but he also expressed a desire for fair and just proceedings to identify the true culprit. What does this imply? The deputy mayor has also followed suit in issuing a statement. Like Grandfather Wu, he was one of the guarantors 3 years ago. It appears that discerning minds are hastily distancing themselves, fearful of any association with this matter. Sister Qingxiu was right. Our guarantee cannot hold against Shun Yunshan. The three trembled with anxiety. The deputy mayor holds even greater weight than Grandfather Wu as a guarantor, and now he too is distancing himself. This underscores the gravity of the situation. Thus, Yi Yunshan can rely solely on her. She is the only one he can depend upon. Shen Qingxiu immediately smiled, her mind conjuring images of Yi Yunshan kneeling before her in supplication. The thought alone felt delightful.